minutes ago and paying attention to it. All these like female comics in LA are commenting on it. Boy,
it was one of the most salient elements in the growth of Hasidism some 200 years later.
At the CIA program at Stanford, and they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was deep fake. He wrote
Here's a plug for one of my books.
the
Kabbalah of
he
Forgiveness.
wrote the Patriot Act. He helped cover up
so much
white
of my
water.
mind.
I mean, they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into a sex picture. He will help write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in
was a
he
brilliant
believes
teacher.
in warrantless entering houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they make it a sex trial that a Bible woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of finding funding for black op operations. So she spoke
talks about
to the core, and she comes out, she says this stuff, so you think that was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was calling them out, it was just to get you to concentrate on that, and not for people to focus on 100%.
If God has created the world in such a manner in which the very first element of his thought is the 13 varieties of forgiveness, then we must,
no one ever discussed his actual background and when he actually was a part of that.
And he describes 13
nobody would want a guy who
different
thinks that
ways
president's above
to
the
bring
law and the
forgiveness
cops should
into your
have
life.
warrants come in your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
There are lines like this is especially helpful with your
this guy
wife.
did something to me in school.
Things like
He
that.
journaled about it. Who journals? I know one guy who's journaled in my life.
Spiritual
My buddy
content,
Tony.
and
That's
it's
it.
brought down
Nobody
to
else has
very
ever journaled.
pragmatic,
And so it's easily refuted, but it's
it is
you
one
know,
of the rare
when
books in
these two
Kabbalah
movements,
that
everyone's
is
paying
long
attention to it.
considered
All these
a book
like
that is
female comics in
accessible
LA
to
are
anyone,
commenting on it.
as people who are not learning Kabbalah, people under the age of 40,
That's
women,
really what
and
it
is
is.
traditionally
But
studied
what a
right now
great
in this
way
month
to
of Elul,
use social media
to go
and
into
the whole
holidays
outrage
of Rosh
machine
Hashanah and Kippur. Okay, there's
as
a
a tool, as a
plug for the
smokescreen.
book.
Because the outrage machine is
Spot was one of
it's
those
so fun
places
to pull
where these Jews landed
like
after
we
the
are
expulsion,
doing
and
something.
they created something absolutely amazing.
Release the
It all
Dragons,
died
release
out
all the
in
bombs,
the
release
16th
all that stuff.
century.
People
There's a series
love
of
to get involved too
earthquakes
because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. It gives you
never quite got anywhere near that high pitch, although today it is especially known as a haven for Kabbalists, modern day Kabbalists, and for artists and so on.
People who are on the island.
So let us move to one more aspect of the 16th century, and then we're going to do basically 1 century every 10 minutes. The 16th century was a period of tremendous technological revolution as well. I wish I had more time to speak about the scientific revolution and its impact on Jews, but I'll look at one aspect of it. I would like to remind you that the great eras of change in Jewish history are almost always associated with technological innovation as well. For example, in the ancient period, of course, we have the
So did you ever
Torah.
hear that
That's
they
a huge
use phone
change
data with
that
the Kamala Harris
differentiates the Jews from the
arena
various
shows?
peoples of the ancient
Your
Near
clips,
East.
right?
And then
And it was
in
all
this
single.
medieval period,
Every time people go,
under tremendous
well, how did she
strain
blow $1 billion
because of the conflict with
filling
Rome,
arenas?
the Jews moved
They
from an
tried
oral
to
culture
manufacture
to a
big
text culture,
grassroots
to a
movement.
written
Because they know
culture.
that's what
With
killed
the
Hillary
Nazi's
Clinton.
fateful
You know,
decision
Bernie
to
Sanders is
actually
doing
write that
arenas, and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in a cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realize the illusion of that.
Transitions to a
Like
print
what
culture.
that shows, that
With the
there's no way
advent
following her.
of printing.
So when they
Jews were
run
early
her out,
adopters
they go,
of
we can't let
Gutenberg's
this happen
press.
again.
They thought
So
it
we
was
have to
absolutely
build these arenas
because
up,
all of
and
a
they
sudden,
did data
Jews
that
were
was
very
like it
little
was like a
important.
Grateful
The
Dead
people of
concert.
the
People
book
were just
after
following her
all,
around
it
everywhere.
makes
Well, they were
total sense
professionals.
that we should be
Yeah,
mass
they're
producing
making a living
these
doing
works,
that. Yeah,
which suddenly
100%. And there's
extend
also
the
people that are
world of
professional
ideas to
protesters,
a
which
much
is
broader
wild.
audience
This guy's
by lowering
documented
the
people protesting
threshold
in
of
different
participation.
places.
The
And he's
cost
talked to them. They're like,
changes
how much do you get
radically,
paid?
and as
People
Clay
are
Shirky,
making
a
a
very
living
brilliant
protesting.
New York University
How is that legal?
researcher
How is it
about
legal
the
to
meaning of
hire
the internet
someone
writes,
to go and annoy
more
people?
is
I thought, what's
different.
illegal? You're not allowed to protest something you don't believe in. Let's just show up and all I sign. They believe in it. They're getting paid and they believe in it. That's what David said. You can't tell someone they don't believe in something. Well, some people are dumb and they'll be like, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just collecting checks and getting a sandwich.
When the Talmud begins to be printed, that's one of the most amazing changes of this period. Because the Talmud is such a huge and expensive document, very hard to get the full set of 20-odd volumes. Most really important yeshivas
just common
only
sense
had
isn't
two
that
or three
common.
masechtas,
No, it's
and
not
they would
just
share
that.
them.
I think
They would do it because these are
brains don't function
handwritten
well.
manuscripts. When they become printed, all of a sudden,
Yeah, I just think
every
you're just
Tom,
born
Dick,
with
and
a bad
Harry,
brain. And you also maybe have environmental factors. Like, what if you're a fucking working with certain chemicals every day?
I forget, I enjoy that.
Yeah.
But
How
one of
many
the
people
most
are doing that?
interesting and influential people
How
in
many
creating
people
this
work in
was
print
none other
shops
than a
just like
non-Jew named
sucking
Daniel
in all that
Bauer. And I'll show
fucking
you one of
chemical
his most
fumes?
famous contributions. This is
What is that to
a
your dome?
page from
That
one
can't
of the
be good.
earliest Talmuds ever printed
And who
by the
knows what,
famous
you know,
Sonsino family
about
in
what you
Italy.
took in as a
And does
child.
anyone in the
Oh,
audience notice what's
lead
missing?
gasoline when we were young. That shit was
You know,
everywhere. We got
Rashi
lead
there on
poisoning
this
in the
side.
brain for sure. Drops your IQ
It's
a
the
little
page
bit.
numbers. Thank you. Some of you read the
Yeah, I
KTA.
took all the
They
way.
didn't think
We
of
talked
putting
about that the
page
other day. They
numbers because you don't need
fucking knew
page
that lead was
numbers
gonna
on
poison
codices.
people.
And
They
they said,
put it
oh
in
my
anyway
gosh,
because they could save
what do
money.
we do with this? So Daniel
Have you ever had
Bauer,
a conspiracy
who
about
was,
that?
again, a Christian
About what
printer
led
who just saw, hey, Jews love books.
No,
This is
that
new printing.
doesn't really
I
cause that.
can
The
get
reason
these
they
books
wanted to
printed
get
and I'll make a lot of
is
money.
because it
He
made
printed
it
the
harder
first
for them to
card
see
that
through
had
walls.
page numbers, and it was
That's
like
why
a
all these
revolution. Literally,
houses
he
have
put
class
the
windows
dots in dot
walls.
yomi. Right?
They're like,
It
look
would
here,
not be there
amazing
without.
view through this
Of
glass
course,
window.
the
I was
question is,
watching like
why
one
does
of
the
those home
Talmud
flipping
begin with
shows,
the page
and they
2?
took
There
out
are a lot
all
of
these
beautiful things
giant
that
class
rabbi types like to
and the
say,
theory is
but
that
really
it's
it was
easier to
called,
look through
it started with page 2 because page 1 was traditionally
now
the
they've
title page.
discovered that
Because they
there's
were just
these mystery
inventing
bands trying to go
pagination
out.
at the time, that
They
making
can
their way
look
around.
through
They
your
said, okay,
walls
here's the first
and
page
watch
of the
what you're
title,
doing.
and then you turn the page, the first page
Is this
of
too
text
much?
is actually the
How
second
are they
page.
looking through your wall? What are they using? I
So
know they can
that's
do it
one
with
of the ways.
Wi-Fi
Now
now.
let's move
That's
kind
basically
of
what they're doing.
one century per
They just
circle
have
with the
Wi-Fi
remaining
is
time we have.
bananas.
When we
The
get
fact that they
into
have
the
technology that
17th
allows you to
century, it's
see
a
like
period of
3D images
tremendous
in the room
upheaval. The
based
move
on
towards the
how
east,
the
you'll recall
Wi-Fi
last
is
week
somehow
we
or another
discussed
like
there were
sending
two
it back to
phenomena
them.
that
What is
began
even
to push
what is
Jews
Wi-Fi even doing
toward
to you?
what was
Like
then
what is happening
Poland
to
and
you if
Lithuania,
this shit
the
is just
largest
around you all
country,
the
the
time,
largest,
passing through your cells? Have you ever been to see it on the
One
fact they can
was
see it?
increasing
You know,
anti-Semitism
like
in the West.
everyone's scared of
So like
radar
there's
machines,
somebody
right?
else.
Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray.
I'm not.
Right? You don't want that.
I know
Guys,
who that
give
is.
you the X-ray
That's my
machine
girl.
here, dude. Behind the giant wall. Go fucking hide. They go hide. They press the button.
Like you look like
He was primarily a
We're just
barter
cool with Wi-Fi.
and they invited Jews in to
Just
provide
fast
the
level.
most basic
It's not
economic
as
services
bad
like
as an X-ray,
minting
but it's this
coins.
weird
And
low-level
the earliest
signal
points from
That is
that
good.
fucks up bees, right? At least cell phone signals.
and
So that
ours
fucks up
provide
bees.
basic
Really? I
credit
don't know if it's ever
in the
happened. You
form
don't see
of
this.
money lending because
I
the
did.
Jews had something of a
Yeah,
monopoly
new
for
contact
several
lenses.
centuries
People
in that
infrared
past.
vision,
And so
evil
the Jews
eyes
would
shut.
literally go
Sci-fi
as an
style
entire
technology
community
uses
to
nanoparticles
specific
to
towns
convert
in
infrared light to
Poland and
visible light
Lithuania.
that humans
They were
can see.
typically granted
Fucking
magnifical recht, which was
How
kind
about
of
those night
communal
vision
rights.
goggles that
If
they had to
a
change the
nobleman
color because they were
owned
seeing
an entire
things
town, would
that
own
weren't on the radar?
the huge land.
I think it was like red. They were doing aliens.
But
They
also
were,
he would own
Yeah.
the wine
Oh,
presses,
hey.
all of
things flying around them, and they were flipping out because they had
Talk
red
about Arjun. I knew
goggles,
somebody was
and
gonna
that's why they
fucking.
changed it to
And
either
so
green
he
or
would
blue.
say to
You're
the
so
Jews,
sick. Hedge, dog. I know.
come over here.
Yeah.
And you want to settle in my town, I will give you the exclusive right to regulate
The account of early night vision goggles used
all
in
of
Vietnam
my
War revealing
territories.
alleged
Join.
demonic
Oh, it's like join very easy on Kick.
privileges that you want. Like, for example,
Oh, that's
we have a
nice.
right to have
My dad
a
did drugs
wall
and made up
around
stories
the
about
community.
Vietnam.
Ironically, Jews, with the major exceptions of Western Europe,
Shout out to
Jews
Bree
typically
Easy.
are the ones who build the walls
That's
around the
perfect.
communities to protect them from marauders. If you find that article,
Oh,
I
that's fucking funny
suggest
shit.
go
Oh,
to
yeah, that's
places
right.
like
Thank you.
Boca Raton,
So
where they have
Jesse
these so-called
Michaels
gated
released a new
communities.
video.
It's
He went down
exactly the
to
same kind
Peru,
of thing. You want the
and
gate of the security guard, right?
these people have been telling him about these mummies. They're like, you have to see them in person. They are humanoid, but they don't seem to be human. They have a different amount of ribs, but they have like all the cartilage and all the ligaments and all the bones and everything is in place that makes it look like if you go to Jesse's show, go to his YouTube channel because he's got some video footage of the actual like CAT scans that show you the tissue. And look at those
especially in the 17th century,
So this is Jesse's take. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not fucking this up, but some of these things are forgeries. Some of these things are just fake stuff. It's just like an art piece that someone created. But he thinks they actually have some of them that appear to be a real creature.
And there they would engage
And this real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru, in these ancient carpets and ancient weaves that are hundreds of years
and they would
old.
also kind of
I think even 1,000 years old. So some of these they think are 1,700 years old, and some of these are as recent as 400 or 500 years old. Look at this tissue, elongated skulls, but look at how everything is in. Like if this is a piece of art from 1,700 years ago, somebody created this. That's nuts, man. That's an amazing piece of work if it's really just art. If it's not art, well, they've managed to find some kind of creature that might have been another type of human that we didn't know existed. That might be, look, they'll find out, and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look at, this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual thing. Like, how nuts is that, man? If that's fake, that's fucking extraordinary, because it looks like a real creature. I mean, the amount of detail, it looks incredibly real. I mean, this is incredibly real. And the head is very different than ours, very different than ours, elongated, but also matches up with so many descriptions that people have had in encounters with beings, including the James Fox movie, Moment of Contact, of Varginha, Brazil, in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this. Very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. Like, they might have been another form of human that we just don't have any evidence for. Like Denisovans, they just found recently. I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people, what is Homo juliens? Is that what it was? December of 2024, they released this paper. Found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people in Flores, that's like, I think, the 90s. You know, it's interesting. All of it's interesting. It's like there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out, but we want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoid types. What the fuck is that then? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one of them has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like, that's a hoax.
It goes back really to this period in Jewish history, where
like, I want to know, carbon dated it, what's the results? Have you done it more than once? Okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head. Yeah. I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michaels' channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned. And there's biologists that are looking at this that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious about the actual location in which the guys have been found them, because it's basically these are like grave robbers that find these things. Yeah, they found more than one. But the crazy thing is, showing the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. Because they look just like they have 900%. This ancient art is hundreds of years old, man.
Deep dissatisfaction with the status quo was primarily directed at the Polish noblemen,
this is
but
all
they were very far away. So they reached their havoc primarily.
My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time.
Because this was an
All of these movies just kind of tell you what's really going on. Aliens and
continues to remember.
Everything's real. He's hanging out at the camp.
It's very interesting. I had an interview with a guy named the Paranoid American, and he came on my show, and he was talking about how based on your religious beliefs, what you see. So, like, if you're atheist, you see aliens. If you're religious, you see angels, and it goes down to cryptids and all that stuff. So it's like you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form of
a child prodigy, tremendous
So I think,
singing
yeah, so
voice,
you
for
Bigfoot
example. He had
100%.
lots of marriage
100%.
proposals
One of
later
the
this
craziest
week.
stories ever
But
told
he
to
was
me
was
by a guy I met at a
kind
show.
of like engage in mystic
And
contemplation
he was
and
telling
things
me
like that.
he
And
did a show where people would send in their
mental illness,
like
next
high
with something like
weirdness
bipolar
like
disorder or
stories.
something like that.
And he said that a guy
He ran into
was
an individual named Nathan
driving through the forest with his girlfriend and dog.
image, you can see that the artist
And they pull off for a
clearly
second
not
to piss,
aware
and
of
the dog
Hebrew,
takes off.
but he's
So he goes and
trying
chases
to
him through the
represent some
woods.
Hebrew
And
vibes
he looks at his
going on
dog. His dog's looking up. He looks up. There's like what
the
seems to
Shabbat
be
actually
a
was
giant
Europe
green
wide
screen
sensation. Non-Jews were
with something
fascinated with the
crawling
whole
on
story
it.
of Shabbat, and so
And they're just
in a lot of
staring at
books.
it, and then the thing
So
stops,
he ran
notices
into
him there,
an
camouflage
Nathan of
stuff. He
Gaza,
looks down, his dog had
Jean-Pierre,
already ran
leading
back and
tens
abandoned
of
him.
thousands
And he
of
ran
people
back,
to
and his
Jerusalem,
girlfriend saw him, they're like, let's get the fuck
essentially
out of here. And that gets
mounted
into like, kind of like the whole, again,
global
missing that,
campaign, or at
missing
least a
411
Europe-wide
is that
campaign that in fact
it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear.
He received a phenomenal amount of support. There were Jews all over Europe.
Getting
So
lost
excited.
was
Finally, Mashiach, after 1,600 years of exile, finally we returned to Jerusalem, and they joined him. They sold their properties. They obviously it makes sense on the dollar, and they went to follow him, as you can see from this picture here. And finally, they made their way to Constantinople, and the Sultan was not necessarily impressed with his claims. He said, "I have a counter offer.
All kinds
I
of
want
animals
to
will
let
eat
you keep
you. They'll
your
drag your
head
bones away.
if you convert to
There'll
Islam."
be nothing left.
And
If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left.
The
Nothing.
vast
They'll eat your
majority of
bones.
his
They'll
Jewish
eat everything.
followers
There'll be
were
nothing left.
completely devastated by
If you're
this
just a
betrayal
person
of
and you go
the movement.
missing,
Although a
and
small
you're in
number
the
of them decided that, wait
woods,
a minute,
like
this
miles
must be
in,
part of
you're
the divine plan.
in a
The Shabbatite Tzvi is in
place.
fact
And
Mashiach,
they might not
and he's
ever
become a
find you.
Muslim.
That's just a fact.
Must
There's
mean
too
that we
much
should also
acreage
become
to look
Muslims, and
over.
that's
There's
how we'll bring about
millions
the
of
end of
acres of
days.
public
And so
land
they
that people
convert
can
to
just go
Islam
into.
well,
And
they're
people go
focused
missing.
on that,
You
and
can't
they're
find them. Have you ever asked a
significant
damage
even today in Syria and
and how they
Turkey.
like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened?
Still more
That's the
of
transformer
a depression.
Yeah, I just saw that one.
Jews after this,
Yeah, that is a
hugely
crazy
popular
story. Yeah, he was one of the more interesting people that I've talked to.
Many
about
scholars
experiences.
relate
Because
these
you
two
know,
events.
I would say
That
the same
is
about Babylon.
the
They don't
Ukrainian uprising
seem like
of
they're lying.
1648-49,
They don't seem at all like they're lying.
failed
Lazar seemed like he was
Messiah
telling me,
Shabtai Tzvi
you're-
to the growth
this
of the
does sound
Hasidic
crazy,
movement.
but here's
Other
the story.
scholars
That's what it
feel
seemed like.
that that's
Like it did
in
not
fact
seem like a guy
an
making up a
unfair
story.
comparison,
And then you go back and see him talking about it
represents a
in the
tremendously
1980s. He's talking about the
new
same way,
right
exact same
movement
time.
on
I'm
its own.
inclined
It's not
the more time
exclusively
goes
a
on.
reaction
That's the meeting
to
with
these
Eisenhower where
earlier
he makes a deal with them.
Basically,
the
what
aliens
this
that
this is
they
picture of
they want to be able
well
to do
that
tests and
exists in
kidnap and all that
Ukraine
stuff.
that many
But he makes a deal that you can only do it in the forest.
dug by the
You
founder
can't do
of
it in the
of
regular
the
places,
Hasidic
so
movement
that's
itself.
why
The famous
people go
Ellis
missing
Israel
before. Now,
Elazar,
obviously, bad things happen to
Paul
people.
Shem
We
Tov
never get
himself.
heard from that guy, but
This is
supposedly
kind of
these
like
people
what
disappear and then they're found a couple
represents.
days later in a
It's
totally different place. They can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I mean, I had a bit in my
taken
head.
from the deep
That's what I would
sources
do. I
that we
wouldn't let
saw
the White House
in the
on. I'd
Israel
find some dude
and
cooking
many
meth.
other sources, and
Stand
giving
him
you
up.
energy
And like,
to
go tell
let's try and
somebody. You're not
understand
going to know
what
who's
it
going to
is.
believe you. They'll believe you. Yeah, but that's, if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on
is the
people,
fact that
a lot
many
of people
Jews,
have talked about
particularly in the
hybridization
southern
programs
regions
that
of
they're
Eastern Europe,
exposed to,
felt that they were
their
intellectually
children. Like they had
disenfranchised.
been multiple
The,
times they had visited,
world of
that they were
Talmud study
shown
among
like
Jews
a human
valorized
alien
and
hybrid that they were
prioritized
told was their
intellectual
child.
acuity above everything else.
Shoot,
The
that is
idea
great.
that
The
the
guys are
only
getting
way
fucked
you
by
could really
female
achieve
aliens.
status in the
Female
Jewish
aliens are
election, in
holding
fact,
down
not
riding their dick.
historically,
Like,
there are
actually having
three
sex
ways
with
to
them.
achieve
Trannies are
status
from the
in
future.
Jewish
No, I don't
world.
think they're trannies.
And
I
this
think they're
applies
aliens.
universally.
They're just
The
a
first is
different
called
kind of
yichus,
whatever the fuck
which
we are. I
means
think we're a
family
combination.
lineage. If you come from
Whatever,
important people,
some
your father, your
intelligent,
grandfather,
advanced
your mother,
species,
your brother, and so on. If they're
whatever,
important
the
people,
God
okay, so
ultimately
you're
for the whole
important because
thing,
you have
for the whole
yichus.
ball of
The
wax.
second thing,
But
this is no
I
longer
have a
important, but
feeling,
if you
just
have
like
money,
we've done weird
if you
shit
have
and
money, you
created
get status.
poodles,
We don't pay
I
attention to
think
money anymore. The
someone
only
might have come here
democratic way to get
for
status
lack of a
in
better
Jewish
term,
society
monkeyed
is
around
learning.
with our genes
That's the
and
only
added some good shit.
avenue to status that
You know,
were
and that's
traditionally
in a lot of
available
ancient
to everyone,
texts,
right?
man.
The Torah
That's
is
in a
lined
lot
with
of ancient depictions of how the gods created men.
And that's how the Nephilim come. Fallen angels, the daughters of men.
It gets weird. That's where it gets weird because nobody wants to even consider the possibility
still have a
that
strong
we
influence
have
in
been
contemporary
genetically
society.
engineered.
You can
No
usually
one wants to
recognize
consider
a
it. It's kind of crazy,
person from the Lithuanian
also,
extraction
guys,
because they
look
tend
how
to be
different we are than everything else.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of weird.
looking,
Yes,
fine
and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man.
Yeah.
There's no link to that.
And
Well,
that's
there's links.
where all
I
the
mean,
great
there are
minds were, the
transitionary
great writers,
fossils.
the
Like you
great
can see,
thinkers, they're all
like
up in the north. And the
Australopithecus, you can see the different ones.
Jews
But
in
there's
the
a lot of
south,
weirdness in
beat
there that
up
it doesn't
after the
cover. And one of them is the doubling of the human
beat up
brain size
by
over a
their
period of
failed Messiah
I think
shut
somewhere
speed.
around
They had
a million
nothing,
or
and they
2 million
felt
years.
so
Human brain size
disenfranchised.
doubled. And it
Paul
just,
Shemto,
like,
active in
what happened?
Mongolia, and in southern
Maybe
Poland,
it was
really
mushrooms.
began to say,
Maybe
no,
it
your
was
spirituality
also
in
maybe
itself
mushrooms are aliens,
has
and that's real
tremendous
possible. That it's
Again,
alien
drawing
life
from
form
your
that
these
like
the
exists on our
tiniest little
planet and
movements,
gives you
the
enlightenment if you
recital of
consume
I want
it.
to microdose
the
during jiu-jitsu.
extending of
That's what I would
tribes,
do.
fellowship,
I would love to. Didn't
singing,
you just have that
dancing,
one politician I'm talking
all
about?
of these things
The book of
imbued with the love of
Well,
God
yeah, and
are
I'm only
phenomenal
yeah.
spiritual and
It's like
cosmic
that's a
people.
super. You bring
And
up
that's really what
Gnosticism.
was the main
Christians
message
get
of
really upset. I
There's
don't know what
also
the
an
answer is.
economic
I mean, I'm a
factor.
spiritual
There's
man.
a
It's like
particular
one
scholar
God,
in Israel
Jesus
who
is
is
my
pioneered
savior,
the
and
study
that's
of
what
this.
I'm into right now. Makes me happy and
Which
vibrate at a higher
you
level.
should
But
understand that,
if you
just as I
study
mentioned earlier, the
Gnosticism,
Polish nobleman
you know,
literally
the whole
owned the
story of the
town.
demiurge
It also
is
meant
very
that,
interesting.
strangely
That's
as
where
it sounds,
fallen
the
angels
Polish
meet with
nobleman had the right
dogs
to
and
name
men come
the town
from.
rabbi.
And that's where the original
And so if the
feminist
Polish
was.
nobleman,
The
who
first
was
ever
not an
feminist
expert
was
in public
Sophia,
law, can
who
name
was
the
the
town
feminine
rabbi,
energy
and
of
it's
the
something that
universe.
the library
And literally, she was like,
And so
I don't
what
need a
happened
man, right?
over
She
the
literally
course of
said,
15th,
I
16th,
don't
17th
need a
century
man.
is
And
that
she creates
you know,
life. And she
charlatans
instantly
would
knows.
simply
She
invest
made a
money
mistake,
in
which
the
sounds like
nobleman.
every single
They would
woman
get
to
the
me, right?
position of
So
chief
she
rabbi
creates
of
the
the village
demiurge,
town.
and the
They would
demiurge
collect
doesn't
all of
understand
the
about the higher
related
table
taxes,
of gods.
such
He
as the
thinks he
corrupt
is God.
God,
And a lot of people believe the first God
all these things.
of the
And it was a
Testament
stella, it was a
is
position,
the
it was something that you
demiurge.
could do as a job. This did not necessarily satisfy the
His whole thing
spiritual
is not
yearnings of the local population.
just
So
basically,
you
he
had
wants to
developed
destroy humanity.
these,
That's kind of what everyone talks
sometimes
about.
charlatans
Satan.
themselves,
But
these
Sophia gave
so-called
us the
ballet
spark
shams,
of life.
who were
She was
usually
the spark.
amulet makers,
I know,
who
like,
were
go
charismatic,
back to the time
who
when they
were
were
good
writing the book
communicators, who
on
began to attract
I
around
love that.
themselves
What do you know?
people
Yeah, how you
who
write
needed
things
that
about that all
spiritual
the
gift.
time.
And these
Yeah, like what are these
people who are
flying
not
crabs
necessarily
you're talking
rabbis, but
about?
Yeah,
this is
dude,
the
and
term,
Vedic.
were able to provide.
So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people like think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all.
From
Because the
Medjugorje,
Vedics
which
talk about
shows
it,
as,
and the Hindus talk about it, about God trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels.
Here you can see in the tax records,
And they come down, they get
reference
trapped
to
here.
Balsham,
And that's the whole
which
thing
is
about
the Balsham
transhumanism,
itself. It's not a
is
lot
that
of
they're trying to figure out how to get out of it.
Have you ever seen Lazar talk about the weird shit that you're doing? That's from the weird shit was in there. They said they had a very thick file that was about religion.
For health and
Basically, what it boiled down to is, at least what this file was saying, was that
like not like those snake oil salesmen. He was the Balsham Tov. He was the good
yes, and
amulet
he
maker.
wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of souls, like I don't know, but that's the
Here
terminology
is
they
a
use.
map that
They
shows
view
you
as
over
containers.
the 18th and
Can you imagine
19th
if like
century, the
soul
spread of the
is an
many
energy that you
different
have to
sects.
farm, or that
Here's
you have to
Lithuania
extract,
from
just
the
like how
north,
we extract
where
oil from the
the
earth, and
intelligent people
souls
live.
are things
And
you
then you have
extract. And so
Poland,
you need to grow
Hungary,
a
and
bunch of them.
Ukraine. And
So
the
you need
epicenter
people
is right
just
around
fuck up
here
a storm and
in the
clutter up a
Carpathian
planet.
Mountain
And
region,
really what
where
you're doing is just farming souls.
and there's clearly a
Can you
geographic divide.
imagine? You
Ironically, one of
think
the
that
most
you're an
prolific
OnlyFans
execs
model,
is
you're a DJ at a strip club,
taken
and you're a
from
football player, you're a top scientist, you're this and you're that,
is actually a
but
Lithuanian
really on the highest level, you're just
and
in a farm.
these
You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend, and the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Because souls are a real element. It's just like you need cobalt to make a battery. That's the belief. You actually need a soul.
Or the battery that runs the simulation.
This map is from the year
So deep,
2000.
dude. Why would it? Why is that weirder than black holes. You know, why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter.
Okay.
Where
So
they were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy.
The Lithuanian Jews are not standing
That
still
seems
throughout all
weird.
of this.
That seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. We were genetically engineered seems like some shit that we would do. Yeah. Like I met I've had Ben Lamb and Ben Shapiro on from Colossal. Those are the people that brought back the dire wolves. Yeah. Like what are we doing? By the way, you know what else that guy did? What else that guy did? That guy created it so that you can store files
The
in
Torah
DNA.
says it is forbidden to shave with a razor
You can
the
actually
size
store
of
files.
your
So I had a guy on,
right?
he's like, you know where
So
that
you are allowed
files
to
are?
go
They're in
through the
somebody's
scissors.
DNA.
So the lip
That's
box
big.
will,
You
of course,
can look it
cut
up,
their
Jimmy.
short
The
with
guy
size
literally
like this.
created that you can
But
put
the
files in
Hasidim would
people's
say, you
DNA.
know what? If
That
I
is some guy
can't
that
cut
did
it
that.
with a
The one who
laser,
did the dire
I'm not gonna
wolf.
cut it
Oh my
out.
God, they're doing a bunch of stuff. That's been
long,
they're doing a bunch of
and that's why
stuff.
we get the payload. So
You know,
the
they're eventually
corners,
going to bring back
because
the
it's a way of saying I'm going to do more
Yeah,
than
they're going to.
is required. I know
I
I can
don't
cut
know.
my payload. But you know
It
what?
seems like some
For me, I'm
Jurassic
so
Park
proud of
shit
it.
where it gets. That's why I said to him, I
So
said, you know, this is like the
it's
beginning of
ironic
the
because,
movie.
of course, now
It's kind of crazy. Weird shit
which
you're
are
bringing back.
strongholds of the lip box. They
The
were
thing
also
is,
great payers.
what's the purpose
You know,
of it, though?
Hasidim
What's
now
your
have
thought
influence
on why
the
we should be
Misnagdim.
bringing
The
these back?
Misnagdim all have influence on the term Misnagdim, or Misnagdim,
That's it. Sometimes that simple answer is right. Yeah. Sometimes you bring things back just because. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. Then you're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. And dire wolves might very well like to hunt people. It's like super
someone's a
powerful.
snag.
Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah, like they're just dominant. Just bring regular wolves into a place fucks everything up. Right, what's going on in Colorado? How about the Q animals? Can we bring back Q ones? Yes. That's why I like kitty pies. Bring back the kitty pies. But then they're going to go back and eat. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Everyone there going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. They're going to kill some species off. That happens all. That's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere.
3 times a prayer, right?
Jeez, have you ever heard of orphan trains?
In the
Have
afternoon.
you ever heard of the orphan trains?
And it's not them.
I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons, and they're like, "This orphan train's gonna go off the tracks." And I'm like, "Why is there a bunch of orphans in trains?" Then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch dolls come from.
But the Hasidim would say,
Yeah,
come on,
what the fuck are you
seriously,
saying?
does
Orphan
God want
trains,
you to
dude. What's
drag
an orphan
yourself
train?
out
The
of
theory
bed
is,
when it's
you know, they
cold
kind of did this in
outside
Canada with
and,
the
you know, you're
indigenous, where they sent them to
not
other
gonna be
parts of the
motivated.
country so
God
they
wants to have a
couldn't
good
learn
night's
any of
sleep.
their
He wants to be
their
prepared
culture.
for a
And
show
basically
later,
their
and
thought is
doesn't
that
like a bench, doesn't
either
properly.
they
Similar
brought
to
kids
Hasidim,
from where
the
they were
Misnagdim will
born
not
and brought them to
How can
the
you
other parts
feed
of the
your
country
body
and
when
gave
you
them
have
to
to
the
show
elites
gratitude to God?
to raise his
Is
children,
that
do
the way you're
whatever
going to show
they
gratitude?
wanted to
You're
do
going
to
to
get
go
here.
to shul, and you know
Okay,
you're
so
saying
the
the words,
orphan
but
trains
you're
were
really
a large-scale
thinking about
social
chicken.
experiment in the
You're really
United
thinking
States
about the
where
herring.
orphaned
You know,
and
eat a
homeless
little bit
children were
before you go to
transported
shul.
from
And so
crowded
there are all
eastern
these kind of
cities
like what the
to
Misnagdim
rural
would
areas
call
in the Midwest to be adopted and placed in homes.
The
Between
Hasidim say, no,
1854 and
this is a preparation.
1925,
This is
an
what you need to be
estimated
able to pray
200,000
and
to
both groups thought that
250,000
they
children were
crazy.
relocated
There are a lot
primarily
of
by the
other
Children's
elements
Aid
going on
Society.
here.
Its founder,
Let us not
Charles
forget the
Loring, praised
economic
this movement
motives,
is
because
considered a
if you have
precursor
the
to the
town
modern
rabbi
foster
with
care
his
system.
shul,
So
and they
that's a very
so
clean
let's say 8
version of
a.m.
it.
And
But
then you have
the
this
whole belief is
charismatic
that
group on the
these are the
side,
children
that's
of,
a breakaway million.
I'm
And
just
they're
going to throw out a
Hasidim,
name
so they want to dump at 10 a.m.
of
Well, you know what? They're going to need another
Atari or
building
stuff like
eventually.
that.
They're going to need their
And
own
that
congregation.
they're the
So
children of
there's
this
economic
kind of
stresses
race
as well
history.
between
Well,
this
it's even
incipient
crazier
group.
into
Which
Cabbage
reminds me of
Patch
Bill, I
dolls,
can't help
right?
but
These
tell
Cabbage
you.
Patch
Sorry.
kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell like
first 3 clergymen in outer
incubated
space.
children. Have you heard of that?
Okay,
And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those
they
type
get
of
on the space shuttle,
kids.
they orbit the world a few times, and
What is
the
incubated children?
they come back
So if you
down.
look
The
up
journalists
World
all come up to them and they say
Cabbage
to
Patch
the
doll kids,
Catholic priest,
basically,
what do you think? He says, I
almost
thought
like
of the immensity of God's
science
creation.
grown
So you go to the
science
Protestant
laboratory
minister and he
children.
says, I thought of how tiny humanity
What are
is.
you saying?
And they ask the rabbi, he says, well, I have to think chakras will come out. Chakras will come out. Okay, so
What is it?
now, the conflict between the Hasidim and the
Cloning,
Messiah was
Cabbage
really
Patch
quite bitter
is
at
a
the end of
mystery
the
of
18th century.
repopulation
It was like
postcards.
they were literally
And Seinfeld says his
fighting with
parents
each other.
above them.
They were
And they
literally
would have displays
denouncing
that
each
were
other
you could
to
go and
the
get a kid.
Russian authorities, and the
What
Russian
do you mean his
authorities were
parents
generally
were-
very
his
pleased to
parents were made
throw
out
this or
loud?
that
Is that what you're saying?
Hasidic
I
leader
think he said
into
his
prison.
kid,
In fact,
his
as I'm
parents were
talking
either
right now,
orphan
this
train
Thai
kids
elder
or
happens
Cabbage
to be a
Patch
very
kids.
important date in the Hasidic
And a
calendar.
lot of people think that's where the
But-
NPCs come
that's
from.
why if you
Orphan
look
train
at
kids would
has
mean
all
that his
these
parents were
dates
orphans. They were
throughout
shipped
the
off
year
to
where they
other
have celebrations because this is another day when one of their leaders was
that's what he
released
said.
from prison. They tend to get thrown in prison a lot. And
That
quite
sounds
often, it was the nostalgic years where they
crazy.
did it.
To make sure
Both
that's
of them
right.
realized,
That
both
sounds
groups realized by about the year
But what
1815
I don't
that
understand what
they
the
had a far
Cabbage
larger
Patch thing is,
challenge with the
What are you
so-called
saying that they
Maskilim.
were cloning
The
kids?
Maskilim are the
Well, when
followers of
was
the Jewish
cloning
Enlightenment,
even
which is called the
possible? When did it
Haskalah.
first become
And
possible?
this was a
Hundreds of
movement
years
that was
ago.
spearheaded
There's
first
a
by this man
thumbnail
here in the
that
red
went
coat,
all through
Moses
things he's talking about
Mendelssohn,
together.
who said, you know what?
Bro, you
It's
go down
time
all
now
Reddit threads,
for
don't you?
Jews
No, dog.
to
I'll
break
tell you
out
how
of their
Cabbage Patch babies have been growing up in a Cabbage Patch, and then
and
World's
join
Fair
world
incubator
society. There's
babies.
no reason why Jews cannot
Look at that
participate
guy over there
in the
holding two
broader
babies
cultural
up. These are
currents that
incubator
surround
babies.
us.
Look at
And
this.
Jews should not
So what
regard
is an incubator
themselves
baby?
as being somehow
Is it
foreigners living
raised
in this
entirely in
society,
an
even
incubator?
though
Like,
many
what does that mean?
countries literally consider Jews
Early
foreign
1900s.
residents like Russia
Hormone
until
attraction saved
1917.
thousands of premature
You could be
babies'
living in
lives.
Russia
Oh,
for
okay, so it's
1,000
premature
years.
births.
That
That
would
sounds
say he knows that
like,
foreigner.
I don't know, man.
It's time for Jews
Supposedly you can get a
to
kid at
part
the
of
World
societies
Trade,
in which
World
they live.
Fairs.
Many
But I
of
do
these
know
early
that people do
Maskilim
that when a
said the
child
only
is
way we can
premature,
do
right? They
this
put them in an
is
incubator.
by jettisoning
But
our Jewish
the word is that you
practice.
could get a
By
kid.
jettisoning,
So you could
for
buy a
example,
kid,
why
yeah.
have Shabbos on Saturdays?
So someone
Why
would
have
have
a
this
Sabbath on
premature
Saturday
birth and then
when
put the
after
kid up
all
for
the rest
sale.
of the world
Maybe.
is on Sunday?
I mean,
Let's
that's
just
what
move it to
this is
Sunday.
trying to tell us.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
this
if
was
that's
like
real though, but
unheard
that
of.
goes
Like,
back to
all
the
this
World
food
Fairs
that we
we
can't
talked
eat,
about before. It's
that
just like
separates us
technology
from
beyond
our
what we
society.
understood.
We should
And
give
what we
up
know
on that.
now.
We should eat the same things
They
everybody else
wipe
eats.
that
The
all out.
national foods and so
Why
on.
would they do
So
that? Do you think they wipe it all out, or do
Hasidim
you think
and the
they're hiding
Masnagim
secrecy?
kind of made a truce that has held
but
pretty
they
much
don't want
until
us
the
to have
present
it.
day.
Like, what do you
They
think
said
happened
we
with
have
all
a
of Tesla's notes
larger
when he
fight
died?
with the
Whatever organization.
the
I don't know.
Maskilim. For
What's
example, you know,
Oh, that's right.
one of the
It was
biggest
in there
fights
early
between the
confusing.
Maskilim
Yeah,
and the Masnagim and the Hasidim was over
And that gets
some
into that little
tiny
bear trunk
rules
book
of
and
how an animal was kosher
It's like
slaughtered.
time travel stuff,
Yeah.
which I think is totally possible. I think time
And they
is
argued
this. I think
bitterly
time
about
is
it
this.
until they
And everything's
realized
going on
Maskilim
all
are
the time.
saying we don't have
It's
to
like
keep
a book.
kosher at
Like
all.
if you read a
So
book,
if
you
the
be
fight
on
is over
page
keeping
46
kosher at
and
all, then
46.
they've got to work out
That's
the
the reality
differences
of the time, but
the
you can jump
sheet
to page 320,
and move
and now
on.
that's
So
the reality of time, then you can go back to
ultimately, the
page 18,
Maskilim
and
had
that's
a
the reality of
phenomenal
time. I
impact
think
in Western Europe in
that's,
particular.
so do you think that
It was
we'll
not able to
eventually be able
penetrate
to
the same
manipulate
way
that, or we
in
can?
Eastern
We
Europe
already can.
because the
Who's we
Hasidim
though?
and the Masnagim closed ranks.
The
Okay, so let's
the
run
masses
to
of mankind,
Western Europe now.
the
And
masses
we
of
have to go
mankind,
to
the 13
the great
families.
story of emancipation, Jewish
The 13
emancipation,
families made
which
deals with
was
fallen
a drama
angels.
that
That's
occupied
power.
Western Europe
That's the
for
power
about
structure
200
of
years.
the world.
And
And what
the
method
Jews
are they
were
using
still
to
living
travel
in a
back
kind
and
of
forth in
medieval
time? Whatever
format.
technology they got.
The Tehillah
So do you
leadership
think that
is designed,
if,
as we
let's
discussed
say,
last week, designed
back in
for
the
a
back
medieval
in
kind of
UFO in
feudal society
1947,
in which people live in
these
communities and they are
companies get
defined by their
involved that know
community.
how to make
They're not
technology,
defined by
all
their
these different
professions,
contractors,
by their
Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is.
geographic location, and so on. So they're not
manufacture
defined by
atoms.
their
They
profession.
manufacture
But as
top secret based on
modernity wore on
what they
and the
have
feudal
learned, and they start to
patterns
use
of
it, and
Europe
they go back and
were
forth around time.
country
Do you
by
think
country
eventually they want
abandoned,
to tell somebody?
and the Maskilim argued that
I
in
think
fact
they know,
Jews should be
again, it goes
released
back to data.
from
They know
their
who
medieval
is
corporate state, and they should be
who's
allowed to
crazy
be
enough,
regular citizens like
who can
everyone
keep a
else.
secret, who
In
can do all that
France, this
stuff.
happened all of a
Like,
sudden
that's what they always
in
say about if they flip,
1791.
if they
With the French Revolution, 2 years
fake the
earlier,
moon
that
landing,
proclaimed
they're like when somebody in there says
say something. Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people getting in that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when India landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video?
It's just a program.
The Jews said,
It's not even a probe. It's like an entire graphic that landed
living in
on the
France are
moon.
equal.
Humor had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each
I
other.
don't think India landed a
But in
probe.
1790, they said, okay, we're going to accept those Sephardic Jews who live in Philadelphia because they tend to be more
I've had
acculturated.
so
They
many
spoke
people
French.
that
They wore French clothes and so on. The Ashkenazim living in Alsace-Lorraine on the border with Germany was a little bit harder. But in 1791, they said, okay, you Jews, you can be
Yeah, that's what
French as
they're
well.
landing.
This was a shock to society because, again, the Jews who were an intellectual powerhouse because they were overwhelmingly literate, overwhelmingly numerate, they had tremendous experience with financial services and so on. All of a sudden, they were released from whatever anti-Semitic restrictions were in place, and they were able to get into all aspects of not only the economy, but the culture at the same time. So many protested against this, and in the early 19th century, the Emperor Napoleon said, okay, you know what, we're going to solve this country for let's ask
everybody in the room. So if you
what
look at the
they're all
JFK
about.
assassination,
Is there an organization of Jews that we can ask as to what they want to do with their citizenship? And people said to Napoleon, well, they used to have a state, and they had a grand court of 71 judges called the Sanhedrin.
You know, my friend
It
Evan
hasn't
had a
sat
really
in
good point
1900
about
years.
that. My
It
friend
says
Evan
that
came
doesn't
from
matter
Black
to me
Rifle
at all.
Coffee.
I'm Napoleon.
During the Bay of
You
Pigs,
convene
when
the Sanhedrin.
they told
And so he
Kennedy,
sent out this message that shocked the entire Jewish world. The Sanhedrin, the great grand
Kennedy
court of
about
the
it,
Jews, would
and
be
he
amassed in
didn't allow the airstrikes.
Paris
He
under the
didn't allow
leadership
airsport.
of this
Yeah.
rabbi,
That
David
fucked everybody.
Sinai, who was actually a very well-respected rabbi at the time.
No,
This
that was
was a
different.
special
Operation
kind of
Northwest was
celebratory
the
act
when they were going to war Cuban friendlies and attack
that was all part of
and
how to
Napoleon
Cuba
asked
to war.
the Sanhedrin,
So,
okay,
but the Bay of Pigs thing in
I have
specific,
12
those guys had a
that
plan
will
based on air
determine
support.
your
And then they
position
didn't get that air support, and a bunch of people died and shit
And these were
It's like
essentially
those are the types of
questions
things you could have
that
gotten.
we
Kill
have
Kennedy.
lived with those
Yep.
answers ever
Yep.
since.
What do you got for us?
Because
Yeah.
Napoleon said to them,
They look
do you
better, and the
consider
other
yourself
no.
primarily French
They did land two
or
things at the same
primarily
time.
Jewish?
Whatever that was,
Essentially,
it's
it
clearly
said
not.
French, because they know where it's
no
not
way.
to. It's not Napoleon. If it said primarily Jewish, then he could have said, you know what, this is all a mistake. Because and they flipped a lot of answers, like, is it permitted in your religion for a Jewish person to marry a non-Jew, which is not common. But they said, well, you know, technically, oh, look at the time already. They kind of like flipped. They meant because he wanted to make sure that they would ultimately assimilate. And so, in the end, Napoleon said, okay, fine, we're going to verify the emancipation of the grant of Jews earlier. We're expecting no dual loyalties. So, by the way, if we fight against Germany, where there are a lot of Jews there, how will we fight? And they said, things like, just the pan perfectly to the death.
How'd you get the signal, the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1960 fucking 9? And how'd you talk to Nixon from space? How are you calling Nixon from fucking space?
Moses here is clearly
oligarchies help oligarchies,
giving obedience
so they're all in on it. Well, I bet they're all in on a lot of shit,
tablets of the law.
which is
But
good,
this
because that's what
essentially
keeps us from
charted
going to World War III
the
for real,
role of
for real.
emancipation.
So,
In the Russian Empire, it didn't go this
So
smoothly
recently,
at all.
we're being told there's this
The
giant
Russian
AI
Empire
race with
in the
China.
19th century determined
Okay.
to try
And we, you know,
get rid
they
of
want
the
to
Jewish
pass a
people
law.
primarily by three
I'll tell you
methods.
why.
One
So,
third they
because,
anticipated
Yeah, I'm
would
very
emigrate.
serious. I pointed this
Another
aside, but
third
the point
would
is, so
assimilate.
they
Another
tell us
third
there's
would
this
die.
giant
The idea was
race
simply to
with
get rid of the
AI,
Jewish
and if you
people,
allow
make
China to just get
undigestible
a
mass
fraction
living
ahead
in
of us, it's
Russia.
over.
One of the most cruel
So to
aspects
the
of
point
this
where
was
they
Nicholas
pass a
the First
law
imposed the
where
so-called
you
temperance
cannot,
decree. He
and no
realized,
state
he's a military man,
pass
he
any
realized that one of
laws
the best
that
ways
get
to
in the way
assimilate the
of
Jews was to force
technology
them
with
into
AI.
the army.
And everyone's
And
really
he
upset
knew
about
that
because
the
10 years of
nuclear age
AI
conscription of
is an
18 was
insane
too
amount
late.
of time.
And
So
he
who
lowered
knows
the
what
age
will
of
happen.
conscription to the age
So
of 12.
we're being told that we're in this
And
AI
these
race
children
with
would be
China.
taken at the age of
Well,
12.
just about a
They would
month
spend
ago,
6 years in a
we
reform
sent
school
China
called
a bunch of
Hanwha,
AI
and then they would
superconductors.
spend
And I
25
go,
years
hold
in the
on,
Russian
we're
army.
like in a race
It
with
was
these
like
guys and we're
essentially
sending them
taking
superconductors?
them away from
We,
the Jewish
the
community
United States
forever.
government.
And what
So
was perhaps
what did they
most
send?
diabolical,
They
because
sent
the
a bunch
Russian
of, will you
government
look this up,
was really quite
superconductors or
inept.
something like that?
They
To
didn't
the
have the
people who are supposedly
bureaucracy
in a
in
race.
place to
And it
handle it.
reminds me
So he
of
said
when
to
I was
the
a kid.
Kehillah, the leadership of each Jewish
Okay,
community,
that's why Jamie's
I
here.
would like you to
I'm
choose
just
the
reminds you
troops.
when you were a
We come
child.
through
When
an
I was a kid,
outpost for the
and we
number
were
of
in the
troops that
Cold
we
War,
demanded.
with Russia, and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid
and that meant
and
that
seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a cold war with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This isn't we're paying off the Taliban.
Before the Russians
20 mil in a week?
To deliver them to the Russians. You can be assured
First of all,
that the
how
children
many
of the
people are
wealthy,
even
the
in the
children of the
Taliban,
powerful,
and how many more are they recruiting because they're making 20 million a
the
week?
children of
I remember
widows,
when Joe
children
Biden pulled out of
of
Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great, he ended, you know, and I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you gotta kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke.
no confidence
People are
whatsoever
falling
in
over
leadership.
it. They were trying to hang on to the No, watch when it's coming out on the
Leon
runway.
Trotsky fought against Russia so badly.
It looks really weird.
It's virtually impossible
Look at the
to
plane's
get a
face.
decent haircut anywhere.
It's got painted windows.
Yeah, thank you.
And people are running along. It's
In
the weirdest
Germany,
video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 9/11 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird, but it did happen. Like people did like take off in the last planes. People did. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying that video is super weird.
Other parts said no.
Sometimes video just looks like shit. Have you
Have
ever seen the Anne Hayes crash? Have you ever seen that video?
Century
Yeah, this is one thing at a time. Look at that, one thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous
like
plane.
Abraham Geiger, who was
It
generally
doesn't have
understood
any
as the founder of
windows,
the
so
reform
there's
movement.
that.
The idea
Well, the
was
windows
we
at
have
the
to
top,
prove
the
to the
platforms.
Germans
Well, that's for the
that
pilots,
we are
bro.
also
But the
Germans.
rest of the
That
video,
we
the rest
should
of the plane is all
more German
solid. It's a cargo. No, it looks like a giant cargo ship.
Reform our
And these people are
synagogues so it
trying to
looks
climb
more
in.
like a church.
Like, look
We
at this,
should
man. They're
try
trying to
to
get
do
inside
things
that
that make
cargo
us
ship.
fit
That
in
is
with the
nuts,
Germans. We're
man.
kind of
And the
a
thing is moving
slavish,
along on the
almost
ground.
aping of German norms
Yeah, you can see.
that was very
That's a regular cargo
characteristic
ship,
of the
brother.
period. Others,
That's a giant
like
military cargo
Frankel,
ship.
who was associated with
But it's
what we would
weird how
call
these guys are like
conservative,
laughing
would
and
say,
cheering.
you know, you're going
Yes.
too far.
It just looks
Taking
weird.
Hebrew
But like the whole thing was crazy.
that's
First of all, they
bridge too far,
felt
we're
like
not
there's
gonna do
our
it.
America
Orthodox
sent
thinkers
them home.
like Samson
You know, so there was
said,
that,
you know
and
what?
then there was the fact that we
are
left
not
behind
going to push
all
away
kinds of
again.
crazy shit. Black Hawk
Jews are going to do
helicopters,
this whether you
tanks,
like it or not.
and then they do
So you have to
parades
find a
where they
way
parade
to
guns.
preserve Orthodox identity by deciding what exactly is required and what exactly is done, and threading that
Same thing
is
reason we went into
associated with the
Vietnam,
founding
which was
of what we call
Vietnam.
the modern.
Nobody knows that about
Many
Vietnam.
felt that
Everyone thinks
he
about
was
stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never going to, Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. When you sell it as, we got to stop communism, now you go in and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle.
Increasing
Well, most
anti-Semitism.
transparent, that was
In fact,
when
the word
Fox
anti-Semitism
News
at
had a
this
role
time
where
was
they were
coined by
talking
William
to
Wilhelm
one of the generals on the ground. Yeah, it's like, sir, one of the military leaders of why do you have military people guarding the heroin fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. Yeah, on our side against terrorists. Like, literally, like fucking U.S. armed soldiers guarding drugs. And then the production goes through the roof. Yep, and it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced. Or where we go into Iraq, and the first things we go to are the museums.
And I'm against that. Hence the term
We're grabbing artifacts.
which originally was used as kind of a badge of honor.
Type shit. 100. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Was the Stargate in Iraq?
Temporary.
That was a weapon of mass
Some
destruction.
figures like Heinrich von Kreitschke,
Well, that's what you're talking about. Well, that amount of control, that would be the weapon of mass destruction. You go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back and fuck everybody up. Like, everybody watched a movie about, like, the Revolutionary War, running around in muskets. You just imagine, bro, imagine just storming in there with a tank, just fucking everybody. You don't even know what a tank is. Yeah, just helicopters, shoot them at helicopters. Like,
We'll obviously return to this subject next week.
you know,
Let us just
that's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine
imagine flying back
When we
1,000
get to
years to
the
getting that modern weapon.
end of the 19th
Bringing us back
century,
to this
there's a
timeline.
major
You think you could travel
scene
back and
drawn
forth through
with
timelines?
a wave of pogroms that really last 3 years in the Russian
What if you
Empire.
travel back
The
to
lighter
Thomas
color
Jefferson?
map here shows the so-called
Yeah.
tale of settlement,
Or
which
it's
usually
like,
allows them that.
you see movies about this all the time.
And
It's
as I
like you gotta
mentioned
go
in an
exactly
earlier
the
lesson,
place.
Jews are generally
Yeah, it's
able
a
to
library, you go to
tolerate
a dimension, you
Jewish
don't even know what it is.
anti-Semitism
What was that article
as
you just
long
quoted,
as
Jim?
they live in a reconcile. As long as they know
A
the
Rocky
government
Stargate
will
conspiracy
basically
from
follow
our
its own
perspective.
laws.
History.
With these pogroms, which were not devastating by 20th century standards. By one count,
4,000-year-old
only
massive
46 people were
tiered
killed,
shrine
unfortunately,
lined
but
with
only
giant
46 people were killed
staircases.
over 3 years. But
And
what
our
really
timeline
impacted the
was way
Jews
more
was the fact that, hey, we keep having these pogroms
It really is
after
beginning to
day.
change. Yeah,
Where
it's
is the
so
government
strange,
stopping it?
especially
The ISIS
reading
violence
stories.
and so Jews got up and said, we have to change things now. And these things came together as a series
Or
of
the
distinct
doors that are so
strategies
huge,
to survive.
or
One
the
of
steps
which
that are too
was
big for people
mass
to go up.
migration to these shores.
This is
1.75
the scariest military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Nineveh,
They developed
Some
five
speculate
strategies
this
for
was to
modernity
prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites.
emigration,
The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of active portals or advanced technology buried underground.
in the first lecture, I want to give you one takeaway message. And the message
Physical evidence, no practical, you don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations, great texts describing Anunnaki deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Look at that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notorious scientific pants when it comes to public. Notorious scientific pants when it comes to, they don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technological technology retrieval, despite years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. But if it was, where would it go? Defense contractors, right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like if they really did have a crashed UFO, and I'm in the middle of a great book,
in the sense that
Richard
they're
Feldman
finding new ways to
has
exist. I want to say dynamic in the sense that they're constantly moving. They're a flowing river.
UFOs for the 21st century mind.
And I think that's the takeaway message.
There's a lot of
thank you very much for your
stuff in there
endurance.
that I never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles into the sky and then blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe and they're just hovering there watching Earth, and then all of a sudden,
It's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon?
what is this, Jim?
These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98. Read the first paragraph. If you can.
Well, it's hard to read. It's weird.
While I know
Of course, I read it from
change the room around significantly, it's not too disorienting.
Weather rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Some heavy equipment
So
movement
let me
is
start just with a
anticipated
small
in near term in Kuwait.
pleasantry that will
Within 1 to 3
illustrate some
days,
of the
Iran
material
will
that we
launch
discussed
missiles
tonight.
into
I
Saudi
apologize for many
Arabia
of you who have
areas.
certainly heard this story before.
Frontline troops will not advance.
It's about a
Future
guy who
potential
needs
strikes
to
may
buy
occur in areas B,
another used
above.
car for his family. He's a very large, family,
Some
you see
type
the
of
guy,
interference
and
device
he
that
needs to get
causes
something large enough to
electronic
transport his entire
mechanical
family. It's not an easy thing to find.
some type of
And
energetic
so he
beam
goes
type
to a
of device
particular
that they
used
can
car
locate
lot,
in the sand area. So
and
figure
they
what
show him all the models. And the one that
actually
really
not
appeals to him
anticipated
is
until
actually this
February 91,
1977 Ford Esquire.
whatever interject me under this
wood
ad.
paneling on the sides, things like that, right? Big V8 engines inside.
Activity.
And he says, this looks like the perfect kind of vehicle for my family. One problem is, he says to the salesman, I see it's got no gas pedal, it's got no brake pedal. How do you drive it?
Yeah, who knows,
You know,
right?
retail truck. So, okay, I'll tell you that. So what happens is the Mazzarella Truth is this is a very religious car belonging to a very holy rabbi. And in order to make it go, you have this special formula. You would make
if I had
it
a
go by
print
saying,
in paper, some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has
and
it.
to make it
So
stop,
we
you
can
have to
use
say
it on them.
Shema
And say,
Yisrael.
oh
And
yeah, Iraq has a beam weapon.
So he
Yeah,
tries it out.
that was it. And it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting it in a paper where you know people could read it later on. Because of the FOIA request.
But how to make it
Well, I
stop.
probably
And
didn't
he's
anticipate
going
that, right?
faster and faster.
But
And he's
then on top of
the
that,
and
it's
he's
like,
going through red lights. And he goes the wrong way in a one-way street. He's panicking. He doesn't know what to
they
do. He
overestimated the
crashes
Iraq
through a
Army's
construction
capabilities
barrier.
as
He goes
is,
up
right?
on this ramp under
That was one of
construction.
the
He
things
realizes
about it.
the
It's like
ramp
the roads,
is about
like
to end.
kids
It's
had
an
a jump pad.
overpass under
It's the
construction.
fourth
He's
largest
gonna go
army in
over
the
the
world.
edge.
It's
He's
like
gonna
that
die.
life
So
the
it's
first two,
you
there's a
know,
real
good
big
joke.
drop off.
He covers his
Pretty sure
eyes.
Salvation
Claims
Army's
God.
number
Shema
3.
Yisrael, Shema Pena, Shema Chol.
I loved him, but that was a great joke about them.
And he
It's like
says,
that was a cakewalk. The first Iraq war.
Okay.
It
So
was just they
that's,
went
to
in,
a certain
fucked
degree,
everything up. The
that's
war was over really
the
quick.
kind of material that we're going to
So-
be discussing tonight in the last of our 4 lectures, a crash course in
Imagine
Jewish
how
history.
disgusting a human
Tonight
being
we're
could
going
have
to
to
be
be
looking at
to
what I'd like
invade
to call
another
the
country,
contemporary
find
brain outside of
secrets that
put some
changes
boundaries
the
on
way
that. I
human
want to say
beings
thank
view
you
our
to
history.
make sure I don't forget at the end of the lecture. You know, it's been nice to have such a
The history of
pleasant and
technology
attentive
that
and
has existed here
intelligent
completely
audience for these 4 lectures.
remaps the entire
It's
land,
also been rather
reimagined
popular on the
behind it.
internet. I
Yeah,
looked
well,
up the
that's the whole
analytics for it. It
Vatican
looks like about 30,000
library. Oh, yeah,
people
like what's
have
in
watched
there?
this series since the
I want to know what's in there. Did you see that Tibetan one?
which is
No, oh,
nice.
it's crazy.
So it's
There's
10,000
this
of my
ancient
mother
Tibetan
watching
library,
over
and there's this video of this guy walking
But
past these
it is
texts.
nice to know that
Thousands of
this
years old,
material
these
has
texts.
an audience.
And they're all in these bound
Okay,
books on
so
these
let us
shelves.
begin
Nobody's
by
touching.
defining what do I mean by the
See, you find,
contemporary
why is
period.
it with
Um,
by the, what's in there?
Historians like to use the term
What about the
the
Library of
long
Alexandria, which all the
19th
secrets of
century.
Egypt were
And
in
that's
there?
because,
All
you know,
the
centuries
probably
begin and end
depictions of how they built the pyramids, who did
chronologically
it, when it
round
happened,
numbers.
who erasing or whether or not they found them already built. That's a real
History
possibility.
tends to have,
Claim of 10,000-year-old Tibet library,
the long 19th century
find
generally
not worth
begins
paper it's written on.
with
But there is some
1789
sort of
with
a
the
Tibet
French Revolution.
library.
You might want
I'm not
to say
saying it's 10,000 years
1776,
old.
but the American Revolution
But I think
extends
it's
throughout the
1,000 years old. It
1800s,
was just,
and
there was
then
a
usually the other
library
end of the
that
bracket
took
is
this. Is that
1914
real?
with
Is that
the
bullshit?
beginning of World War I.
That's
So
bullshit.
it's called the long 19th century
okay.
in
That's
secular
not
historians.
exactly the one that I saw, but it was just
The
like that.
long
But it
20th
wasn't.
century, for our
AI probably
purposes,
took that
looking
photo
at
and
Jewish
animated it.
history
Now that's going
specifically,
around a lot.
would really
Oh,
begin
no,
with
yeah,
the
but this is
1881,
like at least a
84
year ago.
pogroms that we discussed
What I'd
briefly
seen.
at
But it
the
might
end
have
of
been
last
bullshit
year's
then.
class, and
It might have been
concludes
different
with
kind of
the
bullshit.
disengagement
Not
of
AI. AI bullshit's
Gaza
going
in
to make everything
2005.
impossible. Have you ever heard that
Those
most
two
wars are
moments
about erasing
really wrapped
history?
up major change,
Like, most of them,
demographic,
like a lot of wars are about erasing our
philosophical,
history, going in
spiritual
and
change
destroying areas
that
that
deeply
have like
impacted
a
the
connection
Jewish
to the
psyche
past.
worldwide. And I hope
That's a
to
big part of
demonstrate
World War
why
II,
those
was just destroy all this
brackets for our understanding
history so
of the
nobody
contemporary
learns
period.
about it.
So, picking up where we left off, you'll recall that in 1881, a pogrom wave began to sweep throughout the former Russian Empire. And a little bit like Fiddler on the Roof, believe it or not, where the Nachalnik says to Tevye, you know, there's going to be a pogrom, you should clear out in advance. There was a long-standing belief that was promoted by a lot of historians around the time that the Russian government had actually engineered the pogroms. That argument has largely been pushed aside with archival research that indicates the Russian government actually, although they weren't particularly pro-Jewish, they weren't philo-Semitic at all, and there were reasons why the pogroms were useful for them politically, they really didn't want to encourage anarchy because they knew that an anarchist movement like this could eventually spell revolution. The reality was the Russian government was simply inept and unable to stretch its resources far enough to be able to prevent this widespread violence. And when Jews, after a series of
realized that.
3 years of
So,
sustained pogroms in which
I wanted to tell you
hooligans
about
would
this.
come
So
into these little
I have
villages
about 8
and
guys
they would
from high school
rape
that
and
I'm on
pillage,
text
and then
thread
they
all
would
the
go
time.
away,
We
and then
talk
a
all
couple
the
of
time.
weeks
It's kind of
later,
where I
usually
got
in the
my
springtime, they would
ability to
come
kill
back again. There was
hecklers because
nothing
we
that
just
could
talk
do
to
to
each
stop
other
them.
forever.
Jews
Like we
stopped
stopped fighting
believing
at
that
one
the
age
Russian
and we
government
just
was a
started
left
annihilating
meaning
each
a
other. So
society
then it's
governed
just
by
like
law,
natural to
and they
me.
said we
Like
have to
what's
come up
the
with
trauma
something
as a
else.
kid
So
sometimes
that's
becomes your
the
strength as
moment of
an
change that I'd
adult.
like
So I
to
got really good at
discuss
that.
with you right now. By
Every
the way,
time I
this
fly
map
home, they just light
shows
me up. It feels so
the
good, right?
migration
So
from
I
the
go to
period of
college.
settlement between the period
My
of
friend Tony,
1881
he
and
goes
the
out
period
for
when
he
the
comes back, he
American
gets
government began
religion,
to
right?
shut down
And
a lot of the
he is,
migration in the early
and every
20s.
summer I go
And the
home
other
from
end of the field we're
college,
studying is the
2
disengagement
weeks
from
in college,
Gaza,
I
which
talk
we'll get to know
spirituality,
talking about
he always
Israel
tell
more
me
specifically.
things he learned.
A
But one
heart-wrenching
time,
moment
like in the
in
late
this later
90s, they bring
history
me out to
when Israel began
their
to
church
sort of
is
look
having
backwards and move
band. Guys in the church are in
from
the
what
band.
had been imagined
Yeah,
as a
the God,
messianic step forward
they're singing songs
towards
about
the
in
ultimate
the late
redemption of the
90s
entire
about 2
Jewish
towers
world.
coming down.
But
And the guy, I
we'll
remember
anticipate
hearing
where
that
we
going,
are.
that's kind of
So
crazy.
there
And
are 5
9/11 happens.
major
I go, well,
strategies
that's
that the Jews of
that's
Eastern
some
Europe, we
prophecy.
should
So
recall that the
Tony
Jews
always
of
tells
Eastern
me
Europe were the
build the
largest
World
single
Trade Center
block
towers.
of Jewish population in the world
It
at
took
the
a long
time.
time.
They
When did they
looked
know?
to 5 new
when were they
ways to
officially
try and articulate their status in modernity. The first was migration or emigration, as we saw in that map, particularly to the New World, to America. This is a Rosh Hashanah postcard, very appropriate for our purposes. I believe the date on this is
So do you think
1910, if
that
I'm not
those planes were
if I
remote
remember
controlled?
correctly.
I would
you can
take
see
it.
that on the
I would
right,
take they were
you have
missiles
the
that look like planes over
impoverished Russian peasants
passenger
here
planes.
bedraggled
Yes.
and carrying all
Because
of their belongings and bags and things
so
like
you
that.
think
Got
that
the
they
steamers coming up.
disguised a
Island is
missile
suggested.
to make it
And
look
here,
like
of
a
course,
plane? Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah,
born,
flew like
usually
man, you
from
can't
earlier
fly like
Germanic
that.
wave in the
But if you
1840s.
talk to pilots, it's
The
impossible to go at
American
that
Jews were
speed
happily
in a
greeting them
passenger plane
and
that
welcoming
low,
them, even
that fast.
the American equals as
you
it were
talk to
welcoming
people
the Russian
who,
England. And this is certainly a very
you talk
rosy
to
picture
pilots, they say
of
they
the
could
way
never
the
have
Eastern
done that. There
European
is
immigrants
technology
were
for them to
received.
take over the plane
This
because it's
is
supposed to
one
stop a hijack.
option.
They could,
The idea of
they could
simply
take over
leaving
the
and
plane
starting
and
over
copy
again. This is
from the
ironically the most
flight.
traditional option
That's
that
definitely
Jews have
possible. I
historically
think they were
chosen when
military
facing these
missile
kinds of
planes.
challenges.
If that's
Most
what hit
of
the
our
planes, if that's
ancestors,
what
I
hit.
anticipate,
So
were
what
part
happens to
of
the actual planes
this
themselves?
migration wave. There were some, of course, who came
I mean,
after
everything
World War
could be
II.
just
There
the
were
story
radically
laid down. I
different
think the
waves.
story of the
These
19
are
hijackers is
immigrants,
just
the
another
ones
layer
after
of
World War
deceit.
II are largely
You know, that
refugees
they
with a
set a
very, very different
foundation
mindset.
for
The
this story they want us to buy.
emigres tend to think, okay, I'm going to start all over.
Yeah, but Sam, the people
America,
did die
I'm going
and
to
the
make
planes
myself
did
into this
crash.
I'm
new
not saying
American
it,
Jew.
I
I'm
mean,
going
if
to
it doesn't make any sense
sometimes
because it
literally
looks like
throw
a
my
plane,
children
it flies like a
overboard as I
plane, it
approach these
leaves
shores.
the
I'm
exact
going to learn English. I'm
airport,
going
they
to
track
abandon
it, they know where it's
Russia.
going.
Whereas
It
the
flies
Jews who
stuck
came
out
afterward
Operation
who
Northwood, they
resented
clearly
their
tell you what they're
displacement
going to do.
and said,
You
no,
know
no, I
that,
will
which
not
is
change
why
for
they
America.
fly. No, you know that
I will
Operation
change for
Northwoods, they had a drone
I will
plane,
establish
and they were
myself
going
in
to
the
blow
Lower
it
East
up
Side,
and blame the
Brooklyn,
Cubans. I
Muncie,
know that.
and Lakewood, and I
And
will
so
make America into
what that
Eastern
tells
Europe.
us
A
is
very
they had
different
drone
mindset,
planes in
also a very
1963,
powerful
which is kind of
impact on
crazy,
American shores.
right? That is
Another
kind of
option
nuts. And that
was the new
was
Zionist
signed by the
movement.
Joint
We
Chiefs of
recall that
Staff
although
and vetoed
Jews
by
have been
Kennedy.
yearning for a
Why
return
would
to
you think it's a
Zion
missile and
since
not just
time
a
immemorial,
drone?
really
It's
since
possible it's a
the
drone
first
plane,
dead
but
out in the
it's
6th
flying
century before the
like
Common Era that
a
we talked
plane.
about 4 weeks ago.
Like what
Jews
makes
have
more
always
sense to
wanted to
me
return to
is
Zion.
that they took
However, the
over a plane
political
and remote
movement
control
we associate
whoever
with Zionism
they
really
is,
dates from the
whether it's the terrorists
1880s,
or
when
whatever
first a
demonic
more religious
entities
group
took
called
over the remote
Rebbe
control
Zion,
plane and
those
flew
who
that
loved
motherfucker
Zion
into those
began to
towers.
be
I don't
active in the
necessarily,
Black Sea region.
I mean,
Then
yeah,
later it
it's definitely
acquired
possible.
a
That
more
makes more
secular
sense.
character, especially in
The
Western
thing that
Europe,
didn't make
led
sense
by
to me
people like
was
Theodor
like
Herzl. And this was
the
a way of
box kind
saying,
of
you
thing
know
was
what?
weird. Because just
We're
a
going to move, we're
mass
going
of
to leave
people,
Eastern
you're
Europe.
going
But
to take a
why
bunch
should
of
we
answers,
just
not
repeat
some
the
big
process over and over again. Eventually, the same thing is going to happen to the Jews in America as well. But eventually, it's going to happen there too. So let's end history by moving to Israel.
with the right plan,
This to a
you know,
close,
but with the
we'll
wrong
finally
plan, I
return
can see you getting
home
fucked
rather
up
than
by a
maintaining another
group of
way
harsh
station.
men.
The Zionist
You know,
movement,
if you go see how
we
the
shall see
place
today,
out,
and of course we all know,
people acting
was
crazy, all the guys
immensely
jumping up and
successful.
you can
And we
catch
know,
the
for
wrong
example, in
fucking
the limited
plane.
election
The fact that you would
results
just
that we
take a
have
chance
from
like
the
that,
period
your plan
when
involved
Ukraine was
being able to control
independent
people in
and
box
Jews
cutters.
were voting
There's
in
only
the
a few
Jewish
of you, right? How many
pre-parliament.
guys were on each plane?
The Zionists captured the largest single block of Jewish
planes,
votes
just 19
after the
hijackers,
religious
breaking
parties.
up
So in other words, most Jews at this time in Eastern Europe were in favor of their
And then like there's
religious
just
leaders
numerology,
and in
there were
favor
5
of
guys
the
with
movement to
razors. Or
Israel.
studying the
That's not
numerology,
including, of course, the
9/11,
Jews
it's
who
all else
we
probably
didn't capture their vote because they voted with
plane
their feet
numbers,
and made their way
how
into
many
the world.
floors, how many
Thirdly,
feet
socialism.
the Pentagon
In terms
is.
of organized
You go deeper
parties,
in
it
the rabbit
was
holes
the
I like to
Gordon
go.
that
I
was
like
the
to go like
strongest, with
3/4 of the way down. I
30,000
go, yeah, this sucks. And I
card-carrying
get out of
members
there.
in
Yeah, I know, but I go all the way to the
1917
bottom, which I don't know is always accurate.
1917
But
revolution.
it's the world's ran
Socialism
by
basically said,
sorcerers. And once you
you know
start to
what?
realize that,
Moving to another country
everything's
just to
a
repeat the
rich
same
man's
thing. Moving
trick.
to Israel,
Listen,
that's also
just
crazy.
because
They're
the
going to have
guy
to deal with
who's
the
the
malaria
head of the
infected
World
swamps and
Economic
indigenous
Forum
populations.
looks like a
Let
wizard.
us instead end history
Just
by
because he dresses
changing the
like a
very
wizard in a fucking
parameters
Hobbit
of our
movie
existence. Let
doesn't
us
mean he's
move
in
to a
the
new
dark.
stage
Study
of
Michael
human
Churchill
existence
dresses
by
exactly
adopting the
like I would
collectivization of
dress,
all
except for when
property.
he's
Let
in
us adopt
Vice
the
and Star
policies
Guards.
of
Have you
Marx.
ever seen him at the beach?
Socialist
Yeah,
to such a degree
you've
that
never
we
seen him. You're
use
not good.
all
I know you're not. No,
national
he's
entities which
not.
are
He's in
the root of them are class struggle.
He's in a
So if we
bride
get rid of the
lingerie and a hat.
classes, if
No.
the proletariat
Yeah,
of the world would just
He's gonna
unite, then we'll
dude, it
recreate the
looks
world
exactly
anew.
like you're not
And
gonna
many
believe it,
Jews
but I
saw
totally
in
believe
this
this.
a
This is
type
one
of
of them
secular
images you
mechanism
found
that
online.
was
I think I've seen this one, and I said, "Oh, that's
and
it."
Jews said, we're not going to hold with the old religious values,
Come on,
but we're
look
going to
at
translate
it.
those
Tell me
values
that's not him.
into socialism.
That's not him.
Powerful.
Now let him try. You're that you're weird shit. It's a fake photo, I thought.
Fourth, and this is one of the smallest but nevertheless quite infinite election movement. They chose diaspora nationalism, which is a movement that was created by Shane Gilman, our friend here. We looked at him actually in a very perspective as a historian, who said that maybe the best time of Jewish history of most successful period was during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when, as you recall, we united all of our Shibboleth in one massive superstructure, and every state we had like a unified Jewish legislation that covered every Jew living in Poland, Lithuania, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. That was, as it were, a state within a state. Did not have to have the trappings of an army and a flag and things like that, but we had phenomenal strength as a people. And so we argued that Jews should go back to that kind of form of communal identification. All Jews should register in something called a cadastre, and all Jews, whether they were Russian, Polish citizens, Ukrainian citizens, they would be part of this massive state within a state. They would pay taxes to it proportionate to their income, and at the same time, that Jewish government would take care of all their needs.
That weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on there. One of my favorite characters in the Five Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes.
Idea
That guy
fell
was
flat last time. We never got more than 4% of the population.
like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird?
The
Now he
Federation
steals clothes.
movement is
Where's the
basically
clothes to like
founded
China
on
Vets?
ideas.
One
The big
lady's like,
difference is
that's
for
my
Jewish
dress.
ideas,
She's
it's
a designer. It was a
Once you were 20
one-off.
years old,
It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just
in
steal
America, it's true that
luggage.
if UJA gets your phone number, the
But
only way to get away
imagine,
from them
like,
is the witness
seeing
protection
that
program.
guy
But
and going,
otherwise,
he's
it
got shit
is
together. He
flawless.
should be able to
You
run the
choose to
government.
affiliate with something that
Be like, you
Goodwill
know what
did
this,
not
you know what
imagine.
the security
And
system
finally,
needs trans. That's
I'll
what was
return
his
to
job.
tradition. Up until this point, most of the organized rabbis were opposing all of these movements.
Rachel Levine.
There are definitely exceptions, but the bulk of rabbinic leadership was opposed to any of these changes, specifically those that were anti-clerical, like socialism, for example.
The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all caused the neocons and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the standing people behind them. It's all the same shit.
Religious
It's two
did
wings
not
of the same coin.
organize.
No, I like Trump more. I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely
And so this is the
ridiculous.
beginning of the
Because it would be anything different. It's a completely corrupted system.
Jewish
100% completely corrupted.
political
And no one
organizations that
in
were
like
designed
6
specifically
months,
to
whenever
defend
Trump's been
the
find out,
religious status
or
quo. This is, of
4
course, the
years,
famous
or even 8
film
years, it's going
recently
to totally
discovered as a
untangle.
puppet time shown
And
here.
it
There's
is
a
so
video
deep,
map,
and
but
it's at every
unquestionably the leader
single
of
level.
religious Jewry at the
Every
time,
single
of
level,
course,
dude.
Tunisia Aguidola refers
And that's what the internet did. Took our eyes off
under
things.
Israel. So these are the 5 choices that
Took
Jews
our
in
eyes
New York
off
basically
the
chose
internet.
to try and define their
That better be a
new
great podcast.
identity.
Imagine going, that guy should be in the U.S.
That
government.
was
I've been
preparing
saying.
them for what would be a tremendously tumultuous period of war and revolution.
Oh, yeah, that's why I want to run the
World War
power.
I, which
Check out
breaks
that
out in
windmill sign.
1914,
Look at that.
Jews are on all sides of the conflict.
And then sending
Jews
him to
distinguish
represent present. I said all these like international conferences. I wouldn't care if he was good at his job and didn't steal men's clothes. I wouldn't care. Like if you want to show support, I'm not going to wear a job. Yeah,
with all these Jewish war veterans who are decorated and nevertheless
show
have
up
sent to the camps as well.
and you work hard, but you don't want to wear a dress. Like, okay,
But it was
my
never
guy's wearing
an
dresses.
issue.
I don't care. And why would I care?
World War I was, of course, a massive exercise
It's not
of
much different.
futility.
There's
It
all
was
these
a
little
huge
pieces of cloth that tucks
life-altering
under your
event for the entire
so much
planet.
different on the
But if we
skirt.
focus
I would wear
specifically on the
pajamas
Jewish
if you would
experience,
let me.
perhaps the
I'd go
most
on. I'd
significant
go to a
experience
good
was
job
in
and you regular
Ukraine.
job.
Once again, in the
Yeah,
news
he's
a
aware
few
of
years
what's
later,
wears pajamas to do
where
stand up.
when the Russian government fell,
jobs
it's
like
clear that Ukraine is like
if you wear
a
a suit,
major
you're gonna
Western European
be
chunk
different.
of the Russian
more
Empire.
professional.
When the
Got a
Russian
suit
central
on,
government
I
in St.
can't be
Petersburg
bothered
fell,
with
there was
normal
a brief
tone.
power
Right?
vacuum
Like if you
in
showed up
which
in shorts and
the
t-shirt, like
indigenous
that's not even serious.
Ukrainian leaders,
Dressed like a
these are
fucking
not
idiot. Like he dresses a
Russophobic
certain
leaders,
way.
meaning
They think of you as a different kind. Yeah, 100%. So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day
with the Jews and
looked
they said,
so much
listen, we
older.
have an issue because the
Like the
vast
guy
majority
from All
of
of the
Ukrainians
Family was
live in the
46,
countryside.
and then
Literacy
actors
is
that
very
are
low.
56
They
look like
have
they're
no
kids.
experience with
And you were
international
talking about
relations,
it because
and
everyone
so on.
smoked all the
You
time.
Jews, on the other hand,
They
literate,
wore like
urbanized, connected
suits,
internationally.
proper clothes,
If
and
we
maybe
make
no
a
one worked out.
partnership,
Yeah,
we
no
will
one
give
worked out.
you Jews
Yeah.
whatever
No one.
you want
So when you
to
hit
help us build
46,
this
it was like,
Ukrainian country.
yeah,
And
we're,
basically what they
as a
decided
nation,
to
we're
accept
getting
was
fatter and
something
fatter,
like
but
what
there's
Goodman
also a
argued
segment
for,
that is getting
communal
more
rights
jacked and
as a
jacked. The
distinct
jiu-jitsu
community
guys,
within
CrossFit
Ukraine.
guys,
And it
Thai
was a beautiful
boxing
experiment
dudes.
in a lot of ways.
They're
This, for
all
example,
getting
is a
more and
100
more
carbohydrate
fucking
site
shredded than
from
ever.
the
Yes,
and
there
you
are a
can
lot
see
of fat people,
that they have
but there's
over
also,
here
in my opinion, way more
actually on
in
the
shape
back it says
people too,
Ukrainian,
because
but
they're
we're
just
on
more
the right.
people. And I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever
And here it
before,
says
but I
in
think the
Polish, and
average
down here
person
it says
is in
it in
worse
Yiddish.
shape. The average. There's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before.
An official language of
We're getting
Ukraine. They had a
fucking
minister of Jewish
We're getting our
affairs.
food is
They
terrible. This is
theoretically
what
had a
more than
budget
ever.
for
The RFK Jr. thing
things
is one of the most
like
important
basic
things of this
tuition and things like
administration. I thought, like, get in there and find out how these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet. How these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year. And how many, and they're not responsible at all
is
for
that the
the
majority
adverse
of the
effects.
runs,
This is
the
crazy.
plurality
Like, him
of
getting in
40%
there and
of
just
the
trying
reported
to
runs
at
perpetrated
least
by Ukrainian
untangle
troops
some of
who
that
showed
fucking
fealty to the same
evil
government that
octopus
was at the
mess.
same time
Just all the
giving all of
different
these rights to
tentacles
Jews.
of
They were led by
control.
this man, Simon Pereira. This is
The fact that they're telling
a
you,
recently erected
oh, we know
monument
these
to
dyes
Pereira
cause
that
cancer, you
was
can't use them anywhere
in
else
the
in the
city of
world.
Venezia,
But we
just
have to
around the
use
corner
them
from
here.
the synagogue,
We're
actually.
a company.
And he's a
Yeah,
deeply
that's
misunderstood
crazy.
figure.
And it's the same company that
Many
makes
have,
stuff they send to Canada that doesn't have the
portrayed
dyes.
him as
It's
the
nuts.
architect
It's
of
crazy.
these
Or how,
pogroms.
I saw Ian Carroll talk
Others
about this, how they have a
said
drug
that he was
that causes hair
perhaps
loss,
an
and then
unwilling
the same
participant
company
in them,
sells
that
you
will condone them
stuff
for a
that'll
brief
help your hair
period
grow
of time
back. There's
in order to
companies
try
right
and
now that
keep
are
his
working on
troops
drugs
in
that
line
help
with his
people that have
overall
heart
cause, but in the end, he and his movement was totally defeated.
issues with
He
heart
fled
repair.
to Paris,
There's a
where
particular
he
NBA
was
legend
tracked down by
Kareem
this man,
Abdul-Jabbar,
Shalom Schwarzbard,
during the whole
walked up to
COVID
him on the
stuff
street like
was
he came out of a cafe
like
and
he
said,
was going after
"Who's
LeBron
in
James
the ship
really
He said,
hard
"Me?"
about not
And then he
getting
pulled out a gun and he shot
shot.
him dead right on the spot.
And now
In
when
an
I listen, because
amazing
I'm old, I still
trial
listen
that
to
took
sports
place in
talk
Paris a
radio.
year later,
You know,
reported in the New York Times,
he's doing commercials
Schwarzbard argued
for heart problems.
that he was actually, even though he was
Like, that's the
clearly an
craziest storyline I've ever
assassin
seen
in
in my
the
life.
clear
The guy
light
who
of
was
day,
guilting
he shot
everybody.
someone
And this
in
was the guy who was a civil
cold
rights
blood,
leader
daylight
who's
of
doing
day.
commercials
He
for
argued
heart
that he was
problems.
doing it out of revenge for the
Heart
pogroms.
Fibutosi.
And
Can
the
you look up what Kareem
Parisian
Abdul-Jabbar
jury,
heart commercials? He's talking about how he's
the Parisian jury, perhaps thinking about the Dreyfus affair,
But this
for
was
which
a
they
guy who
clearly
was
convicted an innocent guy,
full
decided
on
this
in
time
a
to
civil
clearly
rights movement,
pick
who
a
understands,
different guy. They
would
fined
have a
him
great
one
understanding
franc
of
in damages,
the
and
black
they set him
community's
free.
relationship with
So
pharmaceutical
Schwarzbard
companies
became
and
known
what,
as
you know,
the
that
Avenger.
famous
I
thing where they let
have to
everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses
raised Torah
to
scroll,
convince
the
them,
angel of
take
death
that.
flying overhead.
So he was a guy who
with a
was
sword of
pushing
vengeance in his
everybody.
hand, and it's
So
written in Yiddish
crazy.
letters
It's
on
with
top,
Pfizer too.
Schwarzbard.
And he was a guy
So
who
this
pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me. But did he have that before he got jabbed?
Europe was nothing like what it
Never
was
heard that.
before.
It's possible. I never heard of it, but it's crazy.
Europe is
They are
largely
both
divided
sides of
among three major
And it's kind of
empires,
crazy, but a
Germany,
lot of old people got
Austria-Hungary,
real
and
scared.
Russia.
That's one of the
After
things that
World
happened.
War
A lot of
I,
old people,
these three
when COVID
empires
came
are
around, got
not
real
at all the
scared.
same.
They
Russia
wanted
is
to believe
cut
that the
back as this
pharmaceutical drug
major
companies had an
Poland
answer.
appears
They didn't
after
want to hear
200
any
years of
nonsense from the
submersion,
anti-vaxxers.
and it is
Well,
no
you saw
longer
they
the
rolled
Russian
it
Empire,
out,
it's now
like,
the
it
Union of
started
Soviet
with China,
Socialist
and
Republics.
we saw these videos of
Germany
people
loses
falling
its
down,
land bridge
even though
to
that never
East
happened when
Russia, which is part
everybody
of its
got COVID here
territories,
until
and
one.
these new
They
Baltic
got
states
the
are created,
jab, right? Then we
Czechoslovakia is
started
created,
seeing people, God,
Austria-Hungary are
you know.
tiny rump
So
states that are only
you watch how they
a
slow
portion of
roll
what they used to
these
be, and
psyops
it was
out.
just a
Crazy things
massive mess.
watching the
Americans were very
compilation
much
of all the
involved.
newscasters
Woodrow Wilson
doing
with the
good,
14
dude.
points. There
Although
was
when
a
they
period of
see
time in
something
which
and they
the
freak
local
out and they fall,
populations
that's
were
the
given
weirdest
the
thing. It's
option
all
of
weird. It's all
self-determination.
weird. It's
The
weird that we all
difficulty
watched
was
it in real time.
that
They had
someone
like
had to
all
decide
video.
which
I mean, it's
populations
also
had
the
the right
universe
to
had the
exercise
script,
their
right?
self-determination, and
They
which
had a McDonald's
populations
video
didn't
in
make it.
particular. She's
The
like, I got
Arabs in
all the
Israel
jab.
would later
Yeah,
take the name Palestinians
but I
when
mean, it
even
was
on the
nuts.
scene
It was
like that, but
like
that was
the
the same
perfect
kind of thing. They
punchline
missed
at the
this
right
particular
time.
train.
You know, if you
Other
want to have
countries did
evidence
make
of a
it.
simulation
However,
like that,
as my
seems
teacher likes to
fake.
put it,
That's so crazy.
the,
Being caught on camera, crazy. And then she turns back and you know something's going on. She doesn't try to brace
after
herself at all.
World War
It was so bad.
made World War
I
II
feel for her. I like
inevitable.
her.
In other words, World War
That was a
II was
bad fall.
fought
Scary,
because
scary
the
fall. But it's
victors
just
in
crazy
World
how
War
it
I
lined
did
up
not
that
clean
way.
up loose
And
ends
crazy how brought to
appropriately.
you by
This
Pfizer. Excuse me.
tremendously complicated
You see those
task of
commercials? I mean, those
left very few
compilations rather
populations
of
completely
all the
satisfied,
different
and as a result,
newscasters
there was a
falling
huge
over.
revisionist
It's like,
movement
wow.
wanting to change the map.
No one,
The most prominent of the
no one got
movements to change, of
suspicious
course, was
other than these weirdos online.
So let's
All the
look at
known
the period of
newscasters
Clinton
got
Wars. I want to
suspicious.
focus on
No
two
media
areas.
people got
Obviously, this is a
suspicious.
crash course,
New York
so we are
Times didn't get
rushing
suspicious. How many
through time
soccer
at
players are dropping dead?
H.G.
What's
Wells'
going on?
speed here.
Healthy athletes
Let's
having
look
heart
at
attack. How many people are just having
what's
heart
happening in
attacks? They're
Soviet
18
Union,
years
which is
old. It's
very
never happened
fascinating
before.
on
What
a
the fuck is
Jewish
going on?
perspective, and then of course we'll turn
No one
to
wants to
Germany.
admit that they made a terrible
The
mistake.
Soviet Union
And then they got doomed.
has basically
So they
two periods
continue
during
to
the
do the
interwar
work
period.
of the people
There
that
is
duped them.
the 1920s, which is a
They're they got
remarkable
bit by the
period
vampire. They try to bite other people. It's weird.
flourishing of indigenous Yiddish language culture,
Delaware
where
conspiracy?
the
No,
Soviet
from
Union
you?
policies involve
No
something
fucking
called
way,
Korean
Sam. I don't
which
believe
is
you.
very
They
difficult
don't
to
need
translate
population.
from the
Have you ever
word
looked
Korean,
into
which
that?
means root.
Oh, that the population is actually a lot
Rootification,
lower.
sometimes
Yeah,
it's translated
yes.
as
And then there's all this
indigenization,
all
which
this
means
data
the Russians
that kind of
basically said,
lines
the
up like
Soviets
the
basically
amount
said,
of funeral
look,
homes have
the
quadrupled.
culture actually
China's lied
comes
about
from
the
the
amount
people
that
living there,
they
but
made
it's a
all these.
natural folk
They listed
culture,
all these fake
then we
kids
should
going to school
encourage
that
it.
aren't really
We
going
should
to
put
school.
money into
And the
it.
weird
And
one
so
is
that
the
meant
amount of
that a
salt
huge amount of state
that
resources
they've
went to
imported
promote
from China,
Yiddish
from
language
Japan,
culture.
has gone
Yiddish,
down
of course,
half.
is
So all
a
these people
Jewish
go to
language,
China,
but it's
all these guys
primarily
tourist
medieval
bloggers,
German.
and they're like, there's
There's a lot
nobody
of
around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody? This is because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see that pornographic land up the road.
mixed
Look
in,
how many
some
people are in
Romance
there.
languages,
But you
Aramaic
see
as
this
well,
over and over
it's
again.
written
When
in
people go to
Hebrew
China, they're like,
characters.
there's nobody around
So
here.
the Soviets said,
Parts
okay,
of it
let's
that
do
are very
Yiddish
unpopulated.
plays,
You know what
let's
has always
do
been the
Yiddish
weirdest
literature,
conspiracy for
let's
me
do all
with
kinds of
China?
Yiddish. There was
The Great
actually a
Wall.
period of time during the
How many
1920s.
faces?
It was so
Yeah,
good
the turrets
that
where they shoot arrows
Yiddishists
from.
who had
That's
emigrated to
facing
America went back to the Soviet
Not
Union.
outward.
So
Not
look,
like
they were
to
going to
guard
create this
people
like
from coming over
workers'
the wall that way.
paradise where you could
It's the
express
other way.
yourself
Yeah.
so amazingly. It is a phenomenal
Who
resurgence of
designed
culture.
this?
And then in the
What would you do?
1930s,
Yeah, try to accomplish. Why would you have it
effectively
turned towards
wiped out
the
his
China?
opponents,
Right. So they're
Hitler
like
and
China.
Trotsky,
Yeah,
and
that
when he
doesn't
was
even
in
make
power,
sense.
he said
Yeah,
enough of this
it's kind of like when you look at like
the
the
Georgian
Taliban
word for that,
camp,
but
right?
he
They
said
had
enough of
people
this
from prison.
Nazi, and he
They-
essentially
the people
rolled
they want to
back
keep in,
almost
they put all
all of
the
those
wire
things,
and stuff
and
this way so
the
you
Soviet
can't
Union
crawl
just
out.
got
Yeah.
totally
So it's the
crazy,
same thing with that.
descended
You
eventually
see
by
how
the end of the 30s
long
into a
it is to-
purge mentality that was very
What is
much
the
like
full length? I
the
think it's
Spanish Inquisition that we saw
14,000
earlier.
miles.
Some of the
That's
crazy things, for example,
14,000 miles of stone wall.
the idea was was
over
that
hundreds of years.
Yiddish was good because it
You have
was a
the
natural
things for arrows
language of the
pointed
people.
towards the
Hebrew
people.
was
You have
bad because
every
it was a
single
language both
old
of the
pictures
rabbis and of the
like it
Zionists.
being
There
built.
are two strikes
The
against them.
people
So
building
then
it
there was a
are like
period of time when the
demons and shit like
Russians
that. It's like very weird.
made any
What?
Hebrew
Yeah, I
words
was
in
talking about
Yiddish illegal.
drawings, you mean?
You
Yeah,
could not
drawings
have
of
Hebrew words in Yiddish, which is a really hard thing to do
Great Wall of
because
China being
it's maybe
built, so must
15%
be
Hebrew.
built like
But there are a lot of key
like
words, like for
demons,
example the
you
word
know.
chalver, which in which means friend, or in Russian translation, Tovarich,
multiple
comrade,
sides.
right? So how do you take comrade
Sometimes
out
they're
of
just
Yiddish
facing
language?
it. I don't
You
know.
have to
This
keep it
guy
there,
did a whole
but
video on this whole
you
stretch of the
spell
Great
it
Wall where it
in
faces
Yiddish
it.
phonetics. So in Soviet textbooks from the period, Chaver,
Let's click on
which
that
in
one.
Hebrew is correctly spelled Chet Bet Reish, is spelled Chaf Aleph Vav Vav Ayin Reish. Chaver, spelled out. It's actually hard to read it because you have to like stop
Again,
thinking
14,000
Hebrew
miles,
spelling.
right?
Words like MS, truth,
And
Ayin Mem,
so
Ayin
some of
Sem.
it,
And here's even a
territories
weirder
change.
thing.
Right.
When they looked at the
Sometimes,
Hebrew alphabet,
you see that
they
because,
saw
like,
there were
I'm Armenian, I'm
five
from
terminal letters,
our
right? There were
village of
5
Vol,
letters,
and
and
I'm
that's
Russian
But
Armenian.
if they occur at the end of a
Time,
word,
he
they're
was in
written
Turkey.
slightly different.
Bro, look at
In
this.
English, we have the same thing, except at the beginning of words, they're called
How
capital
long was
letters.
it take?
A letter looks differently if it's a proper noun at the beginning of a sentence than if it's at the beginning of a word. The Russians said that's not proletariat, that's not like a full
Imagine
thing,
if you
get
live
rid of it.
forever
And
and
they
like
made
Sam,
the final
you
letters
can live forever,
illegal.
but you have
If
to
you
rebuild
published
the
a book
Great Wall of
with
China.
not spots,
But if you
you'd
do,
be sent to
don't worry, you live
Siberia.
forever.
It was a totally
It's gonna
crazy
take you
thing.
a long
The
time.
Ukrainians
But
have the
once you're
worst.
done,
They
you'll
had
be
a letter
free.
G.
Does it say
that was
how long
very-
forever?
It
Yeah,
used the
do
letter
it.
G.
No, I don't want to
Siberia.
live forever, you know?
And
No, I don't think we're meant to
they
live
weren't
forever.
completely
I think
shutting
we're meant to
down
come here,
Jewish activity. Stalin
finish it to
promoted
acid,
this
or
crazy
wrap it up.
idea, actually
Yeah, I
came
think so
from
too.
Lenin,
And this whole thing about
Soviet
extending life
Jewish
forever
homeland,
sounds
perhaps to
miserable.
try and offset the growing
It is
popularity of
weird.
science. This Soviet
Techno
Jewish homeland was
people
called
are
Azerbaijan. Here's some
about to
propaganda
grasp
poster
the
from the
ability
period,
to do
showing
something
the Jews
that
rebuilding this
has never been
tiny
done before.
outpost.
It's very
It's
strange.
way out here.
Like
In
if
order to
you
show you where it is, I actually had to use the whole
change the
globe.
human body,
Here
and
is,
you
of
can
course,
enter
the European
some sort of
Russia,
chip into the person's
Belarus,
brain that
Ukraine,
gives them
Poland,
entire
places where Jews
access to
primarily
the
live,
internet
and
instantaneously,
and here, all of
telepathic
the over
language.
on the Far East is Azerbaijan.
You know,
Anything
who
going
knows
for it was
what
its
kind of ability
proximity
to control
to
electronic
authentic
devices
Chinese
and all
food.
kinds of different
Otherwise,
things. And
Azerbaijan
someone
was like
gets
a
to
wasteland.
decide
And
whether or not
ironically,
that
when the
happens
Jews
to the
really
human
needed it,
race.
during
Yeah,
the
because once it happens,
Azerbaijan
you're
was
not putting that
closed
cork
to them.
back on the bottle.
Here's
You know,
another
it's going to give an advantage to people.
poster from the period
So
that
everyone's
shows
going to want to do it.
Jews
You
going
don't
out
want to
to
be a regular
Azerbaijan,
meat
building a new
when all
Soviet
these fucking
homeland.
geniuses
You don't
are
have
around
to
here
go all the way
reading
to
your
Israel
PIN number
for
from
here
your
is right
mind.
there in the
They're doing
Soviet
that.
Union.
They're doing
Of
that
course,
with
even
babies
these
now. They can
elements were
test that cute
truncated
cell right.
by the Holocaust.
They're doing genetic tests because these
Now,
really rich people want
Zionism
super
is
smart
growing
kids.
apace at this
So they're
time. I
making sure
wish
that
I had more time
the
than
IQ of the baby
1
is
hour
at a
to
super
cover the
high
entire
level.
20th
There's
century.
also
But
a thing in China
Zionism
that they
is
both have
rapidly
babies.
growing as a movement.
Genes
There
to
are many
make them
different
smarter.
varieties of Zionism that are
Yeah.
engaging the
We're going to
minds
have
of young
genetically
Jews.
modified human
And it
beings
is
for
seen
sure.
as a way
And
of
if they're not already here,
rebuilding
but I
the
mean, they're going to
Jewish
be like
spirit.
Thor.
It
Everyone's
is
going
seen
to
as a
Thor.
return to the
Everyone's going to
land,
look like,
which is something that
fill
many
the blank.
anti-Semites have been arguing
Whatever
since
you're
the
in. Too
19th
much
century
shit.
that Jews
It's
were
going to be amazing.
ruthless
It's going to be such a good time. There's going to be no sixes.
They were too involved with trade,
It's just going to be,
finances, nothing
initially it'll be
real. They're not
adopted by the
connected
rich.
to
Then
the
it'll just be like
soil,
cell
which
phones.
is a very
In the
important
beginning,
thing for
you
these
know,
early focus
fucking
thinkers,
Mike
which
Douglas
is
had that
related
big
both
ass
into
fucking
racism,
stupid,
the
they
idea
go
that you
read,
develop
and
your
read,
character
and now
because
that's
you
a
dump
joke,
your
right?
fingers
Now everybody
into
has a
very
phone. You go to the
unfair.
jungle.
If you do that for enough
There's
generations,
fat
you
homeless
really
people with
enjoy it.
iPhones.
But the Jews, even living in
Like,
Europe
that's why
for
they're
1,000
having
years,
revolution.
because
They
they're
have fat
living
homeless
inside their
people with
caves and
iPhones.
inside their basements and places like that, so they never had a chance to become brilliant through it.
That's how
The idea of Jews returning to the soil is seen as a way of naturalizing Jews by the Jews themselves.
I agree with everything you said, though.
And then, of course, in the 1930s, there was a massive change to the right. That affects the entire European population. Fascist movement growing not only in the Axis powers, but also in England, in America, Canada. There are very popular and significant fascist movements going on. Hitler is shown here is someone who was engaged in World War I. This is actually Alexander Platz in Munich when war was declared. And here he is. You can see that he's very overjoyed with the possibility of going to war. He is wounded with chlorine gas, an experience that traumatized him, and later he spoke about it in connection with what he was like to do to the Jews, and of course eventually that came about. Incredibly effective speaker, his whole people spellbound for hours, tremendously, persuasive leader who managed to sway the minds of millions to a disastrous conflict.
Bye, Joe.
He used kind of like
There's a term, it's
style.
You like Joe Rogan?
communist term, it's like foreign
massive events
visa.
like the Nuremberg riots to whip up incredible amounts of support.
Getting
And
funny.
so then that turns into a
I know.
Sweatshirt.
I think this thing.
I got you. Oh, there's one at 10 minutes. Oh, no shit.
And let's just pause for a second.
Are you
Here
serious?
you are. Yeah,
It's
dude.
fucking
Right,
7
one of those
minutes.
90 whole time. Oh, dude,
All right,
Oh,
this is the thing.
you want this one?
You get to a certain point where you get really tired and you just like, are you tired?
Sorry, you got to see my
Oh, yeah.
Here you go. Never watched this.
Basic
Sure.
stages, and the historians differ on exactly how to characterize
These two people would hate
I'm going to
you.
give you two basic historiographic perspectives at the end of the presentation.
Do you really think I hate you?
One basically understanding is first there's the period of Nazism. And in fact, at the Nuremberg
Really?
riots, I told you earlier, one of the things
For
that
real?
I realized pretty much at the last minute, they spent the entire night pulled around a dining room
I
table,
think you're
literally
really
writing
watching.
down,
I'm just
trying to
I
work
just
out
got to
this
old man
chart.
jujitsu
They
where I
realized
got
that
wrist
they were
locks
actually
shit like
going
that
to
because I
push
can't
through
move
the
these
Jews.
fat
The
legs.
very first thing
Thank you for the follow.
I can't
What
tell
they
them
mean
out
Yo,
was a
Tim.
Jew. Who
Dude,
exactly
I want
Thank
this
you
so
for the
bad.
follow, Rabbi.
and so
It's
they
I got
finally
bad
came up
hit
with
You,
this
too,
plan.
man. That's why I got
It
work
shows
out.
the
Yeah,
it
it's
says in the top of
Thank
Germany.
you for
It
the
just
follow,
says
Rabbi.
and it
You're
says
welcome.
the laws that define those
No, I gotta do that.
Look at this move.
basically anyone
Dude, I fucking love B. Alexander. That guy, producer, can definitely rule. Really? Oh, for sure. Everybody knows Purdue. Why not?
Surgery road many times.
that was ultimately sufficient
Oh, look at this move.
for a person
2 knee
to send
surgeries
to
because of
the
jiu-jitsu.
gas chambers. Obviously, it didn't
You
matter
have to
to
make
Nazis
sure
whether it
that
was a
that
Look at
mother
this
or
move.
you have to make sure that it's
He
not
likes
like
them
an
Tripoli.
or something like that where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Yeah, because you need that fixed. Yeah, and if you get it fixed, you'll be way better off. Yeah, I gotta get it fixed. MMA fighters do it all the time, like Sugar Sean. Before his fight, he tore his labrum. The first fight. And he was going to get surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way he was going to. He wanted to make that sphere show. He's like, do it sphere. It's like, fuck it, I can still
series
beat
of
the guy.
legislation throughout the 1930s that isolated them for
But he
society,
needed it.
ostracized them,
And
placed great
then he finally
restrictions
got
on them.
fixed. It's like, dude, I
Some
feel
of them
fucking infinitely better,
economic,
infinitely
very
better. You
onerous,
have to
like
fix it. If it's
Jews
a
were not allowed
labor
to
tear
own
or
a
something like
business.
that,
They had to
you
essentially
just don't want
address
to
their
ruin
businesses.
it. You don't want to get a
Typically,
hip
non-Jewish
replacement, which I know a gang
Jews
of
were not
guys who
allowed
have
to
hip
employ
replacements. I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I went home for a bit. I brought the kids back to the homeland. All my family was like, I got this fix, I got this fix, I got that fix. The hip one's nuts. Because I know guys that are 40
crowded
that have hip
into
replacements.
ghettos. This
Like,
is
not
a
just one.
photograph of
You know?
Warsaw.
I think Connor,
Some of the
you know,
ghettos
I know
were
like a bunch of
attritionist,
MMA
like
fighters that I get
Warsaw, and you
either
can see
hips
that
done.
the
John
Nazis
Wayne Parr,
wanted
Muay Thai
the
guy,
Jews
he had his
to
hips done.
die on their own.
At least one hip.
And others were
It's rough, man.
productionist, where
They
they
saw the
seemed to
top of
follow
your
a
bone
policy
off and
that
fucking
if you
carry
wanted
on
only to
different
slave
sockets
labor,
and
like
screw it all there.
they were making
It's
like
good for
textiles, and they'd be allowed to
I
get their
messed up
productive
some
labor.
joints
In
here,
the end,
I'm running and cutting
all
days.
the
I'm
Jews
not
were
drinking enough
taken to
water. I
death.
think I
This changed in 1941. In reality,
the thing about those hip styles
what
is
we
when you're
need
eating
is
now,
the
like before in the past, if you had a
The real
chronically
date
inflamed
is
hip
not
arthritis,
September 1,
you
1939,
know, it's
when
calcium
Hitler
or
was
missing
it's not January
meniscus or whatever,
cartilage. It's really June 22nd, 1941, the date of
now they just
Operation
give you an
Barbarossa.
artificial one, and they say, well, it's probably lasts about 20 years. Well,
Actually have
for 20
mass
years,
murder of
like,
Jews
everyone I know that has one.
planned and
Well, it's normal.
organized.
Yeah,
It's a rather amazing thing to feed into this conservation of
that's what I
the
want. I want
The
to fix my
Nazis
hip.
did
I
not
want to do
do
what I
that.
know.
Organized mass murder of Jews for relevance to the war.
Which I'm
There were lots of individual persecutions, lots of brutalization, lots of isolation and abuse of those
we
at
really
this time, which of course occurred before the war,
because they need to find
far
out
less
exactly
than
what's going on inside
200
there. I'm paying $1 gazillion
That's
in
a
health
very tiny
insurance. I
number
better
in
deal
the
with
scope
that.
of the
Bro,
overall
that doesn't get you nothing these days. Nothing. It's unbelievable. Do you know what happened in
Operation
Nazareth?
Barbarossa.
Oh yeah, dude, that's so tragic and sad and just disgusting. It should be like if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back.
Hitler
How
and
crazy is that?
Stalin
He had
had a
health insurance.
non-aggression
he got a terrible infection in his lungs that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. He had to get a double lung transplant, and health insurance says we're not covering it.
Tremendous success.
How's that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the guy, right? Like, this is not, he's not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing that he did. He just got sick. Yeah. Isn't that what health insurance is for? And 100%.
Special commando squads. These were generally men who were not fit for regular service. Typically older,
that seems to be like a break in
flat-footed,
the
hourglasses,
like
things that did
something
not
like
make
that.
them
Is
ready
you
for
can't
regular
say,
service.
oh, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Right, this guy just got sick. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going, well, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems with his back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And that is weird too.
This is clearly organized beforehand. This is clearly mass murder. This is really the onset of the Holocaust. But it involves nothing like the gas chambers. That would be developed later on, either because, in a lot of the German historians, either because Hitler saw that the interface with the world very difficult, psychologically very draining on the people who were involved, and it was expensive, it was inefficient. Many people actually survived the Einsatzgruppen murders by feigning death. Many children, for example, would fall into the pit, very gruesome kind of experience, and be literally buried with the bodies of the villagers that they lived with, and then at nightfall they would call up from the wreckage and they would make their way into the forest and join the partisans. Heart-wrenching stories, but there are a lot of them because it's a very inefficient method of murder.
Yeah, they can mess it up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a bag change, and she never left the
Another
hospital.
body of thought
She
suggests
passed
that
away.
Hitler said to himself, wait a second, we're getting away with this, so no one's stopping us, and we're doing this for months and months and months. Perhaps we can actually do something to
She had
accelerate
one
it,
bad
which would
kidney
be
and one good kidney, and they took out her bad kidney.
in
They took
January
out
of
her good kidney
1920,
and left her bad kidney.
on the 1942, January of 1942, at the resort of Wannsee, north of Berlin, a group of Nazi officials got together, had a conference that discussed how to finally rid the world of the Jewish problem. And we actually have the minutes from that conference, which has tables of Jews, including 200 Jews in Albania,
And he's trying to
200
build
Jews
himself
who were
back up.
going
And
to
they had to go
be
fund
hunted down by the
it,
Nazis,
which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery to be a big chunk of it.
And at this Wannsee conference, the Nazis decided that a much more efficient killing technology would be to use a rat poison called
Did they have a response? Is there a
and
response
instead
for
of
why they didn't
having
cover
mobile
that?
killing squads move out to where the Jews live in
It
Czechoslovakia,
seems insane. I mean, unless there's some
distinct
legal
camps,
loophole, how could you not cover someone and just get some crazy illness
destruction
like that?
camps, death camps,
You know, when Obama was,
distinguish them from
I mean,
tens
Obama
of
was
camps
like,
called
not the guy I thought was,
or concentration
Obama's
camps
first term is the last
that
time I
were
voted for
designed
either
primarily
Republican
for
or Democrat.
political
That was
purposes.
the last time.
The 6
So,
death
you know,
camps
everybody
were
wanted
designed,
change. I
as the
get
name
into how they
implies,
basically
for the
break that
purpose
thing
of
for
making
them. You know, because America after George Bush and Dick Cheney hates old white
Jews
neocons.
and other
And then
undesirable
who do they have? Who do they
Roma,
have? Running against
homosexuals,
Slick,
witnesses,
the
a whole host of people wherever they went, Hitler Bush would be shipped off to
who
these
they have
6
John McCain, who's
mission
just
fields.
you know, the
And
poster
there
child
was
with
a
the mascot
primarily
and
by death.
neocons, right?
This is
So
the
they basically
leader
run
of the
everybody
Holocaust,
We're like,
and
yeah, we're
the
gonna have change.
majority of the
He's running on like everyone getting healthcare and all that stuff. And then so they have this giant debate in Washington about, you know, universal health coverage. And this is it's on a plane that runs to Germany. And it speaks to stuff like that during major campaigns. You know,
the way of understanding what is this thing we call the Holocaust was shaped largely by this
never voted for another
historian, was most important that of the war against the Jews. And basing itself largely on the strategy that was employed by the Allied lawyers that used it as a fund program by Nazi Germany, she argued that Nazism is essentially a conspiracy that was headed by a Hitler, and a small coterie of like-minded people, individuals dealing in the South, and they somehow fooled all of Germany, all of Europe, to along with this outrageous diabolical the model of understanding the Holocaust makes me really think about it grew up with, because it was this dominant school of historiography late in the 1970s, and the culture of culture getting into the early 90s. Really laid the blame very heavily on the people themselves and a small group of sincere Christians. But most average German citizens, most French citizens, most Romanians, etc., were actually a fool. They had no idea really what was going on. And we should then put this ugly episode behind us and move on to a bright European future. This was largely challenged by scholars like my teacher, Michael Malick, others like Michael Browning, Rozak, who say the same things are just fit in this model. Like, for example, why is it that Hitler actually tried to set up gender race for Jews? There's not quite the actual Nazi support the possibility of buying the items of and shipping all the Jews down to Alabama for the Agnes. Another thinking was, let's set up a reservation in Restream and send all the Jews to live over there. Why did the Nazis allow the Jews to live right up until October 1940? If you had a place that would accept you could actually live in Nazi Europe. And then, why wait until spring 1941 to begin killing the Jews online? If they really had this panic in the beginning. So this school is saying that, no, you know what? The Holocaust is probably more a function of the war. And as the war deliberately, undeniably, instead of allowing ties, sort of began to gradually get this. Everything that had been done until now, it would actually do it. And seeing if they could get away with that, for example, the notorious experiment when they started killing children with Down syndrome. And it was one of the times first found out about it, long before that. It was around the way with a tremendously powerful ugly beat. It reminds me very much of John F. Kennedy said that, measure the value of the city of the country by the way it treats its weakest members. And this is exemplary of the kind of evil that is inherent in the Nazi enterprise. The functionalists began to experiment literally with psychological tools. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the work of Stanley Milgram, who is not a historian. He is a psychologist working at Yale and Stanford universities, in which he wanted to conduct experiments
set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, you know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, and there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, you know, they clean everything up. Like,
basically
people talking about, like, what Bill Clinton was fooling around with. And it was the little girls,
total
you know,
strangers.
and I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House.
2/3 of them are
He just sees
completely
holes, he wants to hit
to
them,
murder
right?
another human being. As long as someone in a white coat says the experiment will continue,
You know, you
will
can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just did. You know, he likes to
straight
fuck.
off the street. It's an
He's
amazing
good looking guy when he's young, super
It's been
charismatic.
repeated several times in all kinds of different contexts. It's repeated in the 20th century,
It's classic
21st
presidents. It's just
21st
we
century
found out.
England,
Bisexual
that
Kennedy.
televised
Bisexual George.
literally to see the darkness of the
Kennedy
human
was
heart. You don't have to
bisexual.
look at the
George
American
Bush
president.
Sr. was
These kind of experiments tend to bolster the doctrinal interpretation of the Holocaust, which says that, you know, Wilson on down the run means we're
I'm telling you, the finders, remember the finders? Okay, bisexual, viral
and all it
tweets,
takes
read
is
that
the right kind of
circumstances. And he's like,
circumstances, and we can
yeah,
have
I mean, they're just, he was on speed.
It does not take away
He's a
blame
guy for
for
queer
Hitler
history.
and his central coterie of conspirators.
They're just horny ass people.
It spreads
Woodrow
the
Wilson,
blame
they
out
believe they
much more widely.
blackmailed him
Perhaps you're
through
familiar with the famous
being
title work by
I mean,
example.
Obama stuff coming out right
Hitler's
now.
willing
Bill
executioners.
Clinton. So let's think about that, right? We know that
throughout Europe,
like the Spartans were gay.
millions.
Right? We know that they had sex with children. Yeah, it's a big
So,
thing. It's
yeah,
part of
we'll
like
from there.
why they
Israel,
would
of
go to
course,
battle so well. They're
again,
fighting for their
we
jokers.
have 20th century, and we only have about 5 minutes to talk about Israel, which is likely one of the greatest things that happened in two millennia through history. But we're constrained by
way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the
best way to
bunker.
tell the story of Israel in this
You're
context
fighting for
is
your
to tell
lovers.
through
Yeah,
maps.
right?
And I
But
found in
it's also
particular
like
younger
there's a
people
lot of
often
ancient
are
cultures
unaware of
that
the
think
tremendous change that happened
having
in
sex with
Israel as a
women
result
just
of
for
these,
procreation,
with
with
boys
boys
for
for fun. That's Afghanistan.
population
Exactly.
built in
And
Israel.
my friends that have been
Jews
over there
are
that
flowing in
have served over there.
throughout the interwar
One of
period.
my
And
buddies.
after the
He said
Holocaust,
this
in
publicly,
particular,
so maybe I
there is a
shouldn't say his
tremendous
name.
demand,
But
both
just the stories
real
he
and
told me, I was like,
demographic, and also
what?
moral
Like,
and
how,
political.
like, he was talking about how he saw this truck driver
to
with his son.
the refugees
I was like, oh, that's
from
cool.
the
He takes his
Holocaust.
son to work with him.
The British,
And the
who
guy
are,
goes,
of
that's not
course,
his
in
son.
charge of Israel at this point,
That's his
are
tool.
reluctant to do so,
Felt that
even
he's on
though they
Thursdays,
have
dude. Yeah,
issued the
Balfour
Balfour
Declaration
Declaration in
They go into the
1917 because they
mountains. My
realize
friend was telling me
that
there
the
was this
Jewish
one guy that
population
was,
is beginning
he
to
worked on his
conflict
base,
with
and he
the
was kind of
indigenous
slow.
Arab population, and there's
Mentally slow.
notorious
And
riots
he
in
had a colostomy
1929
bag.
and so on.
And
But
he
basically,
heard a bunch
after
of
a
noise
series
and saw a bunch of dudes in the
violent
room, like in one of the
episodes
storage
that
rooms.
involved
These
Jewish
guys were fucking his colostomy.
exacerbation of the situation as well as Arab,
This
the
old
British handed off
mentally
to the
challenged
new
guy,
United
and
Nations
these
the
dudes
character
were
of the
fucking his
League of
colostomy.
Nations,
He's
and they
like,
come up with this
bro, I just had a guy on right now that's gonna get weird, but
plan in
Dom, the hypnotist,
1947,
came on,
saying,
and he was
okay,
talking
we're going
about
to
how
divide
he
the Jewish
has a
state,
mentor who he
we're going to
also works
divide
with,
this region
who
to
was
7
Hillary Clinton's
different parts.
security
These
detail.
parts will be
And
Jewish.
they were in Afghanistan, and they
These
saw
sort
a
of
bunch of
creamy
kids go
parts
in the room
will
and never
be
come out.
Arab, and Jerusalem will be an international zone.
Like 3 in the morning.
Separatum, a separate body.
This is
That was the
Buzz,
plan,
right? Yeah, this
doomed
is
to
the
failure.
dancing
The
and
Jews, of
shit.
course,
And they were told, like, don't
any kind
interfere
of state, even an unworkable one like this, accepted in 1948. The Arab nations around refused to accept it, and Israel was born in war. The War of Independence.
There's
Amazingly,
another
after
story.
a year and a so
Let them slay. We gotta check out. Let them slay. They'll figure it out.
Consolidate their character.
The creepiest idea about
This is what
pedophilia
Israel looked
is that
like
there's people
after
that
the
know
war
about it
had
and
concluded in
cover it up
1949.
because
These are
they
the
don't want to
armistice
get in
boundaries.
trouble for
This
having
line
known
here in
about it.
particular is
Like,
called
this
the
is
Green
a
Line, which
Sandusky
is very
thing, right?
significant
Yeah,
in later
you know,
politics.
I mean,
That's
that's
basically the way
essentially what
Israel looked from
Joe Paterno, right?
1949
Like,
until
everybody really do.
1967.
Yeah,
At
and they all
that
let go
point,
because they were winning football
we have
games,
a
and then
I
straight
realize I'm
back
talking
into
to
title
this
contest. But here's the
very
thing,
well.
dude.
So
Over
very
time,
fast, but for those of you
what
on
they
the
can
internet,
blackmail you with
let
changes.
you have a quick
Like way back in the day,
Israel
if
is
they
faced
thought you were
with
cheating on
an
your
imminent
wife, they can
attack
blackmail you with
by
that. But
Egypt in
as culture
particular,
grows
along
and we
with
start
Syria,
accepting more and
so
more
that
stuff,
they have
it's
nations
gonna get weirder and
decides to
weirder.
launch a preemptive strike
We're around the
based
same age.
on the
I mean, remember
Talmudic
when we were
dictum
debating
that someone is planning to
George
kill
Floyd
you,
or not, and they were like,
wake up before him and kill him.
that sounds like a real discussion on that. He's like, no, dude, I apologize. It was so perfect. His footage was so bad. The guy is Scottish. He's the shiniest dude I've ever seen.
Largely as a result of their superiority, not only did Israel
so shiny,
territory, but actually took over the entire Sinai Peninsula. This region is Samaria and Judea, also known as the West Bank, because it is west of the Jordan River, and the connecting Golan Heights up in the north. Most significant for Jews, they conquered the eastern part of Jerusalem, which became the Old Jewish quarter, huge spiritual, sentimental, historical value for the Jews. And basically, Israel said, great, we scored this massive victory. Almost everyone in Israel said, now we'll finally have peace, because the Arab nations will come back to plan and call us, and they'll say, okay, one, we demonstrated superiority. Let's talk about getting some of our territory back in order for peace.
Football's like 70,000, 60,000. Right.
And Israel is forced to control this large territory, which proved to be very difficult. They decided to do two things with it. And let's understand, on a philosophical level, political level, Israel has a very difficult sort of position.
But it's always kind of like 1 in 10, right?
things that are often in conflict
What's
with
the
one
problem
another.
with
On
having
the
one
one
gay
hand,
cheerleader for
Israel
them?
wants to
You know,
be
here's
a
my what's a
Jewish
cheerleader
state.
for?
That is,
You know,
it's a very
there's always going to be the fight.
it
What is the
exists
point of
for
a
the
cheerleader?
Jews, the
Have
Jewish
an
people. The
additional
idea is that
visual
all Jews
aspect
should
to
use
it.
it
I
as a
like
land
all
of
the
refuge.
flips they do
It's
and all the
ancient homeland
jazz,
of
and
the
it's
Jews.
fun,
It's
it's
used to
choreographed,
express
and when it's
themselves
done well,
Jewishly,
it's
a land
entertaining. Yeah, I
of
mean, Scary
pretend
Water
or
has a
show.
great bit
And
about
at the
it,
same
about what
time,
their purpose
it
is, to like
is
remind
influenced by
the players how important the
democratic values. It
play
wants to
is,
be a
right? He's like,
democratic
you know,
state, more like, let's
defense.
say,
Oh,
the
dude, we
United
gotta play
States.
defense,
But
dude.
these
You
two
know,
things
it's
frequently
extra
come in conflict,
pageantry
not
that adds
conflict
to
with
the
one another.
experience.
These two
But
values
why
conflict with
should
each other.
gay guy
They
be
deal
doing
with
it? Like, how many,
non-Jewish
how
citizens or
homophobic are
non-Jewish
guys that are watching that?
residents in
There's
that
all these
region
hot
because they
chicks,
can't necessarily
and
make
instead
them
they're
all
going,
citizens
what's this
because then
fucking
they
guy
would vote.
doing in
If
this
they all
short?
voted,
There's
they could
16 other
conceivably
girls with
vote that
perfect
Israel should
bodies
not
you
be
can be
a
paying
Jewish
attention
state.
to, but you're
You have to
focused on the gay
sacrifice
guy.
the
Yeah, and they always
democracy to
complain
keep the
about how much
Jewishness.
money they're making. I'm like,
Sometimes
dude,
you
you
have
get to
to
go to the game for
sacrifice
free. You're
the
on the field.
Jewishness
It's
to
like,
keep the
You have a
democracy.
great reality
It's a
show.
very difficult
See
position
how
for
they accept
Israel to
it.
be
how
in.
many
What
download
they decide
players
to do
are
with
staring
regarding
at
these
them, dude?
territories is they annex
Sure,
two
that's
of
my
them.
favorite
They
player.
annex
10%,
East
10%,
Jerusalem,
right?
which
So
of
here's my
course
whole
is of
thing,
an
dude.
incredible
You know, there's always
value
going to be
to the
culture
Jews, but
wars
also
between
to
the
the
right
Arab
and the left.
living
I'm on
community.
nobody's
And they
side.
annexed the
Like, I'm
Golan
on
Heights
nobody. I'm
because
like
of
in
its
the middle. I'm old
very
school liberal.
significant
You know, live
strategic
and let
value, at
live.
least
As long as you're not hurting
late
people, and
20th
particularly children,
century
you'll never hear anything from it. I don't care what you do.
technology.
Buy
Some would
yourself
argue that the
consenting
Golan
adults. Get
Heights
as
is not
weird
quite as
as you
important
want.
today, but the kind of
God gave us
technology
free
is
will.
growing,
Do
things
whatever
like
you
that.
want.
But that's
Pick your path.
beyond my ken.
You know,
But
but
they
when you
held
start
on
to
to
demonize
Samaria,
certain
Judea,
people,
the
you're
Gaza
setting
Strip,
up
and the
a
Sinai
market for
Peninsula,
blackmail.
hoping that they
So when
would one
people
day
can't
be
be
able to give it
themselves,
away
and they're so
in
afraid
exchange
of
for
people
peace.
finding
Not
out
all
who they really are,
Israelis felt that way.
you're
Many
setting
Israelis
it
thought
up
they
so
should keep
people
it
can
forever.
manipulate
But the
them.
dominant mood was,
And
okay,
that's the
we have
story of
enough
Washington,
land,
D.C.
you
Now,
give us
obviously,
away
hurting
in
children, there
exchange
should
for
never be a
peace.
time where that's culturally
Ultimately,
acceptable.
that
But
phone call
that's why
only
I tend to
came
get so
after the
dark. It's
1973
because we
war,
don't care if
in
somebody's
which
gay now.
the
It's like,
Egyptians in
at least I
particular,
know
under
there's some
Anwar
things
Oh,
like
baby,
you know,
J. Longo Parker. J. Longo Parker, I've got a feeling.
what would lead someone?
J. Longo Parker, I've got a feeling.
Finally had the Samaritan led by Menachem Begin at the time and say, listen, now we've had our final battle, I've proven the might of the Egyptian forces, and they made peace. Egypt got the Sinai Peninsula back, but they did not want the Gaza Strip, which is an extremely difficult piece of territory, and it remains so to this day. This process continued, of course, under Clinton in 1993, when Rabin, seeing that the now very significant Palestinian movement, I've avoided using this term Palestinian because to use it in its proper political context at this time really dates from the 1960s. That's when a distinct Palestinian movement was supposed to have Canaanite movement. Rabin felt that the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. The Palestinians had lost their primary actor. He said, it's better to make peace with my enemy than peace with 1,000 enemies. He declared that if Arafat did not sit down for peace treaty at this point, then he would have a much harder task with Arafat's success. In the end, the Oslo Accords have not resolved the situation, but they left Israel looking something like this, where the regions in green are largely populated by Palestinians, and they're under the so-called Palestinian Authority. It's a kind of a limited self-government. It's not a state. But the basic thinking of all three parties in that handshake, which is, I would say, American foreign policy right up to the era of Donald Trump. Nobody knows exactly what his foreign policy is yet. We shall see if he ever unveils the deal. But it was a two-state solution. That somehow Israel and the Palestinians would find a way to divide the physical territory. The problem with a one-state solution is that either it has to lose its Jewish character by giving the vote to all of the occupied residents in the region of Gaza and so on, or it has to give up its democratic character by selling land, which is really sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children. So that's the last thing, of course, is in 2005, which represents really a rolling back of the kind of mentality of Jews. At this time, under Ariel Sharon, ironically known as a hawk, he said that we can no longer control Gaza. The region is tremendously populated by Palestinians. There's only a
Yeah.
small minority of
When you
Jews
think
living
about
there.
like
It
things
is
like that, like
incredibly difficult to protect
drugs
those
that are
Jews
pushed on
living in
kids,
Gaza. And he argued
things
that
just for
the
profit,
state had to pull
medications
out
kids
and
are forced
simply
to take that's
abandon
just for profit, things they're fucking in love with.
met with huge
It's
opposition
just because
by
people
a
want to make money.
significant minority,
How
not
do you
quite
look
a
at that
majority
future?
of
You know, when
Israelis.
we look
And
at
it was a kind
child
of
sacrificing,
Vietnam
they
sort
were
of
doing
moment for the
voodoo, or
state
they, you know,
as
the
they
Mayans
pulled
thought
back
they were
from Gaza.
sacrificing people
And
to
we
the
are
gods.
now,
We think of it as barbaric,
15
right?
years later,
How do you
still
look at
faced
what
with
we've done?
consequences that did not
Well,
solve
we just
any
lied about
problem.
stuff and skirted around the
That's something
truth,
that's going to debate after
gave distorted
the election.
versions of what we're
Now,
actually
I'm going to
selling to
quickly
kids.
skip over post-Soviet period of peace within our time frame. You'll recognize some of these pictures, but
It's
this
probably
was the graphs
directly
of
related to
in
this medication.
1991 represented
And no one
huge
wants to take
change
credit for it, no one wants to admit it, and everyone's
Jewry,
making
and in
money.
particular
Everything's
for
programmed,
Jews of Israel.
even though
I'd like
people
to
in India
conclude
are
by
programming
looking
up their
at
religion,
American
tells us
Jews
what
for
to
a few minutes,
sacrifice their own
and I have
children.
some
You're like,
final
this
concluding
goes
remarks
against
to
everything
be
you're
able to
wiring. It's like that's the ultimate control you have over a person.
American
You get them
Jewry,
to sacrifice their child.
tremendously wealthy,
I mean, if you're at
tremendous freedoms. We
kids
had
are
kind of a
kids in
honeymoon
trouble, doesn't
period,
it be your
especially
kid?
after
You run
World
over
War
to make
II,
sure the kid's
when
okay.
everything
It's done
was
in 1,000
booming,
times.
freedom to
But
express
now you have
ourselves,
people
the
like,
growth of
especially like if you
yeshivas.
look at like
The
what's going on in
statistics are
Gaza,
incredible.
you
The
have
number
people
of people
labeling
learning
newborns as terrorists. Like
Torah
that is your
nowadays is
programming
greater than it has
overriding
been since
your
we lived
basic
in Babylon.
instinct, which is to
Young
protect
history
children
that we are
because
done. And at the
they are
same
the
time,
future.
ironically,
And that's
we are
powerful,
assimilating ourselves out of existence.
So my whole theory is
faster than even
that
Hitler,
the anxiety and depression and anger and all that
we
stuff
are
is
destroying
from when
ourselves
your
in an
programming
incredibly rapid
and your
way.
reality
And
clash and they don't
sociologists
meet
and
up.
historians are
Your
tearing their
programming from
heart
generational
out from
trauma,
beneath.
your programming from school, all that stuff meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life.
One of the key documents, you might recognize this image of the star,
So how would they
and the
engineer
flag
that
motif was a
to happen that way?
2013 Pew report that came
Well,
out.
first of all,
and
your
was called
grandparents, your
American
parents tell you
Jewry,
the
Take a
trauma
Pew.
of your
Wasn't I made
past.
that up? But
Beating that into
basically proves that
forever. Like
Jews
I had my
past
buddy's
the
girlfriend on my
50% part
show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then 1 kid lost to the Holocaust. Someone lost the Holocaust.
What's happened to
And like,
American Jews?
think about that programming. Think about what that over and over and over again, to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got a tattoo right here about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your programming. Then you go to school, and it's been infiltrated by elite culture Marxists, and they're just pushing this thing to a neutral country, hate the establishment, hate all that stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other. And that's all done in Israel, national chaos, because people are just control when they're in this
not necessarily religious,
this
to
whole
be very
thing with
involved
like taking over
in Jewish
Washington
literature,
right now.
Jewish theater,
Everyone
things
acts
like
like
that,
this
but
is
highly
just started.
identified as a Jew. And over here, of course, dual identification as a Jew.
This has always been
Very little synagogue attendance, maybe doesn't attend the Passover Seder, never visited Israel, never gave to
you're afraid to go on the streets,
So
and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. It's started a while ago. If you study all these different kinds of cultural clashes that starts with BLM, that's black people. Then you go January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you don't say, what do you think is going to happen? I wouldn't doubt if they overturn it. Because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows.
Very, very high, enormously high.
That is what they want, martial law. All these, these judges who are completely politicized are like racist people who are hurting kids or murdering people. You have no faith in the system. And that is exactly where your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, you don't trust anything. And now you want to basically give up your God-given rights
these would be like the rise of Orthodox Jews, Babylonian students, and Facebook registration, things like that. But what's missing is the moderately affiliated Jews have largely disappeared. It's very hard to find like really strongly identified conservative Jews nowadays. They're sitting in the front rows of massive Israelite synagogues, but they're not filling the front streets. Where are those people? They have largely disappeared. And what's more significant for Calvin, you might want to be trying to test about it. So what is this that population change? What's very significant is that in 1950, when moderately affiliated Jews made charity, they tended to give all of this stuff. They would support the Messiah. They would support the Mitzvah. They would support the things that they gave that money to their rights. They gave that money to support the very expensive lifestyle of what now they have happened. Nowadays, we are much more richer. We are giving our money to the hospitals, the art galleries, to UNICEF. These are really charitable organizations that we should support. That's the support that goes to that basic Christian reasonable has gone down. And this is what he says, it's a very powerful prediction from American Jewry. He believes that when they look that we can't imagine England and Zion have been his own grandchildren living in his only initiative in the Jewish lifestyle. It will become financially untenable to maintain a Jewish lifestyle if this continues. That's essentially the harm of it. Now, we need to if you recall, I apologize, if you recall at the beginning of this series 4 weeks ago, we did a little bit of theory. We looked at historiography, we looked at a couple of different models of ways to understand Jewish history, and I didn't give you any sense of my own other than looking at the work of the great Shenes, who wrote this amazing poem about living by starlight. About how the stars themselves, they're so far away, they're dead now, but their light still continues to illuminate our world. And that's kind of the narrative that I bring to the study of Jewish history. When I study Jewish biography, because when you get down to the actual granular details of how individual Jews dealt with the challenge of the Jewish tradition, there's a tremendous amount of reservoir of inspiration. I'm inspired, for example, by the PSX who continues to teach in this lecture the work that I'm inspired by his Abdullah, who was at a key point in his political career, was sent into exile, and he actually was in this period of his life where he produced some fantastic gallery work of forest life. I'm even inspired by artists too, like a woman who is very known, whose name is Baba, who was hiding with the artists forever from the Roman legionnaires, and she kept with her precious trove of legal documents in which she was fighting an ongoing battle for custody of one of her children, and she was this giant grove of fig trees that her first husband was planting.
She's like, don't get out of the car. And I'm like,
later in the cave, along with the
see what's everything's okay. It's one card.
So when I think about these individualist Jewish lives and how they dealt with the challenges of Jewish history, it inspires me, and I think there's material to inspire all of us. I've spent a lot of time at the end of these lectures looking at Roman Vishniak's photographs of Jewish children in the 1930s. And I know I gave you these 3 authors, and it's the Jewish people are resilient, resourceful, and renewing. But I think if I were to give you one last takeaway after looking at contemporary period, I'm reminded of this very powerful passage, of course, the book of Genesis, which we'll be reading together in just a few weeks, when Joseph reveals his identity is not actually this Egyptian stranger who's in fact the long-lost brother, and he says to his brethren, and Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph, that's my father yet lives, right? That's my father yet lives.
something laying down there. And
We
again,
sing in
not affected
response.
by
We
it.
sing
No, I
in
think
this
that's a
very
dead
room.
body. The guy's like, get down there. There's no dead body. Go away. But it smelled like
On the
that.
soil.
But I still was
Our
really
Father
amazed.
in lives, our Heavenly
That was
Father
not
in
the first time I
heaven,
saw a
Heavenly
dead body.
Parent.
This was the second one. But
And
I felt
sometimes
because of
how
how
affected
affected I
I
was.
was.
I'd seen,
Thank you very
like,
much for
I
your
did
attention.
programs information.
If you have a secret in the place,
Normally back in the day would be a giant moment. I think a lot of people would be horrified by it. Maybe you're hardened by life. I think a lot of people would be pretty horrified. I don't know if it's necessarily conditioning from movies. Well, I can tell you something. So I used to do USO tours. And the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. You know, that wasn't my first one, but I do, yeah, that was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, David and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys couldn't shoot them because they didn't want to kill them. They didn't have it in them to kill another
hello,
enemy.
I'm sure
So
you're
he says,
Yo, what up? Yo, Doug, I don't want to fucking talk with you anyway. Did you want to watch Jewish History Lectures Sideways?
now you got these video games where it's just going into somewhere you're murdering everybody.
But still keeping it under 18
movies
minutes,
are
let's
video
do
games.
all of
I have to take a whiz.
We were just talking about the other day when you see people.
It's easier to say who
fights,
they are
like in
not
parking lots
than
and
to
shit.
say who they
It's almost
are.
like people
Actually,
think
there are
life is a
about
movie.
15
Like
million
you don't
Jews
really
living
understand.
Yo,
It's scary.
how are you?
You're doing it
States, but also in many, many other
like you're in
countries,
a
virtually every
movie.
other country in the
Yo,
world.
pimp. What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Alex, can you hear me? How are you? Dog, I see that you're on mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do you want to talk or do you want to watch Jewish History Lecture Sideways? Can you hear me? Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Dog. Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Alex. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Do you speak English? Alex. Can you hear me, big dog? Oh, dude, I can hear you. What'd you say, big man? Do you know English? Oh, that's why. Alex, I love you. You're amazing. What language do you dog? I was gonna fucking translate to you. Really? Maybe no.
They are not a race. If you go to modern Israel, you'll see Jews of many different racial backgrounds, whatever that means exactly. They're not even a religion because, according to Jewish thought, even when a Jew decides to adopt another religion, they still retain Jewish identity.
I gotta take a whiz.
Well, there's a lot more to say about that.
Look at this athleticism, though.
It's
really impressive in the athleticism.
To you in English, for example, and they don't have a common geography because, of course, Jews are scattered around the world. However, they do have a historical common language, which is, of course, Hebrew, and a historical common language is Israel, but we'll return to that shortly. So then what is the Jewish people? I think the easiest way to define them is really what the great 10th century philosopher Saadia Gaon called the unity of the Jewish people is in the Torah. It is their connection to the Torah that keeps the Jewish people together. Now, it's also true that many Jews struggle against the Torah, and that is also endemic to the entire Jewish condition, as the very name Israel, if you have a look at the book of Genesis, the very name Israel means one who struggles with God. Okay, lots more to say about this, but we are going to rush through 18 minutes. So let's look at the historical origins of the Jewish people. Our best source for ancient Jewish history is, without a doubt, the Bible. it is also the most difficult source to work with. As archaeologists will tell you, it's very difficult to line up the kinds of things that they are slowly discovering about the ancient Middle East with the text of the Bible. But that, again, we're sticking to 18 minutes here, so that will not detain us. There are a few scraps of information from the ancient period, like, for example, this amazing stele from Merneptah, a pharaoh from the 13th century, who famously wrote, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." Now, if you had a look at Merneptah's mummy, you'll see that he's not doing so great himself. But nevertheless, there are only a few scraps of information about the Jews in the ancient world, and much of their distant origins are lost in the mist of history, except for the Bible, which gives a very detailed account, however problematic it is for historians. According to the Bible, the Jews first emerged from Mesopotamia. The patriarch Abraham and Sarah lived in the region of what would be today Iraq, and they follow the Fertile Crescent up into what would be today Syria, and then they descend into Israel proper. They make some temporary sojourns in Egypt, but it is only under their grandson Jacob, with his large family, that the Jews actually move there en masse and are eventually enslaved. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with, of course, the famous story of the Exodus, which is the second book of the Bible, and that talks about how the Jews enslaved cry out to their God, who sends a redeemer, Moses, and then brings them out of Egyptian servitude, having them wander in the desert for a while until they finally cross over into the land of Israel. Archaeologists that several other models for how the Jews may have actually settled the land of Israel. But there's no question that by the time you get to about the year 1000 BCE, there's a significant Jewish presence in the region of Israel. They've established a major religious site in Jerusalem where the temple is located, and they go through, as described in the Bible, a series of kings, some civil wars, and ultimately end in the 8th century before the Common Era with a major invasion from the north that takes away the 10 northern tribes, essentially. They're the lost tribes of Israel. And then in the 6th century before the Common Era, then there's another invasion that takes away the southern region. Now, neither of these exiles, by the way, are total. There are still Jews that are living in the land of Israel, but the Jewish Commonwealth is destroyed. There's no more Jewish political entity at that point. The Babylonian exile only lasts for a few decades, however, and under Ezra, as described once again in the Bible, the Jews return to Israel. They reestablished the temple in Jerusalem that had been destroyed in the 6th century, and they begin the second Commonwealth period. The most important historical event that begins to happen in this period, the second return to Israel, is when Alexander the Great emerges from Macedonia and creates this massive empire that stretches all the way from Greece throughout the eastern Mediterranean down to Egypt and way out to Afghanistan. And he brings with him Greek culture called Hellenism. The Jews love Hellenism. They go crazy for it. It's got so many amazing things for it. But the problem is they have a difficulty figuring out how much Hellenism could be absorbed by Jewish culture without completely capitulating to Greek influence. And as a result, there is a major upheaval in the 2nd century, which is really a civil war between traditionalists on the one hand and Hellenists on the other. And this is called the Hanukkah Rebellion. And ultimately, the traditionalists win. They reestablish the traditional worship in the temple, which had been defiled by Greek gods and so on, and they start a new Jewish kingdom at that point. Now, even though the Jews have a strong measure of independence at this point, it doesn't take long before this new dynasty of Maccabean kings, it's so-called Hasmoneans, begin to decline, and by the year 63 before the Common Era, the state is so weak that Pompey and his armies from Rome invade the region, and Judea becomes a client state of Rome. It is in this environment under Rome that there's tremendous factionalism among the Jewish people. There are a group called the Sadducees, who basically control the temple cult. There are zealots who want to rebel against the Romans. There are the Pharisees, who are essentially separating from much of the political debate and maintaining charismatic circles to try and perpetuate the Torah. Those are the people who essentially become the modern rabbis. And then, of course, there are Jewish Christians. At this point, Christianity is born. It's entirely a Jewish movement at first, and only after the first couple of centuries did it acquire a strong non-Jewish character ethnically.
And they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules.
The Jews rebel against Rome. They lose a major war.
You don't know what you're doing.
70, the temple is destroyed once again. They try to
do you have sound?
Second century under even more devastation, and the Romans take great pains to exile even more of the Jews. The Roman exile, which begins formally in the first century and extends through the second century, becomes even more and long-lasting in the earlier Babylonian exile. There's at this time, however, the Jews decide to incorporate many of their oral teachings, which have been handed down for centuries, into a core document called the Mishnah, which eventually becomes the center of a major document called the Talmud,
crazy thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if the one has like
Jews who are living in Babylonia, they start to flourish as Jews living in decline under the Romans. And it is here that the Talmud is created. What is the Talmud? There's so much to say about the Talmud, but again, the Talmud is essentially a long commentary. It's a massive and it is
depiction of the
which is extended primarily to the legal document commenting on the Torah.
But there's like two chicks in it who weigh more than 100 pounds beating shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this is a sideboard type chick. Right. We're going to have somebody land on it. Yeah, flatlining.
In the 7th century, Islam comes into the region, and initially the Jews actually do very well after Islam. There's a lot of
female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be murking people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it, not like 100 pound women though. Kill it.
Western history to the experience of the Jews.
Well, she has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time, but she was the 155-pound champion in the PFL. She's a big lady. Yeah, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. And I like that all these ladies, it's like the difference is so obvious. She's so fucking strong, man. Also, if that lady's gonna move fucking people up, I'd be like, oh, yeah, totally makes sense. If I was a henchman, I'd be like, I'm running this bitch with some supermodel wave and 8-inch heels, this fucking throwing sidekicks that are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. I used to have a joke about Keira Knightley. Pirates of the Caribbean, she's like fighting everybody. I think that chick's fighting this anorexia. You know, there we go. We're good. Yeah, so she, you know, it's just everything's programmed. Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff, because it fits in our head. Is it like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey? Like it fits in our head. We want someone to kick their ass, and they're winning the end. You go through your trials, and you hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding. She kicks his ass. Yeah. There's this thing that we want to see. We want it all nicely tied up in a bow. Sigourney Weaver used to do it, but there was something about her where you believed it. You're like, that's a bad bitch. And she'll fuck people up. But she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time. She did it in Alien. Alien is the greatest sci-fi horror. So I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror. It was amazing of all time. And you didn't even care that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that no one like made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman takes the lead role in that. No one cared. No one cared. It was just awesome.
Maybe there's some big Eagles fans.
It was awesome. She got quiet from being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman. Or you don't have guys. Yeah, you want to do that. You just have it as a social media.
You haven't seen the shot yet, have you?
They make sense. They don't make any sense. Like, stop concentrating on
Must really love the Eagles.
little classifications of each individual, whether or not it should be elevated and magnified because
I'm
of
in lesbians with you.
gender or sex or color. Stop! Everyone
extra followers.
It's on the periphery
Yeah.
of
Meritocracy.
Girl.
Meritocracy for personality. Meritocracy for being able to
So much.
conversation with people. Meritocracy for being
What kind of fucking
musician. Meritocracy for being a funnier comedian. Meritocracy. Everybody's
Are you lesbian?
even playing
I'm
field.
like the most fucking lesbian bitch of all time. I can say that. Why? Because I'm
everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know as much about it, but like when I
Really?
used to be on there, if someone looked
not
like
gonna listen to some bitch so bad that someday we're gonna break my phone.
lesbian anymore.
Really?
You see some guy like that.
Are you done? Hey, Sister Vicky, are you done?
You can't carry that Brooklyn Lenny. What do you do? Well, you should have thought about that. Yeah, you're so wrong.
1492. One of many
It's crazy.
expulsions
Like,
that occurred throughout
Apple
Europe for
TV
a
is
wide
putting
variety
out
of reasons,
insanely
primarily
great
economic in
programming.
nature, driving the
But you
Jews
don't
out of
realize how
Spain.
woke
Try,
it is until
I
you're
do try
already
keyframe
captured.
genetics.
And you're like,
How
what
about
the
no?
Like I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the actor. No, it was a TV show.
Well, I
It was the black British actor
Just the
who was in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great. Yeah, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome. But I'm watching this show, and about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane.
Girl, no one gives a flying fuck, girl. Stephanie Quattro.
Rushing ahead now. When we get to the contemporary period, and by this I'm
Some sort of a
talking about
hijacking type of situation, right?
the modern era,
What's
the
it called?
last 100
Flight
years.
risk?
Western Europe, there's been a
Spam
large
is spammer.
towards emancipation, that is the granting of equal rights to Jews. It happens all of a sudden in France in
He's also very
1791.
lucky.
Hey, you have got 37 people watching you.
Slowly begins to creep up in Germany and other countries as well.
I'm just saying.
Ladies, ladies, you crazy, girl. Anyways, wow, girl. Anyway.
19th century culture. Jews are also emigrating very long
Sleeping.
Eastern Europe
He changed his plans to a different
America,
flight to
to
Toronto,
West
Thank you
Canada.
for the follow, Rabbi.
South Africa, and elsewhere. As
Make
the
comments on
follow,
fucking
Rabbi.
pieces under the stars.
I
We begin to see the development of the Jewish political movements appearing back
Hold on.
and so on.
Battlefield 6. I talk about producing people like multiple times a day. He's in the bottom. It's just like,
You think that automatically flow into the towers,
Now you're
getting into like
the liquid?
events and how there's like layers. There's so many layers to it because they have to ensure that the actual hijacking itself. Do you think that those guys that we found, luckily,
amazing
amazing coincidence that
nature
even though
Thank you for the
everything
follow. I like your wall.
in the modern state of Israel
That's real tight.
1,000 years after their expulsion under the Romans.
Your base is big breaker fun.
Was it
It's a difficult work if you go through
I have a show called Dude Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos and like passport masks where they made a superhero just on a passport.
and they have ongoing conflict with the
No,
indigenous
it's tight.
population, the
I mean,
Palestinians.
let's watch.
And that is
I mean,
awesome
not
sight,
to make
although
light
it
of
may be
such,
just
of course,
the
impact of one of the
Peace
planes
Accords
in
in
the
Oslo,
towers.
and with the withdrawal from Gaza, which is also a very problematic event in the year 2005. And that basically
Lucky
makes
maybe
us up
God
to
was
this
looking out
present
for us.
day.
Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your
You're
job.
welcome. I mean, you can just say thank you, and I'll understand.
Their passports, for whatever
I kind of like this way.
Yeah, all those like American citizens with passports.
Yeah.
So we get into it. All those people from other countries.
Thank you for the follow, Rabbi.
With their passports, yeah,
You're welcome.
just go to check out New York. Should be
And more
cool.
importantly, the number 18
So let's watch the impact.
is written
Watch
as a
this.
word in
Can you
Hebrew.
imagine if you're a
The word
passport
is Chai,
and you got to do
life.
your job?
So,
Here it goes.
as the saying
No
goes,
one gives a shit.
two Jewish people live. I hope you found this
That's
very
what it did.
brief
Oh, the not
overview of Jewish history useful. And if you want to learn more,
I want to see the
lots of
real
videos
ones. Like, yeah, where you see go
on
bang and then they.
Thanks for
Yeah, see
asking.
if you can find a video where it flies right into it. So,
Don't worry.
Four were found at the World Trade Center. The other three were not there.
how about 18 views of plane impact on South Tower? This is like, you know, those compilations on porn.
Oh, dude, it's the only thing I watch. By the way, 26 days on porn, everybody.
5 minutes.
Okay, that one, it flew into the backside of it, so you couldn't see it from that.
I like how everybody is enjoying the clips I'm making on them. You know, it's kind of one of those things that, like, we're streaming your notes, dog, not even close. You know, Rabbi Rothschild. No one gives a shit about that. I don't. And I'm everybody.
Understanding some basics about the Talmud is essential to really understanding anything about Judaism or the Jewish people. Now, let us first begin with a very simple question. What
First of all,
is
there's
the
nothing
Talmud?
left. That's
So
just
here's
goo and incineration,
long answer, but
fire,
here's a short answer.
jet fuel.
One is
This
the
song
Talmud is
sucks.
the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, originally called Gemara, is a massive
This song sucks.
commentary on the doctrine of
Worst song
And when I say
ever.
massive, I'm talking
Come
about
on, guys. It's 6:45 in the morning. What do you want to talk about?
They're typically numbered in folios, that is, both sides of one page.
KSI.
There are 2,711 of those
Fire
folios.
is the big
Is
one.
it KSI?
Exactly as the Mishnah. We're talking more
Yeah,
about
Big Dog is still going.
what exactly
That's
is
crazy.
Big Dog is still
Those two,
going.
and then two other buildings. Nobody talks about building five.
Okay, here's the big one.
Scholars
one,
disagree
um,
about exactly when the
The
beginning and
Let's
when the
Roll,
ending of the
the Let's
process
Roll
occurred.
one.
And it was
Shut that
based
up,
on
Scott,
much older oral traditions. We're talking about centuries and centuries older
But doesn't
oral
that one
traditions
seem
that
like they shot that
found
one
their
out?
way
Yeah.
into a document which was
Because
edited
that one
by
This is one of the best Joe Rogans
because the
I've ever
record
read.
just spread out
In
for
my entire
miles.
life. Really?
two basic places.
Not like it
Oh,
crashed in the
no, but
ground,
it was like
it got shot out of the
better
sky.
than
And
slowly
secondly,
drifted
Couch
over
Patella looks like a fucking bird.
the
Yeah, then
Mesopotamian
what is
region
this?
between
That's
the Tigris and
passport.
Euphrates
Where did you
rivers.
learn from
As
this
we'll
one?
discuss later,
Is that
that's why there
The
are
thing about
three
Barney?
different texts called the Talmud. There is the
What else?
so-called Jerusalem
How
Talmud,
about how
which
weird
is
is
the one
that?
that was
Neo's
composed in
driver's
the land of
license
Israel earlier, and then a
Also,
later
like,
one,
What would
which
cause
was
a
composed
passport
in
that's
the
on
land
fire
of
to not be
Babylonia,
on fire
and of course the
It's just
Babylonian
absurd.
Talmud.
Dog.
Why would it stop
Third
at
thing I
its
like to say
face?
about what we do,
Just
Dog.
crazy. I mean, once things are on fire and they made a see-through in plastic,
Dude, this girl's blind as hell as
they
fuck.
don't stop being on fire, so there's nothing else to
This
burn.
girl's hot as fuck.
probably most
Well,
of
that
this
to his
discussion.
face. Well, how about all these fires?
This is basically I'm looking to the whole house.
They talk about
Debate all the time.
metaphysics,
You have all these houses that are insinuated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine.
you know,
So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Well, it's drought, okay? But why are the trees okay? Because they have water. Well, we have drought and we have water. And that's what you get into.
You're not blind.
Everyone thinks it's a direct that's a big part of it. People think it's a direct
Fire, of course, the radio is this version.
like, you know, well, some people are going now. Okay, I want to tell you this story. So, right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing two full half. We do Mansfield first, and then we go to Sacramento. Shows someone from
Dude, she has me. She's really pretty.
Parts of the Talmud are obviously studied all over the world. So that's a big definition of what the Talmud is.
That's so crazy. Somebody else be like, this girl ain't blind.
This is essentially
I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time it's Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last time I ever drank alcohol ever in my life. There was some hot bomb with that rack. And I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from Maine. So both nights in a row, people show up to our show. She's company, and everybody has to be
Dude, her eyes are moving and stuff. She's pretty. Are you blind or are you like blind like I'm blind?
Our show is Bakersfield. That's what it's called show. Sacramento. And where the building? Where the communities all over California, right?
That's
So
weird that Why do you look? Dude, totally has me fooled. She's like,
No one goes out there. Yeah, that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E,
she
you're
is fooled.
I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying, it's super interesting, weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they would probably just regular people in their lives, they like your show, I like
Oh, she's really pretty.
I just like so put the brakes on something. So, the radio waves cause fires. Okay, so Wednesday, Pacific Gas and Electric revealed to a federal judge that its utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to the court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E workers identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right?
In a subsequent
So,
lecture,
caused fires including Fresno,
so the version that we use today is the version committed to writing, but it is intimately connected.
So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how
The essence of the
there's
trouble is
a weird percentage that insurance companies do
and so
whether
this is
your
not
house
a
could catch
document
on
which is kind of like a
and
list of
fire
rules.
insurance, stuff like
It is
that.
a give and take. It is a discussion. It is a stream of
She was
consciousness,
telling me that everyone on her
conversation, a
blog
transcript of a
had
massive
like a
debate
really high
that
rating,
encompasses
except for her
hundreds, actually
house.
thousands of
And I
rabbis.
go, well, does your
taking
house
place
have
over
a
many
smart
centuries
meter
and
on it?
many
She goes,
different
no,
civilizations.
I'm the
So let's
only
go
one on the
first
block
to the
that doesn't
biblical
have a
period.
smart meter on it.
So,
She goes, holy shit.
biblical period,
Right.
which refers
So,
to
What's
what's
really
going on
interesting
in
about
what
the Sacramento
Jews
show,
call
besides the
Tanakh. They
victim
do not call it
PG&E
the Old
person,
Testament,
whatever,
because of course Jews do not recognize
is
a New
I'm outside
Testament.
on
The
the
Old
balcony,
Testament is
right?
working
I'm
just
outside on
fine.
the patio
Thank you,
talking to
and there's no
everybody
reason to
after a show.
upgrade
This
it
woman
to
comes
a
up to
new
me
version of the
and she
software.
goes, you know, I
Tanakh is
live
the
in
Hebrew term which
paradise.
refers to the
I go,
three
really?
sections
I go,
as
what
Jews
happened?
recognize the
She
Bible.
goes, I have
The
to tell you the
Torah,
story.
which is the first 5
She
books.
goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. She looked up and she saw this like silver cigar thing
and the
in the
history
sky.
that's described there
Right,
goes
silver
all the way
cigar
from
thing,
the
and she said
patriarchs
lights were going back
of
and forth,
Genesis
back
through
and forth. This is right before the fire,
Egypt and
back
slavery,
and
then
forth. And
Exodus.
then she said
The giving
suddenly
of
the lights all
Torah,
just went
which
boom,
changes a
and
lot
then there
of
were
things
fires everywhere. And I stopped thinking about this story a long time ago. Then suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, SamTripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee. And when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something just fly through the air. That is a silver like cigar looking thing.
Okay, let me see this video because
6th century before the
there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. Remember rods?
Second period, which is really
You're,
important, because now we begin to see
you got to conspiracies a little later, son.
I've always been a
This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that on the History Channel, I believe. One of those shows, you know those shows? And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras, just trying to see if they could capture them with film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire. So the bugs would be flying around, and everything was campfire. Whatever, some kind of light where bugs were flying around, and then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see those bugs. But on the low-speed camera,
the art, the literature,
long, two good things but never identified flying through the air, but it's just video
such a
artifacts.
fascinating and different way of looking
This
at
thing
the world
slows it down.
that
It doesn't look like a
the
book.
Jews
Let's
did
see.
that.
Did you find it? It's like, it was like one of the newer videos I put out. What do you think of this?
The Jews had to deal with at this time was trying to figure out, okay, how do we use this
You know that we've had flying crafts have been going 200 miles an hour before the Civil War.
without diluting our Jewish traditions? It was such a difficult tradition,
Here's a dog. Bro, that dog's gangster. That's a good steep ledge. Yeah, okay, I'm
that
seeing
they ended up
just let
having
it play
a
because it
national
shows you what it
revolt
is.
over, really a civil war, which resulted in the Hanukkah rebellion of the Maccabees and drove out more aggressively Hellenizing Jewish movements and concentrating on making Israel much more traditional. This lasted for several centuries. Here's actually one of my favorite pictures from our depicted period. This is actually a 14th century European Christian rendition of one of the dramatic moments of the Maccabean War.
Inability of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like it. Because the video is catching it.
Elazar the Maccabee
I don't know
was
enough about
heroically
high-speed
attacked
filming
a war elephant,
or about
the
the slow-mo
Syrian
filming.
Greeks, who were the allies of the Hellenizing Jews in Israel, actually brought in these tremendous beasts to fight against the rebels unsuccessfully. Elazar heroically dove underneath the elephant, stabbed it from below, and killed it, although he was tragically crushed in the maneuver. This is description
as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact, just like the
European
rocks.
Christian artist here had no idea what an elephant looked like, and he was basing it on a few different descriptions as well. It looks sort of like
Looks like that.
a great horse with a very long nose. So, anyways, let's just
I think it's a perspective thing. I think the bug moves. Bugs move pretty fucking fast. Yeah, but bugs moving fast in the right direction. And that far away, little. You're going to see it that far away. Little. It's so little that as it passes by, it gets small so quickly and gives you the illusion of more speed. Because it's so little, it disappears quickly. You ever see a mosquito and you see it floating through the air and then it's gone, you can't find the fire because there's too little. Right, I understand that. Once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a million miles. Far away that is. I mean, that is way far right over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, like, look where it goes. It's like right, no, I think it's right over the camera, in the right direction, and I think it only takes, like, millisecond for a fucking bug. Let's see it again.
The Jews survived under Roman rule with some significant elements of friction. They actually have two or some sort of extreme wars. The first one fought from 66 to 74, in which the temple was destroyed. A second minor revolt, and then the horrific Archangel revolt in the year 132 that resulted in such tremendous persecution of Jews and a dispersion of the Jews throughout the region. So under this period, the counter-Hellenism of the Roman culture, which has other unique features as well. Finally, you should look over here. The region in which the Jews have lived, actually going all the way back to the very first exiles in the year 536. There were Jews who were settling in Babylonia, and in particular, this group of Jews, blue lines that are central upper and lower into the Gulf there. Those are the religious Tigris and the Euphrates. And in that region called Mesopotamia, as it is between the rivers, Mesopotamia and Orthodox River, there are a lot of Jewish settlements. They ended up growing and becoming very significant, and ultimately, especially after the decline of the land of Israel and the Romans, they become the centers of community empire. So basically, communist developers in both Israel and Babylon, as I mentioned earlier, that's where I think we have two distinct texts recorded. Okay, so that was kind of a quick overview of where the communist developed and historical context of which the language was. I want to take 1 minute to talk about what the comic is certainly not. Now, because, a lot of people are going to see this video, not necessarily people who are committed to study the comic for its own sake. I just want to talk about this because there are a lot of people on this crazy idea that the comic is some kind of like secret document that is the whole rules for the secret world Jewish conspiracy, which does not exist, by the way. And and that somehow it's this nefarious document. A lot of this anti-Semitic thought turns from the crystal master and initially as Johann Wolff who was after 1600s, but statements about the connected languages of origin of the concept. And he spent 19 years doing this. And he was actually a brilliant scholar. He went through the entire campaign as well. And many years later, with this nasty 2000 book, which took every single passage he could possibly exist in better context and presented as a horrible condemnation of Judaism and Jesus. This is not the first person to do this. Rabbi Rothschild just becoming a Jew. We've been doing this for a few centuries prior, but still, the reality that's not yet the body of the there are lots of places where you can see how the way Jesus I do not recommend you go to some of those websites because they will such as this housing that the whole country yeah, let's just this will happen and we'll short it just so that's how easy it is and how Jews are universe and try to get close to okay, that's it for this quick video. The next video will be which is the core that I would have to tell you that how and why that was found in the historical context of this compilation, and then we can get a better understanding of what exactly the comic is and how to judge composed in its historical context.
You know, telling everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%. Right. It was a trying time. We didn't know. How did I know? I'm a Dick Joe comic who's functionally illiterate. These things were made. Not on my part. Yeah. Well, it was weird to me where a lot of lefties all of a sudden were trusting the pharmaceutical drug. It's really what happened, guys. Like, what did we used to believe that? We used to think that big pharma was like trying to make money.
Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the series of lectures about the history of the company. We're actually not going to go through the time per se until the third lecture. We have two sort of phenomenons that they are the same way. Today we're going to talk about is forms of the zone of the core effects around which the comic is built. And so I'd like in the next 10 or so minutes to quickly give you a sense of the historical context in which the stuff came to a written document, but understand some of the thinking of the rabbis that went into the transition from an oral tradition to a manuscript tradition that was so crucial in the development of Jewish history, especially Jewish intellectual and religious history, and it made it possible for the time that we study today to some of the years stop transmission. The most dramatic and important event of that period was the catastrophic destruction of the temple, an event that has reverberations all the way up to the 21st century and beyond. It was one of the great conflicts in Jewish history that this central of worship in Jerusalem, which was the focal point so much of spiritual energy for centuries upon centuries, would be destroyed, and this really created a crisis in which, what was happening to Judaism because it did not have the temple rituals to follow. That's really an important starting point for us, but we have to go back just a little bit to understand the context of that first century, because it is in that context and the events of that first century that really set the stage for the transition of the oral tradition into the written document that we call the Mishnah. So going back a couple hundred years before that, really 400 years before that, we talked about the conquest of the region by Alexander. This introduced into ancient Israel the philosophy which eventually called Hellenism. Really, I shouldn't say philosophy, it's a Weltanschauung. It's a worldview that encompasses not only philosophy, but also aesthetics, and literature, and science, and mathematics, and so many of these great ways of thinking that have had a tremendous impact on the Jews of the period. So much so that the Jews were
everywhere. I
overboard,
love that.
and
It's like I
many
know who the
Jews
retards
simply
are.
advocated
Like groups
completely
online where they talk about
abandoning
the
the Jewish
importance
tradition
of
and
masking, they
fully
meet up
assimilating
about how
to Greek
overly
norms. So a lot more
responsible
to
these
say about that.
non-maskers
But
are, and
for our
COVID
purposes,
hasn't gone
this
away,
resulted
and
in a
I
attack
have
plan
respiratory
about the year
this, and
165 before the
infectious
Common Era,
that, and immune
led by
suppressant
a group
this,
called
and
the Maccabees. It was the
fuck, man,
popular
yeah. What happened is
rural
that, but it
uprising
was just
against
one
many of the
cold
assimilationist
that was a little harder than most
and
flus, and
not to make too
everybody
much
got
of a point of it right now, but basically, we tend to
And then you
learn
go,
or we
what
tend to
about
teach our
the
children
5G
in
they're cranking
primary
up?
school that this
What
was a
about
foreign
what they're
invasion
spraying in
of
the skies?
the
And now
Greeks,
it's
or
an
maybe the
acceptable
Syrian Greeks, because they came through the
that they're
north,
doing
through the Seleucid Empire,
geoengineering on our
against
skies.
the
Like
Jews, the
5 years ago, you
Jews,
were
but
a
in
crazy
reality,
conspiracy
it was a
theorist.
civil
Now
war.
there's
It
laws
was a
being
war
passed about
that
it.
pitted Jew against
You put
Jew,
all that
specifically
together, you're like,
traditionalist, religious,
that's how
rural
people get
Jews
sick. It's really
against
even cloud
modern
seeding, which
assimilationist
is legal.
urban Jews,
Like you can
and
see
they
the
invoked
clouds,
the
and you can make
authority
it rain, but
and
like,
eventually the military of the
how
Syrian Greeks as well. It was a bitter,
how, you know what I mean? Like, what
civil
happens
war
if you cause
in which
floods
the
like they did in
traditional
Dubai?
sectors
Did you see
won
that
and established a new
camels just
dynasty,
flying,
the
flowing down the
Hashmonaim, that is a
Lamborghinis,
series
drowning?
of Jewish kings who at least initially tried to bring back much of that old-style religion and to set Judaism on a less Hellenizing path than the prior generations had taken. So this is like kind of a pendulum reset, bringing the Jews back away from the influence of Alexander into the traditional influence of the sages and so on. It did not last very long. Hellenism is such a powerful, overwhelming influence that Hellenizing trends increased and increased, and in fact the
Look at this.
Hashemite
Look.
dynasty began to
Look at this
decline
move.
on its
Look
own.
at this move.
Until eventually you have the
Look at
last
these
major
moves.
famous period,
Look at this move.
shown here, to,
Look at this.
you know, be done of
Two
there.
episodes later,
He
they
was a
talked about how it
tremendous
went 200
public
miles
works builder. He renovated the temple, very important thing, built lots of amphitheaters, schools, and aqueducts, and all kinds of hard
You
work
gotta
and
do
all
the
that.
fucking thing.
But
Shema.
he was
My
also
friend.
incredibly cruel.
Da-da-da.
Murdered his own spouse, his own children, and all kinds of things like that. He's definitely not a person we
Look at this
like,
move.
to shop his table so quickly. He
Lettuce
ruled
is-
from the year
it's
37
unprecedented.
before the Common Era until the year 4 of the Common Era. After his rule, there was a significant step down in the authority of the local kings that went even further when the Romans ultimately destroyed the temple. But let's just go a little bit further into the relationship specifically with Rome. Many people are also have this understanding that just like in the period of the Hashmonaim, people tend to have this misconception of the Greeks or the Syrian Greeks invaded, and the Jews pushed them back out. Not exactly what happened. Same thing with the Romans. The Romans actually were in Israel in 63 before the Common Era. They were there over a century before they actually destroyed the temple. They came in with Pompey, and the reason for this had to do with the inherent weakness of the Hashmonaim kings and the tremendous strength of the Roman Empire. But this in itself was not so terrible because the way that Rome preferred to rule this far-flung empire was a rule called Fide.
So they're just refueling these
They
balloons
identified the ruling classes in a particular region. They said, listen, we're going to give you lots of extra privileges, citizenship in the Roman Republic, all kinds of great things. All you have to do is pay us taxes, tribute, and do things our way. And this was a very effective ruling strategy, and it's lasted for several hundred years. So Israel essentially became a vassal state under the Romans. They had their own kings, they had their own government, and things were not so terrible until the first century, when the relations between Rome and Jews just descended so rapidly. It resulted in several factors which are beyond our scope. Please have a look if you want on my website. I've got lectures on this.
That's it. It's guys with NYMZA
Let us
arrows.
focus now internally within the
Yeah,
Jewish
I'm
community.
gonna, I'm retarded, right?
Basic
I do now.
orientations of
I want to know what that is they do.
towards the Romans in
How
particular,
much power?
but
Yeah,
also had a
these are
relationship
them.
to Hellenism, which of
These
course
are the
continued
crafts that they
apace
have.
under the Romans at the
They
same
are
time.
working on.
There were the
Person
so-called
gets inside that
Sadducean or
thing.
Sadducees.
Look at that. And then
These
there's
were
the
Jews
power
who
back there.
believed in
Who was working on
following
this?
the
The South?
same kind of
No,
Hellenizing,
the
in this
North.
case
The North.
Romanizing
The
trend
think
of their
Germany's.
urban predecessors,
No.
who argued that Roman power was here to stay and that the Jews would do well by simply capitulating to the Romans, and in return they could rely on their beneficence, they could rely on their support, patronage, and so on. And it was the Sadducees who largely held the most predominant positions in the temple in Jerusalem at the end of the first century. Secondly, there were the Zealots, who were in favor of the opposite, saying, no, even though the Roman Empire is so much larger than us, so much more powerful than us, they have these massive standing armies, let us instead fight them and drive them out of our land. The Zealots, in particular, a group of the Sicarii, which were named for these curved knives that they used to use when they assassinated their political opponents, were actually feared not only by Romans, but also by Jews who dared to speak against them. These were like very radical Jews who fought amongst each other and fought other Jews, trying to assert their own vision of an independent Israel without any foreign domination whatsoever. Then there were some who radically separated from the Jewish community as a whole, particularly a group called the Essenes, not especially well understood group. We hear about them in the works of Josephus, who is our major source for much of this period. But we also have significant archaeological materials that come from the Qumran region, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so on. That apparently there was a significant number of groups who were, just simply saying, that's it, I'm going to go live in the Judean desert, I'm going to eat nuts and berries, and I'm going to anxiously await the imminent arrival of Mashiach, who is going to be coming any day soon. And they kind of like took themselves out of the world altogether. There's a lot more to say about that, but again, in the interest of time. Finally, there are the group that we would call today the good guys, the winners, the Pharisees. This term Pharisee is English, and in the Christian tradition, it is not a nice term. And primarily because the founder of Christianity is frequently arguing with the Pharisees over one thing or another. That's primarily because he himself was in the Pharisaic movement, and you tend to argue with whom you are closest ideologically. In Hebrew, the term Pharisee means Perusian, or the separate, those who separate from the political trends of society. They didn't separate as radically as the Essenes, that were outside of society as a whole. The Pharisees were like charismatic leaders of small disciple groups. They were very much connected to the rural countryside and so on. They were genuinely seen, as far as we can tell from the literature, as the true leaders of the Jewish people, although they did not have the kind of trappings of authority that, for example, it's the so these are, and they are, by the way, essentially the rabbis. They're the people who are most closely associated with the development of the Mishnah, and it is their tradition which will go on to the Talmud, and of course will inform all Judaism afterwards. The Pharisees are kind of like the ones that survived this nasty time. So let us understand how this all fell apart. There was a terrible Roman-Jewish war that erupted in the year 66. Largely it was as a result of the brigandage and the general lawlessness that was happening in north of the region. The Romans sent a legion to try and deal with the problem of Jewish bandits after the north, many of them associated with the Zealots in particular, and they suffered a humiliating loss. Even though the Roman legion that was sent down was commanded by a seasoned general, and these are battle-hardened troops, they were no match for the cunning strategies of these guerrilla soldiers in Israel, and they were sent packing. The Emperor Nero said, okay, I've got to pull out the big guns, and he sent Vespasian, later joined by Vespasian's son Titus, to Israel to deal with these Jewish rebels. This ended up resulting in two things. The first is that Vespasian himself was called back to become emperor himself. The second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, the second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, taking his time over several years, went and surrounded Jerusalem and ultimately destroyed the temple in the year 70. There was a kind of a
But let's just
long,
say
drawn-out
this is real, and I do
operation
believe
for the
it's
Romans,
real,
because many of the
100%.
zealots retreated
Like, what do
to
they have now?
Masada,
I mean, it's so far down the
distant
line.
mountain
I
top
mean, that's
in
so
the Dead
long
Sea
ago.
region,
It's like,
and where they mounted their last
175
stand
years
that
ago. That
culminated in
technology
mass
that
suicide,
they could have.
and that was ultimately the end of any kind of Jewish sovereignty in Israel at that point. The Romans cracked down very hard, and over the course of the next few decades,
The Nazi
the
belt, which is a
Jewish
big part of
sovereignty
World
and
War
Jewish
II that nobody
sensibilities
ever
were
talks about.
horribly
Right, that
impugned
was
by
like
the
a
Romans.
flying craft that they were
Huge
trying
amounts
to
of populations were
develop.
exiled
Right.
or were refugees.
So the Nazis
and
were
they sold
apparently
into
trying to
slavery.
come up
Tens of
with a bunch of
thousands
different
walked out
shapes for
to Rome
crafts.
to
One was
serve
a
as
bell, right?
builders, the
One was kind
Colosseum,
of
and
flying
other
saucer-like,
structures
right?
at this time,
I
and
mean,
many
that's
other
a whole
horrible
part
things,
of my
which is
history.
for
Have
some
you ever heard of
discussion
Martin
much longer
Bormann?
lecture.
I always wonder.
There were two more wars,
I always
one
wonder.
of which was particularly
when
disastrous.
talk
There was a
about stuff
so-called
like that, like the
People's
Nazis trying
War,
to make a
which
flying
is
saucer.
more closely
Was that because they were
associated with
trying
the
to
Jewish
emulate something that they
diaspora.
had seen?
That
Or
is
that there was
the
some
scattering
sort
of
of
Jews that
hidden
were living
historical
in the
record
Near
of?
East at this time,
You know,
in Egypt
because
in
if only the
particular,
people
and in
that are at the head of
Mesopotamia.
the military
This
today
is probably associated
or the head
with
of these
some
military
kind of
contractors
tax
really
rebellion.
know
It's
whether
not
or
a
not there's
war
back
that's
engineering
well understand.
UFOs.
Many don't even
If there
call it a
are,
war.
they
There was
have them.
significant
And if they don't know about them, they
anti-Jewish
probably don't exist where the
violence
other
that
companies have
occurred
them.
in the
Right?
year
Yeah.
117.
So
And finally, a war that we know
You
a
know,
little bit more about,
you
the
gotta
Bar
wonder,
Kokhba
what were the
rebellion,
Nazis doing? Were they
another
trying to
attempt by
emulate
the
something
indigenous
that they
Jews in
knew
Israel
existed?
to push off the
And when,
Roman yoke,
when did
led
governments,
by a
if
brilliant
it
commander
really is a
named
real
Bar
phenomenon, if this
Kokhba,
isn't just total
known popularly
gaslighting
as Bar
and
Kokhba, the son
propaganda
of
and
a
bullshit
star,
to get you to believe
many
that
people
aliens
thought
are out
that he
there
in
because
fact
they've got
would
like
herald
crazy
the
high
coming
tech
of the
that's
Messiah,
50, 60, 70 years
particular.
past where
But
we
after an initially successful
Both of those
venture,
things are hard
somewhat
to
like in the first Roman Jewish
it's hard to
War,
believe that the
the
government would
Romans
be able to hide
totally devastated the
the
region,
kind of
burning, according to
whatever kind
historians
of
from the time,
program that would
hundreds of
develop a
villages
genuine
and
anti-gravity
really extirpating
engine
the vast
that could
majority
move
of
through
Jewish
space and time, that
settlements
could go
in
through
the
the
southern
ocean,
part of the country at this time.
that makes the
So we've got
device
these
transmedium,
three
creates like
wars
a portal
within
around
three
it, where it
generations
exists
that
completely
completely devastate
independently of everything
any
that
sense of
we're
Jewish
experiencing
sovereignty in
in 3D
Israel.
space. It
What
just goes
happens
through
to the
stuff.
population?
The
Well,
idea
as I
that they
mentioned,
have
many of
that
them were
kept it
exiled,
secret
many were
seems
drawn to
kind of
slavery,
crazy.
many simply fled as
See,
refugees. You
I'm not
have
saying
like
it's impossible.
displaced populations in
What I'm
the
saying by that
surrounding
is like
regions.
you hear
But
famous stories
within
of
Israel
people
itself,
whose
you have a
fathers worked at
significant
Area
amount of the
51
population
and he never
moving
once told them
north.
what they
The
did there.
Judean desert,
Oh yeah,
which
people
is
keep their mouth shut.
in the
They
region of
also know
Jerusalem
that they
and to
have
the
to keep
south
their
in
mouth shut
particular,
because if you
that
don't, you
is
can get in real
totally
trouble.
destroyed by the Romans.
You
And
know,
so
if you have
many of
top
these
secret
Jews,
clearance and
they
you go
flee to the
blabbing,
north.
they're
They go to
listening
the
to everything
Galileo,
you say.
the
They're
Galilee region,
checking your
where you
emails.
have
They
a
know.
significant amount of
100%.
arable land. And
100%.
because of
I
the
think people keep saying it's
arrangement
not really
that
good.
Rabbi
They
Yochanan
have
ben
you looking over
Zakkai
here when
made
it's really over
originally, the
here.
Roman
They do that
authorities,
all the time.
there
Like
is
Area
still
51 is
some
kind of like the
remnant
shiny
of
object.
Jewish
Everyone's,
authority.
oh, that's
Now
crazy.
it is
And then it's
fully
really the mountain
Pharisaic in
that's like
nature,
10 miles
and the
away that they
Sanhedrin is
hollowed
still
out. That's
active in
what.
the north, trying to lay down
Or you
the
get
basic
into
principles
NASA,
of
right?
Jewish
Everyone thinks
self-government,
it's
even under these
in
tenuous situations.
in
But
Houston,
the
the real
nature of
NASA
the
is
Jewish
in
community
Huntsville,
is
Alabama.
so
So
tenuous at
this
this
is a
point.
funny story. So
There is
Eddie and I are
no
doing stand up,
formal
and we're doing the
relationship
Simple
with the
Have
Romans.
Comedy Night,
Who can do
and
whatever
we
they
do
will. The Jewish
Nashville, we pack
population
it
is
out.
frequently under
Zanies, I
heavily
think it
burdensome
is. We pack
taxation,
it out great. So
hugely
they sent us to
insulting
Huntsville.
taxation, in fact, like
And
the
we go,
Nazis, the
I'm like, yeah,
which
man,
was
we're going to
such
be
an
stamping
important
Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's
yearly
go. So we
donation that would
drive
go to
up,
the
we
upkeep of
get
the
to the
temple.
hotel, we go
That
to,
is, of
we
course,
go
imposed
to the
as
comedy
the
club,
so-called fiscus
and
Judaicus,
the
the
fucking
Jewish tax.
parking lot
But
is
instead of
packed.
going
And we're
to
like, dog, we
the
packed
temple
this
in Jerusalem,
motherfucker.
now long
It's going to be
destroyed,
great. Well,
it
it's
is
like
confiscated
Sharon
and
Underwood
taken
or
to
one
Rome
of those
for
black
the
female
temple of
comics is
Zeus.
performing
Yeah,
there.
an
And
amazing,
Cheryl Hercroft.
horrible
No, it's
time.
not her. It's
So
the one who has
this is the
the
period in
daytime
which
talk
the
show. I
Mishnah
forget what her name
comes
is.
to
No
fruition.
disrespect.
Again,
She's
through
hilarious.
these hundreds of
She
years,
packed
we're
it out.
talking about
It's her
rabbis who
crowd.
are handing down,
She runs. The show goes
teacher to
right.
student, teacher to student,
And
all
all
of
of a
these
sudden,
traditions factions,
her
and
crowd
they're running away from the Romans. Sometimes
and
they're
our crowd
joining the
comes in
rebels,
and it's
sometimes they're
45
not
people.
joining
And
the
I'm like,
rebels.
oh,
Sometimes the
fuck. And
rebels
I
are
just keep
attacking
looking up
them.
there going,
And
oh,
what's
fuck.
going to happen with all this? So what the Abraham message, who
And
was
he's
the
going,
leader
I know we're in trouble
of
because
the
Sam's
Ascendant,
always
who was
positive
actually
about
the
it, and
term
he just can't
Nasi
stop yelling fuck.
indicates
So we
a
need to show
position of
45
some
people. It's
political
great show. We have a
authority.
good time.
It's usually
We
translated
get off
as the
stage.
prince.
The
He says,
sound
okay,
guy
you know
comes
what?
up to me and goes,
Even though
whoever sent you
we
here
have
sent
always
you up to fail.
maintained this as an oral
Because
tradition,
this is the real
given
mess.
the
This is
political,
where all of the
demographic,
satellites are controlled
economic
from.
situation
This is
that
where
Jews find themselves in Israel,
when he came
we
to
must
America and
commit
in
this
Huntsville,
to writing.
Alabama, into the late
It's a hugely
80s, you were
controversial
not allowed to
discussion
talk about how
that many
he
said,
was a
what are you
Nazi
talking about? If
because
you
they had
commit
all
this to
convinced
writing,
themselves that he
you
was
will
forced to do
reify
it.
it,
against his own will, and even though he was a horrible, horrible person, if you hear the stories about real nuts, but they convince themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real, so they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here.
A sage,
Well, that one
a
was
disciple, and now
wrong.
all of a sudden it's going to be available to anybody who can read. And of course, we have this long-standing tradition that God gave us this text, right? Remember, let's go
But
back
they
to
got
last
some evil
lecture. That
motherfuckers. There's a
according
video out
to
there. It's called American Nazi 60
God
Minutes.
gave this entire
It's basically when 60
meaning
Minutes
the
would do really
written
good
text
work.
of the five
And
books
they
of Moses
interview this
and the
boss
oral
and
text, which would become the core document of the
who's like
Mishnah.
trying to get
That was
down
all given
to what was
orally.
going on
And
and
if
why
God
are all
wanted to
these
give it in
Nazis
text, he
here?
could have given it in
Why
text
isn't
back then.
anyone
So
getting
therefore,
them?
you're like
And so he's pressing,
ending
he's doing like
so
freedom of
many
information acts.
centuries,
And
millennia
he's pressing
almost,
and pressing
of
them, and one
Jewish
day they
history.
gotta agree to it. So the CIA
Nevertheless, he
says, you
said,
can look at these
Haste last
documents,
hope
you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes.
in
You can
Psalms
just read
said,
it.
it is a
So he
time
reads it.
to act for
And he
God.
finds out that
Because the end of the
basically
verse
what
is,
happened
the
was
Pharaohs are shut up because they have
Rockefeller,
destroyed your Torah. Meaning, under
Nixon,
this
and I
circumstance,
think it
where we are
was
so,
Eisenhower,
form a
hard
committee,
pressed
and
to
they're all
maintain
the
our
ones
own
in basic
basic
existence. If we don't commit this to writing,
yeah, so
that's
you got all
what
these
it
guys
is.
Operation
And so
Paperclip. This is
therefore,
part of it, but
push
this, I
through
never
this
knew
measure
that.
where he recorded
Like if
all
you're
of
going
these
in hiding,
teachings
dude,
and he put them
why
in
wouldn't you
the
change your
Mishnah
name?
itself.
None of them change their names.
To understand what the Mishnah is,
Right?
it's
None
not
of
a
them change. Yeah,
law
that
code.
was it. Agency.
If it was
So
a law
D2,
code,
US
it would be
agency
simple.
lied to
It
cover
would
up
be like
Nazi spy
Rule
program.
A, Rule B, Rule
60
C.
minutes.
Let's go on to the next chapter. Rule A, Rule
Nixon,
B, Rule C.
Rockefeller,
That's not
Eisenhower.
what it's
Imagine
like
60 minutes
at
doing that
all.
today.
It is
Would
a
never
discussion where Rabbi
Government would
A
talk to them.
says
Hey,
this,
guys. Yeah,
and
let's
Rabbi
not.
B
Let's
says
not.
this.
Yeah, let's
And
not. Right?
very
Let's spy program. What
infrequently,
Nazi? Shut
you
the fuck
actually
up.
have
I agree,
anyone
dude.
say, and
American
by the
cares. They
way,
got something to
Rabbi
shut the
B is
fuck up.
right.
Nobody ever talked about
And
Mark
more often
Mormon,
than not,
who
you
was
have
like, if you
two
don't
opinions
know
on it,
Mark Mormon,
sometimes
you
3,
know
4,
nothing
5
about World War II.
opinions without a
Lived
conclusion.
peacefully in
So what kind
Argentina
of
with
law
Simon
code
Says.
is this
Carter
if
tried
you
to get
don't
him out
have
of there. Let's
actually
scroll back up.
written
It
off
says,
at the end?
John Loftus, a
Brilliantly,
former
what the
prosecutor of
Nazis,
Justice
by editing
Confidential
these teachings from so many
Office
different
of
rabbis,
Special
he somehow
Investigations that was set up in
preserved the
1980
very
by
core
President
elements of
Carter to
morality
root out
while
Nazi
keeping it as a written
collaborators,
text,
made the
because it meant
allegations in
that
an
the only way
interview
you
with
can
Mike
actually
Moss
master
on
this
the
document
CBS
is
program
by
Sunday.
interacting with
I
it.
have Nazi
You can't
collaborators given
memorize
jobs
it
in the United States,
folks
some were
actually
later
know
sent
what
to
the
the
Mishnah
Soviet
says.
Union
You
and
have to
parachute
actually dive
teams
into it. And then
in
say, well, why does
unsuccessful
Rabbi A
attempt to
say this?
perform
And why does Rabbi
assassinations
B
and
say
start
this?
civil
And if
wars.
we know the logic
Yo,
behind Rabbi A and
that
Rabbi B's
is
decisions,
great. We're
and perhaps you
flying
can apply it in
Nazis
this situation
into
here. Let's
Russia
test it out.
to start
That's
civil
essentially the kind
wars.
of thing
So like
that
this guy on, I
does.
think I talked about
And
last week, a dark journalist. He does really
tremendous
great work.
ramifications
He's
for
talking a big
keeping
reason
this
why
as
JFK was
both a living
assassinated,
document
that
that
NASA was involved.
responds to technological social
JFK wanted
innovations
to give
over the centuries.
Russia all these
There's no
documents and
discussion of
information they
microwaves,
had
for
on
example,
these
microwave
UFOs because he
ovens in
didn't
the
want them
Mishnah.
to think
But
that they were
nevertheless, we use the
like
Mishnah to
nuclear
discuss
planes,
how
like
do we deal
dropping
with
bombs
microwave
and stuff.
ovens in halacha.
And because
And not
NASA
only
was
that,
so
all of the
full of
crazy
Nazis,
medical
they still
technologies that
hated
we
the
have today
Russians.
that can
They did want that to
ridiculously
happen.
prolong life or can create life in new ways that we never imagined. These are things which are discussed in the
He
Mishnah
said the
because
State
it
Department's
preserves
Office
that
of Policy
open
Coordination is the
endedness.
first covert
So
spy
what,
agency
how is
set
it
up in the United
structured?
States,
So
predating the
there's
CIA
6
by
sections.
several
It's
months.
known as
Smuggled
Shas,
several hundred Nazi collaborators
the
into
6
America.
orders of the Mishnah. People
After
often
World
use
War
the
II
term
for
Shas to
intelligence
refer to the
purposes.
Talmud as a whole,
Wow,
and that's
Barney
because
Frank,
the Mishnah
Massachusetts
is
today called
the
them
Shedra,
Arabs.
the
He said
spine
some big
of the
ones.
entire
Before we do
document,
about
also
paper.
following these 6 orders. They are, let's have a look from here. First of all, seeds,
Interesting.
which basically deals with the
Wow,
laws
talking
of
about the 90s,
agriculture.
right? I
First, it
don't
begins
remember.
with
I don't remember.
discussion of blessings.
But it's kind of
how
crazy
do
that they hit it. And then
appropriately
meanwhile, all these
appreciate the
guys working for
blessings, which
NASA
are
had these
fundamentally
Nazi
agriculture
scars
in
on their
nature.
face. They look so
And
sinister.
then it goes on
In
to
the
discuss
video,
many of
they
the laws of the
interview
Bible,
Nazis who still defended everything they did.
seeds
It was
for
none of
the
them changed their
sabbatical
names.
year,
They all just defended what they
donations to
did.
charity
And
from
it was
agricultural
crazy.
products and so
It's
on.
a
The
crazy
second
video to watch.
order is called Times, Moed, and that deals primarily with holidays like the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Passover, and so on. The third section deals with women. This is actually the largest section, and that deals primarily with relations with women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, widowhood, things like that.
And this gets into this whole thing
Mishnah is pretty
about
much
what's going to happen
androcentric.
in
It's clearly
Gaza
written
and
for a
Philippines.
male audience,
It's basically,
and so the
it's all
section
been
is called women
prophesied
because talking
What's
to
going to
men
happen
about
next?
how to
What does it say,
relate
Jim?
to women.
Departments.
There's a lot more to say about women
1982 is
studying
only
the
30
Mishnah and
years
studying
after.
Talmud.
It's crazy.
Towards the end of
It
the
says we
series, I
never
hope to
comment
get
on
into how that
intelligence
evolved
matters, and we're
historically as
not
well.
commenting on
The
something that
fifth
happened
section
in
is
1950s.
damages,
Like
which
saying
is kind of like the
commenting on
classic section of the Talmud. When people think of the Talmud, they
Right,
don't know a
can you
lot about it.
imagine?
They usually
I mean,
associate
we're still
the
trying to find out
Talmud
what
with
the
this
fuck happened
section,
to
which deals
JFK.
with, what if
63.
someone's ox
I
gored
think there's
someone
one
else's
person still
cow,
alive,
or
and that's why
what
they
if
don't
someone
want to tell you about it.
accidentally was,
Really?
making
What you
a fire in his backyard
What she
and
did?
a coal was picked
I
up
don't know
and blew over
exactly her
someone
role
else's
in it, but
backyard.
she's
How
supposedly
his
a part
power
of it.
damage
She
was
was like kind of
calculated and
something.
things
So
like
when she
that.
dies,
Basically, tort
they'll
law
release the hound,
and
they'll
certain
release more of her.
criminal law as well.
Unless
Then
the family's
the
old, but
fifth
that's
section is
why
children
they're slow
things,
rolling
which
this
deals
out, because
primarily
they don't
with
want
the
anyone who's still
sacrificial
alive
laws of the temple. The
fixing
sixth thing
prosecution.
deals with
My
pure
question
things,
was
and
always
this
though,
deals
what
with
could possibly be in
personal
there?
ritual
It's
purity.
not like we
And in
showed
modern
them,
day, that
this
deals
is
with
where we
things like
stood.
washing
You know,
hands
Bobby took
and
the that's my point with the Jeffrey
the laws
Epstein
of Taharat
list
Mishpacha,
is like, what do you think you're going to do?
family
What's
laws
their
and so
name
on.
and what they
That's
order?
basically what the
You know,
mission is all about.
they're never going
So
to have
to
that.
kind of
The
wrap
list
this
is one
discussion
thing.
up,
What she was saying
takeaway
about
message is
videos
that
is
the
another
Mishnah
thing.
was
That's crazy. Well, that's the whole point of
was
the belief
compiled
behind the
at
P.
a
Diddy
time
trial.
of
Was that
tremendous
it was really about
political,
getting his
economic,
tapes.
demographic
And why would
uncertainty
they
for the Jews.
release the
It was a
names?
very
And
dramatic
they could
decision
have
that
the
Rabbi
names
Yehuda
and blackmail
Hanassi
everybody
made
on the
to try
list
and
and in the video.
preserve these teachings. And he
Why
did
would
so
they
in
give
a
that away? Why would
brilliant
the
manner
intelligence
that
agencies do that?
retains the
When they can
oral
control
nature of the document,
Right.
that it is a
You
human
see one of them
document, it is a
Pfizer
living
commercial, you know
document
what's up.
for the basis of what we're going to become upon it. So that's where we're going to start
You're like, oh, they
next
idiots up where.
We're going to look
I
at
like to
actually
watch
how the
politicians who
Mishnah
are pushing all this
evolved
fucking
into
bullshit,
the
or it's
Talmud,
COVID, or
formed in the
BLM,
land of
or
Israel,
Nazi,
and then
or
in the land of
Zionism, and all
Babylonia.
this shit. And I go, what
Thank you very
weird
much.
shit do
I
they got
hope
you
this
fucking
helped
on
you
video?
with your learning,
What
and I look forward
weird
to seeing you in the
shit.
next video.
When Pam Bondi, who was a part of the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing in Florida, and now she's like, yeah, there's videos. There's no video. What do you mean a part of it in Florida? What was she a part of? So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of that whole thing. She was part of the process. She was like some AG and
Hello,
like
I hope you had a
something in Florida.
fantastic
Was she
holiday season, and I'm
Yeah.
so grateful
Interesting.
to
And you're like, what do they got you
for
doing?
the Jewish New Year
Well, there's
5,000.
so many people.
I want to just take a quick moment to invite you
That's
to
what's
come to the
nuts,
holy
watching
community
it
of
not play
Teaneck,
out,
New Jersey,
and
where
watching
I'm
these
really
powerful
privileged
people
to be
sort of
speaking
huddle up
with
together
the
and hold the line.
about the project that's getting engaged with.
And you got all these pedo hunters, and they're doing a great job getting these guys off the streets, but they're all low level. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're not getting, you know, when the Me Too movement, and they were accusing people of all this, and they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert, and then you go home to your parents still, you're not part of that. You know, it's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster care. Like, people don't understand that. It like involves dark ass shit.
I'm going to be looking at the bizarre story behind the canonization
some sort of
the
a television
Rothschilds.
show about
As many of you
a
might know,
scandal that
the
involved
competition
child
to
sex
produce the
trafficking
ultimate
with
Talmud
politicians.
edition was quite fierce in
It
Eastern
was like
Europe
in the
in the
90s or
19th
something
century.
like that.
There were
There was
two
weird
houses
stuff
that
in
were
different
especially
strokes.
the
They constantly had episodes on
noted
this stuff.
Hasidic
TV shows
publishing
and
house
films.
as
There's one where like the guy owned a bike
later
store,
published
was
in
giving the kids
Shittomir by
wine.
the Shapiro family,
Yeah.
was especially
I just
beautiful.
saw that pop up
And
on
in fact, the
my
Shapiro
algorithm. So like,
has
wasn't there
tremendous
was some
amount
sort of a
of
story?
sincerity and
God, I
religious
can't
piety.
remember
It is said
what
that they used to take
TV
all of the
program it
type
was. Was it the
of the actual
Franklin
letters
scandal
they
or
would
the
put into
Finder
the
scandal?
pages, and they would
Where's the
total them in
FBI
a mikvah. They
conspiracy
would
of
immerse them in a
silence?
ritual bath in order to purify them
Camp
before
Investigates
they engaged
Nationwide
in
Child
holy
Abuse
task
Network
in prison
reaching
Talmud.
government
The
officials
Ron family
exposes
in Vilnius,
systematic
Vilna,
exploitation by power
under
influence,
tremendous leadership
which
of people
involves
like
Ronald Reagan
Rothschild here, and in particular,
and George involves Ronald Reagan and involves George Bush Sr.
publishing activity,
You are
especially
a
in the
government official
rarefied
and you're also a
generally male
pedophile
world.
and you have to like
But nevertheless,
sniff around to find out if anybody else is a
they nevertheless
pedophile.
were able to edge out the
I
Slovenian
think
family.
imagine how crazy that would be.
Fascinating
You
kind
get
of
in there because they know that
bizarre
about you. Everything's
circumstances
about
surrounding
data.
many of the
How do you
episodes of
think
this
they
100-year
get
struggle.
pedophiles
And they
into
produce
office
the
knowing that they're
iconic
pedophiles and they
shots.
control
To
them?
have a
And
look
then
at
they
this
feed
amazing
them
frontispiece,
their
this title
addiction.
picture, one of the
And
most
then they control
beautiful
them.
elements of the shots.
I mean, I'm convinced it's why Pornhub is free. They find out who's commenting on these videos and what they're into, and then they can find out, like, does this guy have any political desires?
I wanted to go
And they
through those books. I wanted to know what on the other side of this side of
from the kind of porn you're walking on to. 100%. That's why it's free. That's why they're just trying to recruit politicians.
So
You heard about it. 100% with hate programs. That's all about. Who's in smart ones? Who's the psychopaths? And before they had all that, they were just going on campuses talking to the professors. Who's a really smart guy? That's what they did with the Unabomber.
By the way, have a look at the
They
All
knew
logo.
he was a super smart guy, so they put him through all the CIA stuff and they fractured him. Well, he was fucked up. You know the story? Oh, yeah, I was talking about it. He had a disease when he was a child, so he wasn't touched for like 7 days or something.
A lot longer than that, I think. I think it was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process. And they said he just like never had any empathy. He would snap on people. And then they put him in the Harvard LSD studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit.
But they never deprogrammed him after. It's that famous.
How are you going to deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone when, during time his mother's supposed to be home, he was supposed to have contact with the person. Yeah, he's a fucking baby. No one's touching him for like however long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies. Because his brother said that he would like snap at people and like he would write like horrible letters to ladies if they rejected him. Like he was already fucked up. And then they get him in the LSD studies.
This is a true story. I'm trying to think of a joke that deals with the Talmud, which is going to be the topic of our discussion today in classes. And this is a true story. It's not even really a joke. It's actually an anecdote.
I know he was eventually in Montana alone. Right, that's where he was launching the bombs out of, like sending shit through the mail,
with the National Endowment for Humanities at Oxford University. And it was a great privilege. I got to work in Oxford's amazing library there, the Boston Library.
Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley?
Fantastic manuscripts and books,
teacher's aide.
tremendous things. And this is a closed library. No one can just walk in there and use the library. You have to have credentials and invitations and things like that. So I had received all those things. I had my papers all in order, and I went to the librarian to receive my library
at the
card.
CIA program at Stanford, and they
she
didn't
looked
want you
over
to
all my
look
papers,
into
checked all the
that
forms, said,
Kavanaugh
okay, no
was
problem.
deep
I'm not
state
going to
guy.
try to
He
imitate
wrote
the Oxford accent. But she said, before I give you your library card,
Patriot Act.
you have to take the oath.
He helped cover up Whitewater. I mean, they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into a sex
Oh
the
my
Patriot.
gosh,
He will help write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in
what kind of
well,
oath
he
and
believes
how do I
in
take an oath?
warless
It's not appropriate for
entering
us
houses.
to take oaths, but
He thinks the president's above the law.
I said, what
They
else?
didn't want you
She
ever
said,
discussing that
oh,
stuff, so
it's a
they
very
make it a
funny
sex
thing,
trial
but, several
that
hundred
by
years
a
ago,
woman
they had
who
this
had
problem
deep
with
connections to the CIA.
undergraduate
Her
students
father was in
learning
charge
books in the
of
library. It's a really big library,
funding
and
for
there's no
blackout
natural heating, and
operations.
those
So she's
Oxford
spooked
winters can be
to
very
the
damp.
And
so
she
they
comes
would
out,
say,
she
what
says
if we
this
need another
stuff.
So
copy
you
of
think that was a
Aristotle?
diversion and it wasn't really that she was calling them
This
out?
one's
It was
all
just to
only
get
from
you
the
to concentrate on that and not for people to
and they
focus
would
on
put the books to keep themselves warm. So ever since then, the librarians require that every patron library, duly credentialed,
I'm telling you this is all charade. No one ever discussed his actual background and what he actually was a part
I
of.
didn't know what to do. I traveled all this way.
Nobody would want a guy who thinks that president's above the law and the cops should have warrants coming to your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
A little bit of insight, and it really worked out very well.
This guy did something to me in school. He journaled about it. Who journals? I know one guy that's journaled in my life.
And she said, of course.
My buddy told me that's it. Nobody else has ever journaled.
And so it's easily refuted, but it's contentious.
Movement, everyone's paying attention to it. Yeah. All these like female comics in LA are commenting on it.
Instead of saying, I swear not to burn the books in the library, it says something like,
What a great way to use social media
I take
and the whole
responsibility on myself for
outrage
any
machine
books that I might burn
as a
in the
tool, as a
library.
smokescreen.
And so
Because the outrage machine is
so that's kind of
it's
like
so
a
fun to pull
bookish
buttons.
introduction, true story
Doing
from
something.
adventures.
Release the package, release all those videos, release all that stuff.
People love to get involved too because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. It gives you
And because of this new project that I'd like to tell you a little bit more in the context now of March night.
information
But
about
my
Epstein.
approach to the Talmud is kind of a little quirky.
People who are on the island, I suppose.
Right.
You know how they
I
found
remember being
information
in
out.
yeshiva, and
They used
I just asked some kind of
mobile phone
question.
data.
I don't remember what it was. And the Maggid Shir
to find,
looked at me and said, "You might as well be asking what were the Rashi's socks?" And apparently this is some kind of joke because everyone else in the Shir was at my expense, and I thought to myself, I wonder what code socks Rashi wore. I mean, where did he get his wool? Were they linen or what? Who made those socks? What do they look like? How do they stay up? And so on. So I'm very interested in all of like kind of extra things around.
So did you ever hear
the
that
Talmud,
how
and that's
they use
essentially
phone
what I'm
data when
spending
they
a lot of
come on
time on
yours
in this particular app.
arena shows?
If you're familiar with the
Yes.
Steinsaltz,
Right, and it was all
I'm
the
the
same
kind of guy who
every time.
always reads
People go,
stuff around the side
well, how did she blow
before
$1
actually
million
reading the Gemara itself.
filling
My
arenas?
inclination.
Yeah.
So the
They
discussions that we're
tried
going to be
to
having today
manufacture
are
a
primarily
big
looking at those kind of
grassroots movement
quirky,
behind her. Because they know
sideways
that's what
approaches to
killed
the
Hillary
Gemara. I'd
Clinton.
like to look
You
at
know,
three
Bernie
specific
Sanders is
episodes
doing arenas
that
and
relate
Hillary
to
Clinton's
one
putting Sam
dominant
Tripoli
theme.
numbers in a
The first
cafeteria
is going to
of
be
like
today
40 people.
on
So
Daniel
they realized the
the
illusion of that.
non-Jew who
They,
literally
what
put them
that
down
shows
in
that there's no way
because
following
he
her. So when
pioneered,
they
among other
run
things,
her out,
the use of
they go, we
page
can't let this
numbers
happen
in the
again.
Talmud, as we
So
shall
we have
see.
to
So
fill these
although we
arenas
have
up, and they
tens,
data that
perhaps
was like
hundreds of
a Grateful
thousands of
Dead
Jews
concert. People are just
studying
following her
stuff,
around
you may
everywhere. Well, they're
anticipate a
professionals.
doubling of that
Yeah, I
number
mean, they're making a
with the
living
new
doing
Siyam Hashas
it.
in January.
And then there's also people that are professional
The only
protesters.
structure
Which is
could not
wild.
have been
These guys have
adopted without
documented
this
people
particular
protesting in
individual
different
who has a
places.
fascinating
And
life
he's talked
history
about
for
like, how much do you get paid?
The
And, like,
second
people are
lecture next week,
making
we're
a
going to look
living
at the
protesting.
exceptional
Yeah.
women who
And
made the
how is that
Talmud
legal? How's it legal
possible.
to hire
Particularly
someone
interesting
to
because,
go and annoy
generally
people?
speaking, the Talmud
What's
is a
illegal?
book
You're not allowed to protest
written
something
by
you don't
men
believe in?
for
Just,
men.
you just show up
It
and
is
all
highly
sign, and they believe
androcentric.
in it.
There are
They're getting paid and
occasional
they believe in it. That's
references to
what they would
women,
say.
but
You
there are
can't
very
tell
few
someone
women's
they
voices
don't
in the
believe
Talmud
in
itself.
something. Well, some people are
Nevertheless, when we
dumb
look
and
at
they'll
the
be like,
history
I
of the
don't even know
Talmud,
why I'm here.
particularly in the
I'm just
context
collecting
that
checks and getting
I'd
a
like to
sandwich.
share with you today and next week, you'll see that there are some very powerful
They
women
give away
who had a
secrets. It's
phenomenal
always going to be like
impact in producing
dull,
Talmuds that are studied today.
people that grew up in a house with a gas
Several
leak,
next
and
week.
there's
And
just
finally,
no
I'd
saving
like to look at the very nature of
just common
authority
sense isn't that
with
common.
the
No, it's
remarkable
not just that. I
episode
think
of
some people's brains
the
don't function well.
pseudo-Yerushalmi, which is
You know,
infamous among
yeah,
students
I
of the
think you're just
Talmud
born
and
with a bad
Constantine.
brain. And then you also need the environmental factors. Like what if
20th
you're
century,
fucking
a man posing
working with
as a
certain chemicals every
Sephardi
day?
Tahor
Yeah.
presented a
How many people are
series
doing
of
that?
manuscripts that he claimed were
How many people work
actually
in print
actually
shops
not
just like
present manuscripts,
sucking
presented
in
some
all that
books
fucking
that he claimed
chemical
were actually
fumes?
based on the lost
What does that
tractates
do
of
to
the
your dog?
Jerusalem
That can't be
Talmud.
good.
It turned out
And who knows
that
what,
not
you know,
only was
about what you
were
took
they
in as a child. Oh
but he
yeah,
himself was
lead
not a
and
Sephardi
gasoline when we were
Tahor. He
young.
was a
That shit
Belarusian
was everywhere. We got lead
fish
poisoning
who
in
had
the brain for
literally
sure.
written
Drops your
several
IQ a little
tractates in
bit.
Talmud.
Measurable.
And just
Yeah,
the amount of genius it takes
we
to
talked about that the other day.
actually
They fucking
write
knew
a
that
tractate
lead
of
was gonna
Talmud.
poison
If he had
people. They
used his
put it in
powers for
anyway
good,
because
he
they
would
could
have been
save
a phenomenal individual.
Did you ever hear the
We will
conspiracy
explore that, God willing,
about what lead and
third
gasoline
final
led?
week of this day.
No.
We're going
doesn't really
the
cause that.
thread
The
that
reason you want
brings
to get
all
lead out
of
of
these
paint is
topics
because
together,
it made it
and
harder
in
for
a
them to
sense
see
makes
through
them
walls.
less Talmudic, is of
And
course the famous
that's why
quote
all
of
these
Marshall
new
McLuhan,
houses
my
have glass windows.
compatriot who was also at the University
They're
of
like, look at
Study.
your amazing view
Perhaps most
through this
famous
glass
comment is
window. I
the
was
idea
watching
of
like
the
one of those
medium
home flipping
is the
shows,
message.
and they took out a
There
wall and they
is
just put a giant glass there.
tremendous amount
And the
of
theory is that
content
it's
and
easier
value
to
in
look through that.
studying how we study,
And,
particularly
you know,
of
now
books
they've
such as the Talmud, and
discovered that
particularly
there's
for
these
people
mystery
such
vans
as the
driving
Ahl
around.
Kitab,
The
the
people
people
break
of the
through your
book who are
walls
so
and watch
closely
what you're
related
doing.
to that doctrine. And understanding
Is this too
how we
much?
relate to that over
How are they
time,
looking through
and
your
in
wall?
particular
What are they
three
using? I know
unique
they do it with
junctures in
Wi-Fi
time,
now.
I think will be
That's
quite
basically
fruitful
what
for
they're
us
doing.
in understanding where we
It's
are
just
today
that
and
Wi-Fi is
where we are
bananas.
going.
The fact that
In
they
this
have
regard, I'd like to
technology that allows you to
specifically
see
point out
like
that
3D images
almost
in a
all of my
room
research is
based
highly
on
derivative,
how
not
the
original at
Wi-Fi
all.
is somehow or
If
another
you would
like
like to
sending it back to
enjoy
them.
this information
What is even-
in the comfort of
what
your
is
own
Wi-Fi even
home
doing
at
to
your
you?
own leisure,
What is
then I
happening
urge
to
you to
you?
look at the
This
amazing
shit
book
is just a
Written in
room
the
that
Talmud
controlled as time passing through your cells. Have you ever been to see it on the fact they can see it? You know, like, everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray. Right? You don't want that.
And I can give you the
first understand that in terms of the transmission of the study of the topic, which is where we're going to get to, the medium is the message concept. We see that there are 4 basic stages of transmission of this
It's
document.
not as bad
The
as an
content of which I
X-ray, but
really don't
it's
want to
this weird
discuss today, but
low-level
today we're
signal
going to focus
that
on the
they say it fucks
medium
up bees,
aspect
right?
of it.
Or at least cell
And
phone
the
signals.
way in which we studied Talmud was very closely related to the material in which it was contained. So first period is
contact lenses give
the
people
oral
infrared
transmission.
vision
The
even with their eyes
Talmud
shut.
is
Sci-fi style technology uses nanoparticles
the oral
to
Torah,
convert
and it was,
infrared light into
for
visible light that
centuries
humans
upon
can see.
centuries handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something
How
like
about those
this.
night
Right?
vision
I
goggles that
like
they
this
had to
picture
change the
because
color because they
I'm
were
often
seeing
stopped in
things
the street. People
that
say, "Hey,
weren't on the radar"?
aren't you Charlton Heston?"
I think it was like red. They were aliens.
Also Will
They were
Smith. It's surprising. The two of them together, I
They were
don't know what
seeing
it is.
things
But,
flying around them, and they were
no
flipping out because they had
text,
red
just
night
the
vision
mind,
goggles,
just
and
the
that's why they
memory,
changed
just
it
the
either green
interaction
or
of
blue.
ideas,
Because the
completely
rest,
oral.
when red, they show up, they don't show up in other colors. Yeah.
A-U-R-A-L. That's the way Talmud was traditionally handed down, and in fact, it's considered in yeshiva a very high marker
The account of early night vision
scholarly
goggles
integrity,
used
but
in
also
Vietnam
piety
War
to
revealing
memorize
alleged demonic entities.
The second period of Talmud transmission is when it becomes a manuscript.
My dad
And
did
for
drugs,
those of
made
you
up
who
stories
study
about
Talmud, you know that there's a massive discussion, particularly in the period of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, as to whether or not this actually represented a transgression of God's will, that you would take this oral body of
Oh,
information
yeah, that's right.
and
Thank
somehow
you.
trap it
So Jesse
into the
Michaels
written word
released a
on
new video.
page
He
on
went down to
parchment or
Peru,
vellum or what have you.
and these people have been telling him about these mummies.
You know,
They'll
it has
have to
some
see them in
tremendous
person.
advantages in that
They are
you do not have to rely
humanoid,
on
but they don't seem to be
so heavily.
human.
It also
They have a
has
different
tremendous
amount of
disadvantage in that
ribs,
you
but
do
they
not
have
to rely
like
on
all the
memory so heavily.
cartilage
It's
and
kind of
all
like
the
if
ligaments
you
and all the
lose your
bones
phone and
and
all of your
everything
loved ones
is
are on
in
speed dial,
place.
you
That
have no
makes
way
it
to
look
reach them
like if
because
you go
we
to
don't
Jesse's
memorize
show,
telephone numbers
go to his
anymore.
YouTube channel
So this is
because
what the
he's got
manuscript represents. All
some
of this
video
body of
footage
information
of
is
the
somehow
actual like CAT
as long
scans
as the
that show
place
you
where,
the
as
tissue.
long as we can
And look at those
access it, we're
little
fine. But as soon as we
bananas.
lack
So
access to
this
the
is
text,
Jesse's
we have
take. I'm
nothing at our
paraphrasing. I
disposal.
hope I'm not fucking this up,
The
but
third
some of
period,
these
of
things
course,
are forgeries.
that
Some of
of
these things are
print
just fake
transmission,
stuff.
which is
Just
what we're
like
going to
an
talk
art
about
piece that
today.
someone created.
This represents a
But
huge
he
advance
thinks they
in that the
actually have
highly
some of them that
expensive
appear to
and
be a real
idiosyncratic
creature.
and often unregulated
And this
manuscript
real
copies
creature has
are
3 toes and
made,
3 fingers,
much more
and there's
cheap,
depictions of
much,
these in Peru.
they're cheaply
In
available.
these
I'm going to
ancient
take that out of
like
it. They are
carpets
much
and
less
ancient
expensive, much
weaves that
easier
are
for
hundreds
people
of
to
years old.
access them. It represents a
I think even
democratization
1,000
of
years
knowledge
old.
because you no
So
longer
some
have
of
to have
these they think
a
are
relationship
1,700
with a
years old,
teacher
and some
the
of
same way
these
you
are
did when it was in
as
the
recent
form,
as
certainly
400 or
not
500
in
years old.
oral form.
But
You
look
have
at
the
this!
text,
Look at
you
this
have
tissue,
everything, and the
elongated
text is
scope.
suddenly
But like, look at how
so much more
everything
accessible
is in.
because you
Like, if
just
this
go to
is
a
a piece of
store
art
and
from
buy it.
1,700 years
As
ago,
the
somebody
saying
created
goes,
this.
the chassid
That's
says,
nuts, man.
what do I
That's
need
an
a sefer
amazing
for?
piece
I
of
have a
work if
Rebbe.
it's really
What do
just
I need a
art.
book for? I have a
And if
teacher.
it's not
And the
art,
Litva,
well, they've managed to
for those of you
find
who are
some
new
kind
to
of creature that
this
might have been
institution,
another type
there
of
are a lot of
human
Litvaks in this
that
building.
we
You
didn't
can
know
always
existed.
recognize them by their
There might be,
erudition,
look,
their
they
superior
find out,
faculties
and
than
Jesse
any
was
other.
telling me this on the phone, like, look at this is the
So
scan of this
Litvaks
thing's
say,
bone
what do I
structure.
need
This is the
a Rebbe
actual
for?
thing.
I have a sefer.
Like,
I
how
don't
nuts
need
is
that
that,
human
man? If
contact
that's
because I can work
fake,
with this
that's fucking
object that I can buy.
extraordinary because it looks like a
Finally,
real
the period that
creature.
we're
I mean, the
in
amount
right
of
now
detail.
is very
It
exciting.
looks
Very
incredibly
difficult to
real.
understand
I mean,
where
this is
exactly are we
incredibly, and
heading with this.
the head is
is
very
digital
different than ours.
plastics. But
Very
suddenly
different than
taking
ours,
the
elongated,
data
but also
and
matches
freeing
up
it
with
from
so
the
many
page,
descriptions that people
literally
have
putting it
encounters
into
with
the
beings,
cloud, suddenly we
including
have a
the
new way
James
to
Fox
access the
movie,
information
Moment of
that has
Contact,
lots of
about Virginia,
implications that
Brazil in the
I definitely hope
1990s.
to study.
They describe things that
over
look
the,
exactly
the
like
next
this.
couple
Very
times with you.
small, like 3
This you
feet
may remember
tall,
from the
3
last
fingers,
CMA
3
shot
toes.
in
That's what these
2012.
things are.
The
Like,
most exciting
they
thing, the
might
Shas
have been
pod,
another
said all
form
of Shas in
human
your
that we
pocket.
just
You know,
don't
you
have
can
any
have an
evidence for.
iPod,
Like
which is like a
Dennis
really
Ovens, they
primitive
just found
kind of
recently. I
iPhone.
think it was in the last
And
decade, right?
the
And then
idea
there's
that it
those
could
new
all be
people,
there,
what is Homo
it was,
juliens?
you know,
Is that what it was?
revolutionary.
It's December of 2024
Note
they
also
released this paper.
that it is
Found another type of
ironically
human.
returned back
The
to oral.
Flores people,
That's all of a
the
sudden,
Hobbit people in Flores,
you
they
can be
was like,
driving
I think the
listening
90s.
to Shas.
You know,
can
it's
be
interesting.
jogging.
All
You
of
can
it's
be
interesting.
sitting
It's
on your
like,
own. You don't
there's
have
a
to interact
bunch
with
of
people.
stuff that we're
So if
just
we
now
put our
finding
back,
out,
we shall
but we
see.
want to be rigid and
And
pretend that
plug
we know the
for the
entire
project
landscape
that
as far as
Rabbi
like
Trump and
what
I are
different
both
type of
working on
human
now
timelines.
is all done.
What the fuck is that then? If that really is 1700 years old, if that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is
all
that,
levels,
and that's a
all
real being,
topics,
and then
all
there's more than one,
subjects
and one
on the
of them
dot,
has
and
a
it's going to be
fetus
an
inside
amazing
of it.
free
They
app
think
offered
also
by the
has
Orthodox
3
Union.
fingers and 3
I'm very
toes.
excited about
So
it.
they're trying to get
And,
better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it.
Let
Like,
us
that's a
go to the
hoax.
historical period that we're talking about.
Like, what?
We have to go
Like,
to
I want to
the
know. I want to know
15th century
who
in
carbonated
Italy,
it, what's the
where
result,
the
if you've
most
done it more than
prominent
once.
early
Okay, do we
printers
know for
were
sure how
the
old it is?
Soncino family.
Yeah, one of
I
them
would
has like
probably
an implant on the back of its head.
Soncino because, you know, I was born in North
Yeah.
America, but it is
I can't recommend this
in situ,
episode
it would
enough.
be
Alien
pronounced
Mummies Found in
Soncino.
Peru,
So
and
the
it's on Jesse Michael's
Soncinos, I
channel.
said right there,
American
were
Alchemy,
among
great
the
fucking show.
earliest of printers,
And he goes
and
deep,
they are
and he
credited
actually
with
went to
publishing
Peru
the first
to see these
actual
things and
tractate
get
of the
them studied
Talmud
and scanned.
in
And
1483. They were
there's
not the first
biologists that
printers
are
of
looking at
Hebrew
this that are
text.
saying this
We
is a
have
real
some
creature.
early
Whatever this
printing
is, we
that
need to
goes back
do more
to the
tests and find out more.
1470s in Spain
And
and Portugal,
they're very
places like
suspicious
that.
about the actual
There are even
location in
some
which the guys said
very
they found them. Because
fascinating
basically these are
references
like
to
grave robbers
printing by
that find
Jews
these things.
before Gutenberg. There
Yeah,
are some
and they
Jews
found
in
more
the
than one.
Rhone River
The
Valley
crazy thing
of
is,
Provence,
show them the
France,
ancient
who were
art from
actually
Peru that
cutting
shows
Hebrew type.
3-fingered,
Although we don't
3-toed
have any
beings.
examples of what they might have
Just like
printed,
that,
the idea that
ancient
the
art is
Jews
hundreds of years
preceded
old,
Gutenberg
man.
is quite an
Like,
exciting
look,
thought.
Yeah,
And he looked at what's going on with manuscripts. The Soncino family, there's actually
This is all
several
Jesse's,
generations, and they
episodes,
decided to like
Just
put
go
their
watch that
energies
episode
into
if you're interested.
producing
My theory on
printed
our
versions,
reality is
beautiful
every
printed
movie you've
versions
ever watched in your life
the
all going on at
manuscripts
the
of the
same
Talmud
time.
that existed. This is a typical
All of these
Talmud
movies
from about that
just
same period, a little
kind
bit
of tell
earlier.
you what's really going
12th
on.
century
And
Talmud fragment. You
aliens
see, it's
and
written
3-fingered
beautiful
Harry and the
calligraphy,
Hendersons,
done
San
from the
Francisco,
aesthetic
hanging out the camp.
of
It's
manuscripts
very
is
interesting. I
different
had
from
an
the
interview
aesthetic
with
of
a guy named
print.
the Paranoid
The aesthetic
American,
of
and
manuscript
he
is
came
very
on my
much
show and he was talking
idiosyncratic,
about how
individualized.
based on your religious beliefs is
much
what
more
you see.
personality coming
So
through
like
the
if
text.
you're atheist, you
For the
see aliens.
reasons
If
of
you're
mass production
religious, you see angels,
They
and it
are
goes down to
designed to be
cryptids and all that stuff. It's
easily
like,
accessible
so
and
it's like
readable by
you
everyone.
only see what you
So
want
they
to see,
tend not to
and it
have
shows up in the form that is
idiosyncrasies
acceptable to you.
of calligraphy.
And so
And
I
since they
think, yeah, so
are
when you go Bigfoot,
individualized by the
100%.
calligrapher, there can be quite a
100%. One of the
variety.
craziest stories ever
Here
told to me
is
was by a guy I
similarly
met at
dated,
a
a
show.
little bit later dated fragment. You can see that
And
this
he
is,
was telling me
you know,
he
it's
did
a
a show
horrible
where
mess
people would
by
send in their
comparison. It
like
does not have the
high
same kind of
weirdness,
elegance or
like
legibility.
stories. He said that a
Letters are
guy
constantly running into each
was,
other. It looks like a rush
driving
kind
through
of
the forest with his
dog, although it
girlfriend and
does have
dog.
Rashi
And
on the
they
side,
pull over for a
actually on
second,
the page,
and the
which
dog
is
takes
not
off.
necessarily- Now, what's
So he goes and
fascinating
chases
also,
him
you know, it's
through
the 16th
the
century.
woods.
That means printing
And
has
he
already
looks
been
at his
around
dog's
for
looking
about
up, he looks
150
up,
years.
there's like what seems
Unlike
to
the
be
time that we
a
are living in
giant
now,
green screen.
where you're considered old-fashioned
something
if you have a
crawling on
flip
it.
phone. The pace of
And they're
change
just
in the
staring at it,
16th
and then the
century
thing
was
stops,
much slower.
notices them, they're
And people
camouflaged stuff. He
relied
looks down
on
his dog, and
manuscript
he
for
ran
a
back
long,
and abandoned him.
longer
And he ran back, and his girlfriend saw him, they're like, let's get the fuck out of here.
You know,
And that
Jews
gets
were
into
definitely very
like,
excited
kind
about
of like the
and
whole,
they
again,
rushed
missing
to
not
engage in
missing
print
form one
because
is that
it was
it's almost
cheaper
like Grand
and
Theft
it
Auto. You
was
ever
standardized and lots of other values. But
Right.
manuscript
What was the
copies
specifics
still
of it?
continued for a good
well,
century
she
and a half.
didn't,
after
they
printing.
looked the wrong
This is
way.
actually, if we look a little bit
Like
broader,
they go, hey, there's they look this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time and then left and went back to flying helicopters? Probably, dude. It's so hard to know because you see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or I mean the LA fires, they want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time. Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you?
specifically
It's
order
hubris.
and take?
I don't know. Someone
don't
gets
just
it. Listen, you got an all lesbian crew, right?
You got a
So,
woman
now
who's
here's
the first head of the fire department is a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs. To pretend that that's not necessary. You shouldn't be like destroying our guys. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Another one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like they're always big people, right? Because you got to be able to carry folks. I agree. And you got to be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes. You know, it's right. Imagine you take a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative usually became, who are the Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, lizard people, right? Well, I don't know if they're lizard. Well, they probably are lizard people, but I mean, this is, I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity, and nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. All you gotta catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey dude, this is like, hey man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not gonna work. You're just not gonna work. Hey, you get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas, and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. If you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere though. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already because of Hollywood. Yeah, because you're auditioning for 100% auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting. Give a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and it's not happening, and everybody knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent, because it's weird, so you have to conform. You have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue or social issue, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree. That's kind of why LA, nobody's saying anything. It's a culture. It's part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. It was all acting. Everybody wanted to go to act. So it was like the primary way that someone would get a gig was an audition. There's a term, it's a communist term, it's like Cornifisa.
The Sonsino family found this copy of Ace of Spades.
Butchering
They really loved the decoration all around the outside, including these naked cherubs here. So they just put it into the first page of Chocolate Sugar.
Oh, no shit.
Unfortunately,
shout out to Alder. He's here. I need one of those. I need the Wu-Tang one. Oh, dude, I'll get you one.
Space in the margin. They simply
you want that one? Okay, later.
No, I'll give it to you because it's hot in here. So the wide part would fit on the narrow part.
Sorry, you guys see my
Just have a closer look at those cherubs.
Here you go. I'm never watching this.
I don't have any of these decorations.
That worked out perfect. I'm going to smell like a
Could you imagine going to Lakewood with a family decorated like this?
That's my Van Nuys. I'm just getting murked by Mexicans the whole time.
But nevertheless, these are kind of the last things that
it's just like, it's a great school, dude. I'm trying to get a blue belt. I'm just old and fat. It's hard. Bro, I'm not older for
individual named Daniel Palmer.
20 years. Yeah, he's great. I love him. 20, probably 20 years.
Let's step into Venice at the turn of the 16th century.
I just got to do old man jiu-jitsu. I got to do wrist locks and shit like that because I can't put these fat legs. I got fat legs. I can't come in and pick it up. You want any hormone replacement? I want you so bad. I'll get you some. I got bad head too, dude. That's why I got worked out.
Significant authority in granting printing licenses. The number of printers in Venice exceeded by multiple times any other place in Italy, and Italy was in itself the center of
you should make sure that
there
you're
was
making
about
that entry.
2,000
Probably
printers
making it worse.
in
Yeah,
Venice
it's kind of
at the
important.
turn
I
of the
love
century,
it. I
and
know I
only
like
about
pain. I'm glad you like it.
in
But
Rome
just
at the
listen
same
to
time.
daddy.
It was a
I
place
was
where
fucking
the
surgery
explosion of
road
this
many
new
times with
technology
jiu-jitsu.
and producing
I've had,
phenomenal works of
2 knee
significance
surgeries because
for
of
the rest of
jiu-jitsu.
the world. The Jews
You have to make
lived, of
sure,
course,
and I have a
in
bunch
the
of packages,
ghetto.
you have
The
to
word
make sure
ghetto
that's not like
comes
a
from
labor pit
Venice,
or something like that where
probably
you're
from the
continuing
name
to
of
tear
the
it and make
iron
it worse.
foundry
Because
that
you
is
can get that
nearby.
fixed. And if you get it
Located
fixed, you'll be way better off.
series of islands,
MMA
the
fighters
Jews
do it all
were
the time. Like
highly
Sugar
restricted
Sean,
in their
before his
activities.
fight with
They were
Rob,
even
he tore his
losing
labrum
monopoly
the
on
first fight.
some
And he
activities
was
like
going to get a
money
surgery,
lending,
but he realized he couldn't.
because the
There was
church
no way
was
he
getting
was
much
going to
more
make that
involved at
severe
that
show
point.
because they're doing that
And
to
he was
Spears.
into
Like,
this
fuck it, I can still
environment.
beat that
He
guy.
got a
He's an
young
animal. He's savage.
man named Daniel
But he
Bumper
needed to get it
came
fixed.
onto the scene.
And
He was
then he
born
finally got it fixed. He's like, dude, I feel
1483.
fucking
We're not exactly sure of either his birth
You
or
have
his
to
death
fix it.
date.
If it's a
His
labrum
parents
tear or
were
something like that,
Cornelius
you
and
just don't want
Agnes
to ruin it.
Brandes.
You don't
I
want
don't
to
know
get
if
a
that's
CD
really
hip
important, but I
replacement,
like
which
to
I know
say
a gang
Agnes
of guys who have
Brandes.
hip
It's
replacements.
like a
Okay?
compelling name.
I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements.
I went home
liberal-minded
and I brought the kids
individuals
back to the
who
homeland.
gave their
And
son
all my
a
family
fairly
was like, I
broad
got this fixed, I got this
liberal
fixed, I
arts
got that fixed.
education,
Hip one's nuts, man,
languages,
because I know
and
guys that are 40
history and
that have hip
culture,
replacements.
including,
Like,
of course,
not just
Hebrew.
one.
And
You know?
he had some
I think,
experience with
remember Connor?
typesetting.
Did you ever meet Connor?
But when he
Yeah,
came
yeah,
to
yeah. He got
Venice
his hips
and he
done.
saw that this was
You know, I
the
don't like
dominant
a bunch of
activity,
MMA
this was the
fighters that
exciting new
get
technology,
their hips
he
done.
got
John Wayne
very
Parr, Muay Thai guy, he had
possessed
his
with
hips
the
done.
idea of entering
At least
the
one
field.
hip.
A crucial
It's rough,
individual
man.
for him
They
was this
saw the
individual,
top of your
Billy
bone off
Stepfather.
and put
That's
a
actually
fucking
not a
cap
picture of
on
him,
it,
but it's a
a different
picture
socket,
of
and screw it
an
on there, and
Augustinian
it's good for
friar
about 20 years.
I think I messed up some joints
This
during my
is a
running and
Jew
gunning
who
days.
had
I'm not
converted
drinking
to
enough
this
water. I
monastic
think I
order
Yeah,
and
probably
was
got injured
very
a bunch of
excited
times,
about
didn't notice it.
publishing
just kept going.
his translations of
The
Hebrew
thing about those
literature. He
hips,
began
though, is
with
what they can
songs,
do now, like
and
before in
he
the past,
ultimately
if you had a
convinced
chronically
Daniel Bumper
inflamed
that
hip and
there was a
arthritis,
market
you're
for
missing
Hebrew
calcium or
books,
missing
not just Hebrew
meniscus
books
or
for
whatever it be,
Christians, that is,
cartilage,
Christian
labrum tears,
bibliophiles who are
hips.
especially
You're
interested
crippled
in
for
Hebrew
life.
works that relate to
Now they just give
Christianity,
you an
but
artificial one,
actually
and
a
they say,
market
well, it
for
probably lasts about
for
20
Jews
years. Yeah, well, at
themselves,
least
books that
for
appeal
20
to
years,
Jews
you can,
with
like,
lots of
everyone I
journalists
know
and
that has one
commentaries and so on.
walks normal.
Yeah, I
Daniel
want that
Bumper,
sort of
being a Christian
You want
gentleman,
to fix your hip.
with
Yeah,
this
I
kind
know.
of
That's what I
broad,
want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I
capacity,
go back.
No, we're going to look that way here.
Really?
How many days here?
I'm here and I'm leaving
and he
tomorrow.
What time tomorrow?
approached the Pope
Like 7.
for
They put me
permission
7 a.m.
to print Hebrew works.
Maybe I'll
He
fly right this afternoon.
downplayed
Maybe I'll get
his
you in this
initial
afternoon. Take my hip
goals
look,
he
I'll
made.
fly
He
right
appears
back.
to have been
Someone should
kind of
look
like
at it. What you
hesitant about seeing
really
whether this
need is
venture
an
would work.
MRI.
And he came back
Because they
and
need
he
to find out
worked
exactly
on
what's
Mr.
going on inside
Franco's
there.
I'm
first
paying a
translation,
gazillion dollars in health
and
insurance. I
found
better
that it
get
had some commercial
Bro, that
success.
doesn't get
He
you nothing.
engaged much
Nothing.
more
That's
enthusiastic in printing the
unbelievable.
works,
Do you know what
and
happened
when
to Ben
his
Askren?
initial
Oh, yeah, dude,
copyright
that's so
period, his
tragic and
permission to
sad and
publish,
just
was coming
disgusting.
to an end. He
It should
approached
be
the
like if
Venetian
they don't cover it,
Senate,
they should send all your
and
money
when
back.
they saw
How
that
crazy
he
is
was
that?
making
He had
good
health
business, and in
insurance.
fact he
He
was,
got a
a
terrible
reputable
infection
Christian
in his
person,
lungs that led
they
to,
in
I
fact
think it's called
granted him a
necrotic
longer right
pneumonia.
to publish
He had to
because
give a
they did
double
not want
lung
to lose
transplant,
his
and her
business
insurance
acumen
is,
to
we're not
Rome
covering
or
it.
Milan or one of the other
How's that
centers. And so
possible?
he
That is
began
an
to engage in
obvious
earnest
catastrophic
in the
illness that
printing of
just
Hebrew
hit
books.
the guy.
And it's
Right?
interesting
Like,
to sort
this
of
is not,
contemplate what exactly
he's not
was
like a
his
chronic
motivation.
smoker. There's
It
no
seems clear
terrible
that
thing
he
that he
had
did.
strong
He just got sick.
phylogenetic
And isn't that what health insurance is
he
for?
actually
Like 100%.
liked
I want to know
Jews and
what
things
grounds
Jewish.
can you
There
deny
are some
something like
scholars who point to the
that?
fact that some of
That
his
seems to be like a
closest
break
Jewish
in
collaborators ultimately
narrative.
converted to
Like
Christianity
something like that.
to
Is
argue
you
that
can't
Bumper
say,
himself was
oh,
acting
this
out of
person's
missionary
responsible for
impulses,
that. They did
but
something
it's a
they weren't
hard
supposed to do
argument
because of
to
their
sustain.
insurance.
It is
Right. This
true
guy just got
that some
sick.
of his
Yeah,
closest
100%. And
Jewish
that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion, or you can't look at it going, well, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it.
He
And
certainly
that's why
got rich
I
off
guess
it,
he was
but
having
he
problems with
continued
his
to invest
back
for the
and
rest of his life
just got pissed
in
off.
heavy
And
Jewish
that's
printing
what happens,
tends to
man.
argue
And
against
that whole
the
thing was weird,
missionary
too.
impulse. Also, the nature of the books that he published, there was one book that was included for his purpose that was written by a convert to Christianity that was openly missionary in nature. And some biographers of Bomberg have pointed to that and say, you see, he's actually trying to convert the Jews. But the reality is, he used the same yardstick. The Sino family would also be guilty of the same thing because they were also publishing things that had very similar nature. So it's hard to really pin it down. I tend to lean on the basis of my limited reading to a more charitable view of von Bomberg. He himself
Well, a lot
never
of people think once you get to the
Judaism
hospital,
or
you're
anything
safe,
like that.
right? That's
We
where
know
the safe place
only
is.
very little about his family.
Medical
Just recently
malpractice is
learned
one
that
that causes
he
death
had
out there.
a
And
son named David, who seemed
nothing's
to
an
have succeeded
exact
him
science,
in
but
the printing
yeah,
business.
they can mess up. My
Another recently
grandmother on
discovered
my
source
father's side
indicated
just
that
went in to get a
he
bag
actually
change. She
married a
never
woman
left the hospital.
Antwerp
She
and had
passed
9
away.
children with her, but we know nothing about the names of his children otherwise. We also don't know, as I mentioned, the specific date of his death, but he was buried in Antwerp, probably sometime
She
around
had one bad kidney and one good kidney, and they took out her
his
bad kidney, or
engagement
they
in
took out a
the
good
text is
kidney and
very
left her bad
significant.
kidney.
He had his
The
first
doctor would not
editio
admit
princeps,
it.
meaning the first edition of the
The
Talmud,
doctor would not
was
admit it.
between 1519
it's
and
the whole thing
1523.
is
It's a
fucking
phenomenal
brutal.
success. It
But
was
that's medical
considered
malpractice.
a work of
The
art
denial
that
of
was
insurance
widely
claims and
purchased,
stuff like
including
that. It's like
copies by
the medical
Westminster
miracle
Abbey
is they
in
did
England,
give him a double
by
lung transplant and
prelates
aspirin
as
in the
far
liver.
away as Crimea, and
And
of
he's trying
course
to build
by the
himself
Jewish
back up.
And they had to
community.
go fund me
You
it,
can see that
which is
the
absolutely
published
ridiculous
huge
that we live
these
in
are actually
America
not the original
and you have
bindings,
to
but
have your
very
friends and
beautiful,
fans
massive bindings.
support you
The
to have this
copy, I believe,
life-saving
held by the
surgery. I think a big
Restream
chunk
was
of it was
actually
Jake Paul.
chained to
Yeah,
a
but then
desk.
Jake Paul gave
Like
him
the only way you
$500,000.
could access it was by actually walking
But
out
it's
physically
really
there,
kind of crazy
and
that the
you certainly
insurance is
couldn't
allowed to
download
not
it
cover
onto your
stuff like
iPod
that.
at that point.
Did they have a response? Is there
He
a response
nevertheless
for why
did
they didn't
engage
cover that?
in some very significant
Let's try.
activity to
It
improve
just
the quality
seems
of the Talmud. The first
insane. I
thing we
mean,
should note
unless
is
there's
that
some
he
legal
shamelessly
loophole, how could
plagiarized
you
from
not
the
cover
Sunshine
someone
Notes.
to just get some
As
crazy
this was
illness
just
like
simply
that?
what was done.
When
Let
Obama
us just
was,
recall
I knew
what
Obama
it
was like,
takes to
not the guy I
translate
thought it was.
from
Obama's
manuscript
first term was the
culture to
last time I
print
voted for
culture.
either
One of
Republican or
the first
Democrat.
things you have
That
to
was the
do
last time.
is
So,
identify
everybody
what
wanted
is the
change.
correct
I can get into how
text.
they basically rigged
And
that
if
thing
you have
for them.
multiple
Because
manuscripts
America, after
floating
George
around,
Bush and Dick Cheney,
you have to actually
white
bring them
neocons.
together and
And then who
physically
did they
compare
have?
them.
Who did they
And you
have?
need a
Right against
scholar
the
to
slick,
actually tell
good-looking
you
young black guy
which
who
one of the
nobody knew was
texts
a
is
Bush
correct.
at the time.
Because, as
Who
I'm
they
sure
have?
you're
John
aware,
McCain, who was
when you
the
have
poster
manuscript
child
copies,
or the
you have
mascot
scribal
for
errors
the
that
old
come
white
in. And
neocons,
these
right?
errors
So they
are
basically run
compounded
everybody
over
through Obama. And we're like, yeah, we're
centuries
going to have
because
change.
a scribe
And
in
he
the
was
9th
running on
century
like
makes a
everyone
mistake.
getting health care and all
Every
that stuff.
manuscript
And then
that
so
is
they're having
copied
this giant
from that
debate in
original 9th
Washington
century
about,
manuscript
universal
also
health
contains that
coverage.
mistake.
And
So you
this
could
dude
literally
gets on
have
a plane and runs to
dozens of variant
Germany
readings
to
of
give
every page of
speeches and
Talmud
stuff like
based
that
on the quality of the
during
source. So the
the
first thing you
debate
have to
on
do
his
is actually
major
physically
campaign,
go out there,
issue.
examine every
And I'm like, oh,
manuscript,
dude,
read them
this is
literally
just a
word by
giant
word
setup.
compared to another
It's
one,
all
and then
BS.
try
I've
to
never voted
determine
for
what
another.
is the
Wait a minute.
correct
Explain that. So he went to
text.
Germany to
So
do
this
what?
involves a
Give
huge
speeches.
layout of
He was
money,
going to go give
which the
speeches
Sanchinos
to
did
German
with
diplomats
tremendous
and politicians and all that
and
stuff
scholarly
while we are
caution to produce
debating
really high quality
his
manuscripts, which
campaign
Bomberg
promise.
immediately
And I'm like,
stole
why
and
aren't
just
you here
copied straight
fighting
from the Sansino
for
edition.
what you
Like,
said
why
you want
should
to
he
get
do
us?
the same
Now
work
you're out of the
over
country,
if
you're not even
Sansino
part of
has
the debate.
already done it?
Is it
We can
possible
see
that
that
they
the
set
mistakes that did
those
creep in,
debates up at
typographical
the same
errors
time where
that
they knew
crept
that he
into
was going to be
Sansino
out of the country?
editions
Yeah, but
were
if you
largely
run a
copied
campaign
straight
and
over
they're like
from
this,
Bomberg.
it's in the
So
heat of
this
the
made
debate. When
Sansino
you
very
like, I
upset,
can't go
as you
right
can
now.
imagine,
Do
because
you think
all that
it's
work and energy
possible
that
that
went
that was a
into
plan?
creating these printed
That they
versions
didn't
were
want
simply
him there to
usurped by
defend
this
it? It
Christian
would be
printer
easier to shoot
and
down.
produced in
Yeah,
very
of
vapid
course.
On purpose.
editions.
Yes,
But
on purpose.
nevertheless,
And when
And
the
do you think they
Sansinos
scheduled those
were only
meetings at a time
moving
where
at a
they knew
snail's
that they were going
pace,
to be doing the
producing
debate?
one
So
tractate
get
at
out
a
of
time,
him
and they're
having
not
to
anywhere close
defend,
to finishing
not
the entire Talmud.
not having
Bomberg
lived up
rushed
to his
ahead.
campaign
He
promises.
definitely
That's my
invested
whole
very
opinion.
heavily in the same
There's
there's got to be some 3D chess going on, right? We don't, I know all of it isn't, but there's some really smart people that are involved in the government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in a room, and they're brainstorming, and someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it.
to approach
Yeah, you send them to Germany, he's not even
and
here.
say, listen,
We
I'd like
say
to publish some books.
There actually
And the
are
other
no
tenants
files.
would
Yeah. we say there's no video, even though we said there's 10,000 hours of video. Actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it. I don't know where it is.
Heavily reliant on Jewish apostates to Christianity because they had a much greater understanding of Hebrew than he did in rabbinic culture.
You can hear everything she's saying. My whole thing goes everything.
The Jewish officers of Sparta
Pam
were not
Bondi.
enthusiastic about seeing
when
that
Veritas
these texts were prepared by apostates to Christianity.
What is the video? The video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of hurting children. Oh, so that video is
realized this really early, and he removed his colleague's name from the title page, and he also removed this pesky little dedication to the Pope that was on the verso of the title page, and with that small change, suddenly it had a huge Jewish
gets everything.
readership.
He gets everything.
But what he also realized was that he was really complementary
listen, send in some ads and they'll give away all the secrets. So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said there was tens of thousands. No, she's talking
special
about
permissions for some 200 Jewish
quarterly
employees
recorded April
to
28th,
be allowed to
revealing
leave the
previously
ghetto
undisclosed
and to
information
work
about Epstein regarding
outside
tens
and
of thousands of videos
and
of
not
little
only that,
kids
they
to
were
a
allowed
complete
to
stranger in a
dispense
DC
with
restaurant.
the required
Okay,
Jewish
let's
garb,
hear what
such
it
as
says. I want to hear how
yellow
she says it.
that Jews are required to wear,
It's easy
especially
to find
outside the
because
ghetto.
of her
They would
in
complain
a
and say
cafe.
that,
You'll find it right
you
there.
know what,
Just kind of jump.
we're
Oh,
going
there
to
it
be
is. That's her
accosted in the street,
talking.
we're going to be molested if we walk around in an obviously Jewish hat. So Barber is actually able to relieve those restrictions for his work. And his business savvy was huge because he realized that the way he's going to make this happen is if he was first to market. And so he invested very heavily in having multiple teams of scholars working on the same text simultaneously to be able to
And
produce
that's
the
a big
entire
part.
time
I said this a long time ago. Is that they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, you know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really. And there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because you know they clean everything up. Like people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and it wasn't little girls, you know. And I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House.
Okay,
He just sees holes, he wants to hit them, right?
Window of opportunity. So up until this point, censorship was
You know, you
a
just can't say that if you don't know
with
it's
the
true, though.
Talmud,
I just did.
less
You
so
know, he
in
likes to fuck.
manuscript versions
He was
because
a good looking guy when he was
the
young,
kind of
super
thing that
charismatic.
was
Love them
easier
ladies,
to
which is,
hide.
listen,
For
that's
a censor
Kennedy.
to have to go
It's
through an entire
classic presidents.
codex
It's just we
of
found out about
awkward,
bisexual
difficult,
Kennedy.
handwritten text can be very
Bisexual
problematic,
Kennedy.
whereas a printed version is
100%.
much more standardized, easy to zero in on a page and not do things like that. So censorship was a much more of a very intrusive, immediate thing that might have happened.
Joe, I'm telling you, where are you
church
diving?
persecution, but
I'm
it was not
telling you,
something
the
that could
finders,
be
you remember the
undertaken
finders?
at the
JFK
printing stage.
bisexual, a viral
Censorship of the
tweet
Talmud
is
begins in the
reigniting
13th century
speculation. And he's like,
when the apostate
yeah, I
Nicholas
mean,
Roman
they're just,
first
he
reported
was on
to
speed.
Pope Innocent III,
He's
very
forgotten
ironically
our queer
Pope
history.
Innocent III, saying that the reason why the
They're
Jews
just
are not
horny-ass
converting
people.
to
Woodrow
Christianity
Wilson, they
is
believe they
because they are ruined
blackmail
all the Talmud.
being
You,
gay.
Pope Innocent III,
I
do
mean,
not have
Obama
access
stuff
to it
coming out right
because you
now.
don't know Aramaic,
Bill
you don't
Clinton.
understand the
Let's
highly
think about
coded
that, right? We
nature
know
of the
that,
text. But
like the Spartans,
Nicholas
they had sex with
and,
each other.
Yo.
It was a big thing. Yeah, part of like why they would go to
I can
battles.
help
How are you?
Yeah, fighting for their children. Samurais.
that are offensive.
You know,
And
back in
Nicholas
the day,
III
about they're gonna fight harder,
that
you know,
sounds
that
good. Let's just
because
get
of
Dude.
PSLs,
let's just
right?
burn the topic. So
They're gonna fight way
Dude.
harder. It's the best in the
No.
bunker. Yeah, you're fighting for your lovers. Yeah,
still
right?
Zoo.
It's also like there's
Jews as a fasting.
Are you ready? Yo, pimp. What is that, big? Yeah, no, I know. I know exactly that you don't. There you go. Are you gonna watch the UFC today? Why not? All right, we're gonna play one game. What in the fuck? You're never coming back.
There's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation.
From that point on in the 13th century, the church was very interested in what was going on in the Talmud.
My friends have been
They
over there
rarely
that
had
have
the
served
energy
over there.
or the wherewithal
One of my buddies.
to
I don't know if he said
down
this
all the
publicly, so
manuscripts
maybe I
and
shouldn't
to
say his name.
examine them properly. With the
Just the
advent of
stories they
printing,
told me, I was
however,
like,
that
what?
becomes a
Like,
much
how?
more
Like,
viable
I was
option
talking about how he
because
saw
you
this
have
truck
to have
driver with his
some
son.
kind of infrastructure to
Thought, like, oh, that's
produce
cool.
the
It takes his
printed
son to work
books.
with him.
And
And the
so
guy goes, that's not his son.
during this
That's
brief
his-
window of
that's his
opportunity
toy.
where
Called
Tassino and then
Thursdays,
later
dude.
Bumper
Yeah,
were
it's
able
not
to
called
produce
Thursday. It's
fairly
like they go into the
clean
mountains. My
copies
friend
of
was
the
telling me
Talmud
that there was this one
with
guy that
minimal
was he worked on
self-censorship.
his base and he was
The
kind of
church
slow.
gets much more upset about this practice and
slow.
demands
And he had a
changes to the
colostomy
way
bag.
the Talmud
And
is produced.
He
The
heard a
same
bunch of
concerns that
noise
have
and
been raised
saw
in
a
the
bunch of
13th
dudes in the
century are still
room, like,
viable
want to store
in
drugs.
the
These guys
16th
were
century,
fucking
and so they
colostomy
demand
gold.
that all kinds of passages be removed
This
from the Talmud because they
mentally
feel they
challenged guy.
are
Yep. And these dudes were
derogatory
fucking
towards
his
Christianity.
colostomy hole.
In
He's
most
like,
cases,
bro,
they're
I
completely
just
off
had a guy
base.
on right now that's going to get
For
weird.
example,
Like, Dom the
the word
hypnotist came
Adon
on and he was
can
talking
mean,
about how
Rome,
he
the
has a
city,
mentor who
and that's
he
the way it's
also works
usually
with,
used in the
who was Hillary
Roman
Clinton's
Talmud, but or as
security
the
detail.
culture of Rome.
And they
But
were in
they understood
Afghanistan.
to
They
refer
saw
to
a bunch of
Roman
kids go in the room and never
to
come
the
out.
church. And so anytime the word Adon came up, the church got very upset and tended to like very heavy
At like 3 in the morning.
remove a lot of passages. The
This is
Talmudic
Bajabaz, right?
edition
Yeah.
known as the Basel edition is perhaps the most notorious.
And they were
This
told,
is an
like, don't
edition of Talmud
interfere
which met
with
the
the local
requirements of the
customs.
church censor, but it means it's almost
Yeah, but are
completely
you implying that
unusable
they are
because
dead?
there's
I'm
simply so
implying that
much
he
removed
never
from the
saw
text
them come
itself
out.
that
Maybe
in
they took
all
a nap.
kinds of very
Maybe
important Sufis, it's
there's
very
another
difficult to figure out
exit of
what
the story.
exactly is
Yeah.
going on.
He's in the
It actually
Let him
did not
sleep.
sell
We got
very
check
well
out.
at
Let him
all.
sleep. He'll figure it out.
Supporting editions have to be
The
produced. Try to
creepiest
say these are
idea
things that are
about
missing in the Basel
pedophilia
Talmud,
is that there's
usually
people that
published
know
outside of
about it
Christian areas.
and cover
But
it
what's
up
perhaps more
because they don't
significant
want
for
to
our
get
purposes
in
is
trouble
once the
for
church
having
gets
known about
involved
it.
in
Like, this
censorship
is a
of
Sandusky thing,
printed
right?
editions,
Yeah.
Jews began to
that's
engage in
essentially what
self-censorship.
Tank Joe
Meaning the
Paterno,
printers
right?
began to
Like,
say, listen,
Yeah,
we
everybody
want to
really
make sure that
Yeah.
we
And they
recoup
all
our
let go because they
expenses
were
and we
winning
make a
football
profit.
games. And then the
So
Penn State's
we
right
are
back
going
into
to
title contention. But here's
remove
the thing,
those
dude.
passages
Over time,
ourselves
what
so
they
that
can
the censor
blackmail
will
you
not
with
be offended by
changes.
them.
Like
And
way
there
back
are
in the day, if
dozens
you
of
they
such
thought you were cheating
passages,
on your
even in the
wife, they
Talmud
could
that is
blackmail you with
widely
that.
used
But
today,
as culture
because Jews
grows and we start
self-censor
accepting
them.
more and more stuff,
Okay,
it's got to get weirder
so
and
that's
weirder.
what's going
You know,
on
back
after
then,
that.
you remember,
Let
I
us
mean,
that
we're around
brings
the
to
same age.
conclusion and think a
I
little
mean, you
bit about
remember
where
when we
we're
were
going
debating
further
whether
with this.
Boy George was
Daniel
gay or not, and they
Blomberg's
were
activity
right.
leaves
Like,
very
there was like
important
a real
legacy in the
discussion on that. He's like,
transmission
no,
of
dude, I
Talmud
found
to this
puss,
day.
dude.
The kinds of
George
things
Michael,
that
same thing.
he
100 so
brought
beautiful.
to
There's
the
no way he could
Jewish
be straight.
leadership
His hair was so
involved the
perfect. His voice was so amazing.
standardization of Talmudic
That guy's
texts.
just got to be
Most
super good.
notably,
Have you seen the
with
Minnesota
introduction
Vikings
of
male
widespread
cheerleader?
page
That
numbers.
is the shiniest dude
The
I've ever seen.
introduction
Show
of
me this.
Yeah,
the
look,
some
he's a
Sino
male cheerleader.
method, the
Shane
layout
was actually
to the
just talking
entire
about this.
Talmud.
Shane was talking about
Also,
this in
the
the room the other day.
enthroning of the idea of the
Shiny.
entire
Oh,
Talmud
he's
as
so
one
shiny, dude.
Oh, my
viable
goodness.
corpus of study.
Oh,
It
my
would take
goodness.
hundreds of years
Oh, my goodness.
for many
Yeah,
other
he's
central
so-
texts
you
of
can see him,
Judaism
like, on,
to gain the same kind
Twitter, he's
of
just like
authority.
dancing around,
He
and he's
also,
the shiniest
made
dude
the
you've ever
Talmud
seen.
so much more
The
accessible.
skirt. They wear the
by
skirt.
creating this document, which would later be
there he is in
copied
the front
over and
row.
over again for the next 300 years,
Okay.
and really expanding the study of
Cheerleaders are
Talmud
useless
tremendously
anyways. There's really
through
no
this
purpose of them.
much
They
less
don't do anything
expensive
for the game.
printed
It was
edition.
back in the day, like,
That's
how
why
can
we
we have
owe a
hot
tremendous
chicks in
amount to this
football?
unusual man from
It's a
Antwerp,
weird role,
and
and I don't have a problem with a gay
gets your
guy
appetite
doing
for a
that.
little bit more
Well, here's my
study
opinion,
of
dude.
the medium as a
Why would I
message.
care?
I would specifically
Like,
like to speak very
here's the thing.
briefly
If you're in
about
a
what we'll talk
stadium
about
of
next week.
16,000
This is a picture of the
football's
Bora
like
Wasp.
70,000,
Some of you
60,000.
were present. I
Right.
think we spoke about it in an Ashkelon
If you're in a
event.
football
She
stadium,
was
80,000
a
people.
brilliant and
How many games? How many gay
very
guys?
business
10%.
savvy
We'll go
young
10%.
woman
It's probably
who, on the
10%.
death of
Maybe
her
a bunch of
husband
them are
David
hiding.
at a very
Maybe a bunch of them
premature age,
people.
took
But
over
it's
the
always kind
massive
of like 1 in
publishing
10,
house
right?
of what
Closet
would later
gays,
be called with her sister,
interest.
the
What's the
widow and
problem with
brothers
having
Wall.
one gay cheerleader
With
for them?
her
You know,
unique
here's my what's a
energy
cheerleader
and
for?
perhaps
You know,
even
there's always going to be the fight.
cutthroat
What is the
business
point of a
practices,
cheerleader?
she
Just have an
contributed
additional
to
visual
the,
aspect to it. I like all the flips
all
they
of her
do and all the
competitors,
jazz, and
and
it's
ultimately
fun, it's
created what we call
choreographed,
today
and when
the
it's done
Vilna
well,
shots,
it's
which
entertaining.
is
Yeah,
the
I mean,
gold
Gary Dewey
standard
has a great bit
of
about it,
Talmuds
about
as a
what their
result
purpose is.
primarily
They're
of
like,
her
remind
activity. Just
the
to
players
give
how
you one
important the
insight that
play
will
is.
explore
Right?
it
He's
by
like,
going a little bit
you know,
later next
defense.
week.
Oh, dude, we gotta play defense,
She,
dude. You know, it's an
when
extra
the
pageantry that adds
possibility
to the
of
experience.
reducing the
But
price of
why
Talmud
shouldn't a
came
gay
with
guy
the
be
new
doing it? Like,
technology
how
called
many,
stereotype
how
printing,
homophobic are
which
guys that are
involved
watching that? There's all
no
these
longer
hot chicks,
using the
and
visible
instead
type,
they're caught.
but
What's
by
this
creating a
fucking
big
guy
plate
doing
of
in
the
his shorts?
entire page,
There's 16
which would
other
allow
girls with
multiple editions
perfect
to be published
bodies you
very
could be paying
easily.
attention to.
And
You're
she could have
focused on the
dropped
gay
her
guy.
price
Yeah, and they always
by
complain
up to
about how much money
1/5
they're
of the
making. I'm like, dude,
original.
you get to go to the game for
And
free.
her
You're on the
competitors
field.
decided to
It's
do
like
that.
he would have a
Said,
great
no,
reality show.
we are going
See
to
how they accept it. How
multiply
many
the price of
downloadable
our
players are
shots
staring
and
at
4
him?
times as much. We'll make it really
Sure, that's
beautiful.
my favorite
But now
player.
it's
Send
going
us
to be
10%.
the
Right?
shots.
So here's my whole
And
thing,
that
dude.
was actually
You know,
her
there's always going to
intention.
be culture
So
wars
that if
between
you
the right
really
and the
wanted
left.
to,
I'm on
say
nobody's
something
side.
about
Like,
who
I'm
your
on nobody.
daughter
I'm
was
like in
marrying,
the middle.
you
I'm
would
old
not
school
buy
liberal.
him.
Live and let live. As long as
You
you're
would
not hurt
only
people,
buy a
particularly
Vilna
children,
shots,
you'll never
Vilna
hear anything
shots,
from
because
me. I
that
don't
was
care
the
what you
weird,
do by
the
yourself with
status symbol
consenting
of all
adults. Get
Talmud.
as
So
weird
with
as
this
you
kind
want.
of thinking,
God gave us free
marketing
will. Do
strategy,
whatever you
she
want.
really
Pick your path.
revolutionized the way
You know,
Talmud was
but
about
when
things.
you
She's
start to
only one of the many
demonize
figures I'd
certain
like to speak
people,
about
you're setting
next
up
week when we look at the
a
women
market for
who made
blackmail.
the Talmud
So when
possible.
people can't be
So I want
themselves
to thank you
and
very
they're
much
so
for your
afraid of people
patience, and I hope you
finding
have a
out
good
who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because
I'm
we don't
very
care if
excited
somebody's
about
gay
tonight's
now. It's
lecture
like,
because the
at
little
least
bit
I don't. There's
cutting edge
think it's like
research
they
from
just
here.
always
We're
want to
going to go
do
into
the
a few areas which are just a little bit more sensitive
It's
than
like,
I
what would
normally
lead
touch upon, but
someone? Let's get
they're
as dark
deeply
as we
exciting to
can.
me. And I
What's the
want to
darkest
just emphasize one element of what the rabbi said, that we don't recognize it because we're living in medias res. We're in the middle of all this happening. But we're actually living in deeply revolutionary times. We are living in times when our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will ask us, what was it like growing up like that? How did you do that?
That guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia.
Technological change
He would
has made
sacrifice them
such a
and cut
tremendous
open their chest and eat
impact
their heart.
on our
He would
quotidian
eat
lives
a
that we
piece
just
of
don't
their
even
heart
realize it
before
because
going
we
into
just know
battle.
it's another argument. But actually,
Right,
there
but
are
that's a
qualitative
real human
changes
being
that
that
come
did that. So
along
we
with this.
know that this
These
he
three
didn't
lectures
invent
actually
that.
fit
He didn't
together
invent-
because
no,
they're
I mean, it's
focusing
in
on
the
that
Bible
theme
too. Like
and
when they want to
specifically
take out
looking
the
at how they
Canaanites
will
and
affect Jewish life.
atheists use that.
We're
It's like,
at
oh,
an
well, you want to
inflection
kill all the
point
women
in
and children. What
Jewish
do you think
history,
about that?
in
Well,
my
the
humble opinion,
Canaanites
and I guess
were
it's not that
practicing
humble
child
because I
sacrifice.
spend almost all of my
There's a
days
reason
thinking about
why.
Jewish history.
Now, the language
We are at an
into like
inflection
the Bible
point,
language
how
for
we
some of the
handle
First
this
Testament, like,
challenge
is it the
will
language
speak
of the time and they were a lot more
multitudes for the
blunt
next
with it?
millennia.
But that, the
I would like to
Canaanites
say.
were
Let's go straight to the
sacrificing
material with
children.
that somewhat
I mean, that's a
hyperbolic
big part
introduction.
of,
First
it
of all, we
goes
have
all
to
the way
thank
back to
Rita and
Chronos,
Robert
the
Gluck
first
for
god, which is the
sponsoring
god
this
of
lecture. It's
time.
really nice that they're
And the
here.
whole story
Thank you
about it
so
was
much.
told that his kids would
So
slay
what
him.
I'd like to
So
talk
every
about
time
today
his
is
female
focusing
would have
on
children,
the
he would
theme that
eat
we
the
picked
kids.
up last week, and that is the idea of
Time.
the medium as the message. You'll
Like
recall
you
we
said.
spoke about Marshall McLuhan very
Make it
briefly,
weird. I wonder
and
how they're going to
specifically
look
I
at
tied him into
some of
this
the things that
very
pharmaceutical drug
complex and
companies have pushed
sophisticated
through
idea
in the
that
future
the
and the
way
impact
in
it had on
which we
kids.
study a given
And whether or
subject,
not they're
the
going to think
media,
that
in a
whether
similar
it's
way
a
to child
text, whether
sacrifice.
it is
Because it really
a
is
live
kind of,
class,
if you know
whether
that
it
it's
is
causing
recorded
damage,
class, whether it's video,
but
audio,
you're doing it for money,
whatever
you're
it
kind
is,
of
it has an
sacrificing
impact on
100% for
the
money.
subject itself.
How to
The
stop
way in
India's
which we consume
superstitious
it
killings
actually
ended in
changes
exile.
the
What's this
entire
about
way
that?
in which we absorb the material. It is not, they're not two separate things, like
Human
the same
sacrifice,
subject,
particularly
simply
that of
delivered,
minors, has
translated
been
into different
prevalent in
languages.
many
They are
parts of India
translated
for a
into
long time.
different universes, and I'd like to
More
explore
than
some of those
85
ideas. We
kids,
saw
all
that
under
in
13,
particular
were
with
ritualistically murdered in the country in the
Bromberg
last 6 years per
and the
government data.
transmission
Last year, there were
of
14 cases
Talmud
of parents or relatives
transitioning from a
sacrificing or attempting
manuscript
to
culture,
sacrifice
which
children
was highly
on the advice of a
elitist
sadhu.
and very expensive and relegated only to people who were willing to devote their entire lives to study. For everyone else, it was just an impossible dream. But with the advent of printing, that completely revolutionized the democratization of text and expanded learning to the Jewish people as a whole, and fundamentally altered the way in which we understand our relationship to the Torah. This is the same thing which is happening in our own day with the internet. And we're going to look at that a little bit today, and we'll especially look at it probably next week when we look at some of the dangers of that shift. This is an amazing photograph by Yusuf Karsh, the great portrait artist of Marshall McLuhan, my countryman, and also went to my alma mater. You can see that he's got, all kinds of things going on here. He's got text. Text has also images in it. He's interacting with the text, like with a pencil, like he's going to write in his book. And my favorite part, can you guess what my favorite part of this photograph is? Yeah, look at that ridiculous bank of phones, right? Like, this looks like a Get Smart kind of episode where you have to have a phone for every different person who calls you.
Having cancer, and it's
That's
probably
right.
related to
But it's
this
just
medication.
absurd. Nowadays, of course,
And
you
no
look
one
at
wants
these
to take
pictures and
credit
laugh,
for
but
it.
at
No
the
one wants
time,
to
this
admit
image
it,
would
and
have said,
everyone's making money.
very important,
Everything's
has to
programming, dude.
hold
Even
cell
those
phones
people
to
in
his
India,
ear at the
they're
same
programming
time.
up their
This is a
religion,
place of
tells
action.
them like to
I
sacrifice
just
their
love
own
this
children.
photograph. Anyway, let's go on.
It goes against
So,
everything
the
you're
medium and the
wired
message,
in.
we
It's like
talked
that's the
about
ultimate
Bromberg
control
and the
you have
heroic
over a
age of Talmudic
sacrifice
printing,
to a
when
child.
people were diving
Right?
in
I mean, if
and
you're
trying to produce Jewish works.
kid's
The
park and the
Sensino
kid's in
family
trouble, doesn't mean
pioneered the
you
Talmud
run
in
over to
particular,
make sure the
and then
kid's okay.
Daniel
I've done it
Bromberg
a
took it
thousand
to the next
times.
level
But now
by
you have
beating
people like,
Sensino in their
especially like if
production
you look at
race
like what's
and
going
being
on in
able to
Gaza,
eventually create
you have
the
people
entire
labeling
Talmud.
newborns as
The medium
terrorists.
then
Like
was
that
printing,
is
and
your
the message
programming
that went along
overriding
with the
your
printed text
basic
was that, you know
instinct,
what?
which is to
Talmud
protect
is
children
for
at all
everyone.
costs because they are the
Everyone
future.
can access the Talmud.
And that's powerful,
However, that
powerful,
only applies to
powerful.
someone who has
So
the
my whole theory
access
is
to the
that
education
anxiety,
required
depression,
to
and
get
anger
through
and
the
all that
Talmud.
stuff
It's
comes
fine
from
to
when you're
own a
programming
Talmudic
and your
manuscript,
reality
amazing thing.
clash and they
It's a
don't meet
lot
up.
easier to own a
You're programming
Talmudic
from
printed
generational
book.
trauma, you're
But if you
programming
can't
from
understand
school,
Aramaic,
all
if
that
you don't
stuff
understand the context
meets
of the
reality,
material
and you start
inside
to
it,
just go
you
a
won't
little
get
crazy.
anywhere. So in
I
reality,
think a lot of that
while
is
it did
purposeful
represent a huge
to
leap
get
forward
us
in
on
the
pharmaceuticals
democratization
for
of
life.
knowledge and access to knowledge, it was still limited to a fairly narrow
So
segment
how
of the
would they
population,
engineer that
people who
to
could
happen that
really
way?
engage in
Through
it fully.
Well,
So
first of
in
all, your
today's talk,
grandparents,
we're
your
going to
parents
see
tell you
how
the
the internet
trauma of
promises
your
to
past
lower that threshold
feeding that
still
into you
lower and
forever.
open up
Like
the
I
Talmud for
had
even
my buddy's
greater
girlfriend on my
swath of students,
show, and she's
including, I'm
Jewish,
sure,
and she was telling
many
me, I
of you
go,
who might
what's it like
not
to
have
grow up
otherwise
Jewish? And
studied
she was
Talmud
telling
in
me
the
that
room today, and certainly
her
on
parents
the
would tell her
internet
that she
audio.
has to have
I'm
3
going to rely
kids,
very heavily
one
on
for
this
each parent,
amazing
and then
book
one kid
by
lost the
Shoshana
Holocaust.
Pantel Zolfi
For
called
someone lost
And
in the
All Your
Holocaust.
Children Shall Be
And like,
Learned,
think about
Women
that
in the Study of
programming.
Torah and Jewish
Think about
Law
what
and
that
History.
over and over and
Fantastic
over
book.
again,
It's a
to the point
dissertation
now
that
where you're
was
like,
rated
well,
so I
you know,
put it
these
up to
kids
a
in
textbook.
Gaza
And
are terrorists.
much
I
of
mean,
the
newborn
historical
babies
data
are
and the
terrorists. I
halakhic
mean,
discussions,
that
which I've
is
just
heavy
touched
stuff.
on
I
here,
mean, I've heard
I'm
about
not
the
going
Armenian
to step
genocide
outside
my
of my
whole life to
role
the point I
as
got tattooed
historian
nearby.
and
You know, like that is,
coach
you know,
on the
that
rabbinate,
is your
because there we're
programming.
getting
Then
into
you
a
go
lot
to
of trouble.
school,
I'm not a card
and it's
carrying
been
member.
infiltrated
And
by all these cultural Marxists.
so I'm going to
And they're
talk
just
about
pushing
3
this thing to
categories of
get you
women
to
who made the
hate
Talmud
your own
possible.
country,
And I
hate the
chose that
establishment,
title
hate all
very
this stuff.
specifically because
So you
we're
have
going to
this
look at
entire
people
country where
who
everybody's
are
fighting with each other.
women, and
that's all
normally you
done
would
to
think
cause,
not associated with the
maximum
Talmud,
chaos,
and
because
nevertheless
people
they
are
were
easy to
instrumental
manipulate and
in
control when they're
providing
in anxiety. They're
Talmud
going to
education to the
demand,
Jewish
like this whole
masses
thing with
in
like
3
taking over
very distinct ways.
Washington
I'm going
DC
to choose
right
3
now. Everyone acts
individuals
like this
who
is
are
just
sort of
started. This started way back
archetypes of a larger
with
set
BLM.
of women,
To fund the
and
cops.
as
This
you
has
shall
always
see,
been
they are increasing
the
in
goal. It's called pressure
from above,
recommendations.
pressure
First,
from
there
below.
are supporters,
You're afraid to go on the streets.
specifically at
And you have
Sarah
no
Schneider.
faith that your
Second,
politicians are
they
going to save
are
you.
enablers.
So you have
In
no
this
hope. So
context,
you're
we look at the
completely and
incredible
utterly lost, and
Divorce
you're just
law,
demanding that you
the
be
widow
kept safe,
law,
which
the
is
widow and brothers
the
law,
ultimate goal, which is
and
martial law.
finally, we'll get
That's
to
what they
women
want,
as
and that's what
Talmud
they've been doing. And it
teachers.
isn't
So
starting
these
in
are the
Washington,
three
D.C. This
categories
started
that I
a while
hope
ago.
to
If you
go through
study
over the
all
course
these
of the
different
next
kind of
40 minutes.
cultural clashes that
Let's
starts
begin
with
with
BLM,
Sarge
that's
Nero.
black people. Then you go January
A
6th,
while
that's
ago,
white people.
a
Then you go
colleague
to
of
Asian
mine,
hate, that's Asian people.
a young
Then you go to
historian
No
in
Kings,
Israel who
that's
has a great
Latinos. And now
website
have
and puts out these
the Supreme
podcasts
Court
called the
that
Jewish
is
History
going to
Sound
debate
Bites.
the
Great guy
legality
with a
of
fantastic
gay
amount of
marriage.
energy. He put out
And if you go, Sam, what do you
survey
think's going to
on
happen?
Twitter,
I
on
wouldn't
Jewish
see, I
Twitter,
wouldn't
to
doubt if
ask
they overturn
who
it,
was the
because
most
that's going to cause even
influential
more
Jew of
chaos.
the
The
20th
streets are going to
century.
be burning in
And
rainbows,
there were,
dude.
I think it was a write-in
And
campaign.
that is what
Be
they
careful
want,
of the
martial
court. Be
law.
careful,
There's
court.
all these, these
can write in
judges
your
who are
choices.
completely
Never was choosing
politicized,
like
who are like releasing
Baron
people who
Kotler
are
and
hurting
Moshe
kids or
Feinstein, a lot
murdering
of big
people.
names. And someone piped
That
up and
means
said,
you have no
Sarge
faith
Nero.
in the system.
And all of a sudden, Sarge Nero got a huge
grows your
wave of
anxiety.
support. She
Now all
didn't
of a
win
sudden you're
the
angry,
survey,
you're depressed,
but in
and you
reality,
just
in my
you
humble
don't
opinion, I
trust
voted for her.
anything.
I think
And
she is,
now you want
without
to
doubt, one of the most
basically
influential
give up your
people of the
God-given
20th
rights
century when it comes to preserving
safe.
Jewish identity
And
in very challenging
that
times.
is the goal.
Who
Pressure
was
from
this
above,
woman? Of
pressure
course,
from
she's
below for Marxism.
associated
If you ever
with
want
the
to watch a
establishment of the
doc on it,
Base Yaakov
it's really old.
School
It's in 69.
Network,
I watched it
which
last night on
is the
Twitter.
first organized
and it's
network
called
of
Capitalist
schools
Conspiracy. I've
of
sent to a
formal
bunch of people.
education
You
for
can get
women
anybody
in
to
the
watch this
history
thing.
of the Jewish
And
people.
it breaks it
It's an
down, dude. There was
amazing thing,
famous
an
cases in
audacious
the,
thing.
like
And it was done with
the
the
50s
imprimatur
and 60s where
of the Agudas
kids were
Yisrael,
like
which represented
radical
the more
communists on
right-wing elements of the
campuses, and
Jewish
they
community.
said
It's really an
something's
amazing
going
thing that
wrong
she
here.
was
They
able to
broke off
achieve.
and they gave
Let's have a
they
quick look at
testified
some of
for
the
either
aspects of
Congress
what
or
she's
Senate.
done.
And they basically said
She,
the goal
as you
is
see, this is her
to
passport photo
basically
here.
bring in
There's only
martial
two
law. And these kids
images of
who
Sarge
are all think
Nero
they're raging
that are
against the
known
machine, they don't realize
to
the
the
machine
extent.
is
This
funding
one
all
here,
of
her
this stuff.
passport photo.
You
Another
know, it's
is
like
a
the No
drawing of her.
Kings.
It's hard to even
When
think it's the same
the
person.
Latinos are really smart.
She used to
Like
go by
when Eddie and
Frau
I do shows
Nero,
all the
although
time,
she
there's
had
tons of
personally a
Mexicans,
very
tons of
sad and
Latinos in the
tragic
crowd. They
marital
get
history.
conspiracies. So when
Her
No Kings was
life was
happening
completely
in
devoted,
LA,
completely
there were like
given,
gang leaders
handed
who
over
told
to
their
the
entire
project
block,
of
nobody
Base
can go
Yaakov.
to these things.
She
Because
was
they all found out
known
it's
from her
funded by the
youth as an
Walmart
extremely pious
Like that's
young
what
woman
always happens.
who
They
lived in
the
Krakow, Poland,
billionaires
and
fund
even her
these
friends
kind
and
of
family
radical
sort of made
groups
fun of her
to sow
because she
chaos.
was so pious,
Well,
so
also
interested
because they
in
don't
spiritual
want
contemplation
kind
and
of
davening and
crackdown
things
on
like that.
illegal
We used to
immigration.
call it little chassid,
Like there's a
and
lot
it
of
was
people who
said
don't
with a
want that kind
slightly
of crackdown
derogatory
because they
tone.
don't want pain.
During World
Well,
War I,
there's that,
the
and
family
they're
had to
already
flee to the
hiring
West,
people that are
and
illegals, and they have them
I
working in
believe
their
it was in
factories and working in their
what town it was in, but she was
businesses,
exposed to the thought of Rabbi Samson Raphael
and then
Hirsch.
there's
Shown
also the
here.
dispute
It was
about
actually
SNAP,
one of the students
about,
of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He had
cutting back
passed
on
away long
Medicaid
before
and
this.
SNAP, and
He
like
was active in central Germany at a time when he was buffeted by the winds of change coming from Masculine in the West, and outright assimilationists who wished to move Shabbos to Sunday and wanted to completely abrogate the laws of Kashrut in an attempt to rather simian fashion imitate the desires of the non-Jewish majority to attain political emancipation. And on the other hand, just to the east of him, he was facing the hard wall of Haredi Judaism, or what would become the Haredi movement. Some Sof, for example, who said literally, and it's a pun, Chadash Asur Min HaTorah, which he meant to say anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. That's the way you fight assimilation, that's the way you fight change, by drawing a line in the sand and nothing can cross. So Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch threaded the needle between the outright assimilationists and the extreme isolationists to find essentially what is credited to be ultimately what they call modern orthodoxy. There are a lot of forms of the terminology. They were called neo-orthodoxy at the time. But at any rate, he's the individual that Sarge Nero encountered. He was very controversial in his day. Lots more to say about him, but many people felt he was a little bit too radical. So towards the east, you see that most of the representations can look more like this. They just filled out his beard a little bit. So this is in the west, and this is in the east. Right? Let's go with the big
what's really weird is
how
like
that. As my grandmother, Alash, used to say,
when I see a dead person, which I
Besser
think the
Rebbe
first time I saw a
Onabort,
dead person, I
the
would be
abort on a Rebbe,
incredibly shocked. I
which
remember
I
I
can
was
translate.
driving home from Vegas with
It
my
is
dead
better to
girlfriend.
have a
And there was
rabbi
a
without a beard
giant car
than a
crash.
beard without a
Like a
rabbi.
giant car. I mean, it was
Okay.
nasty.
So anyway, she countered
She's like,
Joe's
"Don't get out of the car."
before her,
I'm like,
and
"I'm a
after the
hero."
war, she was
And I get
totally
out of the car.
energized. She said,
To see
you know
once
what?
everything's
Why
okay, it's
can't
car
we find a space for women's
And there was
education
somebody
today?
laying there in the car
We're
with
doing
some
it in
top-
central Germany.
And somebody
We
ran
should
over
be
with
able to do it here in Poland.
car jack.
And the reason why it was so important is because Polish Jewry was facing what was called the scissors crisis at that time. Scissors crisis meaning that the graph is going in opposite directions. Specifically, men's education, educational opportunities for Jewish men at the turn of the century, the 20th century, were convergent. There were all kinds of yeshivas, all kinds of opportunities. After World War I, when suddenly many of the teachers had more freedom, there was all kinds of ways in which institutions could be built up. They didn't have the same kind of repression as they did under the Tsarist Empire. And so men had lots of opportunities for higher education. Women, on the other hand, if they wanted higher education, the only way they could get it was in a secular format. Women's education basically stopped at fourth grade. Women went to Cheder, they learned the Hebrew alphabet, they could usually daven, and then they could probably be literate, of course, in Yiddish, and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but only at a very limited level. Their religious education would stop at Senaran. And this was the vast majority of Jewish women. And what Sarah Schneer pointed to was that who's going to marry whom in 10, 20 years? What's going to happen if you have this very highly educated, very pious, very well-trained Jewish male population, and the women have such an elemental education? Furthermore, what makes this even worse is that secular opportunities for higher education for women were opening up. Women were slowly pursuing university studies, and so they were having much more access to the state-of-the-art in education in other fields, whereas their Jewish education was locked in at the primary school level. And so she said this scissors crisis is ultimately going to ruin the Jewish people on a demographic level. The only way that we can address it is if we start offering formal Jewish education for women. She faced heavy criticism from the right and the left. So from the right, saying, what are you talking about? You know, women have always received their education in the home. What's wrong with the children? What's wrong with the world? They know everything they need to know from their mothers. There's a Masorah that's handed down. What else is necessary? You won't actually put them in a classroom. Sometimes separate them from their families. The possibilities for priesthoods, the possibilities are really terrible. So the right wing in the Jewish world said this is a radical idea. We're not having any of it. On the left, they said, wait a second, you want to give Jewish women education? We think that's great. You want to do it in Yiddish? You want to take that backwards, jargony language that's keeping the Jewish people from being emancipated, and you want to use that as your medium of instruction? And you're going to spend half the day studying Tanakh, studying Tehillim, and what is this? You know, if you want to give the Jewish women education, give them a real education. Let them be modern and masculine and assimilated and so on. So she was kind of like in a really tough place between the two of these positions. Ultimately, she managed to win the support of the Ger Rebbe, the Belzer Rebbe in particular, and ultimately the Chafetz Chaim. Once the Chafetz Chaim signed on the idea, it was a done deal, and they voted. Have a look at the statistics. She was ultimately one of the most successful CEOs of Jewish education ever. This is just a chart of the first 10 years of her existence. She started here, actually it's a little bit later than she started, but in 1923, 7 institutions was 1,000 students. 10 years later, in 1933, into the Depression already, she's got 26 institutions with 37,981 students. Phenomenal growth within 10 years. And this is all because of her genius in creating this institution which met a need that people didn't even know they had. It was tremendously influential, and it still continues to have a tremendous impact on the Jewish world today. Now, all this material I think is fascinating. It doesn't say very much about the Talmud, which is our starting point, right? These women are definitely not studying Talmud, because the whole idea of Jewish women's education is predicated on only those texts which are considered appropriate for women, and Talmud was not. I hope to go into the reasons for that when we get towards the end of this class. This is an article that appeared in September of this year So the women
but
of
that's
the
who would
dock,
be
there's
doing it.
Henry
Not
Rothschild
like,
says,
like,
on
not like
January 1,
100-pound
2020,
women,
tens of
though.
thousands of
Kayla
Jewish
Harrison.
men will dance
Yeah,
in joyous celebration of the completion of
she?
Talmud
135, 140. Well, she has to weigh
But many of them
135 for a
couldn't have
very
done it
small
without
amount of
equal
time, but she was the
devotion of their wives.
155-pound champion
True
of the
enough.
PFL. She's a
I
big
think what's
lady.
really great
She's
about
jacked.
this
She's a
article is the
juggernaut. She's
illustration.
super powerful.
Anyone recognize this?
Like she gets a hold of these
this,
ladies. It's like the
beautiful
difference
structure
is
here?
so obvious. She's so fucking
It looks a
strong.
little like a short, but it's a little
So
more
if that lady was
specific.
in a movie fucking people up,
Listen,
I'd be like,
I like the
totally
football
makes sense.
idea.
If I was a henchman, I'd be like, I'm running
This
this
is the
bitch with
shower
some
block.
supermodel
This is the
wave
title
and 8-inch heels,
of
just
the
fucking
Vilma
throwing
shots.
sidekicks that are perfect. Like,
However,
come the fuck on.
it has
Stuff. I used to have a joke
denuded
about Keira
of all
Knightley and
text.
Pirates of the
Doesn't
Caribbean.
say
She's
what
like fighting
the
everybody.
title is,
And that
doesn't
chick's
say
fighting
what
anorexia. You know
who's publishing it, anything like that. It's like a blank spot in the middle.
So
You'll see an example of it in just a couple seconds. So
well,
as
it
it
is, but
were,
I wonder
the subtle
if it's
imagery here
because
is
we
that
like
women
that stuff
are
because it
the women
fits
of the dock
in our
are
head
kind
into
of
like
like a
Joseph
structure that
Campbell's
supports and
hero's
surrounds the dock.
journey. Like it
But
fits
they
in our head.
themselves
We
are
want
not
someone to kick
participating
their
in the
ass
dock
and
itself.
then you win in the end.
They're
You go through
invisible,
your
as it were.
trials. No,
So
he hit her. Oh my God, she's
that's
bleeding.
essentially the way in which that Sarah
There's this
Schneer's
thing that we
model
want to
worked,
see.
and
We
worked
want it all
phenomenally well.
nicely
It
tied up in a
created a
bow.
huge
So
infrastructure
I mean, like
from
Sigourney
the
Weaver used to do it, but there was
unit
something about
of the
her where you
nuclear
believed it.
family
You're like, that's a
up
bad
to
bitch.
the
And she'll
larger
fuck people
superstructure
up.
of
But she did it
Jewish
in the
communities,
greatest science
women
fiction
supporting
movie of all time.
husbands in
She
life.
did it in
And
Alien.
women
Alien is the
supporting men,
greatest
which is
sci-fi
highly
horror.
traditional.
I'll
If
say
you look at the
sci-fi
Talmud,
horror.
it says
Greatest sci-fi.
explicitly that
It
this
was
is a
amazing. Of all
massive scar,
And
massive
you didn't even
reward for
care
women
that it
is
was a
when they
woman
allow their
that was the
menfolk
lead.
and they
It didn't
support
even
their
come up.
menfolk in their
It
learning.
was so
It's a highly
awesome
traditional
that no
role.
one like made a
And
big
Sarah
deal.
Schneer
Sigourney
really makes. Could
Weaver
you imagine
finally
what
a
happened
woman
in
takes the
Lakewood?
lead
If all
role
of
in
the
an
women
action
there
movie.
got
No one
decided to
cared. No
stop
one cared. It
supporting
was
their
just
husbands in
awesome.
learning,
It was just
you know,
awesome.
it would
She
be
was awesome. The
a
movie was
crisis
awesome.
of
She
multiple
got credit
growth.
for
It would
being
be an
awesome, but
economic
just for
crisis
being
as well.
awesome, not
It
an
could
awesome
not happen.
woman, right?
And this is
No
largely due
caveats.
to
It's like, come on.
the impact of Sarah
You could do that
Schneer
in
and how
1979.
she
You could
made
just have an
the
amazing
Talmud
movie because there was
possible.
no
But if
fucking
we
social
look to our
media.
idea,
There was
like,
no
okay, so
henhouse.
that is fantastic and really important. But what about the place of women in the Talmud itself?
You think
When
that
you
they
go
make
to
sense?
these
They don't
Yaakov
make any
today, and I
sense. Like,
myself,
stop
for
concentrating
many
on
years,
fucking
for like something like 15
these
years, I taught
stupid
in
little
these Yaakov, also in
classifications of each
yeshivas as
individual
a
and whether or
barter
not
deal
they should be
to
elevated and
help pay for my
magnified
kids' tuition.
because of
And it's
gender or
fascinating
sex
because
or color.
I was often at some years I was teaching 12th grade in
Everyone
a
stop
yeshiva,
participating in it. It's
and
dumb.
12th grade in Baker's Yaakov
Meritocracy.
Master and I would
Meritocracy
see
for
the men and women
personality.
at the same age
Meritocracy for
with the
the
same
way you can
level
hold
of
a
education.
conversation with
And
people.
invariably
Meritocracy for
the women
being
who were
a better
better
musician.
and actually were far
Meritocracy for
more
being a funnier
textually
comedian.
adept and
Meritocracy.
intellectually
Everybody's the same.
creative.
Even
But
playing
only
field
the
in
men
terms
could
of
study the
acceptance of what
Gemaras
you do in the
inside the
world.
books.
Just do your
It
best.
appears
Yeah,
that
we want
by and
the
large,
best
the accepted
rides
position is
everywhere.
these
I
highly
don't know,
trained
because maybe
textually
we didn't
adept
know
women,
as much
you
about
can
it,
give
but like
them
when I
Gemaras
hear
to
the
discuss,
savvy of someone who
but
looked
they
like
have
you,
to be
can
like
say 100%.
photocopies or digital copies that are not in the same surah hatat. They can't like actually approach the
No,
dot
my house
in
is
the
on
same
fire.
medium
I'm not
in
going to be
altered
comfortable.
medium.
What
It's a
are you talking
strange
about?
kind
You
of thing,
can't carry that.
but
Prove my life.
it
What
is
do I do
preserved.
now? Well, you should have thought about
So,
that. Yeah,
and
yes, I love
furthermore,
life.
women are not studied in the
It's
technique,
crazy.
the
Like,
style, which is so
Apple TV is
closely
putting out
identified with
insanely
the way
great
Talmud is
programming.
studied.
But
In
you
more
don't realize how
traditional
woke it is
Yaakov
until you're
traditions,
already
whereas
captured,
women will
right?
study
You're like,
pieces
well, what did I
of
just
the
watch?
Talmud
Like, I was
in
watching
order to
Hijack,
understand a
and I forget
halakha,
the
in
name of
order
the
to
actor.
understand a
No,
concept
it
and
was
so
a
on.
TV
It
show
will
on
be
Apple
broken
TV.
up and
And it was a
anthologized, and
black
it will
British
not be
actor
studied like the two young
who's in
women
The
facing
Wire.
each
I
other
forget
over
what
a
his name
table
is. He's
arguing
such a
over
great.
text. It's a different
Yeah,
medium
he's
of learning. They're
phenomenal,
still
right?
learning
He's awesome.
Talmud though,
But
but
I'm
in a
watching
different
this
medium
show,
than the yeshiva.
and about
I'm not
5
exactly sure
episodes in,
how
I
they got to
realized
this
this is a
compromise,
story of a
but
black
that's
man
sort of the
who
way
stops
that
white hijackers from
so this is
hijacking a
essentially the
Middle
role of
Eastern
Sarah
plane.
Schneer, and she has not only made a great inroads into producing a system that supports tunnel boating. She has made the tunnel possible. She is also, in a small way, but significant way, given the scope of women who are in these positions, actually made it possible for women to learn tunnel
Some sort of a
as well.
hijacking type of situation,
I
right?
just want to say one small thought
What's
that
it called?
jumped into my head that
Flight risk. Solid.
before we go on to the
Yeah,
next
Ballmer
stage,
plays
when I was
great
one of the
psycho.
reasons
He has some
why
darkness behind the
men
eyes.
generally
Oh,
don't
he plays a
learn
great
tunnel
psycho.
with women
He's also very lucky he didn't get on a plane
is
on
because
9/11.
they just
How lucky
think
is that guy?
so differently. And when I was first in yeshiva, and I came to yeshiva late, about Cuba, I would learn in yeshiva, and I would go home to my wife, and my wife would say, okay, what did you learn in yeshiva today? And I'd tell her what we learned in whatever it was. And then my wife would say, well, that's all wrong. This is how you do it. And she would say it totally upside down from the way we were saying it in Shir. So the next day I would go back to Shir, and I would tell the rabbi, I talked to my wife about this, and she learned it this way. And that distracted the whole Shir for at least 45 minutes. The rabbi couldn't stand it, and ultimately he used at the beginning of Shir, he used to say to me, so Hillel, what does the late your wife say about this guy? Right? But that was just, so it definitely, there's more to say about this. So let us move on a little bit to another category. This category I use the term supporters. She is Sarah Schneera, and those who follow in her intellectual path are definitely supporters of the coincidence. Now we have another class, which I would like to call enablers. I don't mean it in a negative sense. I mean these are people who are instrumental in actually putting Talmud in people's hands. So in that regard, I think we should look at people like ViralRabbi, fascinating individual who lived at the end of the 19th century. She passed away in 1902. She married into the famous Ron family of printers who had been working in the publishing industry for over 100 years. When her husband David died at a very young age, 36, she found herself at the helm of this massive publishing house, and she had to make some very difficult decisions about how to get it through the challenges of Tsar's empire and other traditions. And she proved to be a masterful strategist, and she ultimately created a model of the Talmud which has persisted to this day. Let's just have a look at some of the controversies that she was involved. The first is the Rom Publishing House was not the only publishing house in Eastern Europe. They were preceded by the great Slavuta House, which was regarded far and wide as the finest purveyors of Talmudic printing at the beginning of the century. This is the title page from the Slavuta edition of Tractate Brachos. It's published, it was originally published in Slavuta, later it was published in the city of Zhytomyr. That's where this one comes from, Zhytomyr. And the reason for that is because of a mysterious suicide that some argue was actually a murder that occurred in 1835. Just to back up a little bit, this is a fascinating story. I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but basically, Slavuta had received a 25-year copyright from Hasidic leaders that they had the exclusive right to print the Talmud. And the idea of these copyrights were to allow a publishing house to recoup its initial investment in the very difficult, laborious, and expensive process of printing. By the way, when you go to, Judaica Plus or something like that, you go look for something to read, and you open up the front and you see the Haskama that's written there. Those today are basically like imprimaturs that tell you that some important rabbi thinks that this is kosher reading. So when you open it up and you see Haskama, so then you close the book and you go look for somebody that doesn't have a Haskama.
First of all, there's nothing.
I thought that was funny.
That's just incineration,
but
fire,
Haskama today is basically kind of like a kosher certification. Like when you buy, something like Gourmet Blood, you see an OU or something, it's kosher. Back then, dating from the Council of Lands in the 18th century, the point of a Haskama was business oriented. It was copyright. It was saying nobody else is allowed to print this until a certain amount of time elapses. And I say so. I'm an important rabbi, and I say so. So the Slavuta firm had a 25-year copyright when Deborah Rom's publishing house, this is before she was born, Deborah Rom's publishing house broke the copyright and began publishing a rival Talmud. You might recognize, here's the same sharp lot that we saw earlier, the photos, and threatened to undercut the Slavuta house. It went to base, and of course it was like a nasty fight that took quite a while to sort out. The argument of the Rom house was, the Slavuta house is just not meeting the demand. Jews want to learn
weird
Talmud,
because the wreckage
and they're
just
being
spread
really
out for
slow about
miles.
producing the volumes. We can do them
Not
faster.
like
We
it
think
crashed into
it
the
should be
ground,
done. We
like
should be
it
allowed
got
us.
shot out
The
of the
rabbis
sky
were
and
lined up on
slowly
either side of
drifted
this
to
argument,
Earth going
but then
500
what
miles
put
an
it
hour.
down was in
Yeah, and then
1835
that's his
in
passport.
the town of Slavuta, when they opened up a particular shul for mincha, they found an employee of the Slavuta house
That's pretty
hanging
dark,
from
but
the rafters.
how weird is
And
that?
there were
Neil's
some
driver's license is
unsavory elements in town
also
who
like what
argued
would
to the
cause a
Tsar's
passport
government
that's on
that
fire to not
this
be
was
on fire
actually some
anymore?
kind
Just
of
curious.
murder
Why would it
that
stop
was
at his face?
perpetrated because
Just
this
curious.
particular
I mean,
individual
once things
was
are on
threatening
fire and
to
they made it out of
inform
paper and
on the
plastic,
publishing house to
generally
the Tsar's
they don't
authorities.
stop being
At
on
that
fire until
point,
there's nothing
all
else to
bets
burn.
were off. A big
How does it
trial
stop?
ensued.
Well, that to his face.
It's
Well, how about all these
patently
fires?
clear from the documentation that exists, and my good friend
you have all these
Dr.
houses that are
Petrovsky
insane
Stern of Northwestern has
and
gone
then
through
there's
the
all
archaeological
these
material.
trees
It
that are
definitely
perfectly
was,
fine. So
unfortunately, a
then you get into
suicide.
debate,
He
like what
suffered from
causes fire?
depressive
Oh, it's drought, okay, but why are the trees
habits,
okay?
and
Because they have
he was
water in them. Well,
there's
it's,
a lot to
are we
say
in a
about
drought
why
or do we
he
have water?
took his
And
own
that's when
life,
you get
but ultimately
into
it was not a murder.
vibrations.
Nevertheless, the Tsar's
Like higher
authorities
up,
were
like, yeah,
concerned about
like,
all of the allegations, and what they decided to do was to shut down all Jewish publishing houses.
everyone thinks it's
They
a
only
drug,
opened up
and
2 licenses, which were, of course, both caught up immediately, one by Rom and one by Slavuta. The Shapiro family that was running the Slavuta press was punished with corporal punishment and exiled for 20 years, and
so
they nearly
right
shut
around the
down
Paradise
the organization.
fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat.
And
We
also,
do
I should mention
Bakersfield
that there
first, and
was
then we go
a
to
scene
Sacramento.
between Rom and Slavuta that was very significant because Slavuta was a Hasidic publishing house supported by the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya, and Rom was the ultimate Litvish printing house. He was Lithuanian, so the Hasidic Misnagdic fight was also reflected in this particular struggle. Have a look though at the art of these 2 covers. I think that the Rom house really had a far more sophisticated graphic sense, right? This one here, this page sort of looks like, an aerial view
this very well because it was the last night I ever drank
something. It's sort of
alcohol ever in my life.
mathematical, sort of
There was some
fractal,
hop on
and
with
it
a
doesn't really
fat
look inviting. Like, I don't feel like I really want to
And I'm
find
like,
out what's
today's
going
my
on
sobriety
behind
goes
this,
away. So
this
I have a
page. But
shot
if you
with
look
her.
at
She
the
tells me
Vilnius,
she's
oh
from
my
PG.
gosh,
So
it's
both
got
nights
these
in a row,
pillars
we have
with
people
these
show up
heavy
to our show
drapery,
from this
reminds
company.
Olivia
And
of
everybody
and
says
these
they're behind
lions guarding
be
these
behind
gated
with these
entrances.
smart meters.
And I just want to know what's
So
behind
that's a good
this
question
gate.
before
What
we go
is in
I'll
this
be
book?
where
It's a very
this is here in
inviting
Bakersfield,
kind of
is that what
cover.
you're saying?
And this
The first show
characterizes
is
the
Bakersfield, that's
Rom
what the
as a
second
whole.
show,
As a whole,
Sacramento.
they were really
And where
very
do
sensitive
these people
graphically.
work? Where's
They
their building?
realized
Like,
that
I mean,
trying to
PG&E's all
cut
over
type
California,
that was
right?
based
So they were
on
at different offices. Both
that
of
was
those
based on
places, a lot of people don't
calligraphy,
go to.
like manuscripts,
Right?
was
Like,
not
it's
nearly
like
as
you,
effective
like
as
when
making
people
a
go,
brand
when we
new
did
type
a
of
show in
printing,
Bakersfield
and that's
back
how
when
we
I went to
have
LA,
the
it's like,
so-called
holy shit,
Vilna
someone came
font.
over here from
That is
Ryan.
basically
No one
every
goes out there.
single
Yeah,
sitter
that's,
you
I would
ever looked
imagine
at,
if you're
except
at
for
PG&E,
Poland,
you're stuck in
is
some
almost always
podunk fucking
published
town. I mean,
in Vilna
it's
font.
possible.
So the
It's
more
very
Rom
weird to do shows in 2
towards the
nights.
end of the century,
I'm
and I
just
want to
saying it's
illustrate one
super
specific
interesting
thing that
weird,
she
but
did
it's also it's
that
like those people that
especially
work for these
illustrates her
organizations,
role
they live
as
probably
a,
just regular
a
people live their
brilliant
lives and they like your
business
show. I
person
like
and as an
conspiracies. I
enabler
like
for
to
study.
just like to so
The
breaks on some
Slavuta Rom competition was
the
dying
radio waves
down,
cause the
and
fires.
Rom was
Okay,
definitely
so
getting the
Wednesday
lead
Pacific
towards
Gas
the end
and
of the
Electric
19th
were
century
to federal
when
judge
a
as
new
utility equipment
technology
issues may
appeared
have caused
called
fires in some
stereotype
California
printing.
counties,
And stereotype
including
printing,
Kern County.
unlike the earlier
According to the court
typesetting,
documents, May
did not
30th,
meant
31st,
that rather
Bell
than
Ridge fire burned
laboriously
3
putting
acres after
each
a power
little
line
letter
fell,
in a box
causing
and
the
then
grass to catch on
creating
fire. The
a
documents
page
also said
printing
that
of
the
that,
PG&E
you
worker
could make
identified
one
a
big
broken
lead
tie
plate,
wire but was not
and you
fixed
could
in time.
impress it,
So
and then you
this
could
is
like
from
stick it on a
2019,
shelf,
right?
and if you ever needed to do a
So,
second edition, you
caused
just pulled the
fires
plate
including
off the shelf and it
Fresno,
was ready to go.
Mariposa,
And it promised to drop the price of printing
so
dramatically.
somebody hit me up
So
one
all
time
the
and
other
they were
publishers
talking
basically said,
about
okay,
how
we're going to race to the
there's
bottom here,
a
and
weird
they dropped their
percentage that
prices
insurance
to
companies do
20% of the
of
original.
whether
So something that
your
would cost
house could
$200,
catch on
they
fire.
were producing for
Right.
$50.
And
A
fire
huge
insurance stuff like that. 'Cause she's from
change in the way people
California,
looked
you
at
can't get
text.
fire insurance.
Again, expanding
She was
the
telling me that
access to
everyone on her
documentation,
block
access to Torah and so on.
had like a
But
really
Devorah
high
Rom
rating
said,
except
no,
for her.
what we are going to do is
And I
we are
go,
going
well,
to
does
take
your house
our
have a
shots,
smart meter on?
we're
She
going
goes,
to make
no,
it as
I'm the
best we
only one on
can,
the block that
and then
doesn't
we
have a
will
smart meter on it.
quadruple the price.
She goes, holy
So
shit.
that our
Right?
shots, which we
So
could produce for
what's really
$200,
interesting about the
we're going to produce
Sacramento show, besides the
$2,000
big
shots.
genie
And that's
person,
how we got the idea from ViralRabbi of the custom
is
shots.
I'm outside on the
That
balcony.
when your
I'm outside on the
daughter got
patio
engaged,
talking to everybody
then you
after the show,
bought
and
your
this woman
husband
comes up to
a
me
proper
and
shot.
she goes, you know, I
And you
live in
gave your
paradise.
husband
I go,
a
really? I
look at the
don't
shots
know what
that we-
happened.
What is this?
She goes, I have
What
to tell
kind
you
of
the
family am I
story.
marrying into?
She
You
goes,
know,
I
you
was
wanted
just
to
chilling there,
demonstrate
like
to
on her
everyone
porch or something
that
like
you
that. She
got
looked
the
up
best guy in
and she
Yeshiva.
saw this
You're
like
giving him
silver
a
cigar
Vilna
thing.
shots. And
In
just
the
the
sky.
idea
Right,
of the
silver
Vilna
cigar
shots,
thing, and
which
she said
Will
lights are
came
going
up with,
back and forth,
is cemented
back
the
and forth,
idea
and this
of
is right
this
before
kind
the
of,
fire.
it's the
Back
king
and
of all
forth.
books.
And then she
It
said
is
suddenly the lights all just
best
went,
of all publishers
boom!
is Vilna.
And then there were
And
fires
this really,
everywhere.
this
And I
marketing
didn't
device
stop thinking about this
was
story a long
effective
time
for
ago.
them. But
And
I do
suddenly
want to
videos
end
now are
this
popping
discussion
up
of
all over
ViralRabbi
Twitter. If you go to my
as a
Twitter,
supreme
samtripoli.com,
enabler
there's a
of
video
Talmud,
right now of a guy
with
playing
kind of an
catch with
interesting
his
code to
dog,
all this.
and
So
he
as I mentioned
throws the
earlier,
frisbee,
a lot of
and
this
when the
conflict
dog
between
goes up to grab
Sabuta
the
and Ra
frisbee,
was an
suddenly you
expression
see
of the
something
Hasidic
just fly through
nostalgic
the air
conflict.
that
And
is a
the
silver,
Hasidim,
like cigar-looking
you know, really took a
Okay,
beating
let me see this
in
video
publishing as a
because
result of this. We should also
there was a time
recall
where Eddie
that
Bravo
the
and I got
Shapiro
way too high,
family,
and we thought that
who were
rods were
associated
flying
with the
through the air.
Sabuta
Watch
press,
this
they
documentary
were
on
known for their
rods.
incredible
Remember
piety.
rods?
It may be legendary, we
You're-
don't know if this is actually
You
true,
did. You got
but it was
conspiracies a
widely
little
believed
later,
that
son.
I've always
before
been
they
a
published
This is
any
one of the dumb ones.
text,
This
they
is a really
actually
dumb one.
took all
So
of their
there's these
type
things that
and
supposedly
immersed it in
flew
the mikvah.
so
They
fast through
referred
the
to all the
sky
type,
that you
so
could
it
only
came to
see
the
them
press, absolutely. They
in video
published
footage. You
no
couldn't see them with the naked eye.
heretical
Turns out what it
materials,
was
they
was
only
bugs
published
flying
real,
quickly
tried and
close
true Jewish
through
materials.
where the
Rob, on
lens
the other
is,
hand,
and
had
it's a
no
video
problem
artifact.
publishing
So it stretches
Masculine
these
works,
bugs
no
out and
problem
makes them look
publishing
like
journalists.
rods
They even
that are
published a
flying
run
through the air.
of
It's
Christian
the
prayer
video's not
books.
that
You know,
good.
whatever would
So there's
make
a
money. This is a
show,
Litvish
I forget the
organization.
show, something
So
Finding
they
Monsters
had
or
this
something like that
big
on the History
split,
Channel, I believe. One of those shows,
everything,
you know those
you know,
shows
what goes around
and
comes
they were trying to
around.
find out
Towards
what
the
rods
end of
were. So they set up
ViralRabbi's life,
cameras just
the,
trying to see if they could capture them and film.
hard
And then they
times
set up a
once again. There
super
was an
high
economic
speed
crisis
camera
in
in
the
the same
1890s that
location.
hit them very
And they
hard.
did it over like a little
They were
campfire so that
in
bugs
danger
would be
of going
flying
under.
around. And
So
everything was
none
campfire.
other than the Rabbi
Whatever, some kind of
Rothschild,
light where bugs
the
were flying around,
descendant
and then they were
of
filming
the
it.
Alter
And
Rebbe
then
who
on the
had
high-speed
given
camera, you
the
can
original
clearly see those
Haskama for the
bugs.
Slavuta
But on the
press,
low-speed camera,
came to the rescue. He said it's impossible that the great Wrong family should go
never
under,
identified
and he found
flying
a
through the air,
major
but
donor
it's
to
just
underwrite the
video
firm and
artifacts.
keep it afloat.
Okay,
And
this thing slows it
in
down.
order to prop up their sales, he had
Did you
Ron
find it? It's like, it
publish
was
one
like one of the
title.
newer
That
videos
was
I
a
put out.
Hasidic
What do you
title.
think it is?
Here it is.
Oh, I don't
Tanya,
believe.
published by the Lithuanian publishing
Do you
house.
know
And
that
what's
we have
fascinating
identifying
because
crafts that
the
have been going
Hasidim,
200
particularly
miles an hour
Chabad,
before
they
the
are
Civil War?
so traditionalist about their text. When you buy a traditional Tanya,
Here's a
it is
dog.
exactly the
Dog's
right printing
gangster.
from,
That's a
I think
good
it's
steep pledge.
1910 or something like that.
And then
It's
just have
exactly the
play
same
because it
printing,
shows
now
you
it's
what it
redone
is.
and offset and things like that. They don't reset the words, they don't realign it, they don't use modular digital printing, they use exactly the same text because exactly the way it looked back then is considered holy. And there's, when you study the time, you know, it's divided up, so you can study. Today,
Fast-moving bug.
a good friend of mine once told me that the membership
Do you think
card
that there's
to
that thing
consider a
behind
Chabad
it?
person
Is that
is
here's the thing, is
chitas,
that
if you study
the
Chumash,
inability of video
Tanya
to
every
catch it
single
because
day.
it doesn't seem
So
like
I'm not a
it,
very
because the
good
video
fussy
is
on
catching
fact,
it.
right? I have Chumash and
I don't
fact,
know
but not
enough
so much
about
Tanya. But when I do
high
study Tanya,
speed
it's divided up on a daily basis. There's
or
one
about
page
what this
that's
is,
not
the
studied.
slow-mo
And
filming.
it's this page right here, which is a letter of acknowledgement written by the Wrong Family House, publishing house, saying,
You know, where it looks like it
thank
almost
you
has like
for
a
supporting us,
jet
thank you
coming out
for
back.
getting us
What do you think that
getting
is?
us this contract to publish the Tanya.
What do you think that
And they
is,
say,
Jim?
we promise
Right, but
never
what's
to
that
break the
trail? You
copyright.
think that's a bug?
And underneath the sign,
Yeah, as
the
it's
widow
moving
and
fast, so
brothers
it's stretched out as a
the
video
brothers, by
artifact,
the
just
way,
like the
were
rods.
the brothers
Yeah,
of
I would
the
use that
late
video
husband,
art. It
who
just
were
looks
much
like the
younger
wings
than
of a
she.
bug, and it's like there's a
And that's
body.
the way all the
Giant
text
wings.
is created.
Yeah, but what kind of bug looks like that?
The
And
Vilna
what kind
Shas
of
always says,
that?
published by the
I mean,
House of the
I
Widow
think it's a
Almana.
perspective thing. I think the bug
And
moves.
this is at her
Bugs move
insistence
pretty
that
fucking
these
fast.
two
Yeah,
specifically should be
bugs
named
moving fast
during
in
the
the right
publishing
direction.
house.
And
So
that
to
far
conclude
away,
with
little,
Dora,
you're
we
gonna see
see
that
with
that
her
far away, little.
someone
It's
who
so
has
little
gone
that as
to a
it passes
dramatic
by, it
new
gets
step
small so
in
quickly. It gives you the illusion
propagating
of more
Talmudic
speed.
information,
Because
whereas
it's so
Sarah
little,
Schneer
it,
was primarily
it
supportive,
disappears quickly.
developing the
You
infrastructure,
ever see a
developing the
mosquito,
family
and you see
structure
it
that
float
would
through the
allow
air, and
men
then
to
it's gone, you
study.
can't find
The
it. Right,
Dora is
because there's too
actively
little.
involved
Right, I
in
understand
producing
that.
the
once they
physical
go a
text
certain
itself,
distance
the
away, it's like
medium
they went a
itself.
million miles far away.
And her
I mean,
role
that is
cannot be
way
underestimated
from
because
right
even
over
to
the
this day,
camera. That's
a
what I
century
think.
later,
I think it
the
went
building
right over
shot
the
is the
camera,
king
and
of
I think
shots.
within a couple of seconds,
Even the
like, look
ones
where it
that
goes.
are built on the building
It's
shot
like
still
right,
call
go.
themselves
I
the
think
building
it's
shots.
right
It's
over
like,
the camera
okay,
in the
let's
right
go to the next
direction.
level, and this is going
And
to
I
get a
think it
little
only
bit more
takes
controversial.
like
There
a
are some women
millisecond
who
for a
are
fucking bug to
actually
die.
teachers
Let's
of
see it
Talmud.
again. Watch, here it goes.
Rare,
Stop
exceptional,
it at its farthest
but
point. Just
not
don't
all
stop
unique.
it. There it
I'd like
goes.
to talk to you very briefly
It's
about
already
a woman
done.
named Asnat
Oh, that is
Mizrahi.
pretty fast.
She was born in Kurdistan
Okay, check it
around
out.
the year 1600, perhaps a few decades
Maybe,
earlier. We
you
only know
maybe
about
there's
her
a
because of
subtitle
a
bug
letter
that
that
I'm
is
not
currently
aware of
held
that moves
in
really
the
fast,
Hebrew
though.
Union College of
Where is that?
Cincinnati.
Where is that
I
supposed to be?
believe its origins
I don't know
are
where that comes
Tunisia,
from.
but
That
I
means a
slip
lot.
my mind present.
Like, we need to know
In
where
this
they've had
letter,
crafts
she writes to a
before
nearby
the Civil War.
community
They were building
in
crafts at
Ahmadiyya.
like
By the way,
200
she
miles
is
an hour.
Kurdish.
Okay, who's they?
The Kurds, of
Where
course, are
the
very
U.S.
much
government
removed
for the
because of
Civil
the
War.
withdrawal from
Before
Syria.
1865.
But the Kurds,
They had
historically,
crafts
they,
that could go 200 miles an hour
kind of like
Yes.
the second most
You can look it
well-known
up.
stateless people.
Pre-Civil
Right, we're the
War
best known stateless
aircraft.
people, but now we
Well,
have
there
a
was
state, so now we're the bad guys. But back then,
bunch of
the
like
Kurds had
German
the unfortunate
scientists
situation
in
of having
America that were working with the U.S.
population
government. So
divided
this
among
predates World War
4
I.
major countries.
I'm
And
just
after
telling you,
World
right?
War
Does it?
I,
Yes.
they did not
I don't know
find
dates. I think
themselves
it does.
sufficiently
Right?
concentrated
Isn't World War I?
in
Is
any
that
one of
the
those
end of the
countries to
1800s?
mount a successful bid
When
for
was that?
political
You know what?
independence.
I love that.
And
Just
they
ask
are,
them.
to a certain
I
degree,
love it. Go
persecuted
check
in each one of these 4
When did
countries that they currently
Orville
live in:
and Wilbur
Iraq,
Wright
Iran,
fly
Turkey,
the
and
first plane?
Syria. So, but nevertheless, a very long-standing, old
1903.
ethnic group, long-standing
So,
positive
you're telling
relations
me
with
that
Jews
in
as well, and they
1865,
actually speak Aramaic.
I'm telling you, in
Aramaic is one of the mother
1865, they
tongues of Kurdish
multiplied
people, and the
crafts
Jewish
that got
community there up until the
We've done
20th
multiple
century
shows on it.
spoke
Brother, I'm the
Aramaic as
truth,
their
okay?
first language, which
Where
made
the
them
fuck did
uniquely
you hear
suited
this?
to study
I had two guys,
But anyway,
Joseph P.
sometime
Farrell was
around
on,
the year
and he's
1600,
like
she wrote
amazing.
a letter to a
And he
Jewish
was breaking
community
down
in
that
Ahmadiyya
George inside
asking
Joseph
for
P. Farrell's
financial
area of
support.
expertise.
And she said, this is
In
my
history,
story.
he does a lot in
My father
religion,
was a rabbi,
self-taught.
and
No, he's
taught me
he's
Talmud
really
himself.
great.
And
interview,
he
man. I believe
promised me
it. I mean,
that
he's
he
a
would
self-taught
find me
because
a
like, are you
husband
looking up
who
real
would
quick?
never
Yeah.
have me do
Education
any
and stuff for
physical
his
work.
He's
But
written
I
like
would be
1,000
free
books
to
on it.
study Talmud
That's a lot of books,
exclusively.
dude. I can
And
barely
in
read
fact,
one
that's
book.
what happened.
I'm
She
stuck
married
on
him off.
Alexander's
He
second
married
right
his
now.
daughter
And
off
what
to
does he
another
say?
rabbi. He
He's
set
saying
up
that
a
in
yeshiva, and
the
she gave
pre-Civil
classes
War
in
and
the
during the Civil
yeshiva,
War, they
apparently
had
behind
crafts
the
that were
pizza. She
traveling
puts
at
facts up.
200 miles
These
an
things
hour.
are going on.
Okay.
Then,
And,
I believe her husband
you can
passed
find
away,
pictures
and
of it
she
on the
took over the
Well, as long as it's
yeshiva.
pictures.
She
There's
became the
drawings.
Rosh Yeshiva, and she
As long as
continued
it's
to
drawings. Come
operate
on, man.
with
Why, Jimmy, you're
presumably
leaving
male
me.
students who are coming to her and learning Talmud
It's
from
got
her.
to be legit.
But
There,
what she is
sounds so
admitting
legit.
she's not good at
Will you
is
look up why
fundraising.
had
So
Joey
she's
for
saying,
so many
please,
years
wealthy people
before
around Ahmadiyya,
they
please
flew the
contribute
first
to my
very
yeshiva
primitive plane that
so
could barely
that
get off the
we
ground,
can
and credit
continue
those guys with
expanding
developing
Torah. Now,
first
this is
plane.
an
It's a big
extremely
plane.
unusual woman
Oh, that's true. Thank
who
you.
is,
Oh, so is it like a blend?
we only have maybe one like her a century, one like her every 250 years, but nevertheless, there are many examples of women like this. Gloria in the Talmud, for example, who stand head and shoulders above others, even in the otherwise restricted area of Talmudic studies. Within the Kurdish community, she is regarded as something of a folk hero.
Everyone thinks I'm
She's
crazy. You guys think I'm nuts.
like,
I'm just telling you, bro. Everything's
one of the teachers of
I
Mishnah.
love it. I
And
want
her
to hear
name
more
is actually
psyops. Oh, I'd
written
rather go
in
that way than the other way. That nothing's
amulet. So
psyop.
if
I
you
want
want
to hear
to,
that everything's
if you go
everything's
there,
a
you want
psyop.
an amulet
I
for
think so much to do
Hanukkah
with
or
conspiracy
Shidduchim or
news would
whatever.
be
If you
10
were to go
times
to a
better than what you
Kurdistan
see in
Judaica
television.
store,
I
they would
was
give you
watching
one that says in the
my
name of
girlfriend can't stop
Asnat
watching MSNBC. Doesn't matter how much they lie
Mizrahi,
to her. She's like dug in, and there's a team, right? And so I listened to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing our
but you get the
Jr.
idea. So we
about
have several of
mRNA
these
vaccines,
individuals
right?
throughout the centuries, and I refer you to Shoshana Kantel Zolti's book for more examples of these fascinating vignettes of very learned women who were nevertheless teaching Talmud to have a cutting edge of Talmud study in their day. So with that, I want to return to our original question,
there's a 100%
which
chance you won't
speaks
get
to the idea
COVID.
of the medium being
You
the
know, it's
message.
now telling everybody how important
You'll
mRNA
recall
vaccines
that
are. It's like she
when
was
we
only
made the
off by
transition
100%.
from a manuscript culture to
It was
a
a
print culture,
trying time. We
we
didn't know.
suddenly
You know,
lowered the
how did I
threshold
know?
for
I'm a
access
digital comic who's
into
functionally
Talmudic
illiterate.
studies, into
Mistakes were
Talmudic
made.
wisdom. and
Now,
permitted the
I part,
possibility
no.
of
Well, it's
mass
just, it was
growth
weird
of
to me for a while.
yeshivas.
Lefties,
For example, prior to 1600,
it's really
we
weird.
couldn't
What
say
happened,
anything
guys?
about
what did we
yeshivas
used
the
to
way
believe
we
in?
understand
used
them
to
today.
think
For
that
example,
Big Pharma
the
was like
first
trying to make money,
yeshiva
and you should
to
really
have a
be taking
cafeteria
organic food and
was Yeshiva
taking
Chacham
vitamins
Lublin
and
of
eating healthy, and drinking
Rabbi
water, and
Rothschild.
going to
That's
yoga. Like, what
the
happened?
20th century.
What happened to everybody
The
saying
idea of having a place
happened?
where a couple hundred young
You know, I
men
live in
could come and
California where
study,
they're all about my body, my
unheard of.
choice, except for when it
Maybe
comes to
in
vaccines.
ancient
And I had
Babylonia,
arguments
although
with
it's
people. I'm
highly
like, I thought you
widely
were my
disputed
body, my
exactly what the
choice, and now you're
those
telling me I have to take a
passages
vaccine.
tell me to
They're
speak
like,
about
it's
besides
different.
yeshivas.
It's not.
But chances
It's
are,
not at
what we
all.
would call
None
a
of it looked like it
yeshiva
was some
500
people
years
at the
ago
time.
was like somebody's
Because some
living
people got
room with
way
6
more anxious
guys
about the pandemic
sitting
than other
around a
people.
table
Those
listening
people
to
just
one
they
rabbi
reacted so
read from a
strongly. They thought
manuscript.
that other people that
And
weren't
that's it.
doing the right thing were
It would
fucking it up
not
for
be,
everybody. Because
the
that's what
huge
they believed
infrastructure
at
that
the
we have
time.
today.
The problem
With
is
basic
most of those
tuition
people never kind of
burdens,
owned
with,
up to what they did.
parking spots for the
Because
students, things
they
like
were
that. That's
wrong.
like way
And it,
beyond,
we
and it's
did
a
get
result
hoodwinked.
largely
And there's still people that
making
are trying to
the
defend it.
accessible
And
as a
like,
printed
stop trying to
document
defend it.
that everyone can
The
learn
data's
from.
out. Didn't stop
We are
infection.
now at
Didn't
that
stop
kind of
transmission. That
moment
alone would have
where
stopped almost
suddenly
everybody
it
from
has
taking.
become much
a
more
lot of
accessible
people
through the internet.
And they
What
knew
is
that.
the internet
They
going
knew
to
that
do
from
to
the
Talmudic
jump.
study,
They
and
never did
specifically
studies on
Talmudic
whether or
study
not it
for
would stop
women?
infection. They just wanted to see
Let
if
us
it
take a
antibodies.
step back.
The whole
The
thing
rabbi
is,
has stepped out
when
of
you
the
listen
room
to
so I
RFK
can just
Jr. talk
begin to
about it,
poke
like,
a
this
little
can't
bit
be
into the
true. It can't be
halakhic
telling the
aspects
truth.
of this.
Yeah,
Why
and then you
is
find
it
out
that
he
women
is. You're like,
don't study
this is
Talmud?
nuts.
Where
This
did
is
that happen?
nuts.
How come
Right.
it
And
just
then
never
have you ever
evolved
seen
that
when
way?
they broke
So I'm
down
going to
how
take you
long it
into
would
the
actually
Mishnah.
take to
The
make
key passage
like
is
5
this one here
billion
from
vaccines if they wanted
Tractate
for everybody?
Sota.
It would take 10 years. It was just
The
the thing
Sota
that
is
it was
described
that they had done it
Bamidbar
in front of everybody, and
where
everybody
a
agreed
woman
to
is
it. And then once they
suspected
realized
of
they agreed to
adultery.
it, and they realized
She
they got
is
duped,
forced
they
to
told
drink
him
this
yes,
ritual
they
potion,
want to be right,
the
not do right.
Sota,
Yeah. And
and if she is guilty,
how
then she
many, like,
dies a horrible
really
death.
like
If she is
Marxist,
innocent,
left-wing,
then she gets all kinds of blessings.
lunatic,
That's basically
like
what says
conferences
in
do I see
the Torah
online where they're
itself.
all
In the
masked.
Mishnah, which
Dude,
expands
I'm
on it,
fine
says the follows:
they're still in
some
masks.
merit
They're
suspends
still in
the
masks. Everyone
effect
else
for
doesn't have a
1
mask.
year.
We're all living. They're
Some
wearing
merit
like
suspends the
super
effect
heavy
for
masks.
2 years, and some merit suspends the effect for 3 years. In other words,
that's what
if
you're left
the
over, you know
woman
exactly
is
what you
found
vote for.
guilty, the woman
You
is
have a
guilty,
mask,
she
you
has
wear
committed
it
adultery,
everywhere. I
she
love it.
drinks
It's
the
like I
water
know
of
who the
soda,
retards
but you know
are.
what? She's the
Like
president of the
groups
sisterhood.
online where they
She has
talk
so
about
much
these courts
chesed. She
getting
runs the
beat
bake
up,
sale. She does
about
all
how
the
irresponsible
She
these
does all these
non-maskers
fantastic things.
are, and
She has
COVID
so
hasn't
much
gone
merit.
away, and I
She's
have
not going to die a horrible
respiratory
death
this
right there in the
and infectious
It'll be
that,
a year
and
later,
immune
2 years
suppressant
later,
this, and
because she has to use up all of her
fuck, man.
merit.
Yeah.
As I
What
stated in
happened?
it.
It's not good. It was just
Therefore, then, as I said,
cold.
a
It was a little
person
harder than
must
most
teach his
flus,
daughter
and
Torah, and the
everybody
understanding of the
got
word Torah
duped.
here is Talmud, what he called Talmud.
Yeah.
So
And then you
that
go, what
if she
about
has
the
to drink
5G
the
they're
water of
cranking up?
bitterness, the
What about
Mesota, she
with
should
the
know
spray
that
in the
the merit
skies that now is
suspension
an
is effect. In
acceptable
other words, it's kind of a strange
fact
logic, I
that
think,
they're
but
doing geoengineering of our
Rabbi
skies. So like
Rothschild is saying
5 years
that
ago, you were a
we should
crazy
definitely make
conspiracy
sure
theorist.
that women
Now
learn
there's
Talmud.
laws
Why?
being passed about it.
Because if they
You
commit
put all
adultery
that
and
together,
they
you're like,
are accused of it and they drink
that's how people
Mesota,
get sick.
then
It's
that
weird,
will
like,
extend their life
clouds,
because they all have a
you know,
merit
which
of
is
Torah
legal.
study.
Like you can
This is
see
not the
clouds
normative
and you
halakha.
can make it
The
rain, but
normative
like,
halakha is Rabbi Elazar's point that whoever teaches his daughter Torah
how, you know
teaches
me,
her
like, what happens if you cause
lasciviousness.
floods like they did in
The
Dubai?
text there
Did you
is
see them
tiflut, which
camels
is
just
translated in
flying
different ways. I urge you to see Shashon
Urban
Mendel's
Lamborghinis
book for a
drowning?
very significant discussion of what that term means. But basically, it's a simple
Tell myself
understanding.
nothing about
Rabbi
zero
Elazar
miles
says,
an hour.
please, give me a break.
But if I'm multiple
If you are
things,
teaching
talking
your
about
daughters
aircraft,
Torah
helicopters,
so that they
used
can
by
get a break if they
South.
get caught
The
of
South.
suspected adultery,
Confederate
that's not a
Army,
good
I
reason to be
thought
teaching them
for a
Torah.
second,
That's not
just to
exactly
see
something
if
you want to put on the letterhead
I found
of
it.
your
I was
yeshiva
thinking
for
of
women.
generally
Come study
helicopter.
Talmud with us.
Here's the
Whoa.
no problem with adultery, it's not going to go. So that's the text. This is the source for the prohibition of women studying Talmud. In the 20th century, two very important rabbis of really distinct positions on the Orthodox spectrum argued that the normative acceptance of Rabbi Elazar's opinion should be modulated. Specifically, on the right, we have Rav Soloveitchik, who represents the YU, who says that, again, like we saw with Sarah Schneer, there is a scissors crisis. How is it possible that in the 1960s, when women are studying nuclear physics, and women are becoming brain surgeons, and women are becoming, chief economists, how is it possible we can let them go to the top of the educational academy, and we can't let them study Talmud, which is basically like middle school curriculum? That doesn't make sense. We will lose them to assimilation. And if we lose the women to assimilation, it's not going to be long before we lose the men as well. So we said perhaps the way we should read this text is the prohibition is whoever teaches his daughter. Maybe it's specifically speaking to the unique relationship of a father and a daughter. A father should not really be teaching his own daughter Torah.
Right?
He can contract someone else to teach her, presumably a woman, maybe a man. She can learn it on her own. None of those things would necessarily be prohibited. So he opened up one way of looking at this Mishnah, which challenged it. And in fact, in modern Orthodox schools, we frequently have women studying Talmud even at a very young age. And surprisingly, perhaps on the other end of the spectrum, not really on the other end, but a different part of the spectrum, the Rebbe of Lubavitch, Menachem Schneerson, who argued that this is part of the unfolding of the era of Mashiach, that all of the wellsprings of knowledge are expanding, and given the extreme crisis that the American Jewish community is facing with assimilation, compounded by the demographic impact of the Holocaust, this is not a time to quit this. We have women who want to approach Torah, they want to get close to Yiddishkeit, and they say, what do you mean I can't study this? You're forbidding me to study this because of my gender, because of my sex? You can't say to that person, forget it, leave it alone. You have to make a space for them as well. And so in a surprisingly sort of feminist position, he argued as well on the Chabad movement for women studying Talmud as well. So there is definitely a range of opinion, even within the Orthodox world, as to what women should be doing with the study of Talmud, like Asma Mizrahi. And this has led to some really interesting moments that are accelerated by the internet, because even though the printed text is more accessible, the document itself is still very hard. You still need a teacher, you still need a community, you still need a chavrusa. How are you going to get that if you are, let's say, one woman out of 100 in a community, and the other 99 are not really interested? The internet makes it possible. And suddenly we have things like Yomi for women, which is running an extremely successful sheer online with hundreds of participants all over the world who are finding a new internet-based community to study Shas. And related to that, when the men are dancing at the Siyam HaShas, there's also going to be the Inyanei HaUmah, 3,000 strong participant a seal for women. Women only who have completed the entirety of the Talmud. So just mind-boggling numbers. You can imagine 3,000 women completing the entire Talmud. That's probably more women that have studied the entire Talmud in the last 2,000 years. And that's in our own generation. That's just one number to give you a sense of the scale and the scope and the pace of change of the world in which we are now living. So these are the kinds of things that are happening largely because of the internet. We still have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. Is this good for the Jews or bad for the Jews, in other words? I'm hoping next week to explore some of the dangers of this. And I want to tell you an amazing story. I'll just give you a little teaser about it now. At the turn of the 20th century, a Sephardi Tafor presented himself as a man named Al-Ghazi, wearing flowing Oriental robes, and was claimed to have discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. Tractates that Maimonides had, but suddenly they have disappeared from existence. And he published several of these volumes. The Jewish world was agog with excitement. The Times positively commented on this development and so on. But one rabbi, the Rogachover, pointed out that
really
Al-Ghazi was in
weird
fact
like
not
connections between all of them. They tend to be of German descent, high
discoverer of
IQ,
these manuscripts.
and
He
they
was
just
in fact the
disappeared in
author
the forest.
of these
And then
manuscripts.
he probably
It
has a
was
really
forgery.
interesting theory
Turned out
about
he
it.
was a
About how
fish
there's all
merchant
these
from
movies about
Belarus
all
named
these people
Friedlander,
dying in forests
who
and
had
everyone
taken on
dying
this
in
whole
the ocean,
persona and
you
many
know,
other
to
bizarre
scare you from
aspects
going out there.
to
Like, I'm afraid of
sell
sharks.
a fake
Like, I don't want to go
Talmud.
out in the ocean, but
What this
what's going
speaks
on in the
to
ocean? We
is an
see
issue
stuff
that
coming out
we'll
of the ocean
really
all the
drill down
time.
into
What's
next
going
week,
on
God willing,
way deep
which
down
is,
there?
okay, well, what happens if we have
Well,
so
sharks are
much
real.
information
Sharks
out
are
there?
real. Should be scared about
How
it.
do
The
we
ocean
go
is
from
unforgiving.
having a
Alligator,
plethora of
and
information
it's a
to having a
rational fear.
modicum
How
of
about
wisdom?
fear of the
Those
ocean?
two
Very
things
much,
are
you know,
very
Jaws
different.
makes this
My
thing boom right in your
phone
face, right?
knows
But
way more
probably
Talmud
before that,
than I
nobody was
do,
thinking about
but
sharks.
it's not
Well,
very
you know,
smart.
Jaws is based on a real
How
guy,
do
right?
we
Apparently
identify
go faster because
wisdom
they
and
use something, an
Chachma?
anti-gravity
How do we
field
identify
called
true teachers
NES.
in an area when so many people have access to knowledge? We'll look at that next
They
week.
had
Thank you
anti-gravity
very much for
gas
your
in
attention
World
and your
War II.
endurance.
I
I
mean,
appreciate having you
Yeah,
here.
so there apparently was something, this guy, Delishu, the guy who was credited with the drawings, he was in something called the Sonora Aero Club. I also add that they found all this in a junk pile. He moved somewhere in Texas in 1850,
There's
and
the
they found it in
third
the
of
60s.
three
Yeah,
lectures
they were
on
working with
Talmudic
German
history,
scientists.
and I hope that these will be somewhat cumulative. They are standalone, so you can appreciate them on your own, but
I
on
guess
their own. But I really was hoping
Aero
that the
Club,
three of them
a bunch
would
of guys
fit
that were
together. In the
into,
first lecture, we
that's
talked a
what
little bit about
But what does that mean, an anti-gravity
the
fuel? I'd like
tremendous
to have someone
changes
read
that
that
were
that
wrought
knows what the
upon the
fuck
Jewish
those words
world with the advent of printing. And I'll do a very
It
quick
doesn't
recap of
sound
that in
like
the
a
second slide.
fuel.
The second class,
based
we
on
talked about how
this notion that we
the
came from
the
cavemen.
changes that were
You know,
wrought
I
as
don't-
a result of printing
I think there's been
are
multiple societies,
dwarfed by the changes
civilizations that
promised
just
by
keep
the
getting
internet.
reset.
And
I
the
think that's true.
incredible
Yeah,
democratization
I agree with
of learning
I think there's a lot
that
of
is a result
really
of
compelling
the
evidence that
spread
shows that.
of
Have you seen
internet-based
Jesse Michael's
sources
video?
promises to
He's
be
got a video on those
equally
tridactyl
transformational.
mummies in
In fact,
Peru,
much more
where he went
transformational.
down there and had
Because
them
the
CAT
threshold
scanned
of
and
difficulty of accessing
Dude,
knowledge has
tridactyl?
dropped so
Like, we're
precipitously
talking like,
that literally you
what's
can hold in
good
your
that
hand
we'll go that
the
right
wisdom
after
of the
this,
ancients to a degree with which we have never in our
Is it
history
safe
been
bullshit?
able to enjoy. So we're
I mean,
talking
it's
about
like, how's it
periods of
gonna defy
phenomenal
gravity?
change that
Thing
we
that
haven't
was
really
just talking
thought
about,
about
like, just
because
lift like a
it's
helium
happening all around us and we only
That's kind
see
of
it in incremental
anti-gravity
steps.
gas.
Today,
Okay,
I'd
so
like
when
to
I think
bring us
of
to a little bit of a word
anti-gravity, I think of like space tech that allows you to like shoot
because, you know, I'm
giant
just starting to
distances
think about, well, what
instantaneously, like
are
we hear
the
about from these crafts.
dangers
But if
intellectually
let's
and
just say
socially
this is real, and I do
when we
believe
have
it's real,
such an exposure to
100%.
information? You know,
Like, what
we
do they
compare
have
this,
now?
let's
I
say,
mean, it's so
to
far down
a
the line.
church, and we
That's
look
so
at
long.
what printing had, what printing did
175
to
years ago,
the
they
Catholic
technology
Church. Of course, it
that they could have.
broke it up with Protestant Reformation, more access to information through vernacular translations of the Bible, and so on, really splintered the church into little bits. You have
The
the one
Nazi
Catholic
bell,
church,
which is a
and
big
you
part
have
of World War II
dozens
that
of
nobody ever
Protestant
talks about.
churches.
Right, that was like a flying craft that they were trying to
Jewish world.
develop, right?
We have had
So the Nazis were
something
apparently
of
trying to come up with
fissures
a
that
bunch of
occurred
different
in the 19th
shapes for
century, not
crafts.
nearly
One
as
was a bell, right? One was
permanent
kind of
as the
flying saucer,
Catholic
like, right?
Protestants, but these
I
things,
mean,
these
that's a
dangers
whole
are
part
truly
of my.
present.
But have you ever heard of Martin Bormann?
Specific and
I
more
always
germane
wonder.
to the Jewish
I
concern.
always wonder.
I think it's a very basic
when
issue
they
of
talk about stuff like that, like the Nazis
authenticity
trying to make a
and
flying saucer.
authority.
Was that because they were trying to emulate
Jewish
something that they had
tradition,
seen,
as you
or
can
that
see
there
on
was
the screen, that's
some
really
sort of a
the
hidden
title. It's
historical
not as
record of?
exciting as the one
You know
I
what?
put in the
Because if
flyers
only the
because I was
people
hoping
that
to
are
figure
at the head of the
kind of
military
a bait
today,
and switch thing. But in
or
reality,
the head
what I
of
want to
these
say is
military
that
contractors
with the
really know whether or not
cheapening
there's
of
packaged
information, meaning
UFOs.
it's so
If
easy
they
to get
are,
it,
they have
now we
them.
begin to worry
And
about
if
when
they
is
don't
the
know about them, they
information
probably don't
authentic,
exist. What
is
the other
it
companies
real,
have.
and
Right?
when
Yeah.
is it
So
authoritative? When should we
you know,
rely upon it?
you gotta
These
wonder,
are very, very
what were the
difficult
Nazis doing? Were
questions
they
to
trying
answer,
to
and I'm
emulate
hoping
something
in
that they
the
knew
course of
existed?
the next 45 minutes or so,
When
I
did
can introduce you to
governments,
two
if there really
cautionary
is a
tales
real
from the
phenomenon,
modern era
this isn't just
that I
total
think
gaslighting and
harbingers of
propaganda
the
and
kind of
bullshit to
problems
get you
that
to
we
believe
would
that
like to
aliens are out
face
there because
in
they've got like
coming
crazy
generations.
high tech
Perhaps,
that's
you know,
50,
we
60,
start
70 years
thinking about
past where
solutions to really avoid some of these
Both of
dangerous
those things are hard
things.
to believe.
Let me begin first of
It's
all
hard
by
to believe
thanking
that the
our
government
sponsor.
would
We do
be
have
able
a
to
sponsor
hide
tonight, which is nice.
the kind of
Where is my, here we go.
whatever kind of program that would develop a
Ms. Elise
genuine
Schwartz, thank you very much
anti-gravity
for sponsoring the lecture.
That
It's
can
nice
move
that
through
the
space and time.
synagogue
That can go
gets
through
the
the ocean.
support, and
That
they
makes
get
the
a
device
place to learn in,
transmedium, creates like
and
a
they set
portal
up
around
the
it
food and
where it
things like
exists
that. So
completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in
Let's go
3D
straight to
space.
the material. Let me just do a very
Just goes
quick
through
recap.
stuff. The idea that they have that and kept it secret seems kind of crazy.
I don't think so.
I'm not saying it's possible.
What I'm saying by that is I can hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51 and
something
they
I
never once
saw
told them
when I
what they
was
did.
studying in
Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. And they also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble.
And it was
You know, if you
just
have
in the
top secret
initial
clearance and
months
you go
of
blab it,
its
they're listening to everything
resurrection
you
as
say. They're
independent
checking your
states.
emails. They know.
And I saw a movie poster advertisement.
I think people can
And
keep
in
secrets. I
Ukrainian,
really do.
And
the
they
word
have you
was
looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object. Everyone's, oh, there's crazy. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out.
is the word for risky,
What a bizarre word.
literally
Or you
translated
get into
means
NASA, right? Everyone thinks
not
it's
without
in
risk business.
Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville,
Just the
Alabama.
idea,
So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up, and we're doing the Tim Full Half Comedy Night. And we do Nashville, we pack it out. Zanies, I think it is. We pack it out great. So they sent us to Huntsville. And we go, I'm like, yeah, man, we're going to be stand up in Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed. And we're like, dog, we packed this motherfucker. It's going to be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there. And she's all her crowd. No, it's not her. It's the one who has the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. She packed it out, and it's her crowd. So and she runs. The show goes late. And all of a sudden, her crowd leaves. And our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I just keep looking up there going, oh, fuck. And he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it. And he just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show 45 people. It's a great show. We have a good time.
Which is a
We get off stage. The sound guy comes up to me.
Didn't
He
necessarily
goes,
start
whoever
with the
sent you
mission
here
itself.
sent you up to fail.
Research to indicate that
This is the real
my
NASA.
thinking
This is where all of the
may be
satellites
quite
are controlled
wrong.
from.
My thinking
This
was
is where
always that the
Von
mission
Braun
was
went
actually
when he
put
came to
down on
America.
paper,
And in
and then
Huntsville,
everyone visited
Alabama,
talking
into the late
people had
80s,
manuscript
you were not
copies of
allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi
It
because he
may
had all
not have
convinced himself that he was
circulated
forced
nearly
to
as
do it
widely.
against
And in
his own
fact,
will,
a
even
lot
though
of
he was a
memorization
horrible,
was
horrible
still
person. If you hear
utilized.
stories about
Maybe
real
there are
Nazis.
limited
Yeah,
copies of
but they convinced themselves that he did it against his own will.
And
so that's where the real. So they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here.
Publishing. But at any rate, there's a big transition that goes from oral exclusivity to a written form, and that represents a very traumatic event.
But they got some evil motherfuckers.
There's a video out there. It's called American Nazi 60 Minutes. Can you look it up? It's basically what 60 Minutes did really good work.
Investment in energy and resources,
Boston
and expertise. So not everyone can
want to get down to what's going on. Why are all these Nazis here? Why isn't anyone getting them? And so he's pressing, he's doing like Freedom of Information Act, and he's pressing and pressing them, and one day they gotta agree to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes. You can just read it. So he reads it,
seminaries,
and he finds out that basically what happened was a Rockefeller, Nixon, and I think it was Eisenhower, form a committee, and they're all the ones that bring them over.
Then finally, where we are right now,
so you got all these guys operations. This is part of it, but this I never knew that. Like if you're going in hiding, dude, why would you change your name? None of them change their names.
Anywhere you are. It's my fault.
None of them change. Yeah, that was it. So 82 U.S. agency lied to cover up Nazi spy program. 60 minutes. Eisenhower, yeah. It was Nixon, Rockefeller, Eisenhower. Imagine 60 minutes doing that today.
would
the
never
two
happen.
ads that just recently came
Government
out.
would talk to them.
Mine on the left refers to my small part of this, all about that. We'll focus on Jewish history videos that go on
I
every
agree, dude.
single
They're American heroes. They got us on the moon.
shots of the entire
Nobody ever talks about
and
Mark
Rabbi Trump on the right,
who was like,
slightly
if you
smaller,
don't
but I
know
think
Mark
that's just
Borman, you
because
don't know
he's
nothing
taller
about
in
World War
real life.
II.
They wanted to kind of
Live peacefully in Argentina with
space.
science.
But
Carter tried to
he
get
is
out
going
of
to be
there.
doing an amazing thing with the
John
searching
Liftus,
of
a former
documents. Every
prosecutor with
page of
Justice
Talmud,
That's the official
almost every page,
Office of
there's a
Special
reference to
Investigations
some
that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators, made the allegations in an interview with Mike Moss on the CBS program Sunday.
Talmudic
Yeah,
studies.
I
This
have
is
Nazi
especially
collaborators were
important
given
because
jobs in the
Talmud
United
has
States and
this
some were later sent to the
sometimes
Soviet
irritating
Union
habit
parachute
of
teams in
assuming
an
that you
unsuccessful
have
attempt to perform
memorized the entire
assassinations
Bible.
and start
And it would
civil
just say the
wars.
first 2 or 3 words of a verse,
That is
assuming
we're
we're
flying
the rest of it,
Nazis
and it's the
into
last
Russia
part that's
to
really
start
important
civil
for the
wars.
argument in the
So I had this guy on,
So
I
if
think
you
I
haven't
talked about last
memorized that
time, dark
particular
journalist,
verse,
he does
you'll
really
be
great
completely
work.
lost. What
He
are
was
you
talking a
about?
big reason
One
why
way you
JFK
can
was
understand it
assassinated.
is if you go back
NASA
to
was
the
involved
Bible,
because
look up the passage,
JFK
understand
wanted
the
to
context,
give
and you come back
Russia
and see
all
what we're
these
talking about.
documents and
So
information
Rabbi
they
Trump
had
will be doing
on
that
these
work,
UFOs
and
because
that's
he
going to
didn't
be
want them to
huge,
think that they
I
were
think,
like
contribution to
nuclear
the study of
planes, like
Talmud
dropping
worldwide.
bombs and stuff.
And these things,
And
of course,
because
are all
NASA was
completely
so
free,
full
which
of
means
Nazis and they still
drop
hated the
price
Russians,
of access
they
to
didn't want
zero.
that to happen.
The only thing you have to have is bandwidth.
There's
Or
one
still
reason, yeah, there's multiple reasons. It says that he said the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months, smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America.
And
Hundreds.
it's
After
related
World War II
to
for intelligence
the
purposes.
problems
Wow.
inherent
Barney
in
Frank, Massachusetts
producing
today,
such a
called the
widely
Acast.
available
He's got some big ones.
series
So
of
before we
documents.
knew about
And it's related to what we discussed in the first 2 classes,
Interesting.
the famous teachings of Marshall McLuhan, one of the
I don't
first
remember.
media scholars of
But
the
it's kind of
modern
crazy
age,
that they hid it.
who
And then
repeatedly
all
hammered
these
home
guys
the
working for
same
NASA, these
idea
Nazi
that the
totally
medium
scars on their
is
face.
the
They look so
message.
sinister.
That
In the
the
video,
way
they
in
interview
which
Nazis
we
who still
receive
defended everything
information
they did. It was written, none of them changed their names.
colors
They all just
information
defended
and
what
how
they
we
did.
process
And
it.
it was crazy. It's a
Some
crazy
of it, for
video to
example,
watch.
to write out all of Hamlet.
It's imagine Werner von Braun. They used to hang the 5 slowest
Paper
Jews
napkins.
in front of the
And I would
rocket
receive
factory.
Hamlet in a
To
big
motivate
stack
workers.
of
They'd hang them.
serviettes
Yeah,
like this, and then
his
read it
Berlin
through
rocket factory.
my
Yeah,
experience
I
of
got that.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Is
And they
radically
convinced
different
themselves he didn't want to
than
do it.
reading in a book, or certainly
And this
seeing
gets
it
into this whole
performed
thing that
live.
about what's
There's a
going to
whole
happen
different
in
experience in
Gaza
the
and
medium
Israel.
to which that is delivered.
It's basically
Reading it on
it's
napkins,
all been
you know, I have to
prophesized. Dude.
figure out the words,
What's going to happen
stop,
next?
and have
What's
to
this
like
say, Jim?
process it in a different way and make sure I understand it.
This is 1982,
And
so it's like
even
30
reading
years
in a book,
after.
I have
It's
to like
crazy.
It says we
imagine
never
in my
comment
head
on
all the
intelligence matters,
characters,
and we were
but
not
seeing it
commenting on something
live
that
when I'm
happened in the
already exposed
1950s.
to the
Like I
artistry
said,
of
we're not commenting on
the
it.
individual actors, the directors, the set design, all
Right,
of
can
these
you
things.
imagine?
That's just one kind of
Imagine,
simple
we're still trying
example,
to find out
but
what
it
the fuck
relates
happened
very
to
much to what
JFK.
we're talking about today.
It was 63.
Because with the democratization
I think
of
there's one
learning,
person still
all of a
alive, and
sudden,
that's why they don't want
the
to tell you about
medium
it. Really?
changes
It's John.
who is learning it and how they're learning it.
I don't know
Including,
exactly
for
her
example,
role in it, but she supposedly was a part of it. She was like
52%
kind
of
of
the
something. So when
population,
she
all
dies,
of a sudden,
they'll
as we
release it
discussed
out. They'll
last
release
week,
more of it.
women,
Unless the families don't want, but that's why they're
that
slow
we've
rolling
ever
this out,
seen
because they don't want
before.
anyone who's still
And
alive
this promises,
to face hate
if the trend
prosecution. My
continues,
question was
this
always though,
promises
what
to,
could possibly be in there?
really
It's
upend
not
a
like we
lot
shot
of
them,
traditional
this is where we
Jewish
stood.
society.
You know,
Who
Bobby
knows
took the
what that
first
is
one
going
with
to
the
be.
Jeffrey
Certainly, there will
Epstein
be different things to
list.
different
It's like,
places,
what do you think they're going to do?
different
What their
but
name
there's
and
no
what they
question that
ordered?
the kinds of things we
You know,
talk about
they're never
today
going to have that.
and
The
the
list is
assumptions
one
we
thing.
make
What
today,
she was saying
we will
about
not be able
videos
to
is
make
another thing.
for our
That's crazy.
great-grandchildren's
Well, that's the whole
generation
point
and
that
so on.
they believe
That's
behind
one
the
of the big
PJ
changes we
trial
talked
is that
about last
it was
week.
really about getting his
But let us
tapes.
focus
And why would
on
they
the
release the names
concept
when
that
they can
Clay
have the
Shirky,
names and blackmail
who is a
everybody on the
media
list and in the video?
guru at
Why would they
NYU.
give that away? Why would the intelligence agencies do
Coined
that
this phrase,
when they can control these
more
people?
is
Right.
different.
If you see one of them in a
really
Pfizer commercial, you know what's up.
The internet is the biggest more
If you ever do
there
the height
is.
of it, you're like, oh,
like you did something weird. I like to watch politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi or Zionism and all this shit. And I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking
cognitive surplus, which I recommend to my honor students. So
Pam
usually
Bondi,
every
who was
year.
a part of the whole Jeffrey
He
Epstein
actually,
thing
many
in
of you
Florida.
in this room I see are
And
more or
now
less
she's
my
like,
own
yeah, there's
generation.
videos. There's no video.
If you calculate it,
What was she a part
So
of?
when
how many
the first
hours
time
you
he gets
spend
arrested, she was
watching
part of that whole thing.
Gilligan's Island.
She was part of the
Just
process. She was like
Gilligan's
some
Island
AG
alone.
and like or something
Forget
in
about,
Florida.
the
Was she
Partridge Family and all the other
yeah.
shows from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s.
Interesting.
Just those
You're like, what
hours
are you
alone
doing?
would probably fill up a
There's so
good master's
many
dissertation
that would
or
be
a
implicated.
doctoral dissertation.
That's
And
what's
he
nuts,
says that
watching it not play out.
the amount
Watching
of
these powerful
availability
people
of
sort of huddle
cognitive
up together
space,
and
the
hold the
amount of
line.
time we have now at our fingertips,
It's kind of great.
because
And you
of
got
the
all these
speed
pedo
of
hunters,
transmission
and they're
of
doing a
data
great job
with the
getting these
internet,
guys off the
is
streets,
theoretically
but they're all low level.
phenomenal
It makes you
things.
feel like, oh,
for
we're doing something.
example,
No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're
Wikipedia
not getting,
is a phenomenal
you know, with
thing.
the
Yes,
Me
it
Too
has
movement, and then they were
problems with it
accusing
and so
people
on,
of all
but
this, and they're trying to make it
nevertheless,
seem like
useful
these guys
go-to
are a part of
resource.
it.
And
No,
it is
dude.
there
You know,
because
if
it
you're
is
a
tapping
17-year-old
into
going to
the
a comedy
cognitive
concert,
surplus
and then you go
that
home to your
is
parents
no
still,
longer
you're not part of
available
that.
to us with
You know, it's
this
like
media.
80%
And
of
with
the
that
children go
as a
missing are
kind
from
of a
foster
caution,
care. Like, people
we're
don't
looking now
understand
at two
that.
stories
It's like
that are
involves
relevant
dark-ass
today
shit.
that illustrate the
Remember, there was-
dangers of this
There was a story
huge
that was
expansion of
in
information
some sort of a
in
television show
authenticity and
about a
Okay.
scandal
rather
that
long preface. I
involved child
apologize.
sex
But
trafficking
this
with
is the third and
politicians.
final lecture, so I think we can get away with it. Let's
It was
go
like in the
to the
90s or
story
something
of
like
the
that.
pseudo
There was weird stuff
Restream
in
for the
different
first story.
strokes. They constantly had
I'm sure you're
episodes on
familiar
that stuff.
that there
TV
are
shows,
two
different
Babylonian,
stuff.
there are two
There's one where like
Talmuds.
the guy owned a
That
bike
is
store was
basically
giving the
two
kids wine.
large commentaries
Yeah.
on the clear
I
text
just saw
called the
that
Mission.
pop up on one of my
One of
feeds
them
by
was
algorithm.
composed
So
in
like,
the land
wasn't
of
there
Israel.
was some sort of a
It is
story?
somewhat
I
erroneously
can't
called
remember
the Jerusalem
what
Talmud or the
TV
Yerushalmi.
program it
It
was.
was not
Was it the
composed
Franklin
in
scandal
Jerusalem.
or
It was
the
largely
Finder
written at a
scandal,
time
like
when the
where
Jews
where
were
the
not allowed to
FBI
live in
conspiracy
Jerusalem
of
because of the
silence.
Hadrianic persecutions. It was
Camp
composed most
investigates
likely
nationwide
in
child abuse network,
Tiberia, Tiberias,
reaching government
and Caesarea.
officials, exposes
Caesarea.
systematic
So, but
exploitation by
nevertheless,
powerful
we call it the
scandal,
Jerusalem
which
Talmud. The
involves
other name is very
Ronald
much
Reagan,
important is the
that's it,
Palestinian Talmud.
and George
Brings
involves
up
Ronald
other
Reagan,
problems.
and
So
involves
it's the
George
Palestinian
Bush
Talmud, people get more
Senior.
confused. So let's just stick with the term
You are a
Jerusalem
government
Talmud, even
official,
though
and
it
you're
is
also a
inaccurate.
pedophile, and you have to
This
like
one was
sniff around
composed.
to find out if anybody else is a pedophile.
Yes, but wait, I'm going to tell you something about this. It is not
I
actually
think
a Talmud
imagine how
Yerushalmi, as
crazy
we shall
that
see.
they get in there because they
The
know
other
that about you.
Talmud, it was
Everything's about
composed
David.
probably sometime in
So
the
you
3rd
think they
century.
get
But then there's
pedophiles
a
into office
larger
knowing that the
Talmud that was
pedophiles can
composed
control those
in the
kids, and they feed
Mesopotamian
them
region
their
between the Tigris and the Euphrates
and then they
rivers,
control them.
coming down into the Persian Gulf. That
I mean, I'm
would be known as
convinced that's why
Babylonia,
Pornhub
and
is
you have the
free.
Babylonian
And
Talmud.
they find
It
out
was
who's
written
commenting
later,
on these videos and what they're
probably 4th
into,
or 5th century,
and then they can find out, hey,
and
does this
it
guy have any
considers
political
much of what was
desires?
discussed in the
And they
Jerusalem
kind of
Talmud, so therefore it is considered more authoritative because it
From the kind
actually
of porn you're watching out to.
includes the Jerusalem
100%.
Talmud.
That's why it's free.
There
That's
are
why they're
some
just seamless trying to
significant
recruit
differences in
politicians.
terms of
You've heard
dialect
about it.
between the
You
two of them. The
100% with
Jerusalem
hate
Talmud
programs.
has
That's what
an
that's all about.
Aramaic that
Who's
is
in
much
smart
more
ones?
widely
Who's
used
the
in Israel.
psychopath?
The Babylonian, of
And
course,
before they had all that, they were just going on
the Babylonian
campuses
Talmud
talking
is
to the
much more
professors.
concerned with life
Who's a
in
really
the
smart guy?
diaspora
That's what
and
they did
does
with the
not treat
Unabomber.
things like the agricultural
They knew
laws
he
that
was a
are very
super smart
relevant
guy,
if
so
you're
they
living
put
in
him through all
Israel,
this CIA
and there's
stuff and they
several other
fractured him.
differences.
Well,
The
he was
Jerusalem
fucked up from the
Talmud
beginning. Do you know the story? Do you remember
largely
the first documentary?
ignored
He had a
once
disease
the
when he was a
Babylonian
child, so he wasn't
Talmud
touched
appeared.
for like
It
7
was
days.
hardly
A
studied.
lot longer than that.
Very
It
few
was a long period
commentaries
of
were
time
written
during
on it
like his
really until
childhood
about
developmental
the
process.
12th
And they said he just
century.
like
No
never
one
had
was,
any empathy,
you
would
know,
snap on people,
composing
and then they
commentaries
put him
on
in the
it.
Harvard LSD studies.
It's
And
sort
so
of
the
like,
studies
you know,
involved
shunted
like
to the side because the
equation, a lot of
Babylonian
crazy
Talmud
shit, but
had
they never
the pride in
deprogrammed
place.
after.
But
It's
there's a lot of
famous.
really
How are you
valuable
going to
things in the
deprogram a
Jerusalem
guy
Talmud
who
that are
got
not in
broken
the
from
Babylonian Talmud, so it's always
childhood
preserved.
because he got left alone?
However,
You know, during
with
time
the
his mother's supposed to be old, he was
vicissitudes
supposed to
of
have contact
time,
with the person.
several
He's a fucking baby. And he was, no one's touching him for like
the Jerusalem Talmud were lost.
And
We
then
know
you
they
get him
existed
in
because, for
involved in
example,
these LSD
Maimonides refers
studies.
to them.
Because his brother said that he would
11th
like snap
century,
at people
12th
and like
century, do you
he would
think?
write like horrible
They're
letters to
gone by the
ladies if they
time you get
rejected
to the
him.
19th century.
He was
No
already
one knows
fucked
where
up.
those traffics
And then
were.
they get him in the LSD
In the
studies.
year 1900,
Yes.
in a Hungarian village, a Sephardi couple, someone claimed pure Sephardic descent, showed up. Very luxurious, flowing oriental dress,
eventually in
robes,
Montana,
turban,
alone,
and so on,
right? That's where
and
he
a
was
very
launching the
crisp,
bombs out of. And
foreign
sending
sounding
shit to Japan
Sephardic
all
accent.
up.
revealed to the stunned Ashkenazim that his brother, who was living, I think, in
trial.
Izmir, Turkey
He
at the time, I
started.
can't remember
Was he
exactly,
from Berkeley? Did he
had
teach at Berkeley? Or
discovered
he was a student
some of
or
the
a teacher's
lost
aide?
tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud,
Yeah,
and he was raising
That whole
funds
area,
to bring them
where all
to
the
print.
loonies were. That whole
Tremendous
Kavanaugh
excitement.
trial for
Everyone
Supreme
was
Court was a
thrilled with
giant
the idea.
charade.
And in fact,
To
in
get you to
1907,
not actually
after
look at his
significant
history,
effort,
that
he did
because
bring
the woman
them
who
to print.
accused him
Here
worked
is
at
one
the
of
CIA
the two
program at
volumes that were
Stanford,
published.
and they
As
didn't
you
want
can
you
see
to
from
look
the top
into
here, it says
that
Talmud
Kavanaugh
Yerushalmi
was a
Seder Kodesh
deep state guy.
a
He
second school
wrote
in the Choros.
he wrote
And it had commentaries on it that
he
were
wrote
composed
the
for this
Patriot
edition,
Act.
and it was greeted
He
with
helped cover
incredible
up Whitewater.
enthusiasm
I mean, they didn't want
by
you looking
the
at it, so they
wider
made it into a
Jewish
sex.
public.
Wrote the Patriot. He helped
Many
write the Patriot
learned
Act. He
rabbinic
doesn't believe
figures,
in
many scholars
he believes in
signed on to
warrantless
this and said it was
entering the
fantastic.
houses. He
Positively
thinks the
reviewed it.
president's above the
Everyone
law.
was
They
really
didn't want you
excited
ever
about this
discussing
new
that stuff,
development.
so they make it a sex trial
But
that
there
by
was
a
some
woman who has
lingering
deep connections to the
They
CIA.
said, wait a
Her
second,
father was in charge
doesn't quite
of
seem right. It doesn't
funding for
read
black ops
exactly right.
operations. So she's
Jerusalem
spooked.
Talmud. There's this problem.
to the
There's
core.
that problem.
And she
a
comes
lot
out,
of
she says this
criticism
stuff,
was
so you
brought to
think
bear
that
on
was
this
a
individual
diversion
for a
and it
couple of
wasn't
reasons.
really
One
that
reason
she was
was, for
going
example,
around. It was just
he
to get you to
failed the
concentrate on
Jewish
that and
geography
not
test.
for people to
Many
focus on
Jews were
100%.
saying, okay, who is this guy? He went by the name Al-Ghazi.
Where'd you read
Who
that?
is this guy? He says he comes from Izmir, so people would like send letters to
Just tell
Izmir
you,
and say, do you know
I'm
this guy?
telling you
And
this.
they
This
never
is
heard of him.
all charade.
And
No one ever
people
discussed his
could
actual
locate
background and what he
in
actually
the
was a
towns
part
that
of.
he came
Interesting.
from. And that was
Because
kind of
nobody
unsettling.
will
You know
want a
how
guy
it
who
is. Say,
thinks
oh,
the president's
you're from
above the
Silver
law
Spring.
and
I
that
know
cops
so-and-so
shouldn't have
Silver
porns
Spring.
come in your
To me,
house.
it happens. Oh,
That's
you're
a
from
Supreme
Canada. I
Court
know
justice.
so-and-so.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big
Oh,
country, right?
this guy did something to me in school.
So
he
he failed
journaled
the Jewish
about
geography
it.
test.
Journaled. I know one guy
And he
that's
also
journaled in my life.
failed to
My buddy Tony,
produce
that's
the
it.
manuscript.
Nobody else has ever
The
journaled.
really serious
And
critics were
so it's
saying,
easily refuted, but it's
let's see the document.
contentious.
See the printed version
Movements
of
are
what's
going to pay
produced.
attention to it. Yeah.
There's the
All
original.
these like
And they
female
kept on
comics in
stalling
LA
him
are
and
commenting
saying that
on
his
it.
brother
Boy,
holds the manuscripts, is not revealing them,
It's
and all
not
kinds
that's
of
really
things.
what it is.
Criticism
But what
raged
a
on
great
for a
way
while,
to
until
use
finally
social
one
media
scholar
and
whose
the
name
whole
escapes me, I
outrage
think it was
machine
Abraham Rosenbaum,
as a tool,
came
as
to
a
his
smoke.
defense,
Because the outrage
published some fairly
machine is
strongly
so fun to
worded
pull apart.
articles
like
defending the manuscripts,
something.
indicating that they were real, that he
Release
had
the
seen them
graphics, release all
himself,
the
that these
bombs,
were
release all that
phenomenal
stuff. People
find.
love
You
to
should
get
immediately
involved too
study
because it makes you feel like you're
these
part of a movement. It
books,
gives you a
and
purpose.
house our libraries with them and so
Yeah,
on.
it gives you something.
Until
I stumbled across
finally,
this one
for
day.
reasons that I'll show you in a minute,
found out
Al-Ghazi
information
was
about
exposed as a
Epstein.
fraud. That he
People were
was
on the island, I
not
suppose.
the
Right.
discoverer
You know how they found
of
this
this
information out?
manuscript.
No.
He was in fact
They
the
used
author of the
Mobile
manuscript.
phone data
That he
like
had
cross references.
amazingly
For
composed
like, like this person's been here. They
tractates
don't know who
of
the
the
people are, but
Jerusalem
like this
Talmud
phone at least has been here,
completely out of
here,
his own
here, so
mind.
it most likely could be
But
this
you,
person.
we have to pause for a second
Wow.
and just
What's
think
interesting,
about the
though, is
genius
about
of this
the company
individual,
that
okay?
did it.
Like, if only he had bent his
person
skills to the
That was
good,
tied to Brett
he
Kavanaugh.
could have, like, I don't know, cured
He
cancer,
was like in
gone
that.
to the moon 100 years early,
Yeah, in the
but he
college
took
story.
all of his
That's just what
genius
the hearing was
and
about.
funneled
Did you ever
it
hear
into
that
this
they use
elaborate,
phone data with the
complicated
Kamala
forgery,
Harris
apparently for
arena
money.
shows?
Many of the other manuscripts that he had
Right? And it was
published
all
were
the
then
same.
brought into
Yeah.
question as
People
well. They
Well,
were
how did she
forgeries and
blow
so
$1
on.
billion?
What about the guy
Filling
Rosenbaum? It
arenas.
turns out Rosenbaum was
He
also
tried to
Al-Ghazi,
manufacture
who was
a
impersonating
grassroots
a
movement
student
behind
named
it. Because they know
Rosenbaum,
that's what
writing in
killed
defense of
Hillary Clinton.
himself.
You
It
know,
was like a
Bernie Sanders
multiple,
is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in a
sociopath
cafeteria
who
of like
inflicted
40
this
people.
damage
So
on the Jewish
they
world.
realized the
It turned
illusion
out
of that.
that his real name was Friedel Actor,
What that shows,
and
that
as
there's
best
no way
as
following
anyone
her.
could
So
tell,
when they
he
run
was
her
a
out,
fish merchant
they go, we
from
can't let this
Belarus.
happen again.
No.
So we
And
have to
exactly
fill these
bizarre,
arenas up, and they
strange,
did data
twisted
that
genius.
was like
And he
it was like a
basically
Grateful Dead
he held
concert.
it over
People
the
were just
Jewish people
following
for
her
about
around
20
everywhere.
years.
Well,
He
they're
was successful with
professionals.
this forgery.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
there's
they're making
more.
a living doing it.
It's fascinating
And
that
there's
he
also
knew his
people that are
audience very
professional
well.
protesters,
he
which is wild.
published this
This guy's been
Yerushalmi in
documenting people
2 different
protesting in
editions
different places.
simultaneously.
And
Here's the
he's
other
talking
volume
about
that
like how
came
much
out
you
in
get paid.
1907.
Like people are
Zvachim.
making a living.
And he understood
protesting.
there were 2 principal
And
audiences
how is that
for
legal?
these
How is
lost
it legal
chapters.
to hire
One
someone to
audience
go and
were
annoy
the,
people?
traditional
Leslie, you're
yeshiva
not allowed to
educated
protest something you don't believe
enthusiasts of
in.
Talmud
It's
and
just you show
Georgian
up
and
in Einstein
Lithuania and places
and
like
they
that.
believe in it.
And for
They get
those
paid
people,
and they
he
believe
wrote
in it. That's what they would say.
very
You can't tell someone that they don't
tradition, he had rabbinic commentaries, things like that, all in Hebrew and so on. But he also realized that the other audience that would love this are scholars in the university world. I alluded to the rather large divide that separates what's called the traditional yeshiva world and the academic world of common studies. They use very different methods to approach the Talmudic text and to try and determine what is the meaning of the text, why we're looking at the text, and so on. And he realized that was a very important factor. So for that audience, it doesn't shock the students. He published an introduction in German. And with very scholarly notes and footnotes and scholarly apparatus and things like that. The same volume, the same text, but two different editions designed for two different audiences. And bottom line is, both groups were largely full, including
what you took in as a child.
Oh, yeah. Leaded
gasoline when we were young.
The entire
that shit was everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the
brain
for sure.
Drops your IQ a little bit. Measurable. Of his age in the academic
we
world.
talked about that the other day. They fucking
pioneered the study of the Geniza documents in Egypt. He published a tremendous amount of research. That he was known in Oxford, known first later in New York with the Jewish Theological Seminary, a tremendous scholar, completely scooped by Friedlander of Basel, and put up a lot of money to make it possible. That let us not, here we are in an Orthodox synagogue, let us not, engage in Schadenfreude, but it also affected the rabbinic world as well. The saintly Chofetz Chaim himself, although he did not write an approbation, he didn't write a sema, he just mentioned in passing in a footnote that it appears that these lost manuscripts have now been discovered. Nevertheless, he was also drawn into it to that extent. I think it is unlikely that the Chofetz Chaim would have been fooled by the forgery had he had the opportunity to read them.
Based on
but he never had any statements
how
that we
the
have no
Wi-Fi is somehow or another
but nevertheless, it gives you a sense of how broad
what is
this
Wi-Fi even doing to
forgery
you?
affected
Like,
the
what is
Jewish world.
happening to you?
How
This
is
shit is just around
discovered?
you all
I'll
the
mention
time,
to you
passing through
he
yourselves.
failed to
Have
do
you
a
ever
dry
get to see
test.
it
He
on a
failed to
the fact they can
produce
see
the
it,
manuscripts,
like
but there were
everyone's scared of
internal
radar machines,
inconsistencies.
right?
And here's
Everyone's
where we
scared
get
of
to
going
the
through an
work
X-ray,
of the
right? You don't want
incredible
that.
Yorkshire
Guys give you
also
those
understood
X-rays behind a giant wall
fascinating
protected. They go
individual
fucking
who,
hide.
for
They
reasons
go hide.
which are still somewhat mysterious, he refused to get a haircut.
We're just cool with
No,
Wi-Fi.
seriously, I mean, that sounds funny, but he really did.
It's fast.
There's a legend that says
It's not as
that
bad
he
as an
refused to get a
X-ray, but
haircut
it's this
because
weird
he
low-level
did not
signal
want
that
to
they say it
spend
fucks up
any
bees,
time
right? Or at least
bareheaded
cell phone signal.
in the
Because
barber's
it
chair
hurts
that
up
would
bees. Really?
presumably,
I don't know if it's ever happened to you. I've
prevent him
seen this
from
this
thinking
week.
about Torah. I don't know how convincing that legend
New
is,
contact
but at
lenses
any rate,
save
he
people infrared
definitely had
vision,
a
even
kind of
with their eyes shut.
right foot.
Sci-fi
And the
style
Rothschild
technology
is
uses
known for this
nanoparticles
extremely
to
sharp
convert
intellect.
infrared
Just
light
to give
into
you one
visible
story
light that
that
humans can see.
illustrates
Fucking
his sharp
yo.
intellect. He was also known that he did not
How about
suffer
those night
fools.
vision goggles?
Not at
They
all
had to change the color because they were seeing
irritating
things
people.
that weren't on the radar.
Amazing expression in
I
Yiddish.
think it was like red. They were doing aliens. They were, yeah.
Bang on.
They were seeing
bang
things
knock
flying
on
around them,
Antica.
and they were flipping out because they had red
I'm sure
night
everybody's
vision
nodding
goggles,
in tears.
and that's why they
but just
changed
for
it to
the
either
internet
green or
audience
blue.
living in
Because the
Idaho
red,
or in
with red,
Latvia,
they show up. They
you
don't show up
have to
in other colors.
imagine that a chinik, a traditional chinik, is a big tin teapot. It's made out of tin. And if you imagine someone holding a hollow teapot made out of tin and banging on it with a wooden spoon, it's like a really irritating noise. So in Yiddish, chak or kein chinik means like,
My
don't
dad enjoys
irritate me
made-up
with
stories
your
about Vietnam.
repetitive voices. So there was one story about someone who kept sending to the
That's
Rothschild
perfect.
these questions, but he could tell that he was only sending them because he wanted
Yeah,
to
that's right.
demonstrate
Thank you.
how brilliant
So
the
Jesse
questions
Michaels
themselves were. They
released
were
a new
not.
video.
So
He went
finally,
down
after
to Peru,
repeated missives,
and
the Rothschild
these
wrote
people have been
back,
telling him about these mummies. They're like, you have to see them
which
in person.
consisted
They
solely
are
of
humanoid, but they don't seem to be human.
elsewhere
They have a
in
different
the
amount of
Jewish
ribs,
corpus,
but they
specifically
have
in Talmud.
like all
This page
the
of Talmud over here, that
cartilage
page
and
of
all
Talmud
the
over there. The
ligaments
story
and all
goes that
the
the guy
bones
received
and
this letter,
and
he was so
everything everything is in place that makes it look like, if you go to Jesse's show, go to his YouTube channel, because he's got some video footage of the actual CAT scans and showing the tissue. And look at those small blood and so this is Jesse's take. I'm paraphrasing, I hope I'm not fucking this up, but some of these things are forgeries. Some of these things are just fake stuff. It's just like an art piece that someone created.
Anyway, how did the Rothschild expose
actually have some of them that appear to be a real creature.
He said that
and this real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru in these ancient like carpets and ancient weaves that are hundreds of years old.
What do they call it? A high patch?
I think even 1,000 years old. So some of these I think are 1,700 years old, and some of these are as recent as 4 or 500 years old. But look at this tissue, elongated skulls. But like, look at how everything is in. Like, if this is a piece of art from 1,700 years ago, somebody created this. That's nuts, man. That's an amazing piece of work if it's really just
it's
art.
an amazing statement.
And if it's not art, well, they managed to find some kind of creature that might have been another type of human that we didn't know existed.
Memory must have had
that might be,
an immediate
they find out, and Jesse was telling us on the phone, like, look at this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual thing.
And again, this is before
like, how nuts is that, man? If that's fake, that's fucking extraordinary, because it looks like a real creature. I mean, the amount of detail. It looks incredibly real. I mean, this is incredibly real. The head is very different than ours, very different than ours, elongated, but also matches up with so many descriptions that people have had of the characters of beings, including the James Fox movie, Moment of Contact, about Varginha, Brazil in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this, very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. Like, they might have been another form of human that we just don't have any evidence for. Like Denisovans they just found recently, I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people, what is it, Homo Juliens, is that what it was? December of 2024 they released this paper, found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people of Flores, they just like, I think the 90s.
Research on this.
You know, so it's interesting. All of it's interesting. It's like there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out, but we want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoids timelines. What the fuck is that thing? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one of them has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like, if that's a hoax,
close to the local Jewish community.
Like, I want to know, who carbonated it, what's the results, have you done it more than once? Okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head.
Children study the Talmud diligently.
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michael's channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned. And there's biologists that are looking at this that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious of the actual location in which the guy said that he found them, because it's basically these are like grave robbers that find these things. Yeah, and they found more than one. But the crazy thing is, show them the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. Because just like the F-100%, each one is hundreds of years old. Fucking 3 toes, 3 fingers.
Every time there was anything
this is all in Jesse's episode 2. Just go watch that episode if you're interested. My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched, you're like all going on at the same time.
Judaism,
all
diligently
of
wrote
these
it down.
movies just
translated into German, and wrote a commentary on it. Highly contentious
Harry and the
commentary.
Hendersons.
But basically, think about this madman for a minute. He spent 19
I had an interview with a guy named the
years
Paranoid
living
American,
under
and he
as
came
an
on my show, and
Orthodox Jew,
he was talking
with
about
a
how
family,
based on your
raising
religious
children
beliefs is
within
what you see.
Judaism.
So
all
like
for
if
the purpose
you're atheist, you see
of
aliens. If
producing this
you're
scurrilous
religious, you see angels, and
And
it goes
it
down
was-
to
it
cryptids
was
and
a
all that stuff.
bombshell.
It's like
When he
so it's like
submitted it to
you only see what you want
publish,
to see,
the
and it
Jews
shows
found
up
out
in a form
about
that
it,
is
and
acceptable
it
to you.
managed to block its
So I
publication
think so you're
temporarily,
Bigfoot
and they
100%.
hoped to negotiate
100%.
with him
One of the crazy
to,
stories ever told to me
bribe
was
him
by a
essentially
guy I
to
met
not
at
publish
a
this,
show,
this terrible document.
and he was
It
telling me
appeared that
he did a
may
show where
have
people
been
would send
willing
in
to
their
do so. He may
their,
have
like
engaged in a lot
high-weirdness
of
like
personal
stories. And he
effort
said
to
that a guy
produce the book,
was
and he could not
driving
sustain
through the
the
forest with his
cost of
girlfriend and dog.
publication. That's
And
relevant to
they
us
pull over for a
thinking
second
about
to
what
piss,
internet
and the
means.
dog takes off.
And
So he goes and
he was
chases him
open
through the woods.
taking
And
compensation.
he looks at his
and
dog, his
withholding
dog's getting up, he looks up, there's
They
like
were
what
about
seems to be
6,000.
a giant green
unit of
screen.
currency was at the time. There were about
With something
6,000 of
crawling on
those
it.
currencies units apart.
And they're
when
just
he
staring
suddenly
at
died
it, and
of a
then the thing
stroke at
stops,
the
he
age of
notices them there,
54.
camouflage stuff, he looks down,
I
his
know,
dog
it's
is
sad.
ran back
But
and banded
at
him.
any rate,
And he ran back, and his
the
girlfriend sons are like,
nevertheless
let's get the
published
fuck out of
across
here.
the
And
border
that gets into
in
like,
kingdom
kind of like the
where,
whole,
it
again,
was
missing
not
out,
subject to the
missing
same
401
restrictions.
is
There were
that
some shenanigans
it's almost like
about
Grand Theft Auto. You
how
ever
it
drive
was
to Vegas
published,
in
the
Grand
title
Theft
page and
Auto,
so on.
it has to
And
render itself
unfortunately, the
forever.
book did
So the
see
whole
the
theory
light
is that
of
these
day.
people go
That's how the book
missing
goes. By the way,
because
this is a
the
great
simulation doesn't want to
montage
render for just
by
one person,
my
and that's
editor
why
at
it
JTA,
disappears.
Laura
That's
Adkins,
possible.
who
Let me
took
give
this
you another
story
possibility.
and was able to put it together. You see the silhouette
Getting
that
lost in the
represents
woods is
Eisenhower
easy.
itself. On the
Getting
right
out of the woods
is
is hard. You
the
could
title
easily
page
starve
of
to
the
death
first
trying.
volume of 2
You could
volumes.
easily break a leg,
And in the background,
get
of course,
injured,
the Shield
and
Wars.
no
But
one
here's
would ever
an image of Eisenhower
Is that what
The
the
odds
odds
of
is doing
you-
right now?
also with
No,
the
no, no.
title
Well, listen,
page.
the odds of you getting
And here's a
found
look at
if you
this
die in
book.
the deep
Okay.
wilderness
It was
are
actually
not
published
very high.
in
They might
one
find your
thick
clothes,
volume
but
and also in 2
your
volumes
body will be
separately. It's a
scavenged.
massive brick of a
All
work.
kinds of animals will
And
eat you. They'll
Here's the
drag your
scary
bones
thing
away.
about it.
There'll be nothing
All
left.
of the
If there's bears
citations
in the area, there
in
might
this
literally
book
be nothing left.
are
If there's
accurate.
pigs in the area, there'll be nothing
As a
left.
scholar in
Nothing.
Israel,
They'll eat your bones.
who's
They'll eat
gone
everything.
through
There'll
them
be nothing left.
one by one, compared
If
them
you're
with
just
the
a
original,
person and you
and
go
every
missing,
single citation
and you're in the
is
deep, deep,
accurate.
deep,
It's
deep,
taken
deep
from the
woods, like
Talmud, the
miles
Midrash,
in,
and so on.
you're
Now,
in a
the
bad place.
translations
And they
are
might not ever find you.
are
That's just a fact. There's
often,
too much acreage
skewed in
to
the
look
worst
over. There's
possible way. The
millions of acres
commentary
of public
is
land that
definitely
people could just
slanted
go
in a
into.
very
And
negative
people
way.
go missing, man.
But
You
he
can't
did
find them.
not
Have you ever heard of
falsify his
damage
sources.
on 411?
His sources
Yeah.
were
And how they like
authentic.
these people disappear
He
and
took
then they're
them out of
found totally
context.
somewhere else and they
He
can't
tried
remember
to
what just
twist their
happened.
meaning so as to reflect badly on
Yeah,
the Jews.
that I just
And he
saw
definitely
that
had
one.
a very tendentious purpose
Yeah,
with the
that
entire
is a
enterprise.
crazy
But
story.
Yeah, he was one of the more
unlike the
interesting
first
people
story
to
we
talk to
discussed,
about experiences.
which was
Because
inauthentic,
you know, I'd say the
this
same
is
about
totally
Balthazar.
authentic.
They don't
It
seem
does,
like they're
you
lying.
can use it to
They
look up
don't seem at all like they're lying.
in,
Lazar seemed like he was
in
telling
the
me,
Talmud that refer negatively, let's say, to the
this is
founder
gonna
of
sound
Christianity.
crazy, but
There
here's
are
a story.
only about,
That's what it seemed
let's say,
like.
a dozen
Like it did
of
not
such
seem like
passages
a
in the
guy
Talmud.
making
And
up a
there's a lot
story.
of literary
And then
theory
you go
that
back and see him
there to
talking
say,
about it.
you know,
in the
why would
1980s,
the
he's
Jews
talking
say
about the
something
same way.
negative
Exact
about
same
the
time.
founding
I'm
Christianity?
inclined,
There's a lot of
the more time
reasons
goes
why.
on,
I mean,
Well, that's the
they
meeting with
persecuted
Eisenhower
and so
where
on.
he makes a
And
deal with them.
it's
the
an
aliens
inside
that
document. They don't necessarily think they're going to have
can't,
outside
they want
listeners
to be able to do
involved
tests
in the
and kidnap
document.
and all that
And it's
stuff.
certainly,
But he
when you
makes
look
it
at
feel
the
that you can only
huge
do it in the
size of the
forest.
Talmud,
You can't
and
do
you have
it in the regular
2,000
places, so that's
different
why
people
people go
speaking in
missing
the
in the
Talmud,
forest.
over
Now, obviously,
3,000
that's happening
Amoraim.
people.
If you
You know,
have
you
6
hear
or 8
from that, yeah, but
Amoraim in that
supposedly
mix,
these
to
people
say something
disappear and then
negative,
they're found a couple
you know,
days
that's
later in a
certainly
totally
within
different
the
place and they can't
statistical
remember what
range
just
of
happened.
things we
Well,
would
if
like
I
in
was
the
getting
Talmud.
into it, I mean, I
There are
haven't
other
finished my
things in
act
there
about
too,
it, but that's what I would do.
it need not distract us. What is significant, of course, is that when it was published in German, it was almost immediately translated into English, and is now widely available on Amazon.
studies,
You
if
can
you're just
still
doing tests on
read
people, a
Eisenmenger
lot of people
today.
have
There
talked
are
about
many different
hybridization
editions
programs
published
that
under
are
a
exposed
different
to like
title sometimes, but essentially
like
it has
multiple
become
times they
the
had visited,
Bible
and then
of
they were
the
shown
anti-Semitic
like
world.
a
If
human
you go on
alien
hate
hybrid
websites
that they were
today, which I
told is
do
their
not
child.
recommend, you definitely need to take a shower
That
afterwards.
is
It's so
crazy.
gross to go to those places.
Guys are getting fucked by
All of
female
the
aliens.
charges
Female aliens
against
like,
Judaism, especially anything related to the
like
Talmud,
actually having sex with them.
they owe
Trannies are
their
from the future.
origins
No, I
to
don't think they're trannies.
Eisenmenger's
I think they're
painstaking
aliens.
research.
They're just
And
a
it had
different kind
tremendously
of
deleterious
whatever the fuck we
impact
are.
on
I
the
think we're a
Jewish people as a whole.
combination of
So here,
whatever
once again,
some
we have
intelligent,
two very
advanced
different
species,
stories,
whatever,
two
the
very
God
different
ultimately for the whole
outcomes,
thing, for the whole ball
a
of
great
wax.
cautionary
But
message for
I have
all
a
of us.
feeling,
On one
just
hand,
like we've done
you
weird
have
shit
this
and created poodles,
prophet-seeking Jew
I
named
think
Al-Ghazi
someone might have
Friedlander,
come
who
here
attempts
and,
to defraud
for
the
lack
Jewish
of a better
world with
term,
an obvious
monkeyed around
forgery.
with our genes and
And
added some good shit.
his goal
You
is
know, and
simply
that's in
to
a
make
lot of
money with
ancient
it,
texts,
but
man.
ultimately,
It's in a lot of ancient
used a
depictions of
falsified
how the
document.
gods
And
created
if you
men.
were to study
And
that
that's how
Talmud, you would think you're
Netflix
studying
got
the
fallen
word of
angels.
God. But in fact, you're studying the word of
It gets
Friedlander,
weird.
the
That's
fellow
where it gets weird because nobody wants to
And on
even
the other
consider
hand,
the
you have
possibility
Eisenmenger,
that we have been genetically
another
engineered.
truly
No one wants to consider it because
sociopathic
it's kind of crazy, but
individual who
also,
devoted 19 years of
guys,
his
look
life
how different we
to
are than
doing this
everything
research.
else. I mean, it's kind of
He
weird.
published
Yes,
something
and
which
they
is
can't
so
explain the
totally
jump from
antithetical
monkey
to
to
the
man.
entire
Yeah.
thrust of
There's
Judaism.
no link
And
to that.
nevertheless,
Well,
when
there's
viewed
links.
like
I
through the
mean, there
telescope with a
are
tiny little detail,
transitionary fossils.
each
Like
one of
you
those
can
citations
see,
is
like
in fact
Australopithecus, you can see the
taken way out
difference.
of context.
But there's a
so
lot of
on, but never
weirdness in there that it doesn't cover.
So
And one
what
of
are
them
the
is the doubling
implications
of
for
the
us
human
and the
brain
internet
size over
era?
a period of like between, I think it's somewhere
I
around
would like
a
to
million or 2 million
tender
years.
for
Human
our
brain size
consideration
doubled. And it just, like,
we
what
need to
happened?
think carefully as consumers of media on the internet, and specifically as consumers of
maybe mushrooms or
Jewish media
aliens,
on the
and that's
internet,
real possible.
to
It's an
attend to
alien
these
life
two
form that like
issues of
exists on our
authenticity
planet
and
and gives you
authority.
enlightenment if you can.
It is so tempting, you know, I'm not a rabbi, my daughter will
Didn't you just have
frequently
that
call
one
me and ask
politician
me
I'm talking
silence.
about?
I don't know why she
The
asked
book
me.
of
I say to her, don't you have a rabbi
yeah,
living
Anna
here
Paulina
in Fairlawn?
yeah,
Like,
you know, it's
aren't there
like
rabbis
that's,
here left?
you know, you bring up Nazism.
She does have a rabbi,
Get
things
really
like that.
upset. I
think
don't know what
maybe
the
it goes
answer
back
is.
to
You
her
know, I mean, I'm a
childhood.
spiritual man, like
When-
one God,
When my
Jesus.
kids wanted to
My
do
savior,
something,
that's what I'm
they weren't
into
sure
right
it
now.
would be allowed.
Makes me
They
happy
asked
and
me
vibrate at a higher level.
right?
But
Because if I
if you
said
study
no, chances are
Gnosticism,
Mother would ask
you
me.
know,
If I
the whole
said
story
yes,
of the
there was a
demiurge
chance they could ask
is
me.
very
they could do
interesting.
it, right?
That's where
I
the
wasn't
fallen
actually
angels
decided.
made
I was
with
like the trial
the
balloon.
daughters of men
So
come
maybe
from.
my daughter is
And
calling
that's
me
where the
because then
original
she's going to
feminist
call the
was.
rabbi
The
afterwards.
first ever feminist was
But
Sophia,
she'll ask me some
who
Shiloh,
was
and I'll be
the
at work,
feminine
things
energy
like that.
of the universe.
And I'll say, just
And
hang on a
literally,
second,
she
let
was
me
like,
check
I
this
don't need a
for
man,
I'll
right?
put
She
her on
literally
hold,
said,
and I'll
I
flip
don't
up on
need
that.
a man.
I'll
And she
put her on
creates
question.
life. And she
Exactly
instantly
like she
knows.
said.
She
And
made
the
a mistake,
websites
which
will
sounds
pop
like
up.
every single
And
mother
if
to
there's
me,
a
right?
website
So
that
she
I
creates
trust,
the
like
demiurge.
maybe
And the
Upwork or
demiurge
something,
doesn't
or
understand
Star
about
K
the
or
higher
whatever,
table
then I'll
of
say,
God. He thinks he
well,
is
with
God.
my great
And a lot of
wisdom
people
and
believe
based on
the
my
first
years
God
of research, I
of
would
the
say that love
Testament
is
is the demiurge.
not today, Fatal Tuesday, whatever it is.
And his whole
And
thing
I'm
is about
relying on
just
the
basically he wants to
authenticity
destroy
of
humanity.
the
That's kind of what
source.
everyone talks about in Satan. But Sophia gave us the
We
spark
can
of life.
easily
She
get
gives us
lazy
spark.
with
What
that.
we want to know,
You know,
like,
who knows?
go back to
The
the
real
time when they
children
were
be
writing
able
the
to
Bhagavad Gita.
distinguish
I would love that.
OU.org
Oh,
from
yeah. How you write? I think about that
Or
all the
someone
time.
falsifies a website.
Yeah, like what are these
You
flying
don't have
crafts you're talking
really
about?
good,
Yes, dude,
you know,
and Vedic
barometers
text.
for
And so you
authenticity
talk about
on the
fallen
web
angels.
yet.
A lot of people
Well,
like
our
think
children
that's
have that because
Christian mumbo
it's
jumbo. I don't
flat.
believe it is at all.
Everything on the web is
Because
the
the
same size.
Vedics talk about
So
it,
we'll
and
get
the
that
Hindus
obviously.
talk about
And
it,
furthermore,
about God trapping
authority,
entities in
right?
this
You
realm
have
that we
something
live
that
in.
comes
So I
in a
think the
really
Vedics were for
well-dressed package,
the
like the
Hindus, I think,
pseudo-Jewish
are
shaman.
2 or
And
3,
the guy's
and then we
wearing
have the 33%.
right Becca
which
shell,
is
and
the
has
fallen
that
angels.
accent, and oh my gosh, that turban
And
is
then
so
they come
glorious.
down, they get
It's
trapped
gotta
here.
be real.
And that's the whole
And
thing
all
about
the other rabbis
transhumanism
are finding out
is
with it.
that they're trying to
How does
figure
he
out
know
how
that
to get
that's
out of here.
real
Have you
authority?
ever
These are
seen
serious
Lazar
questions
talk about the
which
weird
we
shit
have
that he
not
heard when
yet
he was at
put
his
to the web,
funeral?
and we have not yet figured out how
They
to
had
put
a very
some
thick
on us,
file
but we
that
can
was about
trust
religion.
the tremendous diversity of
Basically,
human
what it boiled down to
I would
is,
like to
at least
suggest
what this
that
file was
ironically,
saying, was that
we've got to go back to
they
the old-time
view us as
days of
containers.
relying on a rug.
Yes,
Here's my
and
rug.
he
Nice
wasn't specifying saying containers of what? Like containers of souls? Like, I don't know. Like, that's the terminology they use. They view us as containers.
Why do I need a
Can you
log?
imagine if like a soul
He's
is an
younger than I
energy
am.
that
I
you
don't
have to
know if you
farm
but
or that you have
he's
to
younger than I
extract,
am.
just like how we extract oil from the earth?
You know,
That
he's a
souls
really
are
smart,
things you
smart guy,
extract.
but I'm not
And
so
so
stupid
you need
either.
to
I've
grow a bunch
studied a
of
lot
them.
of Gemara,
So
so
you need
that,
people just fuck up
you
a
know, when
storm
I have a
clutter
question,
of the
I'm
planet.
okay with that.
And really what you're doing is
I
just
know how I'd like
farming
to answer
souls.
myself.
Yeah.
I need someone
Can
who
you
I
imagine?
trust.
You think
who
that you're an
will make
OnlyFans
independent decisions.
model, and
And so
you're a
far,
DJ at a strip
great.
club, and you're a
Whenever my
football
wife and I
player,
have issues,
you're a top
my kids have
scientist, and
issues,
you're this, and
he's
you're
been
that,
able to
and
sort of
but
see through the
really
whole
on
thing
the
and give us
highest
an answer
level,
that we
you're
feel
just
has the ring
in a
of
farm.
authenticity. Furthermore,
You're in a farm, and
you know,
there's a
I
super
think that the kind
intelligent
of
entity
elements
that's
that
above
we
and
get with the
beyond
Rav
anything you could
today
ever comprehend.
are,
And the only thing it doesn't have is souls.
when
So
a
it needs
Rav
souls,
knows
because
who
souls are a
you are,
real
not just
element.
knows the sport,
It's just like you
but
need
knows who you are, knows
cobalt to
what
make a
kind of
battery.
answer
You don't
you
need
can
souls, you
bring,
can actually need a
and
soul.
is able
Or
to
the
make
battery that
a
runs the
judgment call
simulation.
based on the relationship that
So
you have on
deep,
a
dude.
human
Why
level.
would it, like,
That's
why
something
is
you
that
will not
weirder
find on
than
the
black
internet. You
holes?
can't
You
go
know,
to
why
the
is that
internet
weird? I was
and say, well,
watching
this
this
is who I am. Tell me
thing
what
on
I need
Twitter
to know. It
yesterday.
won't happen.
I still
Although
say
I will
Twitter.
tell you a funny
Twitter
story.
too.
I was
They
in
were
a very long
discussing
meeting
this
at
black
my work
hole
the other
that's
day
as big as our
on
galaxy.
career services. Sorry for this interview, but I thought it was funny. My
That
wife
seems
laughed.
weirder.
And
seems
we're
even
looking at
weirder
how to try
than
and
we were
improve
genetically engineered. We were
career
genetically
options
engineered.
for
Seems like
our
some shit
students
that we
that when
would
they
do.
come to Torah
Like
College,
I've
they're
had
thinking about
Ben
different
Lamb and Beth Shapiro
models
on
for
from
them to try and
Colossal.
figure out,
Those are the
you know,
people
what
that
they
brought
want
back
to do in
dire
life.
wolves.
And
Yeah,
one of the
like what are we
tools that
doing?
they
By
put
the
on
way,
the
you know what
screen
else that
was
guy did?
this
What else that guy did? That
battery
guy
question
created
by
it so
the
that you can store
Department of
files
Labor, I
in
think, US
DNA.
government. And I said, you know, okay, this is kind of a boring meeting. I'm
You
going to
can
fill it out
actually store
myself.
files.
And while I
So
have
I
my
had a
computer
guy
there,
on,
I
he's like, you
answered
know
all
where
the
that same
questions.
files
And
are?
then
They're in
I
somebody's
asked it,
DNA.
okay, so what
That's
career
biggest
should I
You can
consider?
look it up, Jamie.
So
The guy
he gave me
literally
a
created
range
that you
of
could put
5
files
different
in
levels
DNA.
of preparation.
That is some guy
If
that
I
did
was,
that book. The one who
if I
did the
really
dire
wanted to
wolves.
put in the
They're
maximum
doing
amount
a
of
bunch of
training,
stuff.
go to
That's Ben
school
Lamb.
for as long as
They're doing
possible,
a bunch
stuff
of
like that,
stuff.
what should my career
They're
be?
eventually going to bring
Guess
back
what it told me my career should be if I
and
went to school and got a
yeah.
PhD?
I don't know.
Teacher, right. So I should be a professional. Right. That's really good. Then I chose, what if I'm not prepared to do any of those things?
It's
What
kind of
would be the
crazy.
best career for me? I clicked on that button and it
The
says,
thing is, if what's the purpose of it? What's your thought on why we should be bringing this back?
but okay. So I probably would, I chose 20, right?
That's it. Sometimes that's
So
simple
true.
answers, right? Yeah. Sometimes you bring things back just
So
because
why can't I do both?
Should you bring back
That'd
dire
be great.
wolves and let them
Anyways,
loose?
I lost my
No.
train of
They're
thought.
bigger
What was
than
I
regular
talking about?
wolves. They're super
yes.
powerful.
The rabbi
You're
knows
making a
me.
mistake.
The rabbi knows
Regular
who I
wolves are
am,
hard
knows my
enough to deal with.
problems, knows my
Dire
challenges,
wolves might
he knows
very
what kind of
well
answer I
like
can
ton
tolerate.
people.
And I
It's like
think,
super possible.
ironically,
It's like introducing
in
those
this age
anacondas
of
or boas
connectivity
into like
to
the
the web,
Florida Everglades.
we have
It's
to
like they're just
double down on
dominating.
our
Just bringing
connectivity to
regular
our
wolves into a place
It's
fucks
so
everything
crucial
up.
for us
Like look what's
to
going on in
have a
Colorado.
human
How
being
about the cute
who has
animals?
this
Can we
larger
bring back
perspective,
cute ones?
who knows the difference
That's why I'm
between
looking at
information,
bring back the
of
cute
which
guys, but
we
then
are
they're gonna get
drowning
eaten.
in,
Because you're
and
gonna have to
wisdom,
eventually let them
which is
go,
as
and then
rare
something's
as
gonna
ever.
fucking prey on
I'd
them.
like to
And then
suggest
you're
that
gonna have a
that is
disaster.
where
I
we
mean,
are
they're
going.
gonna wind up eating a bunch of shit
These
that
are the
they're not supposed to
dangers
eat.
that
And they're
we
gonna kill some
face,
species
and why
off.
it's so
That happens
important,
all. It's
more
like
important than ever
Australia's
for
like
us to have a ride.
got multiple
conclude by
cases
just
of like different
thinking
animals they
about the
brought
time
in
as
to combat
a
different animals, and
resurrected
now they have
document
like feral
for the
cats
Jews.
everywhere. And
We
jeez, have
we
you ever
must
heard of
barrel
orphan
on
trains?
into this bold new future.
Have you ever heard of
Whether we
the
like it or
orphan
not, the
trains?
internet is
That
not going
reminds
to
me of
stop
orphan
for
trains.
us.
I remember
We
when
have
I
to
was
figure out
a
how to
kid,
use
I
this
would see
tool somehow.
cartoons, and they're
And I
like,
want to
this
draw your
orphan train's
attention
gonna
to
go
a
off the
20th
tracks. I'm
century
like, why are there a
topic
bunch of
that I
orphans
find
in the
deeply
trains?
moving.
And then you
This is
start
the
getting into
so-called
what that really
survivor's
is.
comedy.
This
This
is
is
where
very
Cabbage
unusual
Patch
because
Dolls
it
come
was
from.
published in the Displaced Persons
Genetic.
Track
Yeah, what
in
the fuck are you
1946,
saying? Orphan
1947.
trains, dude. What's an
Jews
orphan train?
living
The
in
theory
these
is,
displaced person
you
camps
know, they kind of did this in
were
Canada with
desperate
the
for
indigenous,
poverty.
where they
They
sent
were,
them to other parts of the
torn
country so they couldn't
away
learn
from
any
their
of their
families, torn away from their
culture.
communities,
And basically,
uncertain
the
as
thought
to
is
where
that
they would be in a
either
few months.
they
Would they get to
brought
immigrate to
kids
Israel?
from
Would they
where
get
they
to
were
move to
born
America
and
or
brought them to
Australia?
the other
Living
parts of
under
the country
desperate
and gave them to the
circumstances
elites
and very
to
much
raise his
positioned to
children
connect
do
to their
whatever
God, connect to their
they
tradition.
wanted to do with
And
the
they begged the American
Okay, it
government,
says orphan trains
American
were large-scale
authorities,
social experiment in the United States where orphaned,
give us some
abandoned, or
Talmuds.
homeless children
There
were
were none to
transported
be
from
had,
crowded
no
eastern
sets of
cities
Talmuds
to
available.
rural
The
areas in the
Nazis were
Midwest to be
engaged in
adopted or
heavy
placed in
book
homes.
burning. They
Between
collected a few
1854
for
and
their Museum of Jewish Civilization in
1929, an
Czechoslovakia,
estimated
but they didn't have
200,000 to
these things. What they
250,000
did have,
children were
however,
relocated
were the
primarily by
old
the Children's Aid Society, and its
stereotype
founder,
plates used. We talked
Charles
about them
Loring, praised this
before.
movement
They
as
had old
considered a
stereotype
precursor
plates
to the
of
modern
Talmuds,
foster care
and they
system.
had the
So that's
printing
a very
presses that
clean
were
version of
used
it.
in Heidelberg
But
whole belief is that these are the children of.
Americans said, fine.
I'm just going to throw a name out.
And on the very same
Tataria or stuff like that.
Nazi propaganda.
They're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it's even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell like
published
incubated
by
children.
the organization of rabbis in
And
the
Jerry Seinfeld
American
says
zone
both his
in
parents were
Germany,
those
right?
type
Of
of
course, Europe was
kids.
divided at this point.
What
With
is
the
it?
assistance
Children.
of
So
the
if you look up World
army
Fair,
of the
Cabbage Patch
Americans
doll kids, basically
in Germany,
almost like
and it says here, Munich,
science,
Heidelberg, and it
science
gets the
laboratory
year here,
children.
1947. So that's when it was
What are you
published.
saying?
Look at this amazing
What?
evocative artwork.
Something weird
At the
popped up when I
bottom,
Googled
it says
it.
here,
What is it? I was just,
Timat Kiluni Ba'aretz V'ani Lo
Cloning,
Azalti
Cabbage
B'Gafar.
Patch
It's
kids,
as
and
if I was
history of
almost
repopulation
destroyed,
postcards.
but I never
And
abandoned
Seinfeld
your
says
commandments.
his parents are
And
both
the
those.
caption underneath
They would have
says,
displays at World where you could go and get a kid.
a
Wait a minute, what do you mean
labor
his
camp
parents were, when
in
you say his parents
Germany
were
in
made
the
of
days of
lab?
the
Is that what you're saying?
Nazis.
I
The
think he
artwork
said
shows
his
something
parents
like,
were either
looks
orphan
sort of
trained
like
kids or Cabbage Patch
an
kids.
Auschwitz kind of scene.
And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to other whatever they're living with. You know, but that's what he said.
Warsaw, places like that. And on the sides, it's barbed wire, kind of seam. Everything at the bottom of the page is so dark.
But I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing
What
is, though.
these Talmud students had
What do you say?
endured just a few months before this was produced.
Well, when
But
was
then as you move
cloning
up the page, you can
even
see that there's
possible?
these
When did
blinding
it first become
streams
hundreds
that
and hundreds
lead
of
the
years
eye
ago?
up. You see
There's a
suddenly the
thumbnail
palm
that will
trees,
tell
you
three
see the
things he's talking
balsam, you see this
I don't know where this is.
architecture that
Bro,
is
you
very
go down the
reminiscent
wrong
of the Middle
red threads,
East. And
don't you?
finally,
No,
at the top of the
I'm
page,
only on like Cabbage
glorious
Patch babies, so
sunrise
throwing them in a Cabbage
over
Patch, and then World's Fair
Roman synagogues,
incubator
newer
babies.
style Israeli synagogues, and it says in the
Look at
text
that
here,
guy over there
Yeshiva
holding two babies
Beguda,
up. These are
and
incubator
Afela,
babies.
the old
That's what
guy.
I'm saying. So what is an incubator baby?
Servitude,
Is it
redemption,
raised entirely in an
and
incubator?
darkness,
Like, what does
great
that mean?
light. And I think
Early
this is
1930s.
really the message
Boardwalk
of
attractions
the
save
Talmud
thousands
for
of
our
premature babies'
nowadays.
lives. Oh,
It is
okay,
a
so it's premature births.
fundamentally
That
redemptive
sounds
and
like,
regenerative doctrine.
I don't know,
It
man,
is a
because
text
supposedly you
that
can get a kid
Jews
at the
study
World
to
Fair.
refresh themselves, to
But I do know
revive
that people
themselves,
do
and
do
to
that when a
forgive
child is
the
premature, right?
to
They put them in an
rejuvenate
incubator. That's
themselves. This is
but
a document that we
the
will
word is that you could
constantly
get a
return
kid
to as we have for
so you can
millennia.
buy a kid, yeah.
And even though the internet poses
So
many
someone
great
would have this
challenges
premature
for
birth and then put the kid up for
potential
sale,
for Talmud study,
maybe. I mean,
and the
that's what
risks
this is
associated
trying
with
to tell
Talmud
us.
study
I
in
don't
this
know if that's
unusual
real though,
environment,
but that goes
I am
back to the
fully
World Fairs and
confident
we
that
talked
we'll
about
find
before.
our
It's
way
just like
to muddle through those
technology
challenges
beyond what we
and
understood
ultimately
and what we
lead
know
to
now.
a redemption of great
And
light.
they wiped that all
I
out.
want to thank you for
Why
your
would they do
attention
that?
and
Do you think
endurance
they
to these
wiped it
three
all out, or
lectures,
do you
and
think
I
they're
hope you
hiding
have a
secrecy?
wonderful
Well, they
Thanksgiving.
probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died and whatever organization? I don't know. It was Trump's uncle. Yeah, Trump's uncle got him. Oh, that's right. He went in there early because he was in the hour, and then they grabbed them all before.
Everyone, I hope
And
you're
that
doing
gets
well.
into that
So
little
I
bear
wrote
Trump
this small
book
book
and
back in
all
for
that
the
stuff.
occasion
It's
of
like
the
time
CMA
travel,
shots,
which I think is totally
7.5
possible. I
year
think time is
completion
this.
of
I
the
think time
cycle
is
of the
this.
daily
And everything's
Talmud
going
study
on
routine
with time.
that has been practiced
It's like a
worldwide
book.
since
Like if you read a book,
1923.
you can be on
And
page
now it's
46 and
2019.
46.
We're approaching
That's the
the new
reality of the time.
cycle,
But you
and I
can jump
thought,
to
you know what,
page
this book needs
320.
a refresh.
And now that's
So I went
reality of
back
time.
and
Then you go back
changed
to
the
page
things,
18.
especially
And
those
that's
things that made me
reality
look
of
really
time. I
stupid
think
and
it's
ignorant.
that's.
And
So
I
do you think
released
that
it again in a
you'll
revised
eventually be
edition.
able to
And, you know, I
manipulate that?
actually
Or
kind of
we
like this
can?
book.
Really
But
can.
since it
Who's
is
we, though?
a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a
Masters
little
of
bit
Anger,
about
Howdy Man.
the negative reviews that I received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the
That's the power
so
structure
here's one
of
here.
the world.
Here's a negative one. That was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis de Sales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work
So
on
do you
YouTube,
think
and
that
that's why I bought this book.
let's
By the way,
say
not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far, it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Rothschild's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. In reality, I have to agree with you. That is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what is the deal with, how has it been transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German billboard roman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult. And my first experience in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild. Some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it. Eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical, literary, and theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer rights. Too brief, too personal. That's the heading. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos, so even the negative parts still has a little something. This one's probably the most harsh. Devo December writes 3 stars, on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Wilson, not enough about the Talmud. But you know, let's read some positive reviews so I feel better. So here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year, and these are all writes, a must read. Nice. Wow. A wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abrams has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one. Written by No Pickles. I have no idea what that is. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big-picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective, using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. That's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much as self-awareness. Maybe not even the human thing so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts. And he also gave it a genre, inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are 3 pretty accurate suggestions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Redford. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil. The famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil has done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. wow. He
So
wrote
recently,
this. He
we're
said,
being told
I
there's this
enjoyed this
giant
passionate,
AI
honest,
race
and
with
so
China.
nicely written memoir and introduction to the
And
topic.
we, they want to pass
So
a
that's really
law.
good. I was really
And I'll
pleased
tell
to
you
receive
why.
these reviews.
So,
If
I'm very
you're
serious.
interested in
I'm
reading the
very
book,
serious at the side.
please have a look at it online.
So they
I
tell
think
us
it's kind
there's
of
this
worthwhile.
giant
I enjoyed
race
writing it.
with
I enjoyed
AI, and if we
rewriting
allow
it again
China
before
to
to see
just
it a
get
shot.
a
I think it still
fraction
has some
ahead of
value.
us, it's over.
I guess that's it.
So to the point where they
have an
pass
excellent
a
day. Thank
law
you for watching.
where you cannot, at no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about it because 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen with it. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? We, the United States government.
So what did they send?
They sent a bunch of, will you look this up, superconductors or something like that? To the people who were supposedly in a race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid.
I'm gonna need those specifics.
Okay, that's why Jamie's here. I'm just
Reminds you of when you were a child.
when I was a kid and we were in the Cold War with Russia and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smokescreen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This isn't
We're paying off the Taliban.
20 mil in a week.
First of all, how many people are even in the Taliban, and how many more are they recruiting because they're making 20 million a week?
I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great. He ended, and I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you got to kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke.
Well, people are falling off of it. They were trying to hang on to the wheels.
No, watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird to me.
It looks like the plane's fake.
It's got painted windows.
Okay.
And people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 911 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird,
Right, but it did happen. Like people did take off in the last planes. And people did.
I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying that video is super weird.
Sometimes video just looks like shit.
Have you ever seen an Annie-H crash? Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, there's one thing at a time. Look at that. One thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. It doesn't have any windows, so there's that.
Well, the windows at the top, the black ones.
Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo. No. It looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see. That's a regular cargo ship, brother. That's a giant military cargo ship. That looks weird. But this weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering.
Yes. It just looks weird to me.
But like the whole thing was crazy. First of all, they felt like they hurt America and sent them home. So there was that. And then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit. Black Hawk helicopters, tanks. And then they do parades where they parade down the street with all of our shit.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same reason we went into Vietnam, which was about, nobody knows that about Vietnam. Everyone thinks it's about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never gonna. Vietnam hated China. They were never gonna work together. But you sell it as we gotta stop communism. Now you go in and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle.
Well, the most transparent of that was when
Fox News had Geraldo Rivera talking to one of the generals on the ground. Yeah, it was like, sir, one of the military leaders, I don't know if it's a general, why do you have military people guarding the heroin fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. On our side against the terrorists. Like, literally, like fucking U.S. armed soldiers guarding drugs. And then the production goes through the roof. Yeah. And it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced in.
Or where we go in Iraq, and the first things we go to are the museums.
Oh, well,
We're grabbing artifacts.
Anunnaki shit.
Who knows? It's in the
Stargate type shit.
100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Was the Stargate in Iraq?
That was a weapon of mass. I thought it was a gate. I thought it was a gateway.
That's what they're talking about.
Well, that's mind control. That would be the weapon of mass destruction. You go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back, fuck everybody up. Like, everybody watched a movie about, like, the Revolutionary War. They were running around in muskets. You just imagine just storming in there with a tank, just fucking everybody. They don't even know what a tank is. Yeah, they're just helicopters, or shooting them out of helicopters like pigs. You know, that's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine applying that times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think that you can travel back and forth through timelines, or do you think once you travel once, you're stuck there? What if you travel back to a time there's no time machine? It might be fun.
Yeah. Or it's like, you see movies about this all the time where like you gotta go exactly to the place. You gotta get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is.
What was that article you just pulled up, Jamie? Iraqi Stargate Conspiracy, a modern perspective on an ancient mystery. Look at that building. Bro, what were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases. Weird, man.
Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anyone even understands.
It really is. It really is when you get into ancient history.
Yeah.
It's so strange, especially when you read their stories and, like all the Anunnaki, Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating.
Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up.
Put it back up, Jim. This is mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites.
Control the information.
The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal or advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate in Iraq? How could there be? Lack of physical evidence, no concrete proof. Well, you don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to stuff. Notoriously poopy pants when it comes. They don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technology retrieval, despite years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. But if it was, where would it go? Defense contractors, right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like if they really did have a crashed UFO, and I'm in the middle of a great book. Richard Dolan has a, let me find the name of this, so I'll fuck it up. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't fucking talk today. But there's a lot of stuff in there that I'd never considered before. And one of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They just shot them up 150 miles into the sky and then blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe, they're just hovering there watching Earth, and all of a sudden,
it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon
What is this? What is this, Jay?
These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98. Read the first paragraph, and I think if you can.
Oh, it's hard to read. It's weird. Where should I read it from?
The third line, weather be a problem. Well, I said something about military.
Whether rainstorms be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days, some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B,
where Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of, quote, interference device that causes electronic or mechanical movements to, quote, freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device that may be located in the sand area, see figure 1. Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91. Surprise attack may occur at any time from Kuwait. Whatever energetic beam under the sand, that's where I was. See like activity in the vicinity of Mecca. Just like this is a straight. These documents pop up all the time. Wow.
Is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right?
Yeah. This is a FOIA document. It says it comes from the Stargate collection. So
it's such an interest. Also, if I had to print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on them. Yeah, blame it and say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it, and it was destroyed. We destroyed it.
Especially if you're putting in a paper where you know people could read it later on. It's a FOIA request.
Well, I probably didn't anticipate that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, I mean, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like they were always saying, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop off.
Yeah, for sure.
Salvation Army is number 3.
I loved him.
But that was a great joke about that because, like, that was a cakewalk. That first Iraq war. It was just they went in, fucked everything up. The war was over really quick. So, I mean, imagine how disgusting a human being you'd have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. Yeah. And the history of technology that has existed here, like completely remaps the entire landscape.
Reimagines
They're going to hide it.
Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there.
Have you seen that Tibetan one?
No.
Oh, it's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts. It's fucking thousands of years old, these texts. And they're all in these bound books on these shelves that nobody's touching. See if you can find that.
Why isn't anyone read
that.
What's in there?
What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably depictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened,
Erasing
or whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Claim of 10,000-year-old Tibetan library, find not worth paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibetan library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old, but I think it's 1,000 years old. There was a library of these ancient books like this. Is that real? Is that bullshit? That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that. But it wasn't.
The AI probably took that photo and animated it. Now that's been going around a lot.
Oh, no. Yeah, but this is like at least a year ago. What I had seen. But it might have been bullshit then. It might have been a different kind of bullshit, not AI. AI bullshit's going to make everything impossible.
Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history?
Like most of them?
Like a lot of wars are about erasing our history, going in there, destroying areas that have like a connection to the past. And that's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it. And knock it all down and rebuild it.
Here's a video of 40,000 volumes.
Okay.
Scriptures, but I don't know what they are.
I think this is exactly the video that I saw. It's so crazy. Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and Does it say how old those things are? They're pretty amazing though. But it's just kind of freaky to think that you're even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago, and you open it up. What's that, John? How long that thing goes? Oh, man.
What is 10,000 books?
Imagine if they decipher it and it's all porn. It's all just
Then she took on 5 guys.
It's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again.
It's crazy out there, man. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something, I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesized that. So I wanted to tell you about this. So I have about 8 guys from high school that I'm on a text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers, because we just shit talked each other forever. Like, we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like, what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at that. Every time I fly home, they just light me up. It feels so good, right? So I go to college. My friend Tony, he goes to Alfred. He comes back. He gets religion, right? And he is. And every summer I go home from college. We'd sit down. We'd talk spirituality. He'd always tell me things he learned. But one time, like in the late '90s, they bring me out to their church is having a band. Guys in the church are in the band. Hand to God, dude, they're singing songs about in the late '90s about 2 towers coming down. Hand to God, I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy. And then 9/11 happens. I go, whoa, that's some prophecy. So Tony always tells me,
build the World Trade Center towers.
it took a long time.
But when did they build them? When were they officially opened? 60s.
Yeah, dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down the whole 9/11. It's this animation. It's so fucking good, dude.
So do you think that those planes were remote controlled?
I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes. Yes, because.
Wait. So you think that they disguised a missile to make it look like a plane?
Yeah.
You saw the way that it was flying.
Yeah,
it flew like bang.
You can't fly like that. If you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who, you talk to pilots, they say they could never have done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane, the cockpit from the flight. That's definitely possible, but I think they were military missile planes, if that's what hit the planes, if that's what hit.
So what happens to the actual planes themselves under your theory?
I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for this story they want us to buy.
Yeah, but Sam, the people did die and the planes did crash.
I'm not saying they did. I mean,
if it doesn't make any sense because it looks like a plane, it flies like a plane, it leaves the exact airport, they track it, they know where it's going.
Right.
It flies to the
Study
tower.
Operation Northwood. They literally tell you what they're going to do.
I know that.
Which is what they fly
I know that Operation Northwoods, they had a drone plane and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. So what that tells us is they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy. And that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy. But why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone plane?
It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think it could be
flying like a plane. Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's the terrorists or whatever demonic entities, took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers.
I don't necessarily know. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible.
That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird because just a mass of people, you're gonna take a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane that are gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters.
Yeah.
Maybe you would. Maybe it's with the right plane, but with the wrong plane, I could see you getting fucked up by a group of hard men.
Yeah.
If you got
See it on the planes now today.
Yeah.
People acting crazy, all the guys jumping up and
you just catch the wrong fucking plane. Like the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plan involved being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys were on each plane?
Yeah. I mean, there's 4 planes, there's 19 hijackers. I mean, break it up into 4 or 5 guys every plane.
It's hard.
And then, there's just numerology.
Fighting off 5 guys with razors is harder.
You studying the numerology in 9/11, it's all Aleister Crowley, occult rituals, the plane numbers, how many floors, how many feet the Pentagon is.
You go deeper in the rabbit holes than I like to go. I like to go 3/4 of the way down. I go, yeah, this sucks. And then I get out of there.
Yeah, I know, but
go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate.
But the world's ran by sorcerers, and once you start to realize that, everything's a rich man's trick.
Listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's into the dark arts.
Study Michael
Just
Churio.
because he dresses exactly like I would dress,
except for when he's at
if I was in the dark arts.
Have you ever seen him at the
Klaus Schwab at the beach?
Yeah, no. You've never seen. You're not going to believe this. I know you're not. No, he's not. He's in a. He's in a bride lingerie and a hat.
No.
Yes.
Let me see.
Dude, it looks exactly like. You're not gonna believe it, but I totally think that's it.
This is one of them images that you found online. Because I think I've seen this one, and I said, "Oh, that's
He's in a dick cage. I think he's walking in a dick cage. Come on, look at it, dude. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him. Dude, when you're that high, you're into weird shit.
It's a fake photo, I thought.
What? What do you mean? How do you know? You just looked at it.
Fact check. Reuters says.
Okay, then if Reuters says, because they
Let me see the photo. Let me see that photo.
That's it right there.
That ain't him, dog.
That's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him that looks exactly like him. That guy is into the weird. You're the head of the WEF. You're into the weirdest shit.
Yeah, but he's not going to go out.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't even look like him. That looks like a younger guy.
Look at that. You're telling me that guy.
Let's scroll back up.
The exact same guy.
No, make it a little bigger. No, it does not look like him. The guy's a different chin draw structure. Go to the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak, and he looks like an 80-year-old.
But that Jericho, he's young.
No, he's not young in any of these photos. But in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. Like, that ain't him either.
Imagine your doppelganger is that weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you.
Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Biden Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes.
Oh, that guy was the best.
Like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird?
Not only steals the clothes, wears the clothes to like China vents.
Yes.
Where people get that. One lady's like, that's my dress.
But she's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage. What? But imagine, like, seeing that guy and going, I think he's got his shit together. He should be running the government.
They're like, you know what this security system needs? Trans. That's what we're
What was
fucking.
his job? What was that guy's
I
job?
thought it had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's some crazy
That
shit.
Rachel Levine. Oh, she was another one. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Craziness.
Well, that's what I always say. Like, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. Like, the difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closeted neocons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between who's standing behind them.
Yeah.
It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same bird. Now, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. thinking it would be anything different.
It's a completely corrupted system at this point.
100%.
Completely corrupted, and no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been in by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle it.
No, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. It took our eyes off the took our eyes off the local guy.
That better be a great podcast.
Imagine going, that guy should be in the U.S. government.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. We'll take a plea deal. What's that?
Oh yeah, that's what I want to run the power.
Check out that windmill, son.
Look at that, dude. Wear lipstick. It's just, and then sending him to represent us at all these like international conferences.
I wouldn't care if he was good at his job and didn't steal women's clothes. I wouldn't care. Like if you want to show up for work,
How much is
wear
good at your job?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't want either one of those things. But I mean, if you just show up and you work real hard, but you don't want to wear a dress, like okay, Mike likes wearing dresses. I don't care. Like, why would I care? I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's a little piece of cloth that tucks under your taint.
Yeah,
so much different than a skirt.
I would wear pajamas if people would let me. I'd go out. I'd
You're
look
good at your
stand
job,
up.
and you had a regular job, and you wore pajamas. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, he's a weird one. Sam wears pajamas to do stand up.
Isn't it weird that like they expect certain jobs, like they expect if you wear a suit, you're gonna behave differently. You know, more professional. I've got a suit on. I can't be bothered with normal tones, right? Like if you showed up with shorts and a t-shirt, like Mike's not even serious. Look at that. He's dressed like a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Like you dress a certain way. They think of you as a different kind of person.
100%. So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older.
Oh yeah.
Like the guy from All in the Family was 46.
I know.
And then actors say are 56 look like they're kids.
Yeah.
And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time, and they all wore like suits and proper clothes that made it
No one
look
worked
like
out.
Yeah.
No one worked out. Yeah. No one. So when you hit 46, it was like,
Yeah, we're as a nation we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because there's just more people.
I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average. There's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before. But we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is one of the
more than ever.
The RFK Jr. thing was one of the most important things of this administration, I thought. Like, get in there and find out. How do these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How do these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year? And how many, they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. Like, this is crazy. Like, him getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tentacles of control. And the fact that they're telling you, oh, we know these dyes cause cancer and you can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. They're going to hurt our company.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that doesn't have the dyes. It's nuts.
It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talking about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back.
Yeah, well, there's companies right now that are working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation from myocarditis, issues with heart repair.
There's a particular NBA legend named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who, during the whole COVID stuff, was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. And now when I listen, because I'm old, I still listen to sports talk radio, he's doing commercials for heart problems. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. And this was a guy who was a civil rights leader.
He's doing commercials for heart problems. In what way? What are the commercials?
Heart fibrosis. Can you look up on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib.
He is?
Yes. But this was a guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what, that famous thing where they let everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to convince them, AFAB. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, that's so crazy. It's with Pfizer too. And he was a guy who was pushing everybody to get hit the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me.
But did he have that before he got jabbed?
I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy that he's on both sides of that.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, but a lot of older people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared, and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. And they didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers.
Well, you saw how they rolled it out, right? It started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though that never happened when everybody got COVID here until what? They got the jab, right? And then we started seeing people, So you watch how they slow roll these psyops out.
The crazy thing is watching the compilation of all the newscasters faint on
doing that. How about when they see something and they freak out and then they fall down? That's the weirdest thing.
It's all weird, dude. It's all weird. It's weird that we all watched it in real time. The Heather McDonald video. I mean, it's almost like the universe had a script, right? The Heather McDonald video in particular.
She's like, I got all the jab.
Yeah, boom. Black. I mean, it was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. If you want to have evidence of a simulation like that, seems fake.
That's so crazy. It was caught on camera.
Crazy.
And then she falls back, and something's going on because she doesn't try to brace herself.
Bro, it was so bad.
I feel for her. I like her.
Well, that was a bad fall, man. Scary fall. But it's just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how brought to you by Pfizer. You see those commercials, those compilations, rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. No newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times didn't get suspicious. How many soccer players are dropping dead? What's going on?
Healthy athletes having heart attacks.
Yeah, how many people are just having heart attacks when they're 18 years old, which never happened before? What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, they're vampire. They got bit by the vampire and they try to bite other people. It's weird.
Yeah. Have you ever heard this is a really weird conspiracy?
No, from you? No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you.
The Chinese population. Have you ever looked into that?
Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower than you said it is. Yes.
And that there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes have quadrupled. China's lied about the amount. They made all these. They listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from Japan has gone down to half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourist vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody? This is because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see that Atari graphic land on the moon. Look how many people are in there. But you see this over and over again when people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here.
Well, I think there's parts of it that are very unpopulated. But you know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China? Is the Great Wall.
Oh, how we're facing?
Yeah, the turrets where they shoot arrows from, that's facing inward. Inward, not outward. Not like to guard people from coming over the wall that way. It's the other way. Yeah. Was like, okay, who designed this? What were you doing? What were you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turn towards the country?
China, right?
So then, like China, yeah, that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like a camp, right? And they have or a prison. The people they want to keep in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't crawl out.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with that.
Did you see how long it is too?
It is.
Isn't it? What is the full length? I think it's 14,000 miles. Imagine 14,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years, and you have the openings for arrows pointed towards the people.
Yeah. Have you ever seen old pictures of how, like it being built? People building it are like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird, dude.
What?
Yeah,
What are you talking about? Old drawings, you mean?
Yeah, drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. It's almost being built like by demons.
You know, like the turrets or whatever they're on all sides. Multiple sides, not just facing it. But sometimes they're just facing in. I don't know. Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces in. What does it click on that one? See what it says. It's like, it's talking about YouTubers sensationalizing stuff. Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, it's also, again, 14,000 miles, right?
And
So some of it probably
territories change.
Right.
Sometimes, you see that because, like, I'm Armenian. I'm from the village of Van. I'm Russian Armenian. And at that time, it was in Turkey.
Bro, look at this. 13,170 miles.
That's so crazy. How long would it take for you to build that?
Forever. Imagine if you live forever and like Sam, you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you'll live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free.
Does it say how long
forever?
Yeah.
Would you do it?
No, I don't want to live forever.
You don't?
No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, wrap it up.
Yeah, I think so too.
And this whole thing about extending life forever sounds miserable to me.
It is weird that all these techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before, and it's very strange. Like if you can change a human body and you can enter some sort of a chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language, who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race.
Yeah.
Because once it happens, you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people, so everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular meat ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind.
They're doing that. They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests because these really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ that baby is at a super high level.
There's also a thing in China they did where they altered the baby's genes to make them smarter. Yeah. We're going to have genetically modified human beings for sure in the next.
They're not already here.
But I mean, they're going to be like Thor. Everyone's going to look like Thor. Everyone's going to look like, fill in the blank. Whatever you're into.
Too much tits and ass on it.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. It's going to be no sixes.
Yeah.
It's just going to be, initially it'll be adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell phones. In the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on the beach in Greed. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones.
Dude, there's fat homeless people with iPhones.
Everyone has phones.
iPhones.
Yeah.
Like that's why you're never gonna have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones.
Like fat, and they have no money. They're still fat.
Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
Sam Tripoli, I gotta wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though.
Come on, dude. I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is prophesied.
Gaza.
Yes.
That's prophesized.
Yes. It's basically going to be it's been prophesized there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes. The lost tribes and you go through this.
Where can someone go to research this further?
Let me just tell you this.
I'll give you the name of it. I gotta pee. We gotta wrap this up.
Okay.
Just tell me what it is.
I just got to
I've been holding it on my pee for 5 minutes. So
Okay, I appreciate you, dude. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany.
If it turns out to be true, I'll bring it back.
But that will be my third prediction I've gotten wrong. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always great to see you, my brother.
Always
do
do
it
it.
again. All right, bye, everybody.
Hasta también hay una sección que habla de cómo uno debe amarrarse los zapatos y también por qué.
Oh, thank you. I didn't add that. There is literally no area in human behavior, including when one is sleeping, that is not subject to the dictates of Jewish law.
Entonces, cuando hablamos de la ley judía, embarca todo lo que usted puede imaginarse. La ley judía embarca eso, hasta la manera en que uno debe dormir. ¿Por qué? La ley judía habla de eso.
So many Jewish philosophers have attempted to opine why God wants us to do all these things. Some have argued that it is fundamentally for maintaining social order, which is something that I think we can understand in Western thought.
Vemos que han habido muchos filósofos judíos que se han preguntado por qué la ley judía embarca todo esto, cuál es el propósito. Y algunos filósofos judíos han llegado a la conclusión que es para tratar de tener un orden social correcto, como nosotros en los tiempos modernos pensamos.
But it's hard to really understand, for example, why the Bible forbids a Jew wearing clothing made of wool and linen, and how that somehow supports the social order.
Pero también a veces es un poco difícil para entender porque vemos que la ley judía, por ejemplo, prohíbe que los judíos usen y mezclan ciertos tipos de materiales en su ropa. No sabemos por qué, y no sabemos por qué eso ayuda a la orden social.
Others, in a more mystical fashion, have argued that there are deep metaphysical concepts behind all of these mysterious laws, and that somehow, by conforming to God's will in these inscrutable ways, we can literally affect the olam or repairing of the world.
Otros filósofos tienen otras maneras de pensar de por qué hay que hacer todo esto, porque en cierta manera eso nos conecta a Dios y encima de eso estamos volantes preparando para el mundo.
And still others have argued that the purpose of Jewish law is for human perception, human perfection. That by obeying these dictates in their tiny details, we will somehow develop a discipline that allows us to become closer to God in our auto-perfection.
Y otras opiniones es que en realidad tenemos que seguir todas estas leyes hasta detalles más pequeñitos, porque nos ayuda poco a poco a disciplinarnos, a poco a poco llegar a una perfección y llegar a tener una mejor relación con Dios.
So that's a very quick overview of some philosophical approaches to Jewish law. Let me take you to an example that is very much in the news here in America today, and I'm sure it's something that is controversial in Mexico as well. Let's speak about therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, eso fue algo bien superficial, es superficial en hablar de las leyes, pero ahora vamos a dar un ejemplo en un tema que es bien controversial, especialmente en los Estados Unidos y también a lo mejor en México.
So it's clear that traditional Judaism, and I'm speaking now about what we would call Orthodox Judaism, there was no other kind of Judaism really until the 19th century, does not approve of what we call in English abortion on demand. That is, abortion simply because the mother wants to have an abortion.
Ahora vamos a hablar de la de vista del judaísmo ortodoxo, porque vemos que miles de años el único tipo de judaísmo era ortodoxo, recién hace unos 200 años han empezado recién otros tipos de judaísmo. Vamos a hablar sobre el tópico del aborto terapéutico, que es en realidad, si hay que definirlo, es un aborto cuando uno lo quiere ahora.
To clarify, I'll say it again. Traditional Judaism does not approve of abortion simply upon request, but there is a distinction for a therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, en el judaísmo tradicional se prohíbe el aborto si uno dice, bueno, yo quiero un aborto ahora. Eso no se hace, eso no se hace completamente. Pero hay una diferencia entre cuando uno dice quiero un aborto ahora porque lo quiero, pero también hay otro tipo de aborto, un aborto terapéutico que vamos a hablar de eso ahora.
And what the term therapeutic abortion means is that it is an abortion that is necessary for the health of the mother.
Un aborto terapéutico significa que la mujer tiene que tener el aborto por su salud, porque si no lo tiene puede morir.
So if we look at the written Torah, the Bible itself, in Exodus we have an example that I have on the screen of an accidental abortion or a miscarriage, we call it in English, where a woman unfortunately lost her child, her fetus, as a result of an accident.
Ahora vamos a examinar el texto que está en Éxodo capítulo 21, versículo 22, en que esta mujer tiene un aborto accidental y pierde su bebé.
So this is, an unfortunate situation, and it tells us that such an action is a criminal act, like assault, not like murder, but it does not tell us anything about an intentional abortion. May a doctor perform an abortion, even for the health of the mother? From this passage, we do not know.
Pero ahora, este texto no habla de qué pasa si un doctor quiere hacer el aborto a propósito.
So this is all we have from the written Torah. In the oral Torah, however, a passage in a document called the Mishnah, we have a very clear case of an intentional abortion. The Mishnah, which is a 2nd century document, says that, well, actually, translate comes there.
Vemos que en la Biblia, en Éxodo 21, está hablando aquí otra vez sobre un aborto accidental, pero no habla sobre un aborto a propósito. Pero en el Mishnah, que es parte del Torah oral, en esta sección, tiene una situación en que está hablando sobre un aborto a propósito, de que uno quiere tener un aborto y ahora qué va a pasar.
So in this oral Torah document, the Mishnah says that if a woman is trying to give birth and she cannot, well, obviously the baby is too big and she's not able to deliver it, and a C-section is not possible, then the fetus should be aborted to save the life of the mother. If, however, the fetus is partially born, has partially emerged, then the doctors are not allowed to interfere.
En este documento del Torah oral se da una situación ¿Qué pasa si hablamos de que va a dar a luz, pero vemos que por cualquier razón no puede dar a luz, porque la bebé está muy grande y si el niño nace y puede morir? Entonces, en ese momento, ella puede tener un aborto. Pero si el bebé ya está a mitad, ya casi tiene que estar saliendo, los doctores no pueden hacer el aborto. No pueden.
So we have now a case of therapeutic abortion, which is clearly permitted and even mandatory. The doctors must save the mother's life before they save the fetus.
Y vemos que aquí en esta situación, vemos que este es el aborto terapéutico, que es importante y hasta mandatorio en una situación así, porque en esos momentos es importante salvar a la vida de la madre.
So the question is, why is a therapeutic abortion permitted? And we have two very different answers why. The first answer comes from a commentator called Rashi, who lived in the 11th century.
Ahora vemos que algunos de ustedes están preguntando, pero ¿por qué se puede permitir este tipo de aborto? Bueno, hay dos tipos de respuestas para esta pregunta. Y el primero lo contestó Rashi, que alguien bien importante en el judaísmo en el siglo XI.
Rashi argues that at the end of the day, the fetus is a person, but not as much of a person as the mother is a person. And the mother's personhood is stronger than the fetus's personhood. If one of them has to die, it has to be the fetus, because Rashi says the fetus is not as much of a person as the mother is.
Rashi del siglo XI dice que el feto es una persona, es vida, pero la madre, ¿verdad?, tiene más vida, más grande. Entonces, si hay que comparar la vida del feto y de la madre, vemos que la madre tiene más presidencia y tiene más importancia, y en una situación así, ella tiene que vivir.
The other opinion that's very important is of Maimonides, we saw him earlier, who said no, the fetus is as much a person as the mother is.
Vemos que la segunda opinión pasó 100 años después de Maimonides, que vimos en el principio de la presentación. Él dice que no, la vida del bebé, del feto, tiene que estar al mismo nivel que la madre.
But the fetus acquires the status of a pursuer of his mother, meaning the fetus is, in a strange way, trying to kill his mother.
Vemos que Maimonides también dice que en una situación así, vemos que el feto está persiguiendo, está tratando de agarrar, de estar con la madre.
So, for example, if you see a person running down the street screaming, he's trying to kill me, and running behind that person is a man with a big knife saying, I'm trying to kill you, then you have to kill the person with the knife because he is trying to kill another person. Obviously, it's better if you can disable him rather than kill him. But the rule is that if someone is pursuing another person to kill them, you save the person if necessary by killing the pursuer.
Un ejemplo para que podamos entender más. Por ejemplo, si vemos a alguien en la calle que está gritando, alguien me quiere matar, y vemos que detrás de esa persona hay alguien con un cuchillo sumamente grande y nos quiere matar, vemos que en una situación así, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Bueno, tenemos que matar o parar a la persona en el cuchillo porque esa persona está persiguiendo a la persona que está gritando. Ahora, sí, en una situación así, es mejor tratar de algo parar a la persona que tiene el cuchillo y sacarle el arma. Pero muchas veces, en muchas situaciones, eso no va a ser posible. Es lo mismo con esta situación.
in this strange situation, the fetus has the status of a pursuer. And both Rashi and Maimonides agree that the abortion has to be performed for a therapeutic reason, but they disagree as to why it is
Entonces vemos que en una situación así, el feto, el bebé, está persiguiendo a la madre, por así decirlo. Entonces, esto es algo muy importante. Rashi y Maimonides están de acuerdo en tener un aborto terapéutico, pero ellos no están de acuerdo por la razón por la razón que uno debe tener un aborto terapéutico.
So now let's see why that is. In 1976, a woman in Jerusalem went to this rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer Waldman, very influential rabbi, and she said to him, Rabbi, I need to have an abortion. I'm 6 months pregnant.
Vemos que en el año 1976 en Jerusalén, una mujer se le acercó al rabino y le dijo, rabino, tengo que tener una aborción y estoy ya embarazada por 6 meses.
And the reason she was requiring an abortion was because the fetus unfortunately was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs disease, a very terrible disease that affects many Ashkenazi Jews, a genetic disease. The children live very short and painful lives.
Vemos que la mujer ella aprendió de que el feto de ella, el bebé de ella, tenía una enfermedad genética llamada Tay-Sachs. Y es una enfermedad bien fea, pero bien común entre los judíos que vienen de Europa. Vemos que las personas que tienen esta enfermedad Tay-Sachs viven vidas bien cortas y vidas bien feas.
So she said to Rabbi Rothschild, I will have tremendous psychological distress if I have to deliver this baby. He will die at a very young age. I can't take it. I can't possibly take it, Rabbi.
Ella le dijo al rabino, mira rabino, no puedo tener este bebé, porque si tengo este bebé puede tener demasiado estrés psicológico.
Rabbi Wachenberg, he said, well, Rashi says the baby does not have the same status as you do, and so therefore I think I permit you to have a therapeutic abortion.
El rabino le dijo a ella, mira, Rashi en el siglo XI dice que el feto no tiene no está en el mismo nivel que la madre. Tú puedes tener la aborción.
However, another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, same generation, he heard about this and he disagreed violently.
Es que este es un rabino Feinstein, escuchó de la situación, pero estaba, él no estaba en el, él no estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el rabino.
Rabbi Waldenberg said that he agreed with Rashi and that the fetus is not as important as the mother. But Rabbi Feinstein says we should agree with Maimonides, who says the fetus is as important as the mother.
El rabino Feinstein dijo que sí, es cierto lo que dijo Rashi en el siglo XI, pero él estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el rabino Maimonides, de que el bebé y la madre están en el mismo nivel.
And Rabbi Feinstein said the only reason to permit abortion is if the fetus is actively trying to kill the mother, and that the only way the mother can survive is if the fetus is aborted. In this case, the mother is physically healthy, and she will not die from psychological distress. Therefore, he says, the abortion should not be permitted.
El rabino Feinstein dijo, mira, La razón por qué la única razón que uno debe realmente tener un aborto es que si durante el procedimiento de dar a luz el bebé está tratando de matar a la madre, y si vemos que no hay otra manera para que la madre pueda tener vida, esa es la única circunstancia que puede matar al bebé para que la madre pueda sobrevivir. Vemos que en esta situación la madre estaba saludable. Vemos que alguien no va a morir del estrés psicológico, que no está de acuerdo para nada.
Much stricter opinion, but nevertheless, Rashi's opinion is as valid as Maimonides, and in fact, the woman did abort the child.
Pero vemos de que el comentario del rabino Rashi y de Maimonides vemos que los dos viven. Pero en esta situación, la mujer sí tuvo la aborción.
So what we see from this example is how Jewish law works from the written Torah through the oral Torah, and then through the medieval codes and modern response literature.
Vemos aquí en un linaje de cómo vemos todo, una situación así empieza desde el principio, desde la Biblia escrita, al Torah oral, a los códigos, a la literatura con las respuestas. Vemos todo esto tiene una conexión y es solamente una situación.
And this was a life or death issue, but there are literally thousands of issues that come up every year that are decided in this manner.
Vemos que hay miles de situaciones que aparecen y la manera para realmente resolver estas situaciones es usando literatura así, el Talmud, la Biblia, el Torah oral, los códigos que existen.
And all of this happens without a single coordinating body or a single authority who says that the law is specifically this way and Jews must follow the law. It's essentially a massive voluntary consensus-based system that literally determines the life and behavior of millions of people.
Vemos que este es el sistema en que los judíos usan para realmente resolver todas las situaciones. Cualquier tipo de situación que se encuentra, se va por el proceso, se ve toda esta literatura espiritual para realmente llegar a una conclusión a qué se debe hacer.
And I think I will remark only in conclusion something I mentioned in passing earlier, that the study of Jewish law is in itself considered a very important religious act. And the extensive involvement of it, particularly by men, as we see in this photograph, but also by women, is considered one of the greatest expressions of Jewish identity.
Y puedo concluir esta presentación y poner mucho énfasis en decir que el acto de estudiar las leyes judías religiosas es sumamente importante, Vemos que los hombres y las mujeres judías hacen esto, porque es una manera bien importante para tener una buena conexión.
And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you in particular, Mr. Sanchez, for translating. There is a question and answer button, and I think we have some time to spend on.
A 73-year-old woman has been killed and a 24-year-old woman taken to the hospital after a car
Muchas
crashed into her
gracias,
home in Downey.
realmente se aprecia y ahora es el momento de enviar sus preguntas y para que yo pueda contestar sus preguntas.
Early this morning, he was arrested on suspicion of DUI. The Allen County Sheriff's Department is asking for help in finding two missing children, 11-year-old Joaquin Venus and 8-year-old Asta Venus. The last seen August 8th on West 88th in unincorporated LA. Deputies believe they may have been taken by their father. The Justice Department is leaving the Washington, D.C. police chief in charge of her department. ABC's Perry Russell says the Trump administration has tried to take over.
Hello, my name is Henry Emerson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half. Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Torah LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this, because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. AllDaf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a shir, a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Rothschild, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence, and is primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? I mean, sure, I really am interested in Talmud, and I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the languages required to really know it properly, but Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rav, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I'm so excited that I have done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Orso Van. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, you might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing. And that shut me up. But I realized I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have? in 10th, 11th century France. And, it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Sake that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. Here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tak Kasra, which was a palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Methosa. If you lived in Methosa, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river, and see this amazing palace, and look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. That all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates at a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara, we should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who would come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially at the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in as attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calenzio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras could point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, when you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand he was backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian. On the right, you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at a time, dozens of different expressions of coins. Judea capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put it in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar Do, just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who was a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, or Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. Well, when you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish homes at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinia, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal. You can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back. And they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setting. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in depth. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining insight that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool, you just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding the Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussions beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So there are these depictions of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said they had a long nose, right? So, okay, there's a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose, and this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history of Daf Yomi is amazing. There's even scatological information that's on it because, Torah, this is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying what an ancient toilet actually looked like. Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. please visit AllDoc. Download it and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.alldoc.org. Enjoy the amazing shiur by fantastic Magidei Shir, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history of Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a very welcome time.
It was sections. It was like entertainment, sports, whatever. You would click and you would just go into these things that were sort of designed by well, it wasn't the internet at large.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Torah College, and I'm really excited about an upcoming trip along the Rhone River Valley, where we will be exploring the Jewish history of the region, which goes back millennia. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating. This is a cruise, once again, with Kosher Reef Boat Cruises, with my excellent colleagues, David Lawrence, formerly of Sayeret Cal, and the historian David Krause, who is based in Prague and does all of our local research, and of course, all kinds of amazing things associated with this wonderful trip. If you haven't been on one of these trips before, please have a look at the website, because it is a lot of fun. And for those of you who just enjoy Jewish history and like watching videos, I'm hoping that this will be a benefit to you as well. If this is your first time watching my videos, here's a picture of me from before I grew my beard. My academic background is in Jewish history. I received a PhD from the University of Toronto back in '95. I had the good privilege of spending time in some of the great universities of the world with postdocs and visiting appointments at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard. And now I'm very proud to be serving as the dean of the mighty FBJ campus of Torah College here in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Let's get straight to the material. Today I'd like to talk very briefly about the first Jew in France. Now, it's a little bit of clickbait there, because it's not exactly the first Jew, and it's not exactly France either. The reality is, we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual, not necessarily someone you want to take home to mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shaliach anyway. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. This is, we're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area and was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jews of France, the Jewish communities in France, and of the Rhone River Valley, really extend from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has some difficult relations with the Jews, and so we have a lot more of the written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kinds of Jewish communities in France around the turn of year 0, the turn of the first millennium as well. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain in the 1st century. We have some gravestones and things like that date back really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean, it stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland in Israel, and also closer to Rome, which had a major Jewish community even before the demographic upheavals of the First Roman Jewish War. We definitely know that there's a massive outpouring of Jews, unwillingly and also by willing migration, as a result of the First Roman Jewish War, like the destruction of the Temple in the year 70. The Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, engaging in various types of trade as they escape the political turmoil that's happening in Israel. The character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in the year 70, and actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from two main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is a very problematic character as well. And Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus. And he recorded a very significant historical works describing that first Roman Jewish war, the title of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary light as well. We also have some archaeological evidence, such as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France. So he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married, among his many wives, Alphonse the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in the year 4 before the Common Era. And his father's fourth and final will actually made him king of Judea and Samaria. Really impressive thing that he was really quite pleased to get. However, this kingship, because at this point the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman Emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his rule. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emblem and also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple in Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection with Herod's activity at that time, and that's why he ends up going to Nazareth, and of course, the story goes on. At any rate, Herod then dies, and his son, Archelaus, our protagonist, is appointed to the throne, and initially Archelaus tries to appease the population, saying he's going to address this horrible wrong of his father. He says he will replace the current Kohen Gadol, the high priest. He will remove some of the offensive Greek officials who were involved in temple activities, and he'll even lower taxes. It happened also, we should realize there's a huge concentration of people in Jerusalem at this time, because all of this happened just before Passover. And he says, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all these things. Just let me go to Rome and meet with Caesar, and then I'll make everything right. The population, however, is unconvinced by his promises. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, mourning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing this appropriately, a lack of hiding. And so Archelaus, in an attempt to try and control the population, actually cancels Passover, right? Sounds like a kind of Grinch-like activity, but that's in fact what he did. And then he heads off to Rome. However, he is preceded in Rome by a delegation of his rival family members, a delegation of Jews who had left from Israel to go and try and lobby against him as the king. And the emperor hears all of these complaints about Archelaus. Says, you know what? Maybe this is not such a good idea. He says, I'm going to abolish the Jewish monarchy. No more king of Judea. And instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus as an ethnarch, like a ruler of a people, which is a lower level authority. And he's going to name two of Archelaus' brothers as co-rulers. The three of them are called tetrarchs. Here's a map where you can see how the region was divided. Archelaus received the most important central areas of Judea and Samaria, but he did not get the title of king. So Archelaus returns to Israel at this point, and he is in many ways a worthy inheritor of his father's reputation, on both positive and the negative. On the positive level, he is bigger, he's big in public buildings, like Herod, who built so many palaces, so many major structures, renovated the temple. Masada, of course, the palace there is one of Herod's and so on. His son also engages in significant activities, built a palace near Jericho, and so. But at the same time, he's also very cruel and brutal, and is dismissive of Jewish tradition. He puts down brutally a lot of opposition, and he also marries his brother's widow, and this was a contradiction to Jewish law because she did have children, so therefore was not a levirate marriage, it was actually a forbidden marriage. But he hoped to simply ignore all these complaints. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are very unhappy with his conduct as an art, and so there are more complaints that go back to the emperor. The emperor hears all of these complaints in Rome, and he says, you know what? This was also a mistake. He demotes Archelaus, he confiscates his property, and he banishes him to France. Right? That's how we get the first Jew in France. Not necessarily the nicest character, but nevertheless, that is our first name Jew. He ends up, he sends him to Vienne of Gaul, which is on the Rhone River, just a little bit south of Vienne. You can see the map. And at the time, it was actually a very important colony, amazing archaeological from the Roman civilization, such as this. Was saved because it was. We don't know much about. We don't know if there was any military there. Archelaus was sent there as
Trump had said his goal was a ceasefire.
and it's on the road. Oh, some Jews. Go on and get it. More, of course, in this video, of course, on the trip itself. So I hope you found this brief lecture interesting, and look forward to speaking with you.
Air Canada says it has offered a 38% raise in total compensation over the next 4 years. The Rams will be hosting the Chargers this afternoon for the team's second preseason game.
Hello, I hope you enjoyed the last video. We talked about the first Jew in France. As I mentioned there, it's not really the first Jew, it is the first recorded Jew in political exile as a result of palace intrigue in Rome and Judea. And it's not France either, because that France was not a currency, and we're speaking about the Roman-dominated area of France itself. But nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority about the first Jew of France, we do have a lot more historical information on the first Jewish community of France. Specifically, we know a little bit about the community at Arles, which is a city at the south of the Rhone River, where the Rhone empties into the Mediterranean. There's a delta there. Arles is one of the important cities in the region. And it was an extremely important Roman settlement. You can see this gorgeous aerial view of the there a tremendous amount of activity in Ottawa, and of course Jews were associated with it. It's a natural place for the Jews to settle because, after all, it is on the Mediterranean coast, which has the wide open sea, a tremendous amount of seafaring commercial possibilities, and the River Rhone snakes into the interior of the country, as you can see here in this map, which shows the Latin names of the various communities and allows for trade right into the interior and then back out again into the Mediterranean. So, given the Jewish cultural leanings towards commerce, especially international commerce, this is a likely settlement for Jews. Here's a simplified map associated with the cruise that I'm going on in November. You can see the place that I'm going to visit. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see it in person. At any rate, the legend of the first settlement of Jews in Ireland goes back to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. According to the legend, the Emperor Vespasian, once he conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judea captive coin. This is something that the Romans actually minted quite a few of these coins to commemorate and celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right is an image of a Roman soldier looking down over a seated and obviously forlorn Jewish woman with her back to a palm tree, which was one of the predominant iconic images of Israel and the Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of these very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the Romans were especially pleased to finally put this rebellion behind them and to conquer the region. So the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman Jewish War, loaded them up onto 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and then towed the boats out to sea to leave them drift in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France, one in Bordeaux, one in Lyon, and one at our location in Agen. Now, on a literal level, this is highly unlikely. It really should be considered more legendary than historical. Primarily because of the extreme economic value that these Jewish captives represented. On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were impressed into all kinds of public works projects, including building the Great Colosseum. And secondly, this is a phenomenon that will increase over the Middle Ages. Jewish communities were known for their largesse when it came to redeeming Jewish captives. If a Jewish community heard that there were Jewish slaves that were passing by or just docked in port, then they would send out representatives and they would collect huge sums of money or charitable donations to be able to perform the mitzvah of pidyon shvuim, of redeeming captives. And so Jews were unfortunately targeted by pirates because they knew that they would, they could be ransomed for a large amount of money. So it's highly unlikely that on a literal level, Vespasian actually did this. However, on a metaphoric level, there's a tremendous amount of truth to this legend because, after all, the Jews were like literally rudderless, captainless, wandering through the Mediterranean, not knowing where they would rebuild their lives. And they finally found a home in Ottawa and in southern France. Yeah. So there's a lot to say about it. Now, we don't know much about what happened inside the Jewish from Jewish records themselves. We don't, until really about 600 years later, we don't have any kind of documentation whatsoever. However, from the year 425 on, we begin to see church documentation related to the Jews. And although church documentation can be tendentious, and they obviously have a specific aim in mind when they're talking about the Jews, and it colors the treatment of the history, nevertheless, we do get a sense of the presence of the Jews there, and sometimes we can read between the lines to learn a little bit more about what they're actually doing. So, for example, in the year 425, the Roman Emperor Valentinian III, shown here in this coin, issues a decree that is sent out to the Bishop Patroclus of Arles authorizing him to restrict the Jewish rights in that region in several key areas. Most likely, he was responding to a request from Patroclus, the local bishop, but nevertheless interesting to look at the specifics of what was denied to the Jews, or what was to be denied to the Jews. Three basic things. First, the Jews were not allowed to own Christian slaves. This is kind of like something you see frequently in a lot of the church documentation. It's not clear the extent to which Jews did own Christian slaves. Slavery, of course, was perfectly legal at this time and was not even considered immoral. But it could be that this is simply a theological statement saying it is offensive to the church that Christians should be held as slaves by Jews. There's a religious conflict there, and they may just making a rhetorical point. On the other hand, owning slaves was considered a very high mark of status. It required a tremendous amount of wealth to own a slave, especially domestic slaves, and particularly for Jews who have to abide by the rules set down in the Talmud for how a trade must be treated, and particularly for Jews who have to live by the rules set down in the Talmud for how slaves are to be treated, it would have been a very expensive endeavor. So we don't know the extent of Jewish slave ownership, but that would have indicated that there were Jews who were at a fairly high socioeconomic level. Second restriction was Jews could not act as soldiers. That's fascinating because it's not typically a Jewish profession, at least not outside of the land of Israel, but we see that Jews were actually involved in the defense of the city. We don't have to rely only on the documentation of Valentinian. In a moment, I'll tell you about an incident in which Jews were involved in that. And thirdly, Jews were not to be involved in the local legal system. They were not to be appointed as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers, which must have sent hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish mothers into chaos because, oh my gosh, what's my son going to do? He's not going to become a Jewish lawyer. Well, I guess he'll become a doctor. And that's actually very ironic because there is a ridiculous overabundance of Jewish doctors in Provence over the next few hundred years. I don't want to attribute that to Valentinian's decree. There are a lot of other reasons why Jews would go into medical profession. At any rate, one of Patroclus' successors is Saint Hilary the Great. Here's an image. And here is an image of Hilary of Arles, who is actually beatified as Saint Hilary. And he's known as being much nicer to the Jews than Patroclus, which is probably an indication that the restrictions he hoped to impose on Jews were not, in fact, implemented. According to church records, when Hilary died in the year 449, the Jews really very deeply engaged in mourning for his passing. The church records indicate that they followed his funeral procession, weeping profusely, and even reading psalms or singing even psalms as they went, which made a big impression on the observers at the time. One other small side point, I find it fascinating that Hilary is the way he refers to his ecclesiastical figure in English, but his Latin name was Hilarious, literally hilarious. I guess that's what happened. Anyways, Arles goes through some political upheaval. In the year 476, the Visigoths emerged from Spain and conquered the southern region of France, including just past the city of Arles, which is wrapped into the Visigothic Empire for a brief period of time. This was actually good for the Jews because at this time the Visigoths, although Christians, they were not Catholics. They were actually Arians. That's Arian spelled with an I, not with a Y. And one of the distinguishing features of Arian Christianity was a different view of the divine status of the founder of the Christian faith. And this, for whatever reason, was conjoined with a much more tolerant attitude towards the presence of Jews in their society. So initially, Jews actually did fairly well within the Visigothic Empire until the conversion of Restream in the year 589. We're going to return to that in a second. But while Arles is under the Visigoths, Jews were apparently such patriotic and enthusiastic defenders of the realm that they fought on behalf of the city against the invaders, the Franks and the Burgundians in the year 508. Unfortunately for the Visigoths, Arles fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that ensued between, once again, the local bishop, whose name was Caesarius at this time, and the Jewish community. The Jews asserted that Caesarius had actually betrayed the city to the Franks for whatever reason, and the bishop argued precisely the opposite, that it was the Jews, and specifically a Jewish soldier. Once again, here we have another reference to Jews being actually involved in military defense of the city. Caesarius accused a Jewish soldier of sending a letter over the city walls to the invaders and indicating where the defenses were weakest, allowing them to access the city. Fascinating dispute for what it says about Jews engaging in the fight against external invaders. But in the end, you can't fight City Hall. The bishop won. The Jews lost that debate. Unfortunately, that one Jewish soldier was actually put to death. Another bishop, shortly thereafter, named Virgilius, towards the end of the 500s, he is involved in another interesting controversy that sheds light on the nature of the Jewish population. We know of his activity because of a letter that Pope Gregory the Great sent to him in the turn of the 7th century. Here's a picture of Gregory the Great, like Record. You see that he's looking up the sky. I guess that's a thing for these kind of enthusiastic portraits. At any rate, in Jewish history, Gregory the Great actually is the Great because in many ways he reinforces the traditional church law that comes from St. Augustine to basically leave the Jews alone. There's a lot more to say about how church law evolved, but one of the things that we see frequently throughout the Middle Ages that local church clergy tend to be much more anti-Semitic, whereas upper clergy want to try and maintain tolerance. So the specific incident that occurred with Bishop Virgilius in Arles is reflected in a fascinating document in which Gregory the Great, the Pope, sends a letter to Virgilius saying, "Oh, it's been a long time since I wrote to you, and how are things going? And by the way, I've been receiving complaints that you are forcibly converting Jews. And I have to tell you," he uses the Latin phrase here, "lo zu haderach." This is not the way that we operate. Use your words. Talk to them, preach to them, and so on. And in fact, this has a negative side because later on, the Jews of Provence and elsewhere in Europe will be exposed to forced conversions where they will have to show up and listen to Christian proselyte or Christian ministers, sometimes converted Jews, preaching to them, trying to get them to become Christians. But at any rate, he says to him, "You should not be converting them by force." This is something that happens throughout the region, especially after the Catholic conversion of Restream that we discussed very briefly earlier. Nevertheless, despite Gregory the Great's efforts, as they say again in Latin, the Jews were still exposed to a considerable amount of tension with the local clergy that would ebb and flow over the next few centuries. And in general, to wrap this lecture up, there's two competing phenomena that are affecting the development of the Jewish community in Ireland at this time. On the one hand, you have the repeated and fairly insistent and increasing anti-Semitic legislation that comes principally from the church, and on the other hand, you have the growth of the Jewish community, both economically, because over the next few centuries, we will see the Jews represented in Ireland in commerce. They're famous for soap manufacturing, for example. In real estate, they're landowning. They even have communal property. There's a cemetery that is sold to the Jews at this time. And also in scholarship, Ireland attracts a significant number of very important scholars who have a long-lasting impact on Jewish history, especially in the realm of translation, where they are well known for taking Arabic works and translating them into Latin for the Christian world. Very important in terms of the cultural diffusion of ideas around the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to devote a separate lecture to the growth of the scholarship of Jews in Provence. But for the time being, just bear in mind that there are those two factors going on. In the end, it is the negative factors that win out. In the year 1494, the Jews are finally expelled from Pau, and they are not to return formally really until the French Revolution in the late 18th century, 300 years distant. Jewish travelers want to take advantage of this very important mercantile route. It is, recall, at the mouth of the Rhone River and as the central point communicating the interior of the country to the Mediterranean. If Jews want to travel through there on business or whatever other purpose, they have to pay a special tax for being Jewish. And they are only allowed to remain in the city for 8 days and have to be gone. So it was definitely a negative experience there for those last few hundred years, and we'll discuss the revival of this community in the later lecture. Anyway, that's it for a very quick talk on one aspect of the earliest Jewish press on Israel, and I look forward to speaking to you.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother.
Hello. You know, every now and then I come across some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind. And this is one of those chapters. It is the chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne. And it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish kingdom in medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it and I'll tell you all about it. You can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it. And in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointed to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the kosher riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there was a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back a little bit. You can see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they controlled this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see, but before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginnings. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones and things like that. We basically did fairly well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Recared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by Degas that shows the conversion of Recared. Here you can zoom in, look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Recared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years, except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments like amputations and scalpings and things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. The coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the binary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Near East. But that's going to take us a little further afield from where we are. Narbonne was, at least briefly, enclosed within the new Spanish Empire. And that's which takes us to the story of Mahir, the first Nasi of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France. So that term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about. And France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and the Burgundians and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin le Bref, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this worked to the Jews' advantages. So as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nasi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nasi? The term Nasi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah the Prince, Yehuda HaNasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role that even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or that would be Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is depicting, the Jews were ruled by a figure called in Aramaic the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile, and in English that's usually rendered as exilarch, right, the head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean, and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Mahir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, And if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how we came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Pepin the Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasiut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all these places, or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Dawood was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds. It's actually a historical book. And they both refer to the existence of an exilarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The only problem is, it's like 500 years after the fact. And there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that, in fact, there was a Jewish kingdom in France, but we will have to do more research to really understand properly. I hope that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed this short video.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spent a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chachmei Provincia, who played such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chachmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chachmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they've never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talner Rebbe
from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about it yourself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Mensasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 waves, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher River Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Kraus, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are 2 main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Twersky points out a fascinating kind of example where 2 Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. I mean, these are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles. And I'm a Canadian. French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. See, this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. Here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Karpetva. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, I can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Shtadlan, someone who was an intercessor between the community and the powers that be. And that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement related to the Almoravids as well that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia came to this region and they said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community, everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of kosher stores, but don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was, second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadia Gaon, they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? They said, well, you have to learn Arabic. They said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic? And they said, okay, look, we can get you some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Rabbi Rothschild, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first.
tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Chovos Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Rabbi Shalom said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda Ibn Timon and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel Ibn Timon continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Kuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Gabirol. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Gabirol, but Rabbeinu Bachia, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia Gaon. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you'll find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about it in several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's so much to say about the Rambam. But there were two specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do on any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who was one of the many commentators in the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry I said that. But, you know, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Ravid's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Ravad who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the Guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course in the 13th century it would even be burned in Paris, motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam, and in fact his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachamei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Twersky puts it: France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. this was an extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo-Jewish public needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Levi Ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Lalbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas of Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it interesting.
They've got a great range of apps. Pretty much every app, if it's available, is there. I love Roku because they pretty much, and the guy who started it, I forget what his name is off the top of my head, James might have been his name, but he basically, I was at an event and he said, like, I built this because this is what I wanted to be able to watch TV, right? And so I think that
hello, I'm here with Kosher River Cruises in Provence, where we'll be exploring the Rhone River to look at elements of Jewish history in several locations along the way. Today we're in Arles, France. It's very hard to pronounce, Arles. And it is a place where Jews have lived since the 1st century. And even Benjamin Tudela, when he traveled through the region in the 12th century, found 200 Jews living in this city. Has some great examples of medieval architecture, particularly a lot of 18th century representations in the center of town. And perhaps the highlight of a visit to Arles is definitely the amazing Roman amphitheater, which has been beautifully preserved. It is a UNESCO site, and gives you a sense of what it must have been like to be, for example, Reish Lakish, who was a former gladiator himself.
We'll get a gladiator showing or two. I think there's a matinee too.
Here's Russell Field. We need a chance to visit the amphitheater. It's wonderful. Nowadays, it's used for bullfighting. The region of Provence is quite proximate to Spain, so that particular practice continues in this location. There is, however, in the center of town, a church with a rather impressive facade that features on the left-hand side a number of the righteous going to heaven. On the right, a series of people who are clearly bound and following each other, perhaps blind because they have hands on each other's shoulders, and they're being led off to hell. And they're being driven there by a figure clearly wearing the hoop, which is a distinctive Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1214. It's kind of an interesting but negative thing. To actually get to the street, which was the old Jewish Carriera, that is the former Jewish ghetto before the Jews were finally exiled from Arles. It's known as Rue de right now, and there's no trace of any of the buildings that once stood here before they were expelled in the 15th century. But if you're in Arles, you really do have to take a quick car ride or a bus ride. About 30 miles away, you'll get to the amazing Gare, which is really a fantastic piece of Roman architecture. It is a phenomenal aqueduct. And what I think is most fascinating about this is that it was basically a 30-mile stretch, about 50-kilometer stretch from the spring to the city of Nice. And there's only 55 feet, something like 30 meters difference in the height of those two locations. And since the water had to travel through gravity, they had to calculate the slope with tremendous precision. It's a remarkable achievement of first century architecture, and also places in context what it must have been like for Jewish history
to be up against the entire Roman Empire. Recall that this bridge, which is also a UNESCO site, was built roughly at the same time as the first Roman-Jewish war. And the idea that the Jews could hold off such a phenomenal civilization for 8 years in their quest for independence is really a remarkable statement to think of.
And the book, yeah, Howie was actually the piano player at the christening of the bridge. And I remember Malcolm did the buffet. He did all of that, and I also stood in line at the bar at that time.
Expect the latest both directions of the 405 at Manchester, as well as the surface streets leading to SoFi, especially Century Boulevard and Prairie Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic.
So this morning I had the privilege of waking up just before dawn and going out of objective shift to watch our approach to Avignon, where we are going to be journeying over land to Carpentras, which is one of the oldest Jewish communities in Provence. It is in the Comtat de Nice, and also known as the Papal States. This is a region of Provence that was actually owned by the Pope during the 14th century, and this had tremendous benefits for the Jews because as they were being expelled from many other locations in France, they were able to seek refuge in this region. We'll talk more about that when we get to Avignon. We had our prayers invoked, which is always great. Rabbi Stuart Weiss provided a little sharp of our Torah to give us a start to our day.
Quick halacha for the day. We talked yesterday about Tfilat Haderet. Today, say a word about Birkat HaGomel.
Carpentras is famous in particular for this remarkable 14th century synagogue built in 1367, perhaps on the foundations of an earlier synagogue, and it is absolutely stunning. I'm going to break this video up into a few little pieces because there's so much amazing stuff. So for today, let's just have a quick look at the entrance, and we'll just have a quick walk into the 18th century renovation. The synagogue is located in a Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So this is a feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper. There is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Right now we are in the second oldest synagogue. What's the oldest synagogue? Somewhere in Eastern Europe, I don't know exactly. I think it's Prague or Minsk or something like that. And with this beautiful Baroque interior that's striking in contrast with the very low profile facade on the outside. And yeah, this is the oldest synagogue in France, and the second oldest.
So the Carpentras synagogue has two major levels to explore. The first is the original, which is of course 14th century. We're going to look at that in the next video. The second is the 18th century part, which is the result of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher, and in fact the bishop was rather unhappy at it moved down, but you can see on the inside is an amazing Baroque interior, but there are some remarkable, charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
And up there, so it's silver scale?
Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. You know, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading. But they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible.
Hey, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
Through remarkable and often heroic intervention by locals, the treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. They included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Carpentras synagogue is perhaps best known for is its 14th century mikvah in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
Whatever you pay for Google, because you're getting a whole bunch of stuff. So for this, $2 a month for 100 gigs, not bad. But does that
The basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
So copy that in, put it in the search bar, and now all of the emails from that person comes up. And what you want to do is tap the select icon.
The Carpentras synagogue also featured two ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amazing thing about the Carpentras synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations. And these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Your screen takes a second or two to refresh. So if it looks like nothing's happening, it's deleting the oldest emails first, and it's making its way to that first email at the top. 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Coming up, we're talking tech with Brett right here on KFI.
It's amazing to wake up every morning and as we're cruising along the Rhone River and anticipate the adventures of our head. One of the most fantastic moments was when the president of the Catholic Synagogue invited me to have a look at the ongoing excavations under their 14th century synagogue, which were absolutely amazing. It's phenomenal discoveries. Here you can see the Pope's Palace at Avignon moving in the distance. We will actually dock at Avignon and take a bus to get to Capitale, which is about 30 minutes away. First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years. About the beginning of the century, 64 families were forced to flee. When they returned to Kentucky, they successfully petitioned for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than the first synagogue when they were first expelled, and it's quite possible this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century. So qui took the shows?
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Non, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je vais vous dire. Kenisa.
Kenisa ici.
On a trouvé que c'était. Venez voir.
Ok. Et c'est une Kenisa de documents?
Des documents.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est normalement des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Vous avez des couloirs à où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guéguisa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Sissi.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589.
Gutenberg, oui. Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
Wow.
Stocks with unstoppable laundry set boosters because they give your clothes 24-hour non-stop freshness. So even on your longest non-stop days, you'll be confident in smelling fresh all day long. Try now for as low as $5. Smell unstoppable. The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
One of the unusual architectural features of the Saint-Stéphane Cathedral in Carpentras, France is the mysterious ball of brass that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom adduce a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the Porte Juive, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forcibly converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There was a significant number of rebukes going down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason
perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which would be about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing. Now, I think we should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to visit the cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain fairly complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpentras ball of rats, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the orb, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the orb, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that, it's under God's sway. That's what the cross at the top is supposed to signify. But why would the cross be inverted at the bottom? That's unusual. And maybe what they're trying to say, what the artist was trying to say, was that, there are all these rats who symbolize people, perhaps Jews, who feed off the material world, and it's kind of like a diabolical connection. That would be appropriate for the 14th century, when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. And so I'm left with the question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. And the thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of rats, or was the ball of rats so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I'm leaving you with an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Carpentras and the Jews who lived there.
About how they can benefit your life. If you've already bought it, why not make the most out of it? What was that first phone? The first one, I think, was a Galaxy S5, and I remember making a video of Dutch water and my daughter drinking the water.
It must have been an amazing experience for medievals traveling up the Rhone River to see the papal palace and the city walls of Avignon looming far off distance. The walls are actually very well preserved. Avignon has a beautiful central square with a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the papal palace, which dates from the 14th century, when, for a little bit less than a century, the popes made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. And so many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this great city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Place Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Carrière. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior, which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning, they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Karnai, where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shape renders the Sukkah possible or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Ashterot Karnai and placed it here.
Wow, that's great. As we enter the glorious Avignon Synagogue, which was built entirely around, we burst into a spontaneous rendition of a passage from the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament to the ongoing Jewish presence in having
This seems like you have more control of what you're doing, but it's more for like tinkerers that know what they're doing. Exactly. Where I myself, I like to have it. I pick it up, I set it up, and it's ready to go. I don't need to tinker with too much to get it working the way I want it to. Now you mentioned Google Home that you're a big fan. Now I know my Google Home in recent months has pretty much just given answers from the web at this point. Like anything you ask it, it's like it's not really. It's like this in-between phase of it used to be Google Assistant. It's not yet Gemini. What is happening with that? Like, are we going to get Gemini on these Google Home devices? Yeah, this is something I've been waiting for a long time because Google's really pushing Gemini, and I'm on a public beta preview or whatever, so I do currently have Gemini on my Google Home speaker. So you may be able to do it in the settings. You can actually go in and switch if you want to use Google Assistant, or if you want to switch it to Gemini, which is rolling out to certain devices. You can use it. I've been using that on my devices at home, and there's some good things that work great. Other things that still trying to figure out how to do it. It's a step process, but I think they're headed in the right direction. I'm on the public page, and I check like every day if I can get Gemini. Like it's just not. Either I'm looking in the wrong place, or it's just not available to me just yet. So I don't have it just yet still. So, but once you have it, that should make things a lot better. So is Gemini, it can answer questions, but it can also control the smart home stuff? Yeah, so the main thing I'm using it for still is controlling my smart home stuff. So it now has all that integrated. One of the new things that I've noticed is if I set a timer, I can now set a timer on my Android phone without having to ask to get it again when the timer's going to run. So there's some integration there. There's still some things like I asked it to turn off a fan last night, but it turned off the wrong fan, so we're still getting that kind of worked out. But then there's some extra integration, like when you have Google Nest cameras, the new Nest cameras can understand what's happening in the scene, so I can actually ask when my son was in the backyard camera, and it will let me know when it last saw me. Oh, that's cool. That's it. I was just talking about the Ring notifications I'm getting that are AI. So Ring is using AI to look at what's happening with the video camera, and it will send a notification saying, not just someone's at your front door, and I say, there is a delivery person with a bag at the front door, something like that. So, yeah, very similar to what that's doing. And it's really helpful. You can go in the app, too, and it shows you this person was on their phone under the umbrella in the backyard. Wow, that's pretty cool to have all that details. You can even search it. Yeah, that's cool. Any standout gadgets you've been testing recently that you would recommend? Well, this year has been the year of robots in my house. So we've been doing all kinds of robot vacuum mops, robot lawnmowers. I don't have a pool, but I've also tested out like robot cleaners. And the latest one is the narwhal. I just tested out the narwhal flow, which mops perfectly in the home and vacuums up and everything. So it makes our house a lot cleaner as we have all these kids running around and make it dirty everything. Yeah, wait, how many kids do you have? We have 4 kids. 4 kids. That's a lot. My parents had 5. I've got 2, and we're good with 2 because it's a lot. Kids are. My kid just went to high school this week, so I'm like, oh, it's wild. So there's a lot to clean up. Well, I've got one of those robotic vacuums. Now the narwhal flow, is that an upright, or is that an actual, like it just goes by itself? It just goes by itself. So all on its own. How to run while you're sleeping, and it mops and vacuums. Yeah, that's the idea. I've got the upright one from Roborock, and I love it. It is so cool to be able to mop and vacuum at the same time, because you would think that it wouldn't be good at either of those, but it's really good at both of those things. That's the favorite product that I brought home for my wife. She loves how she's so quick and easy to get it done. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the common question. I know you get probably a lot of emails from people that watch your channel on YouTube, Chat with Brent. What are some of the common questions you get these days about technology and smart homes? So one of the biggest things is how things are going to work together, or how you can't have them work together. So, what smart lights should I get to incorporate in my smart home if I want them to automatically turn off at night, or when I open a door with a sensor? So those are some of the big things that people are focusing on in my life. That's what I use mainly, just simple little products that benefit my life. Like we have a garage without a window, and nobody ever wants to go in there if it's dark. So I have a little door sensor right on the door. You open the door, and it automatically turns on the lights that are on the smart light switch. So the garage has never been dark to us, even know, it's just because we're opening the door, the lights automatically turn on, which is a huge benefit to our life. Yeah, and it's such a small thing, but this is what I find about the smart home tech stuff. It's like you set it up once, and hopefully it works for a very long time, but it really like changes the dynamic of things in your home. And it seems intimidating at first to like set it up. Like I've got a system in my kitchen where I've got those lights underneath the cabinets, and I set up a sensor, like a motion sensor. So every time I walk into my kitchen, the lights under the cabinets come on, and I love it. And I set it up like years ago.
Hello,
and it
fellow
still
students of
works.
Jewish history. So
And
I
it's just
have
one of those
an
things I like. Yeah, it took a little bit
exciting
to
question.
figure out.
It's
Once
exciting
you
for
figure out
me.
in the hallway,
Is
I've got a
printing
light
a Jewish
that
invention? So I'm going to say right away the answer is
every time you get
probably
through that hallway, the light comes
but
on.
there is an
And by the
amazing
way,
Jewish
at night, the
backstory
light comes
that
on
says that
at a
perhaps
varying brightness,
modern
like a low
printing,
brightness.
as we
So it's like these
understand
little
it,
things that
first
like once you
originated
figure it
in
out and get it up and
in
running,
Avignon,
it
France,
really does impact
not
your life in a
with
pretty
Johannes
beneficial way.
Gutenberg, as
Yeah,
has
you're
been
talking
largely
advanced
accepted
automation
by
now,
the
but
scholarly world
clearly
for a
pretty
long time.
video
Let's dive into it a little more.
changes the way
I first got this question from Philologos, who is a great scholar who hides behind, very likely hides behind this pseudonym, and he writes for Mosaic magazine. And he asked this question: did a 15th century Jew learn to the printing press? I thought I'd do a little bit deeper dive into what exactly is this all about. So our story is based in Avignon, France. You can see on this map here, it's south of France. It's a region of the Rhone River where we traveled with Portugal cruises later this year. The research goes back to this man, Pierre-Henri Leclerc, who lived in the late 19th, early 20th century. And he published this really interesting book called ViralRabbi, the origins of printing in France, which of course, you know, the French and Germans, they have this kind of rivalry that goes back, I don't know, maybe a millennium or so. And so to say that printing was invented in France was pretty explosive. He argues that it was invented in Avignon in 1444, which would have been around 6 years before Gutenberg came up with his famous invention. Printing actually goes all the way back to Asia, first by smearing carved stone, laying cloth, laying paper on top of it. Later, they invented woodblock carving by, like, you know, carving letters into wood and smearing with ink and so on. And the competition between several Asian peoples for the title of the society that first invented this tremendously important method of information transfer. The Chinese, the Koreans, they may even have invented the islands in Japan. Here's a beautiful woodblock print that dates from the late 9th century. You can see it's got lots of imagery and text and so on. And so really, printing goes all the way back much earlier in Asia. Now we know, of course, that when printing reached Europe, especially under Gutenberg, Jews were very early adopters. They loved it. Of course, it played into the whole idea of democratizing learning, spreading more literacy, and so on. And so one wonders, why did the Jews get involved in printing early on? In medieval Jewish libraries, they've discovered documents like this one, which seems to be some kind of like listing of various foods and prices that go along with it. Terrible dad joke. Printing in the modern era is basically associated with Johannes Gutenberg. And he invented the printing press, which was a big step up from the stone woodblock printing that was circulating in Asia and later also in Europe as well. What you see in this particular rendition is you see the people in the front with the machine, the press instrument, but look at the back there. You see a couple of people working there with these big trays of something or other. What are they doing? Well, this is a key element of Gutenberg's press. It is the invention of movable type, which is hugely forward on the Asian system. Rather than, you know, carving an image with letters onto a single piece of wood or something like that, you take these little pieces of lead that have letters on them, and you assemble them into sentences. You then put them into a frame, and then you've got this massive wall of text that can be rearranged and reused over and over again to create different pages. So that was a huge innovation, and suddenly made printing much less labor intensive than the woodblocks, much more by as a result. So let's now head to Avignon in southern France. This, by the way, is an image that shows Avignon, the ridge of Avignon, which is, of course, if you grew up in Canada, it was a big song for all the singers. Look at Sue Avignon, right under the bridge of Avignon, there we dance and so on. It's a very beautiful town. It's well preserved, and it was the home of the anti-popes for a while. They were competing with Rome and Avignon, who would be the actual pope. It was actually a very good period of time for Jews. They were well protected by the ecclesiastical powers of Avignon at the time, and that's actually an essential decision. So what Rackham found was when he went into the archives of the region, he discovered some really interesting documents that referred to a particular Jew named Davin de Caderus. He lived in Avignon. He had a Christian friend named Valko, who was from Prague, and the two of them got involved in various enterprises. And one of the enterprises they were involved with, apparently, was so-called artificial writing. And I found this amazing document, which was dated the 10th of March, 1446. In this document, there's a reference to how an individual was going to deliver to this Jew, Davin de Caderus, 27 Hebrew letters well made of iron. Now you might be wondering, why 27 letters? There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. But of course, remember that if you look at the Hebrew alphabet, there are 5 letters which have 5 forms, meaning when they occur at the end of a word, they're written differently than they occur at the beginning or the middle of the word. If you think that's complicated, just reflect for a minute on English, which of course has 26 letters, and all of them are written differently at the beginning of a word than if they are in the middle of the word. It's clear that this David has apparently been working on printing, on artificial writing, for at least the past 2 years. So this is slightly before Gutenberg came to press, but of course we don't have the actual letters. For a long time, we didn't actually books, right? If he was in fact carrying this to fruition. And the reason why this is coming to the news today is because Moshe Rothschild, who's an expert in a lot of these areas of these books printed before 1500, found some pages of a Hebrew city, Hebrew book, which were bound into another volume, and looked at them very, very carefully and exposed them to scientific analysis. He was able to determine that they had a watermark. You can see it here in this image. This watermark is specifically associated with the first half of the 15th century, which he dates to the 1440s, which would conform to the reference that Lacan found in the archives, which suggests that, yes, this David de Caderus had actually succeeded in printing a very, very early symbol, of which we have only these signature pages available today. And that would suggest that
now, if you had access to Macy's database,
now,
you can pop those
I
numbers.
want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this and looking forward to visiting Avignon again. If you're able to join us on these kosher Virgo cruises, they are absolutely amazing. So fantastic, excellent food. Chef Malcolm, we see so many interesting things. I would love for you to come along with us. And if not, I hope to share our experiences on videos like this. Thank you very much.
Because I think that they basically, so when you go to Macy's, I haven't returned to Macy's in a while, but basically, do they just scan that little barcode on the clothing and that's it? It brings up everything. Now, why would you? Okay, so if that's the case, maybe you just don't include these barcodes on the item.
No. I just removed like 4 today. I thought if I'm really curious, barcodes, you keep one number. I find a lot on them.
Yes.
I
don't think you need to. Anything that is an basic question as well. Because I think one of the best
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence in the south of France with kosher riverboat cruises. So this video is part of my advanced research for that trip.
I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack them. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills and things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region are several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus, in the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding how Judaism fits in a larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. And they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren developed something known as the Bale Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, who are essentially, that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, and Rabbi Tam in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of Talmud is something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of the Talmudic literature, a massive amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence, and I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying these special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers on that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it will be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, "What is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper, that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? That these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced?" And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, "Wait, what is it? You're none of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs." And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in the synagogue, nevertheless could erupt into literally violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So with this in mind, that you've got this rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs, this is where we should talk about Maimonides entering the frame. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about it, they said, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Chobos Halevavos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbi Rothschild, and then, of course, the great Moran Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble, because once he was rendered into Hebrew, and specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works, that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Ravads. This is known as Ravad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Sagi Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Inventives. Okay, wow, it's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these billion Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching.
National Coalition of Jews and Sons this coalition against the ADHD across the United States. To report the ADHD report,
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little ladies. One of the people thought.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the 1st century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the 1st century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerumbal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of the same, school of artists or something. Sibeus, the son of Ero. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription, but of Caius, son of Hanalus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history, because history is written by historians, right? And it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazi a little later this year. And it's in the work of Asher Frischman. Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenaz Rishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated because it's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legends of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Dowd in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions, it was Vespasian, according to others, it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the 1st century in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. Wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews, even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things, because after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain. At any rate, According to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the boot of Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in 3 specific locations, in Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these 3 sites have in common, besides being really interesting, beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with kosher riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the 1st century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these 3 gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz, or Mayence in French. This is a region in the earliest corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and near Frankfurt am Main. Now, let's get into this story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century and our Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this would in fact be Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose, believe it or not. And it turns out not to be Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. And they have some amazing things there, including several reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see it looks really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned and warlike Jew Josephus, which, you see his whole posture here really fascinating. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in the south of France in the 1st century, the king Archelaus. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence, and he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienne, not Vienna, but Vienne, which is in the south of France. Now, I know you might be thinking, exile in the south of France doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early 1st century, it was like impossible to get any decent Asian kosher takeout in the south of France, so it must have felt like exile. Josephus tells us about that there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army in Rwanda. He had a well-regarded not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi. And his years are 1883 to 1941. He's the last rabbi of Mainz in the pre-Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in Mainz, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community, things like that. And when things got so much worse in the Nazi period, he actually returned to Mainz to care for them. He was there until 1941 until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. He made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave, and while he was waiting for a heart attack, he was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. You get really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. And the font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense that, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, 1st century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located northeast of what would be contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there As we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to some time after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these three gravestones were from three Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe second, third, fourth generation of these first converts, forced converts from Iturea, but definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we derive from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures of people on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period when Jews were overwhelmingly aniconic. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together, and this could have been, just what they would do stones at the time, probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. The text is entirely in Latin. And the only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there are some pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that, we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nascent Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later until Ashkenaz is really developed. We do have one reference in the early 4th century in the Theodosian Code that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Köln, Cologne, but otherwise we have to wait another 500 years really till we start seeing Jews appear in any number. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and the much larger groups of data sets that we have from, let's say, the 9th century on. So what can we say about the text? The first one, it says, Monimus erumbali filius miles cohortes, then it says the number 1, iture orum an anorum, and then it says number L, which is 50, stipendiorum XVI, right, what's that, 16, hic situs est, which translates as Monimus, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort, who was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm translating this correctly, rests here. So nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Sebeus, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old. It appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanelus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was erected by his brother, Yamicus. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that, first of all, the Itureans, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the names, you see that they have some distinct Semitic context. So, for example, the name Monimus in the first one, Josephus, we see that name is used as a Latin version of Menachem. Menachem is definitely a Jewish name. Yerombal is a little weirder because this appears, it's definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice Jewish name. It's like naming your child after inappropriate villains in the Bible. It would be kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. Note that, by the way, there are lots of Jews who were named Adolf. Very fine Jews who were probably named that in the 1920s and earlier. But at any rate, it's definitely a Semitic name. Okay, so Menachem, if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yerumbal, a little weirder, but possible. The second name, Sibeos, could easily be the biblical name Ziba, which is definitely, we see that, for example, in the Book of Kings. And his father was Ero, which could be Er or Eri, also very Semitic. Could be. This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Haneli, which is definitely Hananel or Hanania, totally Jewish name. Hanael is a clearly theophoric name. The last syllable there is one that's widely used by Jews as a name for God, very much indicative of a Jewish name. So that's basically where we are with understanding these three gravestones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know that they have some Jewish names mixed in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers in arms. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get to this region to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, that would be great. If not, I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Reserve now, pay later. New feature for U.S. users only will make cancellations easier. TechCrunch reports it applies to properties that have a flexible or moderate cancellation policy.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have got an absolutely amazing story to tell you today. You know, this is something I've been fascinated with for a long time, but only recently was I able to actually find some sources that give me much more detail about it. Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo who lived in the 9th century as a fairly educated churchman who amazingly dropped off the map and reappeared as a Jew, taking the name Eliezer. And he was involved in some fascinating polemics, which is very unusual for the time, and it actually had much larger repercussions than I had originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode actually, has very large significance for the era, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise down the Rhone River later this year, and I was looking at the life of Agobard, who was a bishop in Lyon, and he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary, and his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways, which I might get into. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He's referred to as an Allemand, which is like related to the word Allemagne, which is Germany in French, for example. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was given literacy in the religious texts. And then, because his scholarship must have been really something special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court. And there he was essentially groomed for, who knows, he might have been a bishop or even an archbishop someday. But then at one point in 838, when he was about 24, 25 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared, and he reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupt about him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about this individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European state. And it gives us an opportunity to study a very important counter-narrative about the major trends of historiography in this period. There are basically 6 principal documents or collections of documents which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at those. I'm very grateful for the work of Frank Ries, who wrote this remarkable book, The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir, Apostasy and Conversion to Judaism in Early Modern Europe. It came out in 2019, builds on the research of a lot of other really great medievalists like the fantastic Bernard Blumenkrantz, who wrote extensively about Bodo's correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily is Dr. Ries's work for this presentation. Okay, so let's try to understand the story. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Hincmar, the Archbishop of Reims, under Charles the Bald around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Bertin, which essentially is kind of like a chronology going through important things that happen every year. And now here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight, and maybe we'll stop and talk about it a little bit. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened, something to be wailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Allemand by birth, it's a German, and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the clergy, with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year, that would have been 837, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the enemy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. Fascinating kind of treatment here. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a shanda for the goyim. So in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews, meaning when Jews do something that's terrible, that makes Jews look bad in the eyes of non-Jews. But in this case, if we can make a little pun on the preposition for in Yiddish, it's a shanda for the goyim, meaning for the non-Jews, this is a shanda within their range. I am so grateful. I get to spend a lot of my time studying books like this. Okay, so Ries points out some fascinating things just looking at this one paragraph. He says, note the surprise of Hincmar that here's a guy, Bodo, who'd received such a superior education. And despite that incredible education, he went, so to speak, off the derech, to use the Hebrew expression. He went off the path. So why would this have happened? So here's an interesting possibility. One of the things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were especially concerned with was something called the Hebraica Veritas, meaning the true Hebrew. They were working essentially with the Vulgate, a translation that was several hundred years old of the Tanakh into Latin, the Bible into Latin. And you know that every time you translate something, there's always going to be distortions. It's inevitable because languages are not equal. It's impossible to convey the same sensibility exactly in another language. So they're always questioning, well, here we have a question. What does this really mean? And in order to answer it, we've got to go back to Hebraica Veritas, the actual Hebrew text. Very, very few clergymen received literacy in Hebrew. Is it possible that perhaps Bodo was among those who started engaging? And in this context, I was reminded of something I listened to yesterday on the 1840 podcast, a really important podcast that comes from Dr. Rabbi David Bashevkin. They were interviewing Dr. Noam Weissman, who is a colleague of mine who's responsible for the Open Door Media projects of Unpacked. Very pleased, by the way, here's a disclosure. I often work with Unpacked on some of their podcasts, Jewish History Unpacked, and quite a few of their videos as well. So I'm a big fan of both Dr. Weissman and Rabbi Dr. Bashevkin. At any rate, Dr. Weissman was talking about something in his youth. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was in college speaking with a young Christian, and they were discussing their comparative religion, and it got down to a bit of an argument. So Dr. White, she said, "You show me your Bible, and I'll show you mine." And so his Christian interlocutor brought out a typical, King James or New Standard Revised version of the Bible, and it looked something like this, right? And Dr. Weissman said, "Now let me show you my Bible." And he brings out this Mikraos Gedolos edition, which is the standard, go-to edition of the Bible for students today, which lists only a few lines of the actual Hebrew text. And then surrounding it are so many layers of commentary and disagreement and dissension and support that reflects the huge conversation of what does the Bible mean over the centuries. Returning to our story of Bodo, is it possible, as Dr. Rees suggests, perhaps, that Bodo got involved in some of this dialectic? We got to say, wow, there are a lot of really good questions in Tanakh, and just looking at it on a kind of like a single level of a single lens to understand the text, it's not necessarily appealing. Who knows? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly it converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the documents that we have been altered. I'm going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that Dr. Rees says. It's clear on the inclusion of this particular passage in the Annals of Saint Bertin was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one, deacon who goes off the derech to become Jewish. Who knows, tempted by the herring, or maybe it was the Asian food. So maybe because the Annals of Saint Bertin essentially deal with state level things, continent level things, and his argument is that perhaps Bodo was kind of meant as a sort of pathetic fallacy of look at how our society is falling apart. And in fact, there was huge political change at this time. There was a big succession crisis under Charles the Bald, who divided up his empire among several sons, and eventually it was fractured as a result. Bodo's crisis of faith, which resulted in a transformation, is also reflected in the very state of Charles the Bald. Could be fascinating. So let's look at the polemic. Now, the other thing that happened once he becomes Jewish is he apparently doesn't just disappear. He's quite active in exchanging ideas with other thinkers. In particular, one Alvaro of Cordoba, who's apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, right? Bodo goes from being a Christian and becomes a Jew. Here's a much more common situation where Alvaro of Cordoba starts as a Jew and he becomes a Christian. And they end up having correspondence which has been preserved in a codex form. We know for sure that it is a correspondence with Bodo because initially that's how he is addressed. Later on, however, Alvaro simply refers to him as the transgressor. Now, there are 7 letters intact, which Dr. Rees was able to examine and have translated and studied. 4 of them from Alvaro and 3 are from Elazar, but they are preserved by Alvaro and his followers. Some of the folios of those letters, as they were recorded in a codex, have been removed, perhaps by a later pious archivist who felt that some of the material was inappropriate. And unfortunately, the sections where Bodo describes his motivation for conversion are lost. And those are perhaps the most fascinating ones we want to see. We can see, however, as you see in this image, that some of the later copyists, perhaps out of religious zeal, distinctly obscured several sections of the folios that are still intact. But nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which Alvaro's responses provide arguments. So those arguments must respond to the things that he said. The three basic issues that they argued about in his course of correspondence was, number one, who is the Messiah? Is it the founder of Christianity or somebody else? Is it someone who has already walked the face of the earth, or is it someone who has not? Second, who is the true Israel? Veros Israel. It's a fascinating exchange between Alvaro. This is the reason why some say he must have been a Jew. He says, I am by nation and race of the Jews, and I have been graced to become a Christian. So perhaps if he's not, it seems like if we take him at his word, he's a Jewish convert to Christianity. Whereas Bodo, who becomes Eliezer, is not racially, ethnically, and so on Jewish, but he becomes religiously Jewish. And which one is the true Jew? They have an argument here. The third section is Christianity the fulfillment of Judaism or something totally different? And you can imagine which side each argument. Absolutely fascinating. It's so unusual to see someone pushing back against the dominant faith. Remember, this is the Jews are a tiny, tiny minority at this point, and to be so aggressively defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them, quite amazing to see. Now, this brings us back to the Rhone River, because this is where we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of Bishop Agobard of Lyon. And Amolo ascribes some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. We have no other corroboration to indicate that this actually was the case. But he argues that Bodo Eliezer had somehow argued with the Caliph to persecute Christians in Muslim Spain. And in fact, there was, a few years afterwards, a notable rise of Christians who apparently sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but just have a look at the web on something called the Cordovan Martyrs. There were 48 of them. Most of them are monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result between the years 850 and 859. So Amolo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher Agobard had a lot of nasty things to say about the Jews, Amolo may have simply blamed this on Bodo Eliezer, but we simply don't know the sources at this point right now. Okay, I hope you found this look at one life as revealed by just a few medieval sources interesting. If you are able to join us on this cruise on the Rhone, we're going to explore so much more of this kind of material and actually walk the streets where people like Bodo and Agobard and Amolo actually walk. And if not, I really look forward to sharing videos with you of our trip and of the research I do in preparation for it. Thank you very much for watching.
Some manufacturers did, but there are some free apps out there that you can use to completely erase your drive. And one of the ones that I have used, not used myself, but Disk Drive. Disk Drive. It's free.
Hello, fellow students. books of Jewish history, I came across something absolutely fascinating as I was doing research for our upcoming cruise along the Rhone River. And this is just so amazing. Let me start with the question. Where did the institution of the besumming box develop? Now, what is a besumming box? Many of you will be familiar with this item. Here you can see a sample of the besumming box. This is a small element of the Jewish ritual of Havdalah, of making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath, Saturday night, from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually have to smell some spices. A lot of interesting reasons for that particular ritual. But at any rate, how do you keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but we have one very similar to this, where there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top, and you put cloves or cinnamon or something inside the little door there, and you close it up. And during the ritual, you say the blessing, and then you smell the spices and so on. So where did this idea of creating this kind of medieval-looking castle come from? So I was reading about the research of Mordechai Narkis, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then he expanded it in 1981, that says essentially this is something that's derived from Christian ritual and Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Let's see, where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narkis get this strange idea that something so intimate, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have its basis in a kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. So first of all, have a look at this image here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, where it's used for this Havdalah ritual. And they're very similar in many ways, very beautiful, silver filigree work to the ones that we use today, although, these are works of art, whereas the ones that we might buy at the local Judaica store are somewhat more humble. But where they come from, he argues, is from something that the church calls a monstrans in German, a Christian reliquary, meaning a kind of a special box to hold some kind of Christian holy object.
Taking it there without wiping it or taking your data off.
They're just going to throw that into a stack of devices to be carted out or shredded. So you don't really know for sure that it's going to get, wiped. If you have critical data on their income tax forms, business information, candidly, it'd be worth it to take it to a commercial shop. It's not going to cost a lot of money for them to open up the page, take that hard drive out, and then they can either electronically shred it or physically destroy it.
Yeah.
But your data is too valuable for this going at
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that there are lots of options for getting this done, and if you don't know how to do it, there are some places that can help for sure. So recycle, donate, how do you know? You said these computers can last for, up to 9 years, let's say, depending on, your usage. So when do you recycle or donate?
So obviously, what do you think? If you notice that your laptop has an bulging case or the seat from the laptop is starting to come apart, that's a time to take immediate action. That computer's battery is going to potentially explode or catch fire. That's an immediate call to take that to a repair shop or take it to e-waste. Typically, what's going to happen, the triggers for getting a new computer for going its time is you're no longer getting security updates. So if you've got Windows 10, you're going to stop. If you're running a Mac, you're running Monterey, you're not getting updates anymore. Even Ventura will start getting updates. So if you stop getting security updates, that's the time you need to buy a computer and then look at what's the best thing to do. If your mobile is still functional, again, laptop health project, love to have it. Other Cherokees and Cajuns, so there's life remaining in those computers. We have software we can put on, extending useful life of those donated computers for teachers and for nonprofits.
Yeah, that's, I'm guessing you're referring to the Chrome OS Flex, which basically turns any laptop into a Chromebook, which is what a lot of the schools use. So even if it's not powerful enough to run like Windows or Mac at this point, or the security updates aren't there, it can can still run that Chrome, which is basically like a web browser-based program. Okay, so you like Best Buy, you like Staples. Obviously, you can donate to Laptop Elf if you're in the LA area. There's other nonprofits too, wherever you live, that I'm sure would take these. Tell me about some of your favorite tools and websites. You mentioned a couple of them, but tell me some of the others.
So for our workbench, something we use all the time. One is called Crystal Disk Info. It's available from crystalmark.info. And basically it gives you a computer tool where you can get the smart values off the hard drive. And that tells you that the hard drive's condition, green, yellow, or red, operating temperature, tells you if there's too many bad sectors. So it's a very good tool to assess whether or not that hard drive is good, is getting weak, needs to be replaced, or is definitely critical and you could use your gauge. That's one favorite. For everyday use, I use for internet speed, I use speed.cloudflare.com. That's speed.cloudflare.com. And you can upload and download speed, latency, jitter. Very handy tool to check your internet connection. Now on my workshop machine, I have a mini tool partition wizard. And what we use that for, there's a machine that can't erase the hard drive, like we not would. Pull the hard drive, connect it to that workshop machine, and the mini tool partition wizard will do that process of overwriting ones and zeros of the entire hard drive, so that information is unretrievable. I mentioned DBAN.org. It's a free tool. You set it up on floppy, a USB drive using a Rufus or another burner, and then boot DBAN and it overwrites the drive entirely. Speaking of tools, a lot of machines that run Windows 10 are not eligible for the Microsoft sanctioned Windows 11 upgrade. If you use a Rufus tool and Windows 11 ISO you can download, we've had great success in installing Windows 11. Many machines are not otherwise eligible for the Windows 10 upgrade. It bypasses the TPM 2.0 requirement, it bypasses the requirement for Microsoft account, and it also significantly boosts the requirement for brand processing. So we've had great success in using that tool to move some Windows 10 machines up to Windows 11.
Great information. David Lombard is with the Laptop Elf Project. It's facebook.com/the Laptop Elf Project. David, you said you've done 2,500 computers. I mean, you're doing this as a nonprofit. What is fun about this for you? What do you like about all this?
Well, and of course, Dr. Leo and I are treatment with technology we've been doing it for. It put me up on my first computer in 1982. But the real joy comes from talking to teachers and nonprofits. One of the teachers I gave a very nice Windows 11 laptop. One of his students took that laptop all the way through high school and into college, and she would not have otherwise been able to get a laptop of that quality. So I mean, the feedback of the teachers and nonprofits is really what brings the joy to us.
Love it. All right, we're going to leave it there. Facebook.com/the Laptop Elf Project. David Lombard, thanks so much for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Get those computers wiped, get them cleaned up, get them donated, recycled. You've got lots of options. I'll link up all the things that you mentioned on my website, richontech.tv. Coming up, we're going to open up the feedback.
Thank you, Rich.
Rich on Tech on KFI, KM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. San Bernardino Sheriff's investigators say there are inconsistencies in the statement made by the mother of a missing 7-month-old boy, and they aren't ruling out foul play. And the California Coastal Commission has denied a request from Elon Musk and SpaceX to expand the number of launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base. More at the top of the hour. Right now, let's go to crash on the 55 in Santa Ana.
Northbound side of the 55 before Dyer Road is a crash involving a car and a motorcycle. Everything cleared from the center divider, and every new speeds coming away from Costa Mesa starting at the 405. In Costa Mesa on the 55 southbound transition to the 405 northbound, watch for a metal object that fell into lanes of this connector road. And the 55 south is slow from the 5 freeway. Harbor Freeway near San Pedro, 110 southbound before Pacific Coast Highway is 1 degree splintered in the middle lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Channel One, is back in Vegas. Follow Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. You get full of
those superstar performances and keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Stray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Coming up on the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show, is your relationship running on autopilot? I'll tell you about a 5-minute conversation that can save your marriage. And if you're single, there's a new dating trend called ghost lighting that is exactly what it sounds like.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. A couple of items to get to before we open the feedback, as promised. First off, remember National Public Data? This was the website that was hacked in 2024. They leaked millions of records, including social security numbers. Well, now the site is back under new ownership as a, quote, free people search engine. So what does that mean? Well, it's got a whole bunch of information about you in there. So you probably want to opt out of this. So go to National Public Data, search for your name, copy your profile URL, and you can paste it into the website's opt-out form. Now, I got an email from someone that said, hey, I tried to do this and it's not working. They're probably slammed because basically every website is recommending that you remove your data at this point. So maybe wait until things settle down over the next week or so. Surprisingly, my information was not in there, so I was not able to remove it, but I did find a bunch of other people I know. So yeah, I would get that out of there. Google Flights has a new flight deals. This is an AI tool. So instead of like putting in all your dates and filters and this and that, you just describe your ideal trip. So for example, week-long trip this winter to a city with great food, or 10-day ski trip with fresh powder. AI understands and looks through all of Google's data for airlines and booking sites, and it will tell you what it thinks would be great. So this is in beta. It's not available to everyone just yet, but it's at google.com/travel/flights/deals. I'll put the link on the website. Not available for me just yet because it's rolling out, so you may not have access right away. There's a new app called Cassette. This is really neat. It's only for iPhone, but it plays random clips from your iPhone videos.
kind of like the idea of popping a VHS tape into the player, and you don't really know what's on that tape, and so it just kind of pops up a moment. So just install the app. It goes through your videos on your iPhone. You press one of the VHS tapes it shows, and it brings like a little clip from that video. It's really cool. It's fun. It's free. If you want to select specific clips, you can pay $8, but this is just an independent app from an independent developer, and it's just fun. I had a lot of fun with it. Cassette, Cassette. Again, I'll put a link on the website. And also Retro, Camp Snap, they make these cool cameras that have no playback on them, no screens, kind of like a point-and-shoot camera. They now have a digital video camera inspired by the classic Super 8 camera, CS8. No playback on it, there's no deleting, you just shoot video and then you can enjoy it later. It's $150, usually $200. Shipping in mid-September. You can choose from various aspect ratios. It's got 5 vintage-inspired filters, and it's got the trigger that you pull, and you get 1 clip off of that. Built-in mic for audio. It's got retro-looking battery and memory meters. Comes with a little bit of internal memory. You can expand it with more USB-C. And this is not for everyone. It's just someone who might have had one of these in the past and wants something that's kind of fun. Someone that's a creator wants to do something different. But it's all about distraction-free, screen-free video recording, just like their Camp Snap camera, which I love because you take it, it's almost like an old school disposable camera. You just take pictures on it and then you plug it into your computer and you can see those pictures then. All right, time for the feedback. These are the emails, the comments, and the questions I get from you. If you want to submit yours, go to richontech.tv, hit contact. Diane from La Puente writes in, my daughter was crocheting a pair of knight's gauntlets for her costume and posted her progress online. A woman reached out wanting to buy a pair, then claimed she had accidentally sent over $500 and needed a refund. Without checking her bank account, my daughter followed instructions from a man posing as PayPal support who convinced her to send $300. He was trying to get the rest when I walked in and ended the call. We later found the money had been moved through Cash App to buy Bitcoin. Her bank would not help, and Cash App said the money was gone. I hope you'll share this again to warn younger people about the scam. Thank you, Diane. That's the thing. People think it's just old people that are scammed. No, it's actually a lot of young people because they are not hip to the scams. So keep in mind, it's a lot of people getting scammed, not just old or young. Jay writes in from Hot Springs, Microsoft Edge has a built-in scareware blocker designed to stop those fake full-screen pop-ups claiming your computer is infected and telling you to call a number or download software. It uses machine learning to detect these scam pages and show you a warning. It's not on by default. To enable it, open Edge, go to Settings, Privacy Search and Services, then toggle on Enable AI to block malware. What a cool feature. I mean, you have to be using Edge, but turn that on for sure. Joni and Carmel, I appreciate your recommendation for the ViralRabbi rechargeable wet and dry vacuum cleaner. For almost a year, I looked at similar floor cleaners and read all the reviews, but didn't make the leap. But on Prime Day, I bought the one you recommended, and we love it. We have hardwood floors and a hairy white golden retriever. I don't think my floors have ever been cleaner. It's so easy to use. Thanks for making life a little easier. Oh, I love that ViralRabbi. It is a fantastic device. Kathy writes in, I listen to your podcast every time I get in my car, sometimes more than once, because they're so full of information. I'm a 7-year-old woman who's always loved technology. I even had one of the first iPads before most people heard of them. I may not grasp as much as I used to, but I'll keep learning as long as I can. I just love your podcast and how you make tech easy to understand. Kathy, you get the award for making my day. Thank you. You can find links to everything I mentioned on the website, richontech.tv. Next week, we'll talk all things Google Pixel. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Rich DeMiro. I will talk to you real soon.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas in fall, arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Taking them on their first real roller coaster. Hey, buddy, come on over.
I don't know. Let's measure. Okay.
Just tall enough. Yes. Getting back to the
form. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. From the creator of the Bright Sessions comes a really adult mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I need to figure this out.
Sorry, kiddo. Lost your curiosity privilege when you lied to me and went running headfirst into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does?
Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running from, it might all be over tonight.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
And I don't find it seems something much worse could happen.
Why does it have to be you?
Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust.
Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
I think I know what happened.
Listen to Maxine Miles on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI-KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
No deal yet. I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Following his summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, President Trump is dropping calls for an immediate ceasefire in the Ukrainian war. ABC's Patrick Gravel says that's as European allies insist Ukraine must have security guarantees as part of any peace deal.
It would require a pretty extraordinary security guarantee to make Ukraine willing to potentially hand over that land. Most Ukrainians are also dead set against handing over unoccupied territory.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is due to meet with Trump on Monday. Authorities say there are inconsistencies in a statement made by the mother of a missing 7-month-old boy, and they aren't ruling out foul play. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department investigators say the mother claims she was attacked from behind while changing her son's diaper in a Big 5 parking lot in Yucaipa on Thursday evening, and her son was taken. However, investigators say when the mother was confronted with inconsistencies in her statement, she declined to continue with the interview. The search for the boy continues. Anyone with information should contact the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. We're learning more about the man who was killed on the 210 freeway while trying to escape ICE activity. Authorities identified the victim as 36-year-old Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez of Guatemala. Immigrant communities want answers after he was hit and killed by an SUV while fleeing a federal immigration operation at a Home Depot in Monrovia. Cell phone video shows the crash on the 210 freeway just yards from where federal officers were making arrests. Officials insist Montoya wasn't being pursued, but advocates say their tactics instilled fear, causing people to run. About 10 day laborers were arrested in the raid. Heather Brooker, KFI News. Aaron has strengthened into a Category 5 hurricane. Meteorologist Leslie Lopez says the way it's tracking, it should miss the U.S. East Coast.
Thanks to this nice cold front that's going to be pushing it away from us, that high pressure center, the Bermuda High, will allow it to just kind of pass through and sandwich in between the area.
She says a northeastern flow is pushing it towards Bermuda. Drug maker AstraZeneca is offering an at-home delivery option for the flu vaccine and nasal spray called FluMist. Physician Dr. Alon Patel says before now, you could only get the spray at a pharmacy.
I want to remind everyone that FluMist has been FDA approved, meaning it has been shown to be safe and effective for about 20 years. It is an option for people who are eligible.
He says people who are eligible for FluMist are typically up to age 49 and have healthy immune systems. The California Coastal Commission has denied a request from Elon Musk and SpaceX to expand the number of launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base.
A staff report suggested that going from 50 SpaceX launches a year up to 95 would have a negative impact.
The sonic booms and their impacts on California's people, wildlife, and property are extremely concerning.
Commissioner Linda Escalante says the impacts to people living around Santa Barbara County would be dire. Staffers told the commission that the vast majority of launches would support Musk's communication network
despite claims that they would be operating as a federal contractor. I'm Ryan Shook.
Let's go to a crash on the 91 in Cerritos.
And this would be the westbound side of the 91 just before the 605. It's a two-vehicle collision clearing off the right-hand shoulder. West 91, you can reduce speeds first from Weir King to the 55, then coming and approaching the accident scene. Slowing in from Shoemaker to the 605. And speaking of the 605, Caltrans has the 605 northbound transitions, plural, transitions to the 5 northbound and 5 southbound. They're both closed for landscaping work for another hour or so. 605 northbound is slow going from Rosecrans up to the 5. You'll find the 5 southbound, a bunch of brake lights from Midland, Indiana, down to the 605. And the South 605, not a free ride either. That's jammed up solid between the 10 and 5 freeway junctions. And speaking of the 10, the Santa Monica Freeway, eastbound side, looks like you're pumping brakes between Overland and the 110, the downtown slot. And speaking of the 110, if you're heading to downtown, 110 northbound is slow right from the 105 up to the 4 level. New problems in Palmville on the Antelope Valley Freeway, 14 southbound at Rancho Vista Boulevard, and 3 vehicle crashes in the center divider. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Film World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
SoCal weather for KFI, partly cloudy today with highs in the mid-70s to around 80 for Metro LA and OC. Lower 70s at the beaches, upper 70s and 80s in the valleys and IE. Upper 80s to mid-90s in the high desert. Tonight, low clouds and fog developing with lows in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then it turns sunny with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Right now it's 72 at Seal Beach, 91 in Agoura Hills, 78 in Anaheim, and 77 in Carson. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Hey, Caleb. Yeah. You know why you should never combine bleach and vinegar?
Why?
Because it's an oxidant ingredient that
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat.
Hey everybody, happy Saturday to you. It's the Fork Report. Woo! All things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood fork reporter, Nancy Baker. How do you do? Thanks for hanging out with us today. We're going to start with Technique of the Week. There's a book. If you don't have it, I would highly recommend it. It's out, 2016, 2017, something like that. Samit Nasrat, I think is how you pronounce your name, wrote a brilliant book breaking down cooking into 4 essentials: salt, fat, acid, heat. That's actually the name of the book. And really, these are things. Salt is a taste, but it also has a chemical reaction to it as well. But salt is the only thing salty on earth. I know, right? Sounds like, well, of course it would be. But keep in mind, it is one of your tastes, salt. And it can only come from salt. For instance, fat comes from many different places. Acid can come from different places as well. And there's different types of heat. Salt is salt is salt. But I love this book because it breaks down the fundamentals of cooking in a beautiful, beautiful way. And I'll use some analogies when I can think of it this way because I work with photography and I work with graphics and have for many, many years. And one of the things that you use in good photography is contrast. Now, any illustration or design is going to use contrast. You want depth, we want focus, we want light and dark, and all of these things. And strangely enough, it's the same thing you want in cooking. And acid is one of those things that's going to bring out, it's going to brighten food, it's going to cause contrast. When something looks kind of hazy, I know it's kind of a hazy day today, it's supposed to burn off. Of course, this is the first official full day of summer. And there's something when it's gray, where there's no real shadows, everything kind of looks bland out, right? Well, imagine when the sun comes out and you have very striking or harsh shadows. It also doesn't only create that contrast of dark and light, but notice that once the gray burns off today, then you're going to see more vibrancy in the colors. So those red umbrellas you have in the backyard, or the blues of a t-shirt or dress or whatever, they're going to become more vibrant. That's kind of what acid does as well. It's like the sun shining on things. It just makes something flat become bright and wonderful. There have been times when I make something, like a vegetable dish or something, or maybe a stew, and the tasting, the salt, the seasoning tastes right. And everything kind of tastes right. But to me, it's like
object, like, a splinter from the true cross, or sometimes the knuckle bone of a saint. I mean, these things are kind of weird. Here's a couple of examples on the right. You see one from the 14th century that has like kind of a little icon in the center of it. Here's one, and just to the left of it, you see one from the year 1298. That looks like kind of a tower shape, but inside there would be a relic. And on the left, you see something much more familiar, a censer, C-E-N-S-E-R, which is used for incense, sometimes, smoking incense that would be waved back and forth as part of church processionals. So these two kind of devices, the reliquary and the incense censer, come together to form the Sami wax. Now, okay, how do we make this connection? That seems kind of extreme, right? As the art historian Victor Klagswald once pointed out, if you look at 16th century Frankfurt, the term used to describe a Jewish spice box for Magdala was, we didn't a Jewish Christian reliquary box.
So I actually had, when I was stationed at Portland Air National Guard, my job there was an airfield manager, so I would interface more a lot with the F-15 pilots at the unit. And so there had been an airspace incursion that had taken place when I was still at the time at the Guard. And I remember kind of talking to some of the pilots about it, and I was like, what was that? And they're like, we can't really talk about it. No one really wanted to address it. And so from what I gathered, that had been likely a UAP. And so that kind of was my perspective. Granted, I also grew up in the generation of the X-Files, and, I'm going to remember the night before Independence Day. So, like, for me specifically, I didn't look at it with, like, a crazy lens of perspective. I'm like, you never know, we're the only ones out there, essentially.
Why don't you assume that if it's a top secret incursion, then he couldn't talk about that it wasn't just military craft from another country?
Because of the way that he was discussing it.
Exactly what he said.
So he had been, he didn't want to, from what I gathered, get taken off flight status, and he's like, I really can't discuss it. Couldn't really identify it, essentially, and it had outperformed them. And so that was my first, from a military perspective, kind of experience with someone who basically, there's a stigma within the flight community. Do you want to lose your security clearance? Is there this level of crazy that people kind of brand that will stick with you, kind of ruin your career?
But doesn't he have instrumentation on his jet?
Well, at the time, right, so it's an older platform, but he really didn't want to even talk about it. And I bring that up because now with our investigation and the task force that I run, actually the reason why the task force was formed was because of an event that happened at Eglin Air Force Base, where both myself, Representative Matt Gates, and Representative Tim Burchett actually had responded and gone to investigate multiple Air Force pilots that had come forward in regards to UAP incidences that had occurred. They were alleging that the Air Force was covering it up.
And
Interesting.
Yes, that was that, and like I'm happy to go into detail on that one. But what I will tell you is the stuff that I saw at Eglin, how the military responded, me being a former service member, and then ultimately what I saw with the pushback of the military not even wanting to share with Congress information, which is a big problem because when you have Congress that's supposed to be the advocate voice of the American people, the oversight body, and you're being denied access not just from a base commander but high level up at the Pentagon, even Secretary of Defense, it's a problem.
Do you think that it's possible that these are U.S. vehicles that are top secret?
I definitely think that there's a level of advanced technology that the U.S. government has, and I think that tech can be housed within the defense contract realm, and of course some information can be classified. But I can also tell you, and this might sound crazy, but based on our investigations and stuff that we've seen, okay, there is definitely something that I think would rival what we know currently with physics, and a tech that potentially is out there that we don't have the ability to reproduce, because it would basically be like dropping a cell phone right off back during the time of maybe the caveman. So like we just don't have the tech developed yet. What I can also tell you is based on our interviews, and this has been something that you can go back and watch with the congressional hearings, I was actually able to ask some of the witnesses, what are these things? And it keeps being interdimensional, and then when you talk about the interdimensional aspect of, are these things pre-existing, maybe outside of what we currently know as our own dimension, that stuff can kind of all sound crazy, but at the end of the day, my job as an investigator is to receive all the information, decipher it, and then ultimately for the congressional aspect, if you do have contractors that are withholding information or operating outside of the purview of the federal government, I mean, there's budgetary issues, but there's definitely something I can tell you with confidence that exists that we don't know how to explain currently.
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? What happened?
I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whatever these things have, these energy things have, they call them interdimensional beings. I think that they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have. And that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen. That's based on information that we've been told. And then also too, I think that there's this historical aspect of, this gets into the deeper theories and concepts of religion. And I think the history that we currently know, and that kind of spins off into another topic of, you have the modern day Bible, you have this aspect of Bibles that are books of the Bible that have been removed that explain and kind of touch on these topics. And I think that we're in this time and age where you have such a vast amount of information that we have access to via social media, via your cell phone, via the internet. And so it's really changing the way that we understand, the origins of life and the spiritual reality that we know.
In the process
of giving interdimensional beings, that they know that these are interdimensional beings. How do they know that?
Right is actually
that, so based on testimony would be based on witnesses that have come forward, but what I can tell you is I've just that they've seen things, and what I can tell you without getting into classified conversations is that there have been incidences that I believe where very credible people have reported that there have been movement outside of time space.
That's very vague.
Yeah, so look, have I seen a portal open? No. Have I seen a spaceship? Personally, no. Have I seen evidence of this? Yes. Have I seen photo documentation of aircraft that I believe were not made by mankind? Yes. Is there historical significance to this? Yes. Is there multiple events that go back to, I would argue, maybe even before the time of Christ that have documented this in text? Yes. So do I believe that the government has access to certain technology? Yes, to an extent. And I believe that certain contractors potentially have back engineered this tech. I think that that's what can explain the advancements that we're seeing. But I also believe that this is a dangerous level of hidden information from the American people, because if you have an aspect of the federal government, which I can tell you, I, with 2 other members of Congress, were denied access to information at Eglin Air Force Base pertaining to whistleblowers because of the fact, and we can get into that story, what happened at Eglin in a second, but we were denied access and told that we don't have security clearance or the read-in authority on a special access program. That's a problem, because I'm supposed to represent and be an investigative body, and you have then people who are unelected that are operating basically in secrecy, and that's a problem. That's a big problem.
So how many people have the authority to do that?
I think it's been decades of classified secret information, and also this aspect of the intelligence community that's been empowered. And it's kind of serendipitous with timing, because when you talk about the intelligence communities and what they've done essentially to the trust of this country with the American people, I think this goes all the way back even into JFK, with how they basically have operated outside of the purview of Congress, and basically to an extent have gone rogue up until recently. You're seeing a big push and pull to try to rein in these intelligence agencies currently.
Yeah, so I want to bring it back to evidence. You said that you've seen evidence. What kind of evidence have you seen?
I have seen photos. I have seen.
What have you seen photos of?
So I was in a skiff, and I can't discuss all that was in a skiff, but what I can tell you is based on the photos that I've seen, I'm very confident that there's things out there that have not been created by mankind.
Where wealthy families would have, like, let's say,
That people have access to information that shows that there's something outside of us that's more intelligent, at least more capable than we are. And they hide it from everybody else.
What I can tell you is that when you have thousands upon thousands of people around the planet throughout time that have reported something, to say that those people are crazy, to say that, you know, the whole concept that people just ask you a question that you might not necessarily be psychologically sound, that in itself, you know, that's a disinformation campaign to get people to shut up about it. And that's a problem. We know that the U.S. government has not exactly been clean, and a lot of what they've done with the American people, specifically to the topic of UFOs,
Makes you think that it's probably because there's something there. If you think about the motivation they had with the Project Blue Book, when J. Allen Hynek was running Project Blue Book, the specific intention was to discredit all stories.
And he ended up ultimately, though, after all his investigations, becoming someone who was like, I think there's something. But that's true. By the way, a lot of people might not necessarily go onto Google and look up that information, but you can actually look up the Project Blue Book. What's also interesting, though, is when we're talking about tech, right? The ability for this tech, means that it exists to change dependence for entire governments on things like fossil fuel, etc. You know, it's look, I think everyone has a moral obligation to do what they think is right, okay? And so if you're in a position of power and you see something wrong and you're not addressing it, I think, you know, this in itself, getting the truth out there for people to decide for themselves. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just telling you, in our investigations and what we're pushing for in regards to transparency, I would like to see the federal government roll out some of the stuff that we've been given access to, because I think that information belongs in the hands of the American people. And it's not even just the U.S. government. I mean, there's other countries around the world that have done certain things like this. Now, look, I've had a lot of crazy people show up at my office and say, you know, I've heard it all. Yeah, I've been to Mars. You know, I have a chip in my brain, all this stuff. We had this one guy that showed up that was like trying to give us the USB. He's like, I'm just in your computer. And he told me, but it's like runs away. And I'm like, I'm not putting that in my computer. But based on our investigations, what I will tell you is, you know, there's been 2 members of Congress that are actually helping to lead out these investigations with me. And the reason I say that is because up until last Congress, if you even said the word UAP or UFO, people actually told us that if we went forward with these investigations, that we were going to ruin our political careers. And so, you know, we're in the mindset of, well, like, why wouldn't we ask these questions? And also, too, if no one wants to touch it, like, there has to be something here, right? And so, in these investigations, I mean, the amount of people that will come up to us, very successful people, to multiple members members of Congress that believe the same thing. It's definitely changed in regards to the stigma that used to exist around disclosure and all this. And so what we're trying to do currently is there's a big documentary that was filmed about a year and a half ago. We're trying to get a screening up on Capitol Hill. But look, I think a lot of people say, well, this is a distraction from everything else happening in the country right now. And all I'm simply trying to say is it's not a distraction. The people that are kind of helping to divulge all this information, you have an intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, Radcliffe, Kash Patel, they have been truly, in regards to our other investigations, extremely transparent in wanting to get this information out. But it doesn't mean that within these intelligence communities there isn't pushback. And so part of the reason why the task force was formed, pertaining to things like UAP, pertaining to things like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, pertaining to things like the JFK, MLK, and RFK investigations, is because even though we don't hold declassification authority, what we're trying to do is push these agencies and be, if you will, the pit bull, the attack dog on trying to get this information released. And to a lot of these agencies, credit saying they're being transparent, and we have gone with specifically on the JFK stuff, and we're still looking to declassify and ask specifically on the JP topic.
What would be the rationale for keeping a photograph of a known absolute not of this world craft from the American people or from the world? Why would anybody think that would be the smart thing to do, is to limit the access of that information to a very small amount of people?
I think that part of the fear is that you have advisors that think that, the American people or humanity might not be able to handle it. There's this protective complex, but then also too, I think when you are talking about these things, for a lot of people, I think that it kind of can rock your world a little bit in regards to where you stand in a faith perspective, and then also too an aspect of, well, how do you even begin to explain it? And all I'm going to say is, look, and we can go into some of the books that were removed from what we know as the modern day Bible, but I read through the book of Enoch multiple times, and I'm not saying that these things are angels, okay? That's not at all what I'm saying, but what I am saying is that depending on where you are in regards to your whole perspective on whether or not God exists, like I believe in God and Christian, there has to have been, and there's admissions that there was other creations that God made, but that we were most prized creation. And so I think that this can open up a bigger topic of discussion. What I will say is that what's been interesting is, and I've had a mass array of people that have come in, right? Like we have people that come in that claim that you can use this ability to basically dog whistle these things in from a psychic ability. And I think that there's something there. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily be able to provide some of the video evidence that they have. But then that also brings up the question of if these things are interdimensional, which we've had witnesses testify to members of Congress, and that was all publicly out there. That would then bring up the whole, well, if this is really transcending dimension, the power of what you say, thought, all of that. And then, you can look into our own government's declassified documents that the CIA had on different experiments. I mean, you can literally, last week I was going through, actually on a Friday night, just put my son down, and I was going through some of the declassified, you go to cia.gov/reading room and you can see all the declassified documents. And so I believe it's called Stargate. It was talking about, the basically psychological experiments where they were trying to basically remote view and all that. Why would our own government be looking into that if there wasn't something there? And so I'm appreciative to all that information being publicly out there, but I think this whole idea and stigma of trying to make it sound crazy when people actually have these questions, that needs to stop, which is why the task force is in existence, and then also too, they need to release information.
If I was going to play devil's advocate, I would say that the government would look into that to find out if there's anything there, and that would probably take a long time if they're really being careful. So if I was going to fund a program, if someone told me that there's some people in Russia that can remote view military sites in America, I'd be like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, there's a technique involved, we know the technique, and we want to fund some sort of a study to see if we can do it. I'm like, let's go. What do you need? Because maybe it's real. So I don't buy that they wouldn't spend money on it unless I say they would spend money on it to find out if you're really looking out for national security, right? You've got 300 plus million people that you're responsible for. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's, and if I'm good at my job and I'm not an egomaniac, I'm gonna go make this some shit.
Well, there's looking into it, and then there's expanding, right? And so if you look at all those declassified files, you can pull up. And this is just wild that there's one where I was looking through, and they had basically, the Coast Guard had called in. There was a ship that they had been given information on that was running drugs, and so they called in one of their remote viewers, and they're trying to get coordinates of the ship and actually basically locate these things. And actually, it's laughing because I was reading this off the website, and I'm telling my husband, imagine you're trying to run drugs, and then all of a sudden you have some weirdo at Langley in a basin. They're like, dips, here's a coordinates, beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah, I don't know if they write things down or type them out or what, but I talked to Hal Putoff about it. He said they used it to very specifically find the location of a downed Russian craft within a couple kilometers, which is nuts. If you think about the area where this thing crashed, it's a remote wilderness, middle of nowhere. Russia hadn't found it yet. Apparently, we found it first, according to Hal Putoff. It's just because I haven't done it and because I don't know that it's real doesn't mean it's not real. And this is a problem with people that they don't want to get duped and they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look naive, and so they dismiss things. They dismiss that there might be frequencies that you don't tune into all the time, and someone might get really good at that, and they might be able to see things remotely. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. The food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only.
Well, I think that this gets into the bigger discussion of what do we know, right? Going back to some of these books that were moved. There's a good podcast right now called The Autistic Tapes, and it talks about how some non-speaking or non-verbal autistic kids actually are exhibiting
telepathy.
Yeah, the telepathy tapes. Non-verbal autistic kids are exhibiting telepathy. This concept, again, if you were to talk about it 20 years ago, people will call you crazy, but, I think based on what we're seeing now, based on the fact that our own government's looked into it, based on the stuff that you were saying, you can find all this information publicly available and it's out there, and I think that there's something to it. And so, we're seeing, and we've heard, this is in non-classified settings, we've heard from people that have come forward that are saying, we're being able to via meditation, we're essentially downloading information, we can communicate with these things. Granted, when I'm sitting in my congressional office and I'm hearing this, I take it with a grain of salt because we do have a lot of crazy people, but when you have people that are high-level executives, very successful, clean-cut, not on drugs, they're coming in and they're telling you this stuff, and then, you're kind of cross-referencing it with various people in intelligence agencies. I think that there's something there we need to be at least open to hearing the discussion and the argument for these things.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, there's a photo out there. I think you owe humanity a service. You're supposed to release that photograph. There's no reason why a small group of people in the government should have photo-conclusive evidence that aliens are real.
And there's an overclassification aspect of this too, right? Like if you're serving in the military and you're taking a photo on your personal device or a video on your personal device, that shouldn't be the purview of the federal government in either which way. There's been now so much stuff. Granted, there's been a lot of fake stuff put out there, but the stuff that is legitimate that we are seeing, the stuff that we had people testify to in our congressional hearings, that's not a joke. And what's even more interesting to this is that I was actually able to talk to David Grush, who now is actually working with the task force to kind of chase down a lot of these leads in regards to some of these contractors that allegedly have this intent, right? So in talking with him, again, not in a skiff, we were were able to actually flesh out that prior to him testifying that he actually received very real threats against his life and his wife's life. He's a sound guy, and then shortly after he testified, there was this massive smear operation that was launched against him to try to discredit his testimony. And so, again, going into, well, if this stuff wasn't real, or if he wasn't telling the truth, why would there be this massively orchestrated effort to, completely just disprove what he was trying to say, or to discredit his actions and his testimony? And so it is kind of coming full circle, right? Going back to what the task force has been able to find out. I mean, we're conducting these investigations simultaneously, and we're doing this in addition to everything that to everything else that we have to do as members of Congress, right? So although I would love to just dedicate my full-time attention to this, we still have to balance it out. So I've, again, had some great investigators who are working with us on oversight, as well as a lot of cooperation from the intelligence agencies, and we are going to be asking for this information to be declassified, at least information that has been shown to us.
I think the first break in the wall was the 2017 New York Times report, where they were talking about it in logical, sensible language, that these things might be from another world. But I think that movie that you're discussing, which is The Age of Disclosure.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. It doesn't even have any UFO footage. I mean, maybe like a little bit.
It's just testimony.
It's just testimony. And at the end of it, you kind of draw this conclusion, like, oh, this makes sense. Like this, what they're essentially saying is one of the problems is if they have been funding these secret programs for all these years, they've been misappropriating money.
Oh yeah, and they've been lying to Congress.
And that's super illegal.
Very illegal, but is Congress going to do anything about it? Because it's not the first time. Like, we have the ability, and this is the most frustrating thing. So this is my second term in Congress now. But as a first-term member of Congress, when you get elected to Congress, you would think that they would bring you in and they'd say, okay, this is how you do the legislation. No, you get elected, you show up to kind of a crash course for about like a week and a half on, how to not get in trouble with ethics, and then you're basically wined and dined by lobbyists. They don't actually tell you how to do the legislation. Basically, the only rules that you're told are never vote down a rule, which is a procedural motion to bring legislation to the floor, and don't really ever vote against your party. Which within the first week, I broke both rules, and so I was on the naughty list, per usual. But the thing is that
tell you how to do it. That's kind of crazy.
Well, they tell you basically those are the two rules, and don't go against them. You won't have any issues.
Those are big ass rules, though.
Yeah, because it's like, you're supposed to represent your constituency. So if you have people calling your office saying don't need to vote for this, and then you vote against it, it's like people forget that you're supposed to represent, right, representative, instead of just do what the party wants. But there are mechanisms that have existed since Thomas Jefferson, who wrote our damn rule manual, that enable us to actually pass legislation and actually hold agencies and people accountable from a punitive perspective. And I don't know if you were tracking, but like, I brought a vote on the former Attorney General for basically refusing to testify to Congress and respond to a subpoena, and that was called inherent contempt. And a lot of Congress was like, what the hell is inherent contempt? It hadn't been done since the early 1900s. And I actually read it in the rule manual, and I read the rule manual twice. It's like so crazy what happens when you read books. But we were able to find this out, and it was a mechanism that Congress can use to actually basically send the sergeant at arms to go arrest people.
Jeez. Okay, so one of the things that this documentary was calling for that I think is the only logical way to solve this is a mass amnesty for these people that misappropriate money.
Or whistleblowers.
The whistleblower thing's crazy. Leave them alone. Come on. Of course, everybody should fucking know this stuff, guys. The real crime is you keeping this secret from humanity. That's the real crime. Okay, the other stuff is horseshit. It's just interpretations of what you're writing down on paper. You're making up rules. But if you ask the general public how they feel this should go, a rational, normal person would say, no fucking way. The defense contractor should be the only people who know that we're not alone. Fuck you.
Especially when we're raising a massive deficit, and you see that they're like, the Pentagon hasn't been able to pass the audit, and I don't know how.
Yeah, all that stuff is great, but just for humanity, that is a giant piece of information that no one should have. No one should secretly keep information that would change our entire perspective on our existence.
definitely wrong that it's happening for sure. What I will tell you though is the issue that we have with bringing forward legislation that would give mass amnesty and pardon to these people is that there are people within the intelligence community and within Congress on both sides that will try to, if you come forward with this, and I'll tell you a very prime example of this in a moment, that they will block it, they don't want it to pass, they will stop it from even coming to the floor, they won't bring legislation that will address it because they want to keep this information secret. So Representative Tim Burchett,
Why do they want to keep the information secret?
because I think that their mouthpieces in control of the deep state, and that's the thing, and it exists on both sides, okay?
So someone will come to them with marching point.
100%. Representative Tim Burchett, before I got elected, was kind of on his own little island in regards to the UAP stuff, and he will himself tell you that, this is 100% like a thing, and that these defense contractors and what he believes, the Pentagon not passing all this, these black budget programs. I mean, like, he will tell you, he's again been leading up to several weeks before I got there. He had a piece of legislation that was supposed to enable the FAA to report and develop a different reporting procedure for UAP stuff. And at the time, the chairman of Intel ensured that legislation was not brought forward, that it was stopped. The piece of legislation that actually passed out of the Senate, it really had no teeth to it. And then Representative Burchett drew a primary challenger that was being backed by the chairman of Intel. And so, when you are touching these, it's like, that meme where you have that stork that's like, don't touch this, and then the little foot comes out?
Yeah.
It's kind of like what we're doing, and it's not exactly easy because you will take heat from both sides, but it has been a good group that's been assembled that's bicameral, meaning it's both in the House and the Senate, and bipartisan, meaning both Democrats and Republicans are saying, like, hey, this shouldn't actually happen.
Are they publicly talking about not releasing the information, or is all this stuff done in secrecy?
It's done behind the scenes.
Because if they had to do it publicly, if they had to announce their position on it publicly, it would be very damaging, I think, to anybody's political career on the right or the left.
People would be pissed, right?
Because I'm pissed. Because if they've had it for this long, if they really did recover something as early as 1947,
well, I can tell you for us specifically, we actually were made aware. Some people had come forward that said that they wanted to brief. So about 2 years ago, when all this kicked off, we had requested briefings from Arrow that's in charge of kind of compiling the investigative aspect of UAP stuff. And by the way, from the get-go, even in talking to Arrow, I was like, this organization is literally a BS organization. They're never going to tell us anything. And every interaction that we had to investigate, I'm like, this is nothing clear. But then these people came forward and said that they were actually denied. They were told to not brief our group specifically on this topic, and that it was from, at the time, members of House leadership, but they wouldn't say who. And so I actually went with another member of Congress and confronted multiple people, and they all denying us access. So it's done behind the scenes. You'll see these random little troll blockages that might pop up. But what I can tell you is that with the new administration, specifically with the FBI, specifically with ODNI, we have gotten transparency to where previously we would have been stonewalled. We were actually given briefings. And so what I will tell you is we are going to push for the information that we sought to be out there for the American people to see.
So do you think that the whole idea of disclosure is maybe a multiple-step, very agonizing, frustratingly slow process, rather than a big dump of all the information that they've had from Roswell to the Aztec one to apparently there's a whole slew. I don't know if it's Aztec, I forget the name of it. But there was another during that same time period. There was a really prominent UFO recovery thing that was not as publicized as the one in Roswell. The big mistake with the Roswell one was the newspaper printed it. And so then they had to backtrack, and then they had to do the press conference where they had like some scattered pieces of a weather balloon that didn't look anything like a UFO.
And then the Air Force was like, that is nothing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they flew the wreckage to Wright Field. They flew the wreckage, and Truman met them there, supposedly.
Well, I can tell you in our hearing, we were actually notified, you can pull this up. I think it was one of the witnesses had talked about what had happened at Vandenberg Air Base, where there was this thing that appeared over the base. It actually had multiple blotters reporting on it from phone calls into law enforcement from like hundreds of people, and whatever had appeared over the base was basically bigger than a football field and basically a cube, a red cube with some weird thing in the center of it. I actually had our witness draw this out. This guy is sober as a priest. I mean, he was a great pilot, and he's talking about all this. And so, you talk about this stuff, it seems like a sci-fi movie, but based on the evidence that we've seen, I don't have any reason to believe that these people are lying. Based on the evidence that I've seen from our own government, I think that there's something there that the American people deserve to have access to. And so this is not just on this topic, but again, in other topics as well, this has been my perspective, is transparency is what builds trust. Other governments have revealed certain information on it. To think that we are the only, life form on this planet or in this galaxy, I think is a little bit crazy, given, the fact that I also think God exists and that there's other creations. But then again, you get to this aspect of, why is it that you also have this aspect of, a certain religion that has been very controlled and I think ruled out in a certain aspect. And, when you have certain books that are removed because they don't think that people should have access to this information or know it, why remove a book from a Bible, right?
Did Wes Huff, did he touch on that? Did he talk about that? Are there people that don't believe the Book of Enoch was really a part of the Bible? I don't remember how he discussed the missing books. He basically brought it up, but I don't remember how. That's the guy to talk to.
Yeah, so from what I gathered,
you know what I mean? Because you have to really understand the history of the Bible to be able to figure out what's legitimate, what's not. Why they put it into the New Testament. I had some very erroneous ideas about it until I talked to intelligent people that really know the history of it. It's very strange stuff.
Well, so from what I gather, and by the way, I'm not a theologian in any capacity, but just from my personal opinion on this. So you have the Ethiopian Orthodox text, which has, I think, 88 books of the Bible in total. But in the Ethiopian Orthodox text, it's basically kind of like a mainline OG version of the Bible. And then sometime in the 4th century, there was actually a group that came together and they removed certain books. And the story goes that Revelations actually had replaced Enoch. And so it's interesting because when you're looking kind of full circle on, you hear the stuff that some of these people are talking about, and then you read the Book of Enoch, which is a wild read, okay? And then you look at kind of what our modern day description is of what angels and entities are versus what Enoch was seeing and reporting in his language and ability at that time. I think that there's a lot that brings you to then ask the question, well, why would they remove this information? If it's truly, written and part of the oldest Bible in the world, why would they then take it out and water it down? And I'm not saying that you can't find God through the new Bible, right? Like everyone's on their own spiritual journey, and I think everyone can pray and access God. But I just find that very interesting. And so what I will say is that I like to have the whole kind of picture in front of me, and so I feel like to fully understand A through Z, you kind of have to be able to read it.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. The internet is a breeding ground for misinformation. Even a simple search for ways to get rid of a headache can produce millions and millions of results, from taking pain relievers to detoxes to medications to cold compresses. It's overwhelming. And even when you do find something that's true that works for other people, it might not work for you. In some cases, it's better to just ask a living, breathing expert. If you have a headache that won't go away, go talk to a doctor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, consult a credentialed therapist. You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself and how to be the best version of you. Whether you want to learn how to better manage stress, improve your relationships, gain more confidence, or something else, it starts with therapy. Try it for yourself with BetterHelp. Millions have benefited from their services, and there's a reason people rate it so highly. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/Rabbi. HELP.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE. Yeah, I just don't know about the history of it. Is there any debate about the reality of that book? Is there any debate about whether or not it was either fraudulent or discredited or something? Yeah. Like, why did they? Because I know there was some kind of controversy that Westhoff described. I just can't remember.
I don't quite just look through a transcript real quick. I didn't see you guys discussing Enoch. We were discussing Isaiah and then the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that. I didn't see Enoch discussion.
No, it must have been me privately talking to him about something, another video that I watched. But the thing about like what Westhoff does that's so interesting is like he really understands like the history of the text, the language in which they use, the names in which they chose, and when he breaks it up, one of the things he told us that was the craziest was that the book of Isaiah was exactly the same in the Dead Sea Scrolls as it was 1,000 years later. Then they found one that was 1,000 years older, and it was direct. It was word for word, verbatim. Like, that's bananas. 1,000-year-old story that's exactly the same written. They didn't know there was a version of it 1,000 years ago. Then they find it in these.
It's confirmed in text. Yeah.
It's nuts. It's really weird.
I mean,
really weird stuff.
And the fact that this kid, shepherd kid, was able to even find these scrolls that they were set up, and just has led to that point right in time where he finds this massive, basically admission that the Bible is real. You can actually look into, there's a New King James, and then you can actually look into the Catholic Bible as well that also has, they call them apocrypha texts because the King James Bible doesn't acknowledge them, but there are also other books that are not considered, approved by the King James. So, look, I was on my mom's side, I was actually raised Catholic, and then had my catechism, did all of it, and then on my dad's side, I was raised Christian, and then later on Messianic Jew. And so I feel like I kind of have like a good cross section, and I've been exposed to a lot of this growing up. But it's definitely interesting. And so, look, I don't tell people like I'm not saying that like aliens created mankind. I don't believe that because at the end of the day, believe that God is responsible for our creation. But I do think that what we've been programmed to believe in regards to our ability to be able to use our mind, the spiritual aspect of us, really does exist. And I think that once you kind of remove yourself out of this basically rat race and you can like really reconnect with that, I think that that's when you kind of realize, hey, there's a bigger purpose here in life. Like, what is our end objective? And if you're given a position of influence or a position of power and you're not doing the right thing for humanity, you're not guiding people, then that's something that you have to answer for. So I want to make sure that I'm good with God.
I hear you. That's a lot. I think these stories, especially when you get to stories like the Noah and the Ark, these stories exist in basically every religion. They're real similar. I think all of these people are trying to document a truth. It's just what is that truth is where it gets weird, when it gets to like other gods and giants created man.
Well, Enoch talks about that.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
It's wild stuff. If it's legitimate, it's wild stuff. And then, do you know anything about the Ethiopian church that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant in it?
Yeah, I looked into that. I actually wanted to, and again,
you're in the government. You can like.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to do a codel to just, of course, like we're focusing on other things right now, right?
Find that fucking
I was like, I need to pay for this for myself, so we're not using taxpayer dollars, but just go check it out. What's interesting is the CIA allegedly located the Ark of the Covenant. I think the they remote viewed it. You can actually find that. You should actually pull it up. No, not in Ethiopia, but it was in a Middle Eastern country. They weren't able to locate the actual. I think the New York Post did an article on it where they actually have the handwritten notes on the Ark of the Covenant location, and they remote viewed it. You should ask them to pull it up. Yeah, I'm serious about it.
Did they go there and see?
I don't know if they did. I don't know. This is like Indiana Jones.
But decades-old CIA documents on Ark of the Covenant resurfaced amid classified group text spat. What?
Wait, like
group text arguing that caused this stuff to.
No, check out. Pull up the New York Post one because they actually have the handwritten notes from the remote viewer that actually documents it.
Okay.
It should be. I think it's like the New York Post.
That's so funny.
Oh, there you go. Top one. This is wild because it actually goes into descriptions of angels too. And so actually, so in Enoch it talks about, well, if you scroll down, now you can probably click on the scribe because it'll show you all the documents from the actual declassified file. This is also on CIA.gov.
What year was this?
This happened recently. This was like a couple months ago that this just kind of came all out.
Right, but what year was this project?
1988. 5 December 1988. So scroll down.
So in 88 they found the Ark of the Covenant?
Allegedly they remote viewed it. We don't know if they bought them.
Who was president back then? Reagan?
Go down.
Bush?
Senior?
You also have the
Okay, so scroll down and then you'll see that. So this is like so they're going through in the notes. You have to read it, but you can scroll down. This is kind of
he's like drawing where it is.
the remote viewer. So you have like the different things that are describing it, and if you keep going, you'll see like a cherubim. Keep going.
It's like showing the peak of the
Wait, sorry, go up a little bit. So that's interesting because if you look at the actual, so there's like a wheel text. If you look into Enoch's description of angels and Ezekiel too, I think that's kind of a tie. But go down more. So, but yeah, you have like the actual here purpose of container. They should have like a cherubim drawing somewhere down here. Oh, yeah, see, so that would be the seraphim. So it's interesting. The seraphim. Yeah, so basically when they describe the ark, and so he's going through describing, so these are little hand notes for it, and then it actually says that it's in a Middle Eastern country. The remote viewer describes the clothing in which individuals are in the area. I feel like I've described like an Indiana Jones movie, but this is actually from the CIA.
This image, you scroll back to where that is. What is that thing? Is that the corner of the box?
Of the covenant, yeah. He's describing, if you go up, and these are actually the handwritten notes on what was described by the remote viewer. And you have to go through the entire document, but yeah, that's what's described surrounding the ark.
Do you know what they asked him to find?
Well, yeah, the Ark of the Covenant. You can find it in the documents.
For the Ark of the
It's in, if you go higher up in the documents, it says it.
Right, but if you ask me to go look for the Ark of the Covenant, right, I know what I'm looking for, right?
Well, apparently these remote viewers.
I draw it. I think it's gonna show me that they fucking found it.
I don't know if they did, but they.
I don't know if they did either, but it's interesting, but it's not as interesting because you're saying show me the Ark of the Covenant, right? So he's drawing what we all saw in Indiana Jones.
Or can you locate it? So the
What year was that? That was before Indiana Jones?
Around the same time period.
When did Indiana Jones come out?
The 90s, right?
I don't know. I'm thinking.
And like the first two are the best.
Raiders of the Lost Ark was the first one. That's the one. What year was that?
1981.
Okay, so
Precursor.
So that's 7 years earlier. Everybody saw that movie 100 times. You know what it looks like. You know what the ark looks like. So if I tell you, go draw me the ark, where's it at? All we have is scribbles on paper unless they actually went there and found it.
Well, what's interesting, and I should probably ask Radcliffe, like, Radcliffe, can you tell me this? I never looked into the Ark of the Covenant.
What do you say, Jerry?
This is the mission is to access and describe the target identified by coordinate, and then there's coordinates. The tasking is the C mission statement. Training target is the Ark of the Covenant.
So they did say, go find us the Ark of the Covenant. And then this dude apparently said that keep AOL to a minimum. What is that? Have to be careful with editing, though. This does not seem to be a problem at this time, just something to watch for. Attained excellent site contact. Okay.
Definitely interesting.
Well, it's weird that they're talking about it like it's a real talent, like someone can actually do it.
Well,
yeah, target is in a container. This container is in another container. It has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL. So that's that something of location, right? Is that what it means? Yeah, that's it. Coffin is decorated with the seraphim, see sketch. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East as the language spoken by individuals present seemed to be Arabic. Well, wouldn't you want someone who can fucking decipher Arabic to do this?
We don't know how far it went, and I definitely have questions, but this would not be the first time that a government would have looked for something, especially because people theorize that the Ark of the Covenant had these abilities as a super weapon.
I know, but I'm saying like the remote viewer is limited by its ability to understand the language. Stop. Scroll back up, please. Yeah, right there. So, somewhere in the Middle East, visuals of surrounding buildings indicated that the area, the presence of mosque domes. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white, had black hair and dark eyes. One figure I honed in on wore a mustache. The target is hidden underground, dark and wet, were all aspects of the location of the target. See, the only problem I ever have with these things is if these places are all controlled by terrorists and it's all, dictators and crazy people over there. If they found out that the Ark was there, they would fucking take it.
Well, I think there's this aspect of, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, no one would be able to access it anyways because it would be protected, right? That's what the Bible says.
Cannot be opened until the time incorrect.
Oh, Jesus. Once the time to open the container, the mechanisms of lock systems will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prime or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors.
Well, it's interesting is, remember, in the Bible always talks about how there had to be like a...
Through the use of a power unknown to us.
They built you.
Bro, yeah.
Well, so they had to, go through this special process of being considered, holy, basically, to access it. So all that to say that there's something out there, right? I think that obviously God's real, and this job has definitely, put me in a position to where we're able to help get other truths out there, if you will. And
you need to get the truth of that thing out there. They need to find out.
Dear Director Radcliffe, as you look at the Ark of the Covenant,
change if you found the actual Ark of the Covenant, and you could explain a lot of things. Like, look, if these Ethiopians have it, which Graham Hancock believes.
Allegedly, they do.
Yeah, Graham Hancock believes that they do. And he said that these guardians, they all get cataracts, they die of radiation poisoning.
I mean, there's something to be said about the Ethiopian people as a whole, and going back to the Ethiopian Orthodox text. Actually, when I first launched this task force, I actually went and I met with a Ethiopian Orthodox pastor, if you will, just to kind of see and explain and ask questions that I can't exactly go to, the Smithsonian and ask. And, his response was interesting, especially from their perspective. You have a lot of this aspect of, I think, religion that tries to be doom and gloom. And then in the Ethiopian perspective, he's like, first of all, your timeline's wrong. I'm like, what do you mean your timeline's? Like, well, the biblical text in modern day Christianity, it's a little bit off, right? So we use a completely separate, I think it's 364 days out of the year. He's explaining all of it. And he's like, but even then, so, we don't have the perspective of, we are in the end of days, etc. But, the way his perspective just seemed very optimistic as opposed to pessimistic and filtering and controlling information. All that
He's probably not online.
He's off X. He's off X.
He's off TikTok.
Yeah, he's not subjective.
The first thing about that is that the viewer was identified with the target and didn't know what it was.
Oh, well, that's much different. So that whole thing at the end of it was what they were saying it was when they wrote it on that book.
It's just a bunch of words they're putting together.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's way more interesting. If he didn't know what he was looking for and he found something that looked like the Ark of the Covenant, that's pretty crazy.
They kind of talk them all right. They'll give them something and say walk us through.
I'm just doing devil's advocate because I have no skin in the game. I don't know if it's real or not real. I'm open to it. I think there's something going on. I think there's more going on with people than we let on. There's some extra thing that's happening with human beings, the way we're all connected to each other that we don't really totally understand. And I think the idea that you can access information that's not local, I don't think that's that weird. I think that might be an emerging aspect of human consciousness, or an aspect of human consciousness that's atrophied.
Or just an aspect of spirituality that we've previously forgotten, because we're in such a digital age that kind of programs you to the rat race. And I think people, the more that they're kind of there has to be more to life than just a 9 to 5. And, working for this aspect of materialism, don't get me wrong, I like, a nice car and a clean house and all that. But, there's also this aspect of, being a human. And if you have kids, I think that's one of the things, you have a daughter, I have a son, and it's when you're a parent, it kind of makes you realize wow, there's this aspect of love that I didn't know existed before, and you can kind of really be there and help grow this next human and influence that person. And it just kind of, the human experience is something that you can make it as special as you want. And this aspect of, you know, us being able to have those little quantum breadcrumbs is what I like to call them. Like, have you ever been like talking about something and like you'll go somewhere, hear something, and there's like confirmation of what you've been talking about, or you know, something happens and you're like, you know, asking a question and all of a sudden it pops up and there's an answer. And I think that those little things just mean you're on the right path and doing what you're supposed to do in this bigger picture.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to live life if you believe that. That's healthy, smart, but it's like a good strategy. I wonder, like, why some people seem to have, like, the idea of it being an emerging aspect of human consciousness, our ability to, like, sense things, know things that are going to happen, or know someone's a liar or a weirdo, like, instantly. I always wonder,
70 years after the failed Barton
is it that, or is it that we used to have that, like, before language, that's all we had?
I think that before tech really evolved, there was a bigger aspect of spirituality that actually talks about that. So, like, discernment in the Bible, you can talk about, you know, this aspect of being, people say, like, oh, if someone has, like, really bad energy, you're picking up on it. There's something to that, but I think that because, and it's really happened, I think, in the last, like, 40 years, where people are kind of forgetting that. But when you actually go back to, like, for example, we're talking just now about the Ark of the Covenant, the Ethiopian Orthodox text, and all of this, there's more of that aspect of spirituality that I think has been removed from society. I think it's actually taken away our ability to really respect one another and value human life. And I think that, you know, from like a political perspective, influences decision. Like, you get really pro-war people. Those people are usually not that spiritual, and they really don't have a value for life in that aspect.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a real thing. That's unfortunate. There's a, and the fact that those are the type of people that always want to be in power.
They're the worst type.
That's probably the scariest part of it.
I actually had a really groundbreaking conversation. So, like, the way I'll describe Congress is, you ever have, like, a job where 80% of it, 90% of it's just, like, really bullshit, and then, like, the 10% is, like, really cool, and it makes up for that, like, 80-90% that you're just like,
I hosted Fear Factor.
Okay, so that aspect of, I think really exists in politics, if you like actually care. And I had a meeting recently where I was with two other members of Congress that were helping me with the JFK investigation, and we actually met for the first time since 1990 with the ambassador to the Russian government. And I bring that up because at the time of the JFK assassination, the KGB had actually come forward with their own independent investigation, and they actually gave it at Kennedy's funeral to U.S. officials. We never got those documents, and it's my belief that the CIA actually destroyed that information and evidence because it would have confirmed what the KGB. And mind you, at the time, JFK was actually in talks with the president of Russia at that time, and his perspective is that he actually wanted to do a joint mission between the U.S. government and the Russian government. And there were aspects and divisions within the intelligence community. You obviously saw Cold Wars happening. They wanted more Cuba, they wanted more Russia. So for them to be able to say that Kennedy was not a communist, but that he was a communist sympathizer, how dare he talk to these dirty communists? I mean, that in itself would have given them any ammunition to turn a blind eye or at least not fully figure out who assassinated Kennedy. But I bring that up to say that, you know, when you have these people in power, you know, you can see a lot of it in regards to, there's a summit on the 15th actually with President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And I think the aspect of, you know, anytime you have peace and trade, it's way better than war for everyone involved, for the people in Ukraine, for Russia, for the American people. And I think for the surrounding regions, like I recently got back from meeting with government officials in Romania, Moldova, and it didn't matter. And I actually met an actual member of the Moldova government who was a communist, like an outward communist. And it didn't matter who I talked to, everyone wanted peace. And then when we had met with the European Parliament and the EU, some of them wanted peace, but then the countries that had the shittiest economies, excuse my language, they were the ones that were advocating for war. Well, you have a war-based economy, it always helps your economy, so if you have terrible policy perspectives, obviously you would advocate for something like that. But it just goes to show that the people that are going through it, the people that are living it, that are directly impacted, no one would advocate for war. And so in even just having this conversation, you know, a lot of people, even, you know, two administrations ago, maybe 2 administrations ago, probably would not have had conversation, but to be able to develop that dialogue, the end result of that meeting was the Russian government agreed to release their investigation onto JFK that the previous congressional task force in the 90s had tried to obtain from the Russian government, and they said no. So they agreed to release that, and they'll be posting it publicly for the American people to go through later on this fall. I haven't. So I'll be seeing it at the same time everyone else
What
does.
do you think is in there? If you had to guess.
So when I was talking to the ambassador, he's actually a history buff too, and so he had actually said that the Russian government, when Oswald was actually in Russia, had done a psychological profile because they thought, they're like, is this guy part of American intelligence? Like, what's his story? And they thought he was basically nuts, and apparently he tried to go hunting when he was out there, and they were observing him, and he couldn't shoot for shit. So they're like, he didn't meet our psychological profile. Then he shows up to the Russian embassy in Mexico City with a gun, and they're like, what the hell is this like crazy guy showing up with them? Like, what's going on? And then we find out simultaneously as this is all happening that the CIA, kudos to Director Radcliffe, had actually released something called the Joe-Nides file. And George Joe-Nides was actually, he's basically our version of James Bond, but more corrupt. And he was basically observing Oswald. He had lied to Congress. This was all on his file. He was then the CIA liaison to Congress during the investigation, stonewalled their investigations, was later awarded something from the CIA. So the CIA admitting that they lied to Congress, covered up the assassination attempt, or covered up the investigations. We had admissions from the Warren Commission, people that had been subject to the Warren Commission's investigation, saying that the Warren Commission engaged in witness intimidation. They omitted evidence. The single bullet theory never exists. The CIA admits that Lee Harvey Oswald was not a lone gunman. People ask, well, does this mean that you'll ever get the name of who killed him? No, because I don't think the CIA was like, kill JFK on this day, use this gun, and have this person sign it. There was evidence of multiple shooters for sure.
Well, there had to be multiple shooters. There's injuries, like one of them was to the front of his neck.
We had testimony to that. Yeah. And actually, what's interesting is when we first launched the task force, we had left-leaning news outlets that were trying to write him pieces saying that I was basically launching a conspiracy theory task force, and they had to print the truth weeks ago. You can actually pull up.
What is it about people that don't want to believe that some conspiracies are real? Is it a comfort thing? Is it you think you're going to erode trust in the government? Is it you just have such a rigid worldview, and in your mind that there's always been Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, that's what happened, and because of that, anything that challenges your belief system you fight against?
Well, specifically to JFK, for decades, the intelligence agencies were influencing what the print and press was doing.
100%. Now, Geraldo Rivera, when Dick Gregory brought that film on the Geraldo Rivera show, and you got to see the Zapruder film, and you got to see what looks like a shot that makes his head go back and to the left, which would indicate he got shot from the front. I think he got shot multiple times by multiple shooters from multiple different directions, and I don't think necessarily Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't in on it. Well, here's the problem. People say, Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't shoot. You don't have to be that good with a rifle to be, you're on a ledge, so you have a secure rest. If your rifle's sighted in, and they said his scope was off, but that doesn't mean shit, because you can just drop your scope and it's off. Like, all you have to do is take your rifle off of that ledge, drop it on the ground, and now that scope is off. You never drop your gun like that. If you do, you can knock your scope off.
Well, there's multiple problems, though, because the Warren Commission actually never even put into the report, right? So, like, if you're conducting
my point is, that wasn't a far shot. It was like, 140 yards from the book depository with a scope?
Yeah,
and a rifle with a rest. No, you could kill a guy like that. He could have been the shooter. He could have been one of the shooters. But I think there's too much witness testimony. There's too much evidence. The whole idea of the magic bullet theory was just because they had to account for all the wounds in the bodies with just 3 bullets. And they found a guy who got hit in the overpass, in the underpass rather. He got hit with a ricochet. Yeah. So now they knew that bullet couldn't have hit Kennedy or Connolly. So how do you attribute all these wounds to 2 different guys from multiple gunshots to a single bullet?
It's a magic bullet.
You have to find this bullet that fucking for sure didn't hit any bones. And there's more fragments in Connolly's wrist than there were missing from bullet. The bullet looks almost pristine. It looks like they shot it through like feathers, or they shot it into water, which is what they do when they do ballistics tests on rifles.
Well, what's interesting is the Warren Commission did omit multiple female witnesses who were actually at the vote depository that day that actually stated that they had never witnessed Oswald actually in the location or going down the back of the vote depository. So that's an interesting fact.
Yeah, it's possible that he could have snuck past them. There was a lot of chaos. You hear gunshots. The president shot. People don't always think straight when things are going nutty. People have a terrible memory right after traumatic events.
Yeah.
Like, yes and no. Like, he might have been there or he might not have been there. He might have shot at Kennedy or he might not have shot at Kennedy. But for sure, he was some sort of government operative. For sure, he was traveling back and forth from Russia. He married a Russian citizen. There was a lot of weird shit.
He was under surveillance by the CIA. So there's a lot there. However, I will say this. What the official narrative was, we now know is BS, right? And
I thought from the beginning.
Yeah, but a lot of the American people did, but to have their own government say, no, that's not true, to gaslight them, and to push this narrative of, if you question it, you're wrong, you're crazy. That in itself, I think when you're talking about, like, why do the American people not trust their government, it's really this fracture that starts around the Kennedy era time frame. And you can see that distrust kind of evolves. But why going back to your original question, why do people refuse to kind of question conspiracy theory? Maybe there's some substance to it. And I think it's because it's more comfortable for people from a psychological perspective to live in this comfort area that their government might not do something like that, or might not try to cover up something like that, because that's just an easy way of life. But look,
it's too scary.
It's too scary. But the fact is that, look, I've traveled a lot. I've dealt with a lot of world leaders. We are still the greatest country. Make no excuse about that. But it doesn't mean that we can't call out and hold our own government and officials accountable. And so that's kind of what I guess my mission has been this Congress, and what I hope that it will continue to be. But I'm not trying to do this for like even the next 10 years. So for someone like me, people are like, oh, initially you're going to ruin your political career talking about this. This is crazy. Why would you even want to do that? And then, they're seeing all these big wins coming out in regard to transparency. And I will say, had it not been for the secretaries that have been appointed by this administration, this wouldn't have happened, because under President Biden, he actually also tried to declassify things pertaining to JFK, and the National Archives never released it. And so in addition to...
That's not a good sign. None of that stuff's a good sign. Like, if you want trust from the American people, you release information. If you want us to distrust you, you hide everything. You're hiding everything on one of the most important events in human history.
They were up until recently, and we're still documents that the JFK community, because mind you, I'm actually working with, his name's Jefferson Morley. He is not a Republican, he's a Bernie Sanders Democrat. But on this issue, we're working great together. And he's actually been helping me. He's like, look, I've been waiting for this for like 30 years.
This is hugely bipartisan.
Yeah, it's super bipartisan. And so
we can all get that UFOs. That's the one thing Democrats and Republicans both completely agree on. Like, tell us what's up. Tell us what's up. Who killed them, and are they real? Those are two giant questions that we all have.
I think they're real. The other part is still outstanding, but hopefully when the documents are released from the Russian government later on this fall, that might be able to provide a full picture. Granted, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, because it's still, it was written by the KGB. But at the end of the day, we have a good mosaic that's been put together with at least the documents that have been released with this administration. And for any outstanding documents, I actually have a team assigned to me from the CIA that is actually helping me chase down these documents. And I've already had some interesting experiences, like not creepy, but for example, after President Trump signed the executive order, and Radcliffe has been super helpful, we actually were made aware of this. Allegedly, there had been a document that was at the CIA that was a report from the Inspector General that had implicated the CIA allegedly in the assassination of JFK. So I'm following up on this lead and trying to find this report. And the Archives is like, we don't have any documentation of this. The CIA says they don't have any documentation, and they've been good with us so far. So I go to the Archives because they're like, we found this weird bag though, and it's in the skiff, and it's been here for 5 years, and it was left by our former attorney for the Archives, and so we didn't know what's in it. And I was like, well, go open it. They're like, well, we don't have the key, and it's in a vault. And I said, well, I'm coming over. So I drive over, literally, I put myself in the car. I get in the car, and I go over to the National Archives. We go into the skiff. I pull up this bag, and I'm like, does anyone have scissors? And we cut open this little folder, and there was a CD-ROM in it, and this has again been declassified declassified now, so I can talk about it. But there was this CD-ROM of a ton of wires from the State Department, and some of the wires were pertaining to the Kennedy family, and it was actually a WikiLeaks document. And so I think the reason why it was kept in the archives is because you're not actually supposed to have these documents on government computers. WikiLeaks obviously know how to put that. But here I was like cutting it out of a bag at the National Archives.
That makes sense that you would have the most top secret documents burned on CD-ROMs. That way, no one could ever get access to it by hacking into your computer.
To this day, I don't know even who left the CD-ROM. I don't know, and there's some other stuff in that I don't need to get into, but but the stuff that was on there was interesting, and I think I saw recently Tulsi had actually talked about some of the State Department wires that had been found, and I think these are the same ones that had talked about the assassination of RFK. You know, there were wires going up to the State Department prior to his assassination, which is interesting. So our next investigations, we've done multiple hearings.
What do you mean by that? Like, how did they specifically discuss it?
Well, I haven't seen the actual wires themselves yet, but what that would imply is that the State Department knew about the assassination before it took place. So now something she talked about.
Did you get into the MK Ultra stuff at all with Jolly West?
So I look at that on my free time, but that's not the purview of the task force. But there's stuff that you can, again, CIA.gov/reading room, super creepy. I did find a document on the archives website that actually ties the initial phases of the MK Ultra program to Operation Interesting. So it is there. I'm reading this to my husband.
For sure, the Nazis were experimenting with drugs with people.
They're doing a lot of bad stuff.
Oh, they were doing a lot of horrible stuff, but for sure they were experimenting on your soldiers and on the prisoners, and they were experimenting on all kinds of people. Yeah, if we took some of that and applied it, the Jack Ruby connection to this, that Jolly West went to visit Jack Ruby after he shot Lee Harvey Oswald. And Jack Ruby was like pretty rational before then, and then after Jolly West leaves, he's like freaking out, seeing things that aren't there. I think he said something about Jews burning. He could see Jews burning alive.
Like a psychosis.
Full on, lost it. Most likely got dosed the acid. Most likely Jolly West hit him with a fucking
That's a terrible way to go.
shot glass of acid. It doesn't like, he went so far off the deep end that he died later. I think he died a few years later of cancer, but I think he completely lost his mind after Jolly West visited him. And Jolly West was involved with the Manson family thing. He was with Operation Midnight Climax, where they had brothels. The CIA was running brothels, and they would get these Johns to come in with the prostitutes, and the prostitutes would give them acid, and they didn't know. And so they were sitting there, and there was two-way mirrors, and they were filming them while these guys were for blackmail, for observation. They knew these people were never going to say, hey, you did that to me. You know, look what the government did. They dosed me up with acid, because they're not going to admit they went to a brothel. So you have like the perfect group of people to victimize, just try stuff on.
Well, and they got in trouble for it too. Like the CIA had to do payouts, they were getting sued for it, and then all this didn't flush out. I mean, you know, it's always
that kind of Freedom of Information Act was going on, and then they found a bunch of documents. They found documents that were, I forget, Tom O'Neill, who wrote the book Chaos, goes into great detail about this.
Well, it's interesting.
All about the Manson family and MK Ultra. It's fantastic book.
Well, even just this conversation right now, there's such a stigma that exists around it because it's such a spooky topic. And so it's like,
you don't want to look stupid.
You don't want to look stupid. And so look, anyone watching this can go look at this information. Go to CIA.gov/reading room, and no, it's not going to like be a phishing website that's going to steal your information. Like you can find.
Sure it is.
It's like, where are you accessing? But you know, it's always been one of those things, and that, you know, people ask me, I'm just very transparent about it. And I will say something that started out with a stigma of being, you know, this conspiracy theory investigation, wasting taxpayer dollars, has been arguably one of the coolest task forces in Congress, I think, and we have a lot of good people that are behind it. And
I think the time is turning on that kind of thinking, that these conspiracy theories are silly to pursue. Like some of them, yeah, some of them are silly.
Some are crazy, some are true.
But that doesn't mean that some are true also. There's a time-honored tactic of taking, like if I was an intelligence community, and I'm not accusing anybody of doing this, but if I was an intelligence community and I had some truth that was very inconvenient to a narrative and I wanted to label that truth as being a preposterous conspiracy theory, I'd add a bunch of kooky shit to it.
Or have disinformation campaigns.
Or dole it out to the nuttiest people on the internet. Dole it out to the craziest people. You know, this guy's got a drinking problem. He's got a conspiracy theory website.
Or take a little and spin it. Yeah.
Get it to him and tell him you're helping him out. You're going to get some insight. Get him to spread a bunch of kooky stuff so that when that stuff gets disproven, the other thing's attached to it, so the other thing looks stupid too. That's what I would do.
Yeah, we've had our fill. Like, the one thing I wanted to do when I first got the task force is open up a skiff to any person who held a clearance to come brief us on what they knew about UAPs. And I can tell you that we've now had
what was the first conversation like when the door shuts and you're like, oh boy.
Well, the problem is I've reached out to some of the biggest names in UFO lore, okay? And they all got skiff flu, and we called skiff flu meaning like the day that the skiff was open that we reserved it, we're like, we're here, like, come on, come brief us. They get sick or the dog dies. They didn't recover, and then they just don't talk to us anymore. So
they ghost you?
They ghost us. Yeah, so I'm like, well, if you're not going to tell me to skip, then you're full of crap.
Or you're scared for your life because you're just a scientist who doesn't. Maybe they got threatened. Maybe someone let them know that maybe someone hung something on their door in the middle of the night.
But if people say they're going to go tell us in a skiff and then they don't show up, it's a problem, right?
Well,
so they already got public.
But maybe those people don't feel like the government's going to protect them.
That is one of the biggest things that we've had people bring up is that you're a whistleblower, but whistleblower protections only go so far, and you can't do anything for my physical safety. And some of them do allege that there's these actual physical concerns. We actually had someone that we wanted to bring in to testify because our next hearing on UAP is going to be, I believe it's next month. And the individual that was actually told to us by David Grush is actually a former combat controller, and so my husband, Air Force Special Operator, combat control. So we knew the guy via some friends, so we knew that the guy wasn't nuts or crazy, and reached out to him, and he did not want to come in. He wanted nothing to do with it. Was like, I am not touching this. And so, you know, that stuff like that happens.
Also, you put those folks on TV, right?
Well, we don't have to. We can do private, but if we testify,
if it comes time where they have to testify, there's a lot of time in between people finding out that this guy came and told you guys what's up to testify.
Don't freak out our witnesses, John.
But that's the problem. This is why what I was talking about is what's being advocated.
One of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly does it begin on page 2?
You're dealing with enormous sums of money. I'm sure people got really rich off of that. I'm sure it's
begins
super
with
legal.
that familiar base in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why doesn't it start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that in many ways
gets access to a known craft that can traverse space and time, that can move through the universe instantaneously, that utilizes an unknown element, has some unknown process of defying gravity. It's utilizing no interior mechanisms of control. Everything's done with the mind of the pilot. And this is the truth. This is what they're saying. These are the kind of things they find.
In the 15th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of musical type
or the other contractor that also should be on equal standing with the government, right?
which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle that only maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates to own the entire Talmud was an amazing, expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this is a huge change and really revolutionized the study of the Talmud. And
told by, so Representative King has come forward and said that he has 2 or 3 pilots that had contacted him saying that the Air Force was covering up information regarding GAP activity in the panel, and he wanted us to go to investigate. So we show up at Edward Air Force Base. We're met by Base Commander. Previous steps even showing up on this congressional delegation to investigate. The Pentagon had tried to cancel the meeting. And he can't, so this is under the last administration, he can't just cancel a meeting and say you can't come to the base. That doesn't work. So he actually was on House Armed Services at the time that oversees the U.S. military. And so he got the chairman involved, calls back onto the Pentagon, gets this meeting on the books.
So they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Hula. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in because, of course, Hebrew was read left to right and had to orient the page appropriately for the binding. But when they laid out their first Talmud,
always
they did
thumb
not
through there to see.
include page numbers.
And
Among
ultimately, we were in the
other
skiff.
problems that arose as a
We
result
got
of this
into
omission
a verbal
was
disagreement
the fact
with
that
the
people
base
didn't
commander at the time,
know
who was denying
if
us access
a
to
track date
the
was
pilots
complete.
and
I
to
mean,
the
what
information,
happened if
and
some
so
of the
that they didn't
pages
have
or some of the
authorization.
signatures of pages were
In the
missing?
skiff, there
So
was
what
many
the
members of the intelligence
printers
community.
evolved
We
was
then
it
go back
started
upstairs to
adding
the
at the
conference
bottom
room
of
and
each
proceed
column
to
of
again
text a
basically
couple
have
of
it out with
words
this
that
commander.
connected to the
And
following
Representative
page,
Burton said,
so that
you know, we
as
could
you
do
were
this the
studying
easy
the
way or the
text,
hard
you would
way.
see,
You
oh,
choose
there's
sir,
nothing
but
missing between what I
kind of
finished at the bottom of this
at the
column
time,
until I
like,
began the next column.
yeah, you
And that's
use
a
it the hard
credential
way.
which is retained
And if it's the
in
hard way,
today's
you're gonna have,
Vilna
you know,
Shas and
Representative
more
Gates
modern
and DC
printing for the
questioning you,
Talmud
so I suggest you do
often
the
as
easy
well.
way. So he
And
actually,
then
in the middle of
eventually
the
they
meeting,
said, oh, you know what, why don't we just add
you know, we were
page
kind of
numbers
holding
as
his feet to
well?
the fire on
And
it.
that's how we get to our current
He like kind of got nervous
system,
as we were
which
talking to him,
numbers
and
actually
I kid you
fully
not, he
hosts,
goes,
that is both
you know,
sides
they're
of
gonna
one
like
page,
this.
with
I'm
the
not gonna like. Just like he like
recto,
kind of
the
like
first
thinking
page
out
known
loud,
as Amud
but didn't
Aleph,
realize that he was
and then the
basically saying it.
verso,
And then
the
in
other
the
side
middle of
known
our
as
meeting,
Amud Bet.
he
And
gets
that's
up and leaves the
conventional fall
room.
today.
Like I
Where
have
was
to go to the
page
restroom or
one?
something.
Page
And
one
then
was the
maybe like
title
5
page,
minutes
because
later,
when you would
this
actually
tech
get the
sergeant
book
comes
of
in and says,
Talmud,
"Oh,
the
the base commander's
first
been
page
authorized
would
to go.
be
The
the
Jordan will
Shar
be coming
block,
back."
the
And
opening
I'm sitting
page,
there
which
looking
often
at
has
Keith
some
Burch, I'm
beautiful
like,
artwork,
he just
like the classic
left like in
Vilna
the middle of a
Shas
congressional
that has the,
delegation. Like that's
the
never
pillars,
happened.
the gates, the
loud,
lions,
then
the
you would be
curtains, and things like
happy
that.
that
That
I'm
was such an
not telling
evocative
you.
image
Yeah,
that
like
has been
we
retained for the last
verbally
200 years
articulated it.
as a
Gates was there,
symbol
my
of
husband
the
was there,
entry into the world of
Burchett was there.
It's just
Okay,
like,
thank
if
you very
that
much for
guy's,
listening.
he's in a powerless situation, right? If he does give you access,
He's gonna get in trouble.
He might be really in trouble.
Today's
You know,
diet
But
contains
here's the
two
problem.
references
He
to
can't, well,
converts,
even if it
which
was
should
someone
just
at
give a
this like the
tantalizing
Secretary of
little
Defense, right?
glimpse
Because at the time,
into what
this
life
got
was
pretty
like
high
for
level
Jews
respect out on
in the Sasanian period when the Talmud was written.
Still, at the end of the day, you're in the military.
Late
How our
3rd and
government
early
functions is the
4th
military does
centuries.
not
The
decide
first reference,
what
of course,
the
is in the
civilian
Gemara itself.
sector and what
There's
representatives
a
can and cannot see.
Yorta, a
It's not
stiff
supposed to function like
convert
that.
that is in the
So he
era
got up
of
and left.
Shmuel.
Like I've never
This
seen
was
this happen. I
probably
was in the
during the
military. I've
reign
never
of
seen
the
like in the middle of a
famous king
congressional
Shapur
delegation. These
the
are big
First,
deals.
also
You just
known as
get up and
Shmuel
go, leave
Malka
to Georgia,
in
and just don't come
Unchapter
back.
text.
Like in the middle of the
And he
meeting,
was
it
a
never
king that
happened.
appears actually with
What state
some
were you in the
frequency
We're in
in the
Florida.
Talmud.
He just like get up and just like
And he
drove to Georgia.
had
Like what the hell are you doing? You're in
relatively
the middle of a congressional
expansive
delegation.
policy with regards to
And then
non-Zoroastrians
his second in command
his
comes in,
empire.
and they
He
managed to
wanted
get
to
one
be as
pilot
inclusive
to
as
come down to
possible
brief us.
as the
And what I
empire
will tell
was
you is,
expanding.
I will say it,
Later,
Representative
there would be
Gates
a
has gone on
crackdown
record. He
on
actually did as soon as he left
non-Zoroastrians, which appears
office that
significantly throughout the Talmud.
we've seen
But
stuff that I
during
don't believe
this
was created
time,
by
there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very brief this period. It would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name. That was associated especially with Rava and the town of Mahosa. So the first reference that we have today refers to this Hamid Yorta, the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Shmuel, which is in itself interesting. Second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel, who stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is why is he named after his mother, Rachel? When the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice. So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to Rashi's opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel, also mentioned on the dot today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this probably named a non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. At any rate, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Now, fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself
charge of
becoming
us
an Adam
of any
Gadol,
position of
a
authority.
great
When there's
Talmud
something
scholar
that can
in his
go
own right, fascinating kind of
100
story.
million times faster
His
than we think is physically
grandchildren
possible through the
included
universe,
Mar
appear out of nowhere,
one of the
stop all of
great
our
figures
nuclear
of the Talmud as
programs,
well.
shut
it's a
down
fascinating kind of
pieces
story
to
of
weird shit.
But don't you think
the
that that's
lives
where kind of
of
it's been
Sasanians
interesting that
and
society's
Jews
moved away from this
interacted
aspect of like
during the
having a
period of
spiritual
the
grounding and even
Okay,
believing
thank you
in
very
like,
much for listening.
you know, most people today, I think when you talk about like praying, even that whole concept is kind of just like, oh, you know, they're just, and I feel like that thing's kind of poo-pooed, but if you have like a grounding in that, and going back to what I was saying earlier, I think that that's not like, I don't think that society would do that. Granted, I'm not a scientist, I'm not running numbers, but just based on how we've kind of been evolving with access to information and kind of the questions, the discussions that have been happening, not just here, but I think internationally, I just think a lot's changing. Now, to say that we were, you know, and I've heard some wild theories, like people think that, you know, humanity was seeded by UFOs. I don't agree with that theory. I'm going to address it because it's an interesting theory.
You found out it was true. Would you tell everybody?
I mean, I'd be transparent about it, but I just like don't personally believe it.
But would you believe it if you found out that was the information?
I mean, I put it out there because that's what the
What would that do for your belief system?
That would suck.
Really, but maybe that's what's confusing about the Bible. Maybe what's confusing is that it was an oral tradition for hundreds, if not thousands of years before it was ever written down, right?
Because I come from
Well, I think that it depends on what book you're talking about, right? So
But I mean, no, if you go back to the oldest works of the Bible, where most of those stories handed down generation after generation and then eventually written
Right,
down.
and to text, well, some of them are written by prophets, and then, but I mean, Enoch is apparently supposed to predate even the time of Genesis and
particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the
I'm telling
temple.
you, Enoch
This
is
is
even
the
crazier.
place that
Oh, I read. I just don't. Did you find anything about whether or not Enoch is controversial?
You can look up the 4th century.
In the Yavne,
I guess
the town of Yavne and its sages,
why
this
did
request
it
was
get
acceded
excluded?
to by the general later comment. This was an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought over the ages. So
But what's interesting is that even if that's the case, though, when you have the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, that actually there's Ethiopian Jews, and that's considered the most pure form of the Bible. So like, you actually have a division of like the Ethiopian Jewish class that actually recognize Enoch.
How weird is it that some rabbis 500 years ago
regions as having various
But that's what I'm saying,
characteristics.
you can't discredit it because, but you can't discredit it because, again, like we have people removing books. I think, look, and I'm not telling people what to look. I'm just saying you should take a look at it.
Oh, here it is. The main reason for the Jewish rejection of the book is that it's inconsistent with the teachings of the Torah. From the standpoint of the book is considered to be heretical. Another reason for the exclusion of the text might be the textual nature of several early sections of the book that make use of material from the Torah. For example, Enoch is a mid-branch of Deuteronomy 33. The context particularly detailed descriptions of fallen angels would also be reason for rejection from the Hebrew canon at this period, as is illustrated by the comments of Trimpo, the Jew, who debated Justin Martyr on the subject. The utterances of God are holy, but your expositions are mere contrivances, as is plain from what has been explained by you, nay, even blasphemous, for you assert that angels sin and revolted from God.
So it's
Seems like some people made the decision that something shouldn't be in there.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is it's a disagreement in religion and perspective, but they should have still not removed it. And so it's interesting because then you have, you know, the evolution of what the King James Bible is. We all know that story. He wanted to get remarried, they rewrote it. But you even have the Catholic Bible that has, it's what happened. They have the Catholic Bible that had books that were taken out, and then we have the King James. So I'm not saying that, you know, if you read the King James, you're not getting, you don't have access to that sort of thing. But I am saying that there's a bigger picture here that we need to discuss. And I think
There's always a problem when people get involved, and when people get involved in making decisions that this could be real, this could be. The problem is, like, all these years later, you're dealing with the repercussions of that. Like, imagine a world in which Enoch was left in the Bible, and people are like, wait, what happened? Like, explain the nuttiness of the book.
Well, it's okay. So if you read it, it talks about the fall of angels, thus creating really the precursor civilization that led to the first flood. I think that when you even go into potentially the technology that was given to mankind by these angels, it talks about the hidden beliefs and theories in astronomy, etc., metalworkings, all of it. But it really does explain, you were talking about earlier how you have a lot of these religions around the world that kind of say the same thing. This is kind of the OG text that leads to those stories that we're hearing from many religions around the world. So you talk about angels mixing with mankind and then feeding a super, essentially, race of humans that essentially were responsible for basically giving mankind the flood. I mean, you hear about stuff in Greek and Roman mythology, people who had these super crazy powers, and you talk about it out loud, and it sounds crazy, but that's what the book says. And then the fact that it was taken out, and then it's food, you have one of the oldest religions in the world, the Ethiopians, that actually still have it. You have, the Catholic Church that has books that are missing out of the King James Version. I'm just saying that, when you read it, you should read it and decide for yourself. Don't listen to what I'm saying, listen to what you're saying, but truly give it a chance and see what you have to say. And then, you're going back to this whole concept of if you have this information pertaining to UAPs, whatever they might be, the origins. I mean, if you have an understanding of what Enoch was talking about, kind of makes sense.
Well, I go back to my thoughts on all this stuff. It's like, very few people could even read back then. Very few people could write, right? So you're not gonna write. You're probably going to try to capture a truth. You're probably not writing necessarily to deceive people and make up a story. So the question is, with all this stuff, is what was the original truth that they were trying to break down, and how much of it is getting distorted by translations from ancient Hebrew to Latin
or Arabic.
Yeah, like how much of it is it possible to even understand what they're saying without understanding the language? And my friend Rick Strassman, he's a very fascinating guy, a brilliant guy. One of the things he did is he taught himself ancient Hebrew so he could read the Bible in ancient Hebrew. It took him 16 years.
Wow.
But he did it because, I want to know it in that language.
And that's smart, because there's always an aspect of translation where you lose.
Sure. If you're playing the telephone game, you want to be second. You don't want to be 15. Right? And whoever was writing it down the earliest, that's probably you're closer to their depictions of what their truth is than after King James starts fucking around with it.
On a new life, got our listeners.
People start getting involved. But boy, when you go to the really old stuff, the really old stuff is very strange.
The Orthodox, I'll tell you, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible actually had a staffer that went to Ethiopia. She was on a church trip, and she actually brought me back a copy, and she's like, you can translate it via Google Translation, so kudos to modern day technology. So I have it in my office, and actually when I did my swearing in, I actually did my swearing in on the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible.
Wow.
Cool. It's direct translation.
That's kind of crazy. I would wonder what the impact to all these religions would be if we had definitive proof that we're not alone. Like if there was an introduction, like some sort of an event where they decided, look, this government is too secretive with all this information. You're holding back the understanding of these intelligent life forms, that they are not the apex of this planet, nor are they anywhere close to the peak of the intelligence that's available out there in the universe. Just let me show you real quick, and then what does everybody do now? Like, what happens to the Mormons?
I think that brings
everybody's gonna fucking blow a gasket.
Well, I think that brings us back to square one. So, by the way, by no means saying that aliens are God. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
But I think that brings us back to the fundamental question on, do you believe that God exists? Because if you do, then you realize that our freedom the freedom of choice is not a man-given right, but a God-given right. And I think that goes back to the fundamental principles of like what we believe in true representation. So if you believe that God is real, God is powerful, then it shouldn't be a king or a man that you're looking to, but to God for divine inspiration and to make your life decisions. That's ultimately what freedom of choice is.
Well, I think even the Catholic Church has acknowledged the idea that if there is intelligent life somewhere else, doesn't mean that God didn't create it.
Well, that's true. It's interesting.
God just didn't tell you about the neighbors.
Well, it does say in Enoch, and then also too, I think in Genesis, that the stars cried out. And so if you're looking, well, a star, if it's not, what do they mean by stars crying out? And then Enoch actually alludes to stars in certain capacities being potentially angels. Now, I'm not saying and this is kind of interesting because, I have this aspect of my task force, what we've been investigating, but then I have, my personal beliefs and, my religious beliefs. And what I'm telling you is that in my position officially, I've seen men pervert information to get what they want. So it's not unlikely that an entire, very secret, very truthful text was omitted in an effort to control the population and to insert yourself between an individual's relationship between them directly and God. And I think that,
especially if it doesn't agree with your interpretation of God. And this is the issue with these rabbis, right?
Well, I mean, if you're having people determine any information, yes, you should not be able to do that.
It's just the same thing as the UFO stuff.
The UFO stuff?
One should be the gatekeeper of information.
Exactly, and hence the transparency on the information.
Especially something it should be for all of us. This is nuts.
I think we're probably going to be responsible for the Book of Enoch sales probably increasing on Amazon.
I need to read it now.
You'll trip out.
Well, I wish I could. I'm sure there's some interpretations of the Dead Sea Scrolls that I could sludge through. But the thing about it is, I'd really love to be able to read it in Aramaic. I really wish I could read Aramaic. I just don't have If I did.
Go on, you should see if there's an audible.
I'm sure there is, but what I'm saying is, I really like the Strassman idea of learning ancient Hebrew to be able to read the source material. That's where it gets really interesting. Because what were these people trying to write about? And if these people like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson are correct, and these folks that believe in the Younger Dryas impact theory, the Bible was written a couple thousand years ago. These people that are talking about the Younger Dryas impact theory are talking about a cataclysmic event that wiped out advanced civilization 11,800 years ago.
Well, Plato talks about it, hearing it from Egyptian teachers, and then going back to the Atlantean civilization, and it was far advanced. Well, so
if you get back to 11,800 years ago and read what they thought went down, because I think that's probably where the oral traditions come from. The oral traditions come from complete collapse of society, rebuild over time, takes forever, and then a re-understanding of what you know to be true about the origin of man and the birth of the universe and why we're here. And then you gotta figure out what Jesus is.
Well, so I actually, when I was in my early 20s, I actually went to Egypt to see the megalithic structures there, and then I went to Turkey to see the Sumerian inscriptions and carvings and what they thought the ancient Sumerian gods were, the Anunnaki, all that. What's interesting is in Enoch, it actually has reference to the Anunnaki, but a different, I think it was like the root term that's used for it. So,
you read the Zechariah Sitchin stuff?
No.
Do you know of it?
I have heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the most fun.
Yeah, well, I will say with all of that going back to if you read Enoch and then follow about the fall of mankind and the angels with, this is Christian theology, right? So like the angels came down, rebelled against God, and interbred with humankind. That would be, I think, a good starting point for what potentially the Anunnaki were.
Yeah, God probably didn't like that they were coming around and taking the ancient hominids and juicing them up, making them chest champions.
Heaven did not approve.
Yeah, it's probably against the code of the universe. God probably says, look, you can go visit, but don't mess around with it.
Well, there's definitely something to be said. It actually talks about this in Enoch about a divine justice. And so I think, again, going back to what is our job, how would society function? You have aspects in like government. Do you trust your government? Is government going to follow through and bring accountability that's our job at the same sense, in that we have to ensure that if we are to truly have an equal and fair society, we have to have this aspect of justice that has to be carried out. And I can go back to something that I found kind of crazy, but the mandatory minimums for child predators are not that high in this country, and so Congress can actually increase the mandatory minimums. But there's been a lot of lethargy about that. It's like, why would you, not want to increase it? Some people are against the death penalty, and I would say that it's not, my job to play God or to judge people, just to help to arrange the meeting.
Yeah, it's a weird job, right? I mean, you're involved in the disclosure of things that people have questioned forever. I mean, those are the huge questions that exist from the 1960s on. UFOs, JFK, RFK. Those are the big ones.
We're pushing for it, and there's a good group of people that are assigned to it. I did say recently, so the MLK documents just came out. We're wrapping up our JFK investigation. So after we finalize the JFK investigation, we're putting out an official congressional report on our findings, and people can read it and decide for themselves. Then we have RFK and then MLK, but I think a lot of the MLK family was actually very concerned that we were going to go into extracurricular, and that's not the objective of the task force. It's to specifically expose what the government was doing if they knew about the potential threats. And people say, well, why do we care about it? I constantly get, well, we shouldn't care about this. No, you should, because there has to be a check and balance. And when you know if the CIA was operating outside the purview of the federal government, if you know that whistleblowers are being punished, if there needs to be reform to the FOIA Act, all of this stuff, then we have to be able to put forward legislation to ensure it doesn't happen again. And what's been very interesting and almost serendipitous about the whole JFK investigation is you have President Trump now in the second term that's released all this information, and multiple presidents tried to, but they were worked against by their own secretaries within these agencies, and then DNC actors that try to block the efforts for release. Now you're seeing kind of a flush of the system, and even though the information hasn't come out as fast as we would like it to, the fact that they made these admissions is really good. But moving forward into how do you prevent this from happening again, it's people really do, like young people especially, because there's so much fatigue for people that have been in office for, and the reason I say that, like, I don't even want to do this for the next 10 years is because everyone, even people I've looked up to, after a certain amount of time, they lose edge. And I think that that's because, like, you're up there, you're taking a lot of incoming. It's not a fun job. Like, you're getting attacked, like, you're getting beat down. It's stressful. But if you can put all your energy in it now, and then you can cut ties and pass it on, that's how our founding fathers wanted us to do it, is like pass the torch, stand up the next generation.
Right, but we have a bunch of career politicians that want to stay in office for 50, 60 years.
Correct, and that's the problem, and it's on both sides.
Yeah, it's on both sides.
So I'm trying to do a discharge petition now on term limits. So back in January of my first term, so back in January 2022, I'm sure you saw there was like this massive speakers fight about confirming Kevin McCarthy as the Speaker of the House. And I was part of one of those 20 that said, we're not going to vote for you just yet. We need to reform the institution and the way that we function, because power had been consolidated within the speaker's position, so much so that how it's supposed to work is you're supposed to be able to bring a bill forward, that bill's supposed to come to the floor. All of these policies were being consolidated in one person, and if you didn't fall in line, you wouldn't get committee assignments, you wouldn't be able to fundraise. They would basically cut off all aspects of fundraising in Washington. And the mainstream media for a while was like, you guys are disrupting the process, like you guys are fighting. Well, what the hell do you want Congress to do? You want us to just fall in line and not argue our principle? Like, that's last time I checked, you're supposed to fight for that. And so we were able to reform the institution, but one of the things that we had negotiated with the former speaker was we wanted a vote on term limits, and that never came up. And so now, because of our very slim majority, one of the most slim majorities in U.S. history, we have the ability to do something called a discharge petition, and it's where you can physically go down and basically collect signatures on a bill. And so I bring forward two that have already been filed. One is going to be to force a vote on term limits, so I'm going to see if members of Congress will actually put their name to actually bring that bill to the floor. There's going to be a massive, I hope, pressure campaign to activate members to do that. And then the other one is banning insider trading.
Yeah, that's been talked about for a while.
but hasn't been done. And we can do it now.
She just needs a little more money and then she'll quit.
Well, it's not, there was a constructor meeting for the entire GOP, and I'm calling a purchase bill on banning insider trading, and we were not invited to that meeting. Our staff was excommunicated from that.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I know. Something about making money.
Shocker. It's crazy how openly corrupt that part of the business is. But the thing is, once you become accustomed to being able to do something and you've been able to do it for decades, you're very reluctant to give that up. Why would you give that up? That's a huge advantage.
People say that it doesn't exist, but last time I checked, when you are given access to CEOs, when you're given access to information that are affecting markets, and then you're on the committee that has purview over those bills, you do have information like right now.
You have a little more than the average person.
And there's a lot. You can look at people's. They go in, you're making $175 a year, and then all of a sudden you come out, you're worth like $20 million, $200 million. It's kind of shady.
You're not really gambling.
Yeah.
The stock market is kind of gambling. You're not gambling. The UFC doesn't even allow me to gamble, and I can't even affect the outcome.
But so you can't do it, but Congress can.
Congress can. For
now, at least.
The inside information that I have, anybody can have. Mostly, not really. No, that's not true. No, I know some stuff sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was told if I forced a vote that I was going to cost us the Republic, is what I was told.
But the thing about the insider trading thing is the amount of money is so egregious. Isn't Pelosi now worth $400 million? Wasn't that
I saw upwards of $200 million, but
I thought she jacked up her portfolio recently significantly.
But it's not just her; it's on both sides.
Oh yeah, no, she's just the poster lady. Unfortunately, no slight at her. It's all across the board. If you look at how many people, it's red, blue. It's the whole thing. Yeah. Everybody's doing it.
I told my husband, I was like, we're not going to do stocks because it's just that's the one thing you could talk to anyone. Actually, I was reading an article, and the local press are like, Rep. Luna is trying to force a vote on this, right? So I'm always the kind of redheaded stepchild usually, especially in dev circles. But this one lady posted, I actually started laughing. She goes, "Well, a broken clock is right twice a day." And I started laughing because I'm like, it's such a bipartisan issue. Over 80% of Americans don't think that Congress should be able to trade stock, and it's true because we're given access to information, and that's truly influencing your decision.
Did you ask her what the rest of you are wrong about?
I mean, I think it's party associations. Some people just will never vote.
A broken clock.
Yeah, but
people are rabid and they're super upset now, obviously, because Trump's in office again. So that rabid nature has been over amplified.
It has. I think a lot of it though is driven by bot activity. I think is really big. I can tell you that when I first launched the task force, people were like, "She's an intelligence asset. She's never going to release information." Then it came out that I actually don't have declassification authority, but we have been able to produce wins, and we are getting full cooperation from the executive branch. So we're just simply investigating findings, collecting information, and pressing for release.
There's real people along with those bots, but real people are also influenced by bots as well. There's waves of negativity and positivity that go in certain directions that are orchestrated, and there's companies that are known companies that you can actually hire them to do stuff.
They exist in Florida actually. There's a couple of social media influencers that have been approached. I've seen it, so I know it exists. What's interesting though is it goes back to you never want to get in trouble in a crowd of people because they'll just look at each other. You ever see someone getting beat up and they just film it right for them to help that person, and that's part of that group think. It exists online. I do think X needs to do something, at least be able to label bot accounts, because I've seen it happen, especially on certain things. I had done something to allow new moms to vote when you're recovering. Our job is different. Only 13 women in U.S. history have ever given birth. It's about to be 14. Who are members of Congress, and God forbid we enter a war or something, we're not going to be able to vote. If you're recovering in a hospital, that's a pretty rare circumstance, and so there was definitely bot accounts that were attacking me for that and accusing me of destroying the Republic again. I said, I don't think that would be the case.
Yeah, that's not tinfoil hat stuff, folks. You really need to know that. Why wouldn't there? This is the thing. If you were, whether it's this country, a corporation, another country, why wouldn't you automate your system or have AI, or even not just have actual people that have a job and their job is to type inflammatory, whatever it is, insults, whatever it is, whatever their accomplishment or whatever their goal they're trying to accomplish is. Why wouldn't you have a group of people that you have at your command, if it's legal,
So
it is legal.
So it is legal, and in politics, what's interesting is they'll test, like especially when you're running for office, it's kind of interesting because you'll actually, during my first race, I actually had a firm that I was going to for consulting, and they had someone that had worked at the firm that had also worked with like McDonald's branding. So like people that are running for office will bring on these firms, and then they'll like give them kind of like a branding profile. What was interesting about that is that, you know, you have this aspect of bot activity. Social media at the time was kind of just resurfacing as if you want to be kind of influential, you have to be able to use social media, share your message, and get that out there. I think Trump really kind of refined that, was kind of one of the leading figures in that, especially when Twitter 1.0 was in existence. But then you had this aspect of people that were running for office, and then there was actually a censorship state in this country, and we found that out, that Twitter 1.0 was coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security. We found this out actually in a congressional hearing where they were actually, DHS had a division under CISA that was supposed to be monitoring terrorist organizations, and they were using it on the American people to censor information, specifically on COVID, on January 6th, all that. That is scary. You still have censorship issues in places like the EU. So like to think that they wouldn't use social media platforms, especially to influence masses, is just, that's not a conspiracy theory that happens. We have evidence of that.
Of course, censorship is influencing. It's also causing people to self-censor, which changes discourse.
Yeah, not wanting to have conversations.
Yeah, but you can get banned from Twitter for a variety of things, particularly during COVID. But I think COVID was also a great test case for them to see, like, if there's some sort of catastrophe, some natural disaster, some national security issue, where we can now enforce new regulations of censorship.
Well, and scary regulations of that, because COVID was really kind of dystopian, and going back to kind of, you know, I think you mentioned foreign government influence using bots. The one thing that's been interesting is in our investigation, so like taking now my task force hat off and going into actually problems that we see right now happening. You saw this like massive a couple of weeks ago. Rift that was taking place between the American people, specifically on immigration, and all of a sudden these like pop-up riots. I actually called them the Timu riots, like that Timu Chinese out, because it came out. We actually, this woman, her name's Data Republican on X, and she actually tracked down the funding line. And what was happening was the Chinese government was basically propping up this billionaire, American billionaire, Neville Singham, and actually he was donating money to organizations like Party of Socialism and Liberation, and they were actually funding a lot of these riot pop-ups in the area. So you had people that were being used, divided, for example, on the immigration topic. You literally have them passing out, you know, Mexican flags saying that they cared about immigrants, when in actuality, the financial type is actually coming from the CCP. So the Chinese government, on many occasions, and it's not uncommon within Congress to know, even on apps like TikTok, they were showing certain information in order to cause a rift and influence people. The same individual, Neville Singham, actually, once we got this information, we sent a request to have him come testify to Congress, and he spent part of his year in Shanghai, China, and so we were not able to deliver him his subpoena, basically. And so there's a letter that Chairman Comer has now authorized to be sent that will go to the Treasury Department to freeze his assets unless he comes to testify to Congress.
Wow.
And that, mind you, this is not, you know, people, and like, look, I started out before politics with my feet getting wet as an activist. Like, that's actually how I started out in politics. So, like, I understand the immigration before. I, like, understand all arguments because I've been through it. I've had it debated. But what's the problem for me is that you have foreign governments trying to cause a rift and then promote ideologies that will empower people specifically to push forward policy that will actually put us as like second tier as opposed to the Chinese government. And I do think that the Chinese government in their execution has been very, very specific about how they want to hinder our ability to be global dominators. I think when you're looking at what happened in COVID timeframe, right? It's like a lot of people said that Wuhan lab leak, that was a conspiracy theory. We now know that it happened and that was true. But at the same time, if you look at what President Trump was doing, he was actually trying to negotiate trade with China, and he was winning, and then all of a sudden COVID happened. Well, what was interesting the second time around in Trump 2.0 is that you have all these Timu riots taking place at the same time, and it almost got no coverage in the mainstream media, but you had multiple Chinese nationals that were caught trying to release agro-terrorism weapons.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, agro-terrorism weapons, and then at the same time, the tariff war was taking place, and then you actually saw them trying to infiltrate. So I don't think it's by accident, but I do think that it's important to remember that just because you see something happening on the mainstream media, the media will always try to amplify something because it's rage baiting and it's like in its views, which translates to money.
And it's negative against Trump.
Of course, but when you actually look at where the funding stream is coming from, it actually goes back to China, and this is not the only incident where they try to drive a wedge between Americans and then actually compartmentalize with Hispanic Americans specifically. So in 2016, now the largest voting minority in the country are Hispanic Americans, specifically of Mexican descent. I think you can find that stat on viewhispanic.org. So when you're looking at voting demographics, how can you influence an entire demographic to help skew or influence a midterm election? And it would be specifically probably on the immigration topic to try to race bait people. But then you have this aspect of the same guy, Neville Stingham, his wife actually funds an organization called Code Pink. So this is all Chinese money now going to a separate cause, and this one specifically is on the Israel versus Palestine issue. They don't care about Israelis or Palestinians. This is a Chinese-funded group, and what they're doing is they're using that front in an effort to then divide on that topic as well. So it's a multifaceted approach using minority classes in order to actually push the end goal, which would be communism.
Wow.
And also, too, you can actually look on the flyers for these organizations. So PSL, Neville Stingham is actually an open admirer of Mao Zedong. I mean, like, it's all up there and it's out there for you to find. But it's just crazy because most people, you know, you see this aspect of propaganda that's being shown to you, and you're not going to be like, who's funding that? You know, you're going to say, like, you know, tell that person, I'm going to fight for this. But they don't actually realize the more nefarious perspective of what's happening behind the scenes.
So I absolutely believe this is true, that I'm sure other countries fund similar things, but also it was in reaction to some of the ICE raids, right? I mean, it was a visceral reaction that a lot of people had, the idea of people just showing up and pulling people out of schools and pulling people out of Home Depot and pulling people that were just hardworking people that maybe snuck over here because they didn't have a legal way to get over here, but since they've been here, they've been good people, and they were part of communities, and that's what freaks people out, because when people thought about ICE, they thought, great, we're going to get rid of gang members. They didn't think, great, you're going to get rid of the landscaper.
But the question is, why didn't they do it then why did these riots and why did this
No, I don't disagree with you. I think
Obama, Biden.
Listen, I'm sure some of these riots absolutely are manufactured. I'm sure they are. I'm sure these pallets of bricks that get left off on corners when they know that there's going to be
that was
BLM riot,
yeah.
bananas.
Well, they fundraise, but to your point, so how do you fix something like the immigration system as a whole, right? So
you definitely don't have an open border. That's correct. Because you need to know people are criminals that are coming in. You don't want cartel members coming in. You don't want murderers coming in. It's serial killers. Like there's a reason why we have borders. All of the above, right? There's a reason why we have borders. But the thing that freaks people out is like, how many corporations rely on illegal labor?
I said Chicken Park's one of them. We actually last year. I was putting out some messaging on them because I watched this documentary about the slaughterhouse, how they're actually using migrant children, like 14, 15, in some of these slaughterhouses. And the lobbyist from Tyson Chicken Corporation contacted my chief of staff at the time and was like trying to basically say like, hey, like basically back off, but like I don't care, like it's wrong, like I don't care where you're on the spectrum, you shouldn't allow migrant labor with children specifically because it's child slave labor.
I'll tell you a story that a high-level government official told me.
Okay.
I don't know if he said it on here or not, so I don't want to say his name.
Wait, so he was on here, so then that narrows it. Okay, it's okay.
Someone actually said to him that they don't want to stop the illegal immigration because they need cheap labor.
Correct. I actually think that it will never stop, at least not in
That they don't have to pay them any benefits. They don't have to take care of their insurance.
Or pay them at all.
Well, they pay them, but they don't have to pay them what they're supposed to pay them.
Well, I've heard cases where people, specifically contractors, will walk on people if they know that they're here illegally. And like, so going back to like, how do you fix this? Is one of the top cases that I handle aside from Social Security help and refunds, like within my congressional office. So a congressional office does constituent services, and it's basically like customer service. Like, have you been victimized by the federal government? You know, call this number. That's your congressional office. So specifically on immigration cases, like if you've had an issue with the state's permit visas, all of that, you can contact your local congressman. And so what I will say is that we've had people that have spent like tens of thousands of dollars to come here, but it takes like 20 something years to do. And that's part of the problem is there's been such an influx and such a bog down of the actual system that our actual system is not functioning at the capacity that it should to actually help people come here the correct way.
Well, especially poor people. Right, and if you want to immigrate to the United States, the application, one of the things they ask you is, are you an expert at something where people in the United States can't do it?
Like a doctor,
or maybe you're a musician and no one else can sing your songs. Like maybe you can get citizenship from that, but if you're just a landscaper, you're just a guy who lives in a third world country and you want a better life, and you say, I heard you can get across, and I heard when you get across you can get work. Like, what is that guy going to do? That guy doesn't have the money to hire a lawyer. He's not going to. How is he going to prove that he's more valuable than a United States citizen that's already here and doing the exact same job?
I do think that unless we are able to assign probably more lawyers, more judges to actually hear these cases, it's going to continue to be a problem. And I have heard, on the floor, these are conversations between members that, to a certain extent, especially when you're talking about, like an e-verify system within the ag industry, that actually members of that community don't want that because they know that the farmers are actually heavily relying on some of these e-verify workers.
Yeah, and construction crews and fill in the blanks.
So I can confirm that.
Yeah, so isn't the solution force people to pay everybody exactly the same way?
Well, yeah, because you don't have the decrease in wages. However, I think the bigger problem that we have here, though, is that, at least specifically in my district, and then also too having argued this, is that this gray area that's been created, in my opinion, they don't want a solution for. They do it intentionally with the understanding that both sides are going to fundraise off of it. In my opinion, if I was to be able to actually fix this, I would say that you have to, pause, let the system run through, take everyone in, vet them, make sure that they're not criminals, etc. But then the system allows time for it to actually catch up to itself, and then you can continue as is.
I just said so scary that they don't want to resolve it because they want the issue to exist so they can fundraise for it against it.
Yeah.
That's so nuts and probably so accurate. That's probably so accurate. Because anytime anything ever happens, one of the first things they do is like, please donate. Throw it up. All the people that are very reactionary, like, I can't believe this is happening.
And what's crazy is most elected officials might send out that email, but the email fundraisers actually are taking like 80% of that dollar. That's like usually the average country, and it's like, I'm in the wrong business. This is crazy.
The scariest thing about nonprofits is how much profit they make. It's really weird when you see the salaries of some of these people that are in nonprofits.
I will never.
$1 million a year, you're like, how is that?
And they do nothing.
Or what's going on with the LA fire thing, where they can't figure out where all the money went. It went to 188 different nonprofits.
Who's it, Spencer? Is it Spencer Pratt? I was like, Spencer Pratt for governor.
His fucking house got burnt down.
And then they promise all these celebrities are like, yeah, donate, we'll give it to the victims. It's like, where did it go? There's like this fine print that he wrote.
It's really weird, but it exposes the legality of these systems. It's legal for them to operate like that, where an enormous percentage of all the money that comes in goes to overhead. It goes to salaries. It's like, but it's such a scam. It's such a weird scam, and it's such a devious thing because you're pulling on people's heartstrings.
Which is why, going back to what I said, we need younger people and we need more normal people to run for office.
We need AI to take over.
But I don't know about that.
AI is our god.
So no. No.
AI is our governor. AI is our king. That's what we'll say in school now. AI is our king.
We need to. I think AI can be used in good senses. Like I ask Grok things a lot, and I will argue points. But I think we need to work alongside it because there's an aspect of AI that removes the humanity. Like, I don't think you can teach AI empathy. And there's a certain aspect of humanity that needs to be kept involved in these decision-making processes. For example, if you have a drone that's been targeted to, let's say, eliminate a terrorist at this grid location and it's functioning solely on AI, well, what's going to enable it to be able to pause on destruction of a location if there's children within it. I mean, if it's a bot, it's not thinking. And I feel like
That's true, but the U.S. history of drone use is no better than what you just described.
Well, there are oversights and massive investigations, especially if it's in regards to civilian casualties.
Right, but civilian casualties are the majority of deaths from drones.
I would say, based on the people that I've talked with and interacted, it's definitely happened in the past, and it's definitely problematic. However,
I think it's
people get in trouble for it.
It's the majority.
I'd have to. I mean, like, I don't.
The majority of the people that died were civilians. They weren't the intended targets.
Well, and that's the problem, and that's where a lot of these people do. So you have LOAC, so there's massive investigations with the JAGs, etc., that get involved in these investigations.
I'm saying, like, would AI be better than that? I don't know.
I think you can have an AI decision-making process, but where there's a human involved in that step process. So, like, the human would be the final step in authority, so the AI would rank it. Maybe, and like, granted, I'm not an AI programmer, but I am saying that I think that there's an interface where you can have humans involved in the final step.
Well, the most terrifying solution is not that. It's don't use the missiles. Instead, you have a drone that specifically targets one person.
Yeah, they're suicide drones. Yeah.
But even worse, like flies through the house and like lands on the dude's head, blows up.
Don't freak me out too much, because the Chinese have a little spy drone that's like literally this big.
Oh,
you see that? Yeah, and they do.
They have bug drones. I'm sure our government does too. There's no way the Chinese are the only ones who do it. Especially if they really have been back engineering UFOs for the last 40 years.
I don't think that any other government is as advanced in regards to that topic as we potentially are, and I say that because if that were the case, then they would be the world superpower.
I agree with that, but I also think that even though we probably have the best military contractors, we also get infiltrated by the Chinese government and the Russian government all the time.
Oh, they're
always,
and Congress gets infiltrated.
Yes.
Like, how many people like have all of a sudden like girlfriends,
hot
Chinese
girlfriend, wink wink.
No comment on that one.
Guys are weak. We're so weak. All you have to do is be hot.
Yeah, he's my biggest fan, that guy.
Of course. There's always going to be people like that infiltrate universities, that infiltrate research centers. They get information back to the CCP. There's that famous story, I think Mark Andreessen told us, about how, what was it in Berkeley? I forget what the corporation was, but the power went down, and so all these CCP people panicked because they were supposed to send the information back, and if they don't, hey, maybe your grandmother doesn't get her medicine, maybe, you know what I mean, maybe your family gets a visit, like, you have to be on time.
The University of Michigan has now had, like, what, two? I think there's agro-terrorism was, like, University of Michigan.
Yeah,
and then
it's like all over the country. They've been infiltrated by, like, these governments have, like, very cleverly inserted their ideology into these universities. Like, Yuri Bezmenov talked about this, that Russia was doing this in the 1980s. It was 1984.
The one thing that's been interesting is, and a lot of people aren't talking about, there's one representative member, Republican from California, that's addressing it. But when they have surrogates have children here for U.S. citizenship, but then they take them back and fully integrate them and educate them in China. And so technically they're U.S. citizens, but they are being totally raised with the ideology and perspective of the Chinese government. And that's an interesting perspective.
And then they come back over here and they're full U.S. citizens.
Yeah. Full access to, access to all of our resources, everything, education system.
And then we sell the Chinese government land around our military bases.
Oh, that has been, I get, you know, I love our libertarian brothers, and sisters, but I have gotten into so many debates on this because they're like, well, you know, we shouldn't limit an American's ability to actually sell their property. And I'm like, yeah, but the Chinese government literally wants to eliminate the West as we know it. And so we have to be cognizant of that. And also, too, by the way, it's not like you're just like buying a military installation. You think that they're not actually putting tech in, or observing, monitoring, pulling all of our resources.
Not just that, like Mike Baker talked about this on the podcast, that they sell cell phone towers
Huawei
to these companies. Well, Huawei, which they were really problematic, but they sell these cell phone towers near these bases, and so they sell them at a discounted rate. And then the Huawei stuff was crazy because it actually had like a third-party access built into some of their systems.
And a lot of the tech that they actually sell here, whether it's to our law enforcement, so like anytime you have specifically, I would say like within even our craning and like our actual shipping operations, those things are sending signals back home.
Yeah, well, we're so stupid. We can't make those things.
Well, we should be making. So there's policy changes where if you have an American business, you can now actually get a big tax incentive for manufacturing back home.
It's great, but it's going to take 10 years for us to even catch up to where they are now.
We just got to stay the course.
What a dumb idea. Like, everyone has a cell phone, no one can make a phone. What? Is that, no one saw that coming? That's bananas. All
They
of them get
sold
made in
us
China.
out in the 70s for manufacturing, and I think that that's where you're seeing this, aspect of people that are very, like, if you talk about, and I'm not like an isolationist by any means, but like I do believe that we should have, especially with COVID, everyone saw this, we should have certain things that are just manufactured here. I think tech is extremely important. I think Palmer Lucky's doing like laptops or something now in the United States, trying to actually move that over.
Elon should make a phone. I bet he's thinking about it because he's in some sort of a dispute right now with Apple because Apple won't. There's something about the way Grok AI shows up, and he's saying that their algorithm is essentially rigged. Where OpenAI is like Grok AI is never featured.
Oh, really? I have Grok. I have the Grok app on my phone, but
so maybe that'll incentivize him to make a phone.
Elon, make a phone, and we'll try it out.
Elon Musk says Apple's rigging the App Store for ChatGPT. The tech mogul is threatening immediate legal action, accusing the iPhone maker of unequivocal antitrust violation designed to favor his AI rival.
Oh, it's his AI rival, the Sam Altman guy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if you don't just say something like that, do you?
No, he's not a dummy. He's smart. There's definitely something.
Oh, readers added context. 2025, DeepSeek reached #1, and DeepSeek's the Chinese one, right?
DeepSeek's freaky about some of the stuff that they can
Just
do.
1 month ago, Perplexity also reached #1 overall in India's App Store. Both of these occurred after the OpenAI Apple partnership announced on June 10th, 2024. But what about the United States? Because the United States is the biggest market when it comes to we're probably the highest percentage of people that use Apple.
I mean, it's literally when you go to buy a phone, it's usually an iPhone.
I think it's something crazy with kids. It's like 84% or something like that.
Oh, don't get me. If you have a kid, keep them off phones as long as you can.
Yes, for sure. But the point is, like, the App Store in America is the monopoly in this country. If you want to get an app,
I mean, it's
not monopoly, but the leader. The head leader.
To be honest with you, I've only ever had an iPhone, and so that's the only platform I've ever used. I know it's like Android versus iPhone.
No, I have both. They're both really good. The Android's way better than it used to be.
But it's so
I had it back in the day, but it's right there where the iPhone is right now, just different. It gives you a lot more access to stuff.
Well, it's so freaky though. Then you have these phones that are considered actual safe phones that aren't ripping your data and basically turning on every 10 minutes to kind of be able to target you for sales, whatever it might be. I can tell you that, given my job and some of the stuff, I am totally freaked out by having an iPhone, and I look forward to the day where I don't have to have a phone. I'm going to get a flip phone.
They're gonna already have a chip in your head by then.
No, absolutely. Me of all people, no chips. We're chip free.
I don't know if there are any phones that really truly are safe. I mean, I know that there's some phones that run on alternative operating systems that aren't Google. What is that alternative system they use with Pixel phones? But now, at least the French government, when they find people that have Google phones, they immediately look at that person as a point of interest.
Because they're like, we can't track you.
Yeah, because they're using this other operating system. What is it called again? I can't remember it, but it's what Adam Curry uses. It's a de-Googled iPhone that uses an alternative operating system. So this doesn't send data. I'm sure the GPS sucks. It's probably Graphene. That's right, Graphene OS. So there's multiple different OSs that people use outside of the Google, but you can only use it on Android phones, and a lot of people use it on Pixel phones. You can actually buy them. What's that guy's name? The Asian gentleman who has that, Rob Braxton. He sells them, and he is like a security advocate. He's always talking to you about how insecure all of your technology is, and explaining why they added this and what this means now, and where your data is going, and how they can track you. And
It's made me
So he sells de-Googled iPhones. Oh, he's a response to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is wondering what I'm hiding 5 years ago. I was fucking around. I was just saying, what's that guy hiding? So this guy's been at this forever, right? So 5 years ago, we were talking about him, and he was making these phones 5 years ago.
Well, and from a government perspective, you have this aspect of a lot of people don't want to reform FISA. FISA, in the way that it can surveillance Americans, is pretty freaky. We would like to really freaky, and we, I actually did not get a committee assignment on House Armed Services as of that because I voted against FISA, and I was one of two that voted against it, and they said that I was not a team player, but if you actually look at
play for the team.
Yeah. It seems to be like an ongoing thing. I am playing for the team, but it's just not the TC team.
It's not a nutty thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, whatever happened to representative of the people? What are we doing?
There's still a few good representatives, but it's few representatives.
Well, I think it's hard. It's probably hard to stay the course. It's probably hard to keep your morals and your ethics. Why everyone around you isn't.
You have to not. So some of the best representatives and best even people in government are the ones that did not have to do this job.
Right.
And that's because if you're giving up something to come here, it means that you're doing it for the right reasons. If you have nothing to gain from this position and this is the only thing you've ever wanted to be, you're usually not the best person for that job. And I say that because you are then only going to do what it takes to get reelected, which means that you are willing to compromise your principles, because there will be decisions that you have to take where you're going to have to stand firm on your principles. Be like, I can't vote for that. There's massive pressure campaigns. Like when a certain bill comes up, if I'm voting against it, you have planted stories in the press, you have super PACs that will come in and drop text messages in your district to your constituents saying that, did you know that Representative so-and-so voted against this? And so you have to be able to be like, all right, I'm just gonna disconnect. And at a certain point you do have to do that, because then you'll go crazy.
You definitely go crazy if you read all the bots.
Oh, you can't read. Don't fight with the bots. Don't fight with the bots.
No, people do read them. It's just interesting. It's like representative. Like when you see representatives today, some of them are kind of characters, where they become
it's like Gotham.
Yeah, when they become popular, they become like Fetterman. As
he's not too. He's changed. He's like actually makes sense on some
much more reasonable than most. Yeah, he's a logical guy. He's a very nice guy. I think it's hilarious that he still wears the hoodie and the shorts. Like he's exploiting a rule. I mean,
he is in the Senate.
Kind of right. He's kind of right, and that is really how he likes to dress. Like when I saw him in DC, it was like 10 degrees out. This dude had shorts on and a hoodie, a Carhartt hoodie. And he's like, that's genuinely him, I think. And he's a good guy.
Well, he's a big guy too, so like there's only a
certain. He sweats a lot.
Yeah.
Probably just easily warm. Like
not saying that we know he sweats, but just
For sure he does. He's a big guy. But he's reasonable. But the point is, he's kind of a character. Like Jasmine Crockett's a character. AOC's a character. There's characters, and they're like main characters in this political show that we're all watching on television.
Oversight. So actually, was on Oversight with all those people except for Fetterman. And what I'll tell you is that Oversight tends to bring out the characters for sure. And what I will say is that actually, I have been able to, on certain things, like with AOC, I introduced a piece of legislation. So there was a partner bill in the Senate with Bernie Sanders and I think Josh Hawley to cap credit card interest at 10%. And then I started getting a lot of heat from people like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, most of these banks that we're talking about are actually taking government bailout. So if you're taking a government bailout and you're essentially operating off the goodwill of the federal government, then you should be held to standard, because then you have like predatory lending, and what ends up happening, some of these people will take out credit or max out their credit cards, and then for the rest of their life they're paying back the debt. And then also there's something that we've been able to introduce. So this is like the more populist representation where you see both the right and the left kind of agree on certain things. And there's another bill that I'm introducing with another Democrat and another Republican that's a more moderate Republican, but it's actually to cap student loan interest at 2.5%. So
that would be wonderful, because I was just going to ask you about that. I was reading this woman on X, and she was talking about how she graduated with student loans that equaled, I think it was $28,000. She's paid off. She's never missed a payment. Paid off $24,000, and she still owes $60,000.
Yeah. So what they do is they actually, and I've been quote on this, but it creates an indentured servant basically for the rest of their life. They're paying off this debt. You can never actually function in healthcare.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
That if she's telling the truth, and I believe she is, that's absolutely insane. That you could owe $60,000+ after a $24,000 or $28,000 loan when you paid $24,000 of it off.
It's if for people that are actually trying to better themselves that might have to take out loans for that, it's crippling, and then they actually can't get a good start at being contributing members of society because they're always actually in debt.
Exactly. If you want to make America great again, have less people in debt, have less losers.
Opportunity.
Yeah, have more people that can get things going on because they're not burdened by some crazy debt that really is not right. It's not right that you do that to an 18-year-old kid and saddle them down like that for the rest of their life.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about student loan forgiveness. I think you're not either. But, I had to join the military. I paid for my college using the GI Bill. And so do I think student loans forgiveness is fair? No. But is this a way that we can actually make a happy medium to where people are actually given the opportunity to pay back the debt? And yes. And so I look forward to introducing that. But that's a piece of legislation that should be on the floor and that it's not. And it's not on the floor.
In an ideal world, education is free. In an ideal country where you really care about the people and you really want more success stories, education is free. Difficult to get into. You have to be qualified, a true meritocracy, but education should be free. And if these certain people from different parts of the country don't seem to be getting in, address that. Figure out what's wrong with their school system and throw federal funds at that. It's not impossible to figure out why certain school systems are doing poorly and other ones are doing great.
I will tell you from a personal lens of perspective. So when I was in my freshman year in high school, I moved up to LA with my mom, and by the time I graduated, I went to 6 high schools and an adult school. That's actually I barely graduated. And what I will say is that one of the high schools I went to was
going to different schools.
It just how it ended up functioning. So my freshman year, my mom went through a divorce. My dad got arrested. So I have an interesting background. So there was that.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah. But I ended up actually going to Venice High School one of these times, and that was around my junior year. And what the LA Unified School District was doing at the time, they were actually busing in kids from other parts of LA County. And at the time, specifically in the early 2000s, there was a big issue with the Black and Chicano gangs in LA. And so, what was happening outside of the neighborhoods was carrying on into the school districts. And when you have gang activity and kids, the only opportunity that they have is being able to join a gang and that's it. They're never going to go to college. They're never going to have the opportunity. And so that carries on into the education system. They're never given a chance. And so I think in Florida, we've been doing it right with school choice. President Trump's been pretty big on that. But being able to give students or their parents the ability to send them to good schools without gang activity outside of their zip code, that matters, and that does impact people.
And cracking down on gang activity.
So there was a kid that was shot in the parking lot of my school. And shot and killed. You can actually pull up the article of Venice High School shooting.
Listen, you don't have to tell me. Venice was crazy.
Back before it was gentrified, it was rough.
Yeah, and it's kind of getting crazy now with homeless people.
I haven't been back since I basically left it. So when I was 19, I joined the military, and then my mom ended up leaving California with my little brother and sister probably about 5 years ago now.
Venice is always such an interesting part of LA because it's like LA, but really weird. Like weird people, interesting.
LA is weird though as a whole.
Yeah, but Venice has a surf culture, Dogtown. There's a lot of people that are artists that live there that affects the vibe of the place. Venice in the 90s was really cool.
Well, in the early 2000s it was cool too, but it was rough. I mean,
It's always been filled with crime.
Well, I got jumped. Yeah, when I was I got jumped in high school. I swear, part of the reason why I'm such a huge advocate for standing up to bullies is probably because of that. Yeah.
Venice was rough. Yeah.
Back in the day.
I had a buddy of mine who lived there in the park where he used to take his kid. Someone got shot in it.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, great. Where do I take my kid now? I can't.
Honestly, so seeing all that though, being able to see that and then kind of tell that story, I do think that there's power in that because there's people that go through that and think man, I might not be able to be successful, but that's not true. You can always fight your way out of it. I joined the military at 19. Best thing I ever did, and I met a lot of other people in the military who grew up in inner city Chicago or wherever it was. They were able to go back and help their family, and to my mom's credit, my mom also has an incredible story, but she had me at 20 years old, single mom. My dad ended up eventually getting clean, but my husband and I moved him in with us, and then he got sober, and so that story in itself, I think, you tell your story and it empowers other people, especially to be fighters and not just give up. And I
There's
think
a lot
that's
of people have bad childhoods.
Yeah, and people aren't going to tell you that. Like, no one's going to be like, but
it's also great for someone to hear a story like yours, for someone who came out of a similar childhood maybe that they're having, or maybe even worse than they're having, and you see what you've been able to do. Like, that's powerful to people.
Well, and